5 minutes later, I will awaken the strongest 3S level talent in history, the Shadow Judicator. But just as I awakened the B level talent, Lu Ruyan called to break up. Baby, I like guys with higher talents. I hope you find someone better. I thought I would cry and beg her to stay, but to my surprise, I disdainfully replied, if I can't even keep someone like you, what do I need to find someone better for? With that said, I hung up the phone and walked towards the awakening platform. Ordinary people get results in just 1 second when scanned, but I scanned for 2.5 minutes without any response. Just when everyone thought I had failed to awaken, a crisp notification sounded in my mind. Congratulations! You have awakened as the world's only SSS level professional Shadow Judicator. Unlocked 2 god tier skills, Abyssal Hunt and Void Phantom. Attacking from behind the enemy guarantees a 100% critical hit and a 500% increase in critical damage. Additionally, you can instantly enter the Void Dimension, immune to all detection and traps, and remain invisible while attacking. Shocked, seeing the introduction of these 2 skills, my eyes almost popped out. Although this profession is similar to an assassin, it surpasses the assassin's stealth and backstab skills by who knows how many streets, and those exaggerated various attributes at least exceed others tenfold. Just as I was lost in thought, a very arrogant voice sounded in my ear. Isn't this the genius from our academy? How could he still fail to awaken? The person who came was the 2nd generation rich kid Xiao Tianyu, the awakening master. Due to his relationship with Lu Ruyan before, he had been making things difficult for me openly and secretly this past year. At this moment, Lu Ruyan in his arms smiled and said, alright, brother, you don't bother with him. Let's hurry up and level up. We can join the guild once we reach level 10. Lu Ruyan took Xiao Tianyu's hand and shook it as if helping Su Yan to relieve himself. As she herself said, she felt she owed Su Yan, so helping out was a kind of compensation. Got it. Xiao Tianyu wrapped his arm around Lu Ruyan's slender waist, glaring at me provocatively. My dad has arranged for the guild members to level up with us. Following me is the best choice for Ruyan. As they walked away laughing, I remained silent, knowing it wasn't time to act yet. When I grow stronger, I'll take you down one by one. Leaving the main town, I arrived at a beach, which is the best place for newbies to level up in Cloud Sea City, Haitang Shoal, where there are various shallow water monsters that do not attack actively. At this moment, there were already some people gathered on Haitang Shoal, enthusiastically grinding monsters. Due to not having money to buy equipment, I had to pick up a tree branch as my weapon. The next moment, I suddenly disappeared from where I was standing, and then I appeared behind a severed shrimp in the distance. With a flick of my wrist, I swung the tree branch in my hand down fiercely, and at the moment it touched the shrimp shell, I killed it instantly. Congratulations on successfully killing the severed shrimp and gaining 15 experience points. I looked at the tree branch in my hand and smiled satisfactorily. This is what they call a dimensional strike. Then, with a twist of my foot, I darted towards the next monster once again. At this moment, in the eyes of others, it seemed like many monsters were constantly self-destructing, which scared many people silly. Could it be that these little monsters have a self-destruct skill? Don't get blown up right after leaving the city. As I swung the branch again, the experience bar filled up once more, leveling up to level 2, gaining 10 free attribute points. I flashed away from the area, just as the 30-second duration of the Void Shadow was about to end. When I reappeared, I had successfully leveled up by 2 levels. To my surprise, I also discovered that with each level up, all basic attributes automatically increased by 5 points, and the allocation of free attribute points doubled. This must be the benefit of the Shadow Judicator, so I directly allocated all 20 free attribute points to agility, satisfied with my panel, and then left the Azalea Shoal where newbies gathered. Now, it's time to hunt elite bosses. Before long, I arrived at the Misty Forest, known as the burial ground for newcomers. Without lingering at the entrance, I swiftly ventured deeper. Soon, I encountered the first monster, a level 5 thorn creeper. Not far away, there was a towering level 7 tree spirit. The moment they spotted me, they immediately lunged towards me with bared fangs and claws, evidently provoked by this ignorant level 2 newbie. With a slight curl of my lips, I vanished into thin air. Following that, I heard 2 muffled thuds, and the 2 monsters collapsed instantly. Clearly, a 500% critical hit was more than their bodies could endure. The bodies of the 2 monsters emitted a faint white light. Ever since entering the Misty Forest, there had been a chance for monsters to drop equipment and gold coins. Although the drop rate for good equipment was quite low, I picked up the light orbs on the ground, finding only a few coins and a rusty dagger, but it was still better than the stick I had in my hand. Holding a short knife, I suddenly had an idea, and then my whole person disappeared without a trace. Before long, I arrived at the deepest part of the jungle, where twisted tree trunks surrounded me, with decaying leaves piled up, emitting a nauseating smell. In the center, a huge tree monster loomed, The boss of this instance, the level 12 Wrathful Tree King. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sigh in amazement. This is a level 5 to 10 area, yet it hides a level 12 boss. No wonder there's such a strong stench here. It seems that many have fallen here over the years. Glancing at the remaining 2 seconds of the duration of the Void Shadow, I tightened my grip on the rusty dagger in my hand. Pust. Rusty things are really broken enough. A knife swung down, the blade snapped. At the same time, a bludgeoning damage message surfaced, and the boss's blood bar in front of him was suddenly emptied. Boom! The boss died a violent death in front of Su-Yan's eyes. Successfully killed the Raging Fury Tree King, gaining 750 experience points. Level up to 3 and gain 10 free attribute points. Another level up. Su-Yan's eyes light up. Cross-level single kill boss? This is the ING assassin. Throwing down the half-hilt in his hand, Su-Yan realized that the corpse of this mini-boss was glowing with blue light. Equipment in this world is differentiated by color and is divided into 7 grades from low to high, which are white, green, blue, yellow, dark gold, purple, and orange. The probability of popping green or above is almost negligible for small monsters, and the popping rate will increase for elite monsters and above. This Tree King may be the smallest boss, but he's still a boss, and it was very generous to burst out blue equipment. Su-Yan picked up the ball of light, not expecting it to be 2 pieces of blue equipment. Only one of them was a warrior's equipment, which couldn't be any better. No, it could be useful to sell for a good price. The other piece is a ring with no career restrictions. Blitz Ring LV10. Agility plus 5. Increase dodge rate by 0.8%. Let's not talk about the quality and attributes of this ring. The key is that it has to be level 10 to use it. Good and bad Su-Yan also cannot bring, or only a relaxed. This can be saved for now though. Agility and evasion both happen to be needed by assassins, so wear this when you don't have anything better at level 10. After collecting the 2 pieces of equipment and more than 400 gold coins, Su-Yan realized that there was something else in the massive light. Fix your eyes on the skill scroll. This is a real good one. In the skill system, character upgrades will unlock a part of the profession exclusive skills. There is a part of the need to use the skill book to activate. This kind of skills are mainly passive skills. The more you learn, their own gain effect will inevitably be the stronger. So the importance of skill scrolls was unquestionable, and as a result the burst rate was ridiculously low. It was definitely rare for a first boss like Su-Yan to pop out a skill scroll. Opening the scroll, the skill information surfaced. Chapter 4, the so-called assassin. Not touching a single leaf. Perception, 30% probability to reduce physical and spell damage by 3%. Can detect traces and information of enemies within a certain range. This skill Su-Yan had heard of when he was in the academy, and it belonged to the essential skills that all professions had to get even if they played hard to get. Don't look at the fact that 3% damage reduction doesn't seem like much and there's a chance of it triggering, but on the battlefield this could very well be a chance to fight back or even save your life. It's a completely different mindset when fighting with and without perception skills. As for the item of detecting enemy traces and information within a certain range, not much cared. A certain range. Obviously there won't be many, and it's also impossible to detect stealth and traps. At best, he could sense if there were any old 6s around. All in all, it's a good skill. Even if it's not really a good skill, you must learn it for nothing for a scroll. You have realized the perception skill, as you carry the mysterious brand of the ancient abyss, which tore through the chaos and from which gushed forth endless forbidden power. Perception skill evolved into Phantom Soul Sense. Spectral Shadow Soul Awareness, 50% reduction of damage taken. Can probe and extract information about everything within a 5-kilometer radius. What? Looking at the change in skill information, Su-Yan was once again in shock. I'll be damned. I can't believe it's still playing like this. This abyssal power is too awesome. All skills are directly hyper-evolved. That's right, it's hyper-evolution. The original 3% damage reduction triggered by a 30% chance became an unconditional 50% reduction. This means that any person or monster that touches you will have their damage directly weakened by half. It's unbelievable. And this skill can also probe the information of everything within 5 kilometers. What stealth? What traps? Simply nowhere to hide. As long as one stays alert, no one can get close to one by any means. Su-Yan even felt that it was more than that, and immediately held his breath and tried it. In an instant, there seemed to be an aperture rapidly expanding outward until it was 5 kilometers away, and Su-Yan was like opening God's perspective, able to arbitrarily extract all the character information and monster information within this aperture. Even some lost or buried items can be extracted. To put it bluntly, this is the equivalent of a clear-cut mind map, and it works wonders. Just at this moment, for example, Su-Yan sensed that a group of people were approaching his position. Squad leader Cui Fei LV36, first turn elemental mage. Affiliated guilds, the way of the sky. People of this level still come here. obviously to bring newcomers to brush up their experience. Su Yan didn't stay any longer and disappeared into the void once again, brushing past that small group of people. Bang! As Chui Fei killed the last wave of mini-monsters in seconds with a flame skill, he led several newcomers to the location of the Raging Fury Tree King. However, the shape of the Raging Fury Tree King in front of him caused his eyes to widen abruptly. Dead? Impossible. This boss refreshes once every half hour. I fought all the way here and didn't see anyone enter or exit. How could the boss die? And it just died. Not even a trace of battle? This is indeed a bit subverted Chui Fei's cognition. Never seen this kind of evil thing. One of the rookie team members, however, said with some trepidation, Brother Fei, I did hear that a lot of little monsters strangely blew themselves up over at Begonia Shoal today. So this Tree King, I'm afraid that it has also exploded itself. Blow yourself up? Chui Fei's brows wrinkled. He didn't believe this kind of argument. Chapter 5 Rainy City Battle. The most suffocating boss. Guilds existed in every major city. Like there were 9 guilds in Yunhai City. The guild ranking is in accordance with the total strength of the personnel to rank. The current Yunhai City. The first big guild is the Road for the Sky. Its president is Xiao Tianyu, his father. Although they were the top in Yunhai City, they only ranked 11th in the country. Not even in the top 10. Chui Fei's position in the guild belongs to the high and low, and cannot get any good resources. Can only be nothing to sneak out to be a mercenary? To bring new people. It was for this reason that he could be too familiar with this misty forest. He knew every monster, even a blade of grass, like the back of his hand. So of course he didn't believe in such bull as self-implosion. And the only way to explain it was that some big guy who could fly had been here. There are 2 ways to fly in this world. The first is to reach level 50 and have a flight skill scroll. This flight skill scroll explosion rate is quite touching. So some people popped out and then hang high price to sell, usually by the big guilds to take away. The second type of flight is the rare equipment. If the flight scroll is difficult to obtain, then the rare equipment with flight is much more difficult. Anyway, the entire Yunhai City is no one. Looking at the national scope of the people who have a handful of people. So the ones who could fly were basically at the level of Big Brother. At least for him, a level 36 elemental mage who was an absolute Big Brother. Looks like someone is coming to Yunhai City. Chui Fei thoughtfully. Let's go. Let's stop here today. This trip is considered a gift for you. I won't charge for the expenses. Several newcomers nodded repeatedly, although they are consumers, but in front of the absolute strength cannot dare to have any posture, which also dabbled in the last round of the Misty Forest also know enough. The Guild of Scapegoats. After leaving the Misty Forest, Chui Fei went to the guild at a fiery pace and told his analysis in full. Chairman, I don't think this is a small matter. It could be a spy from another country. Of course Trevor Fly would have dramatized things. How else could he show the importance of this intelligence? Spies? Shaw thought for a moment. That's possible, but what would their purpose be? The Great Summer is a vast land with abundant resources, which has always been coveted by many countries. So over the years, countries often send spies to investigate the news and seek resources. You can't stop this kind of thing, and the only means of prevention is to catch it. The first guild in each city was tasked with this mission and would issue a high bounty, as much as 1 million gold coins for a spy. The last time Linhai City caught a spy was back 3 years ago, when it was Xiao Wei who led a team of 5 people to round up a high-level spy from an A3 country. Because of this incident also let the fame of the Road for the Sky rose a lot. Xiao Wei took the opportunity to recruit strong and new. Once rushed to the 9th place of the national guild list, only now it's back down to 11th. Don't look at 11 and 10 is just 1 place difference, but the status and resources are completely different. Like some rare copies, only the top 10 guilds in the country can qualify to participate. Now on behalf of the situation is just like the test scored 59 points. Life and death on the damn difference between 1 point. On the damn difference between a multiple choice question. All over the body difficult. The purpose. Chui Fei had ventriloquized before he came. I'm afraid it has something to do with this year's Rain City. The difference between our guild and the 10th position in terms of battle power is not much. So I guess we are also included in the scope of scouting by various countries. They're sincerely creating a panic probably because they're also a little scared of us, so that we can't concentrate on preparing for the war, and I'm guessing that other cities will be as well. Xiao Wei nodded thoughtfully. Rain City, a mediocre name with a bombastic background. This Rain City doesn't belong to any country. To be precise, it doesn't belong to any country all year round, because every year the world powers fight over it. For one thing, it was because whichever country occupied Rainy City represented the strongest country this year, and for another, there was a rare copy in this Rainy City, and many godly costumes were popped out there. Chapter 5 Rain City Battle, the most suffocating boss. So every year there is a fixed date when powerful nations gather to start a fight for Rain City, and the winning nation has the right to hold Rain City for a year. Don't look at a year is very long. Inside that rare copy half a year only refresh once. That is, you can only enter twice a year. And the difficulty is extremely high. Waste of opportunity or did not burst out of the equipment is also a common thing. Therefore, no matter which country wanted to occupy Rain City for a long period of time, which led to an unusually fierce battle for Rain City every year. According to Dasha's practice, every year only the top 10 guilds in the country can participate in the battle for Rainy City, no matter how scenic you are during the year. As long as you fall out of the top 10 near the date, it's not going to work. So the guilds that are usually ranked 11th are still pretty competitive. And it does make sense to have spies coming over to scout them out. That's an important piece of information you're offering. Xiao Wei smiled grudgingly. From now on you're a guild elite. Let me know in time if there's any more relevant news. Members rise to elite. That's a big leap in the guild. Enjoying completely different resources and treatment. Cui Fei tried to restrain the joy in his heart and bowed respectfully. Thank you, Chairman. I will do my best for the guild. Well, go get busy. After Cui Fei went out, Xiao Wei gathered a few guild executives over. That's the way it is. No surprise there should be a spy coming to Yunhai. You all know very well that spies have no weaknesses. When you find traces, remember not to be brutal, but to contact support in time, and make sure to catch him as soon as possible. Also, during this period of time, we should try to raise as much battle power as possible, and make sure to get close to the top 10 in the country before we go to Rain City. We didn't make it on last year. We have to go this year. The top brass led the order. The temptation of Rainy City for them is also huge. Why do you desperately want to be a top brass? Is it not because the resources can be taken better? Right. How is Tianyu? After talking about business, Xiao Wei asked about his son. After all, Xiao Tianyu already has a seat in his hand for heaven. He can't pull the crotch. I've already arranged for someone to take them to the Red Moon Mystic Realm, and I'll be able to get you Xiao to level 8 today at the bottom of the guarantee. Well, Xiao Weishan sipped his water and mused. Supervise him a bit. Our guild is only accepting the first place in the newcomer list, and my son is not an exception. Fair enough from Shoreway, but barring that, he's letting the guildies fly his son. It's really up to him to decide if it's fair or not. A few executives were disdainful in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it on their faces. Meanwhile, the mini-boss in the Misty Forest, the Raging Fury Tree King, had finally been refreshed once again. The King of Trees was still as grim-faced and open-mouthed as ever. Every time it was refreshed it would roar in anger, as if venting its frustration. This time it roared particularly loudly, probably because it felt that it had died too damn unjustly, before the roar could end. However, and the fangs were still exposed, the sound suddenly came to a screeching halt. Successfully killed the Raging Fury Tree King, gaining 750 experience points, gained 370 gold coins, acquired Dead Tree Staff, green. If the King of Trees could talk, he'd want to say, I Naya. Chapter 6, Cross-Level Single Brush, intercepting Xiao Tianyu, successfully killed the Raging Fury Tree King, gaining 750 experience points, level up to 4 and gain 10 free attribute points. Once again, the Raging Fury Tree King suffocated down the line. Su Yan's thinking is very simple. Single brush boss. Save time and effort. Comprehensive calculation of cost-effective is absolutely high. After all, a swipe only takes about 30 seconds. According to the experience ratio, if you look at it, you will be able to level up to level 5 after about 15 more swipes, and at Su Yan's speed it would probably take about 10 minutes. However, after thinking about it, Su Yan decided to change places. Don't do 15 if you can do 12. Don't do 12 if you can do 8. That's the right way to think about it, alright. Of course you can't rush across too many levels to paint. What you want to make sure is that you can 100% one-hit kill the boss. Thus, Su Yan selected the next leveling location, the Red Moon Mystic Realm. After a comprehensive weighing, there are two places to fight monsters, one in the wild and one in the secret world. The difference is not only that the secret realm can be entered directly in the main city, but also that the difficulty and level of the secret realm is higher than the field, and by the same token, the chances of bursting good equipment will also be higher. But the problem is that the good secret realms are usually guarded by guilds, and there's not much chance for non-owners to get in. They have to go to the wilderness at the same level. And the highest level of the wild monsters in Yunhai City was only up to level 50, which reflected the importance of joining a good guild. Every city is pretty much the same, and only the top 3 or 2 guilds will help you get stronger consistently. Just like this Red Moon Mysterious Realm, it was being guarded at this time by the people who acted on behalf of heaven. Our guild is inside painting the map. Come back later. Well, the man lowered his head and left silently. Su Yan swept a glance. This man is still an elite member of the 4th Guildet. Actually not even a little just. It also shows how big the gap is between the other guilds and the 1st guild. Joining the acts of God should be considered the expectation of everyone in the academy. Of course this doesn't include Su Yan. He doesn't want to be in the company of the Shao family's father and son. And then again, the Shao family's father and son will definitely not accept him. Su Yan didn't want to join before, and now that he had awakened the Shadow Ruler he was even less interested. Looking at the entrance to the Red Moon mysterious realm, Su Yan executed the Void Spectre Shadow and strutted in. The monsters in the Red Moon secret realm are between 20 to 25 in level, and the boss is a level 25 Red Devil two-headed wolf with high blood volume and high physical damage. Normally speaking, the recommended level of this secret realm is level 22, and to a few people to go in a team. Single brush, at least in the 30 level after the transfer, otherwise the probability of having to go without return. To know that Su Yan was only level 4, that's not even a half a star's worth of span. The reason why he dared to come is also because Su Yan used the Phantom Soul Awareness skill to probe the boss information, and the certainty of killing in seconds is still very large. Even if a second can't be done, then make up for it, it is also certain to die. This secret realm he can only come in by stealth. Even if the people of the first guild outside don't stop him, there will be good people who will stop him from entering. You are a level 4 assassin. Go in and live for not more than 5 seconds, a hot brother. Just as soon as he entered, he saw two Red Moon Song Wolf LV-20 in front of him. According to the column, Su Yan first one person to give on a little bit to try the water. Successfully killed the Red Moon Pale Wolf and gained 45 experience points. Successfully killed the Red Moon Pale Wolf and gained 45 experience points. Like the Misty Forest, the small monsters will also pop a small amount of gold and broken equipment. Su Yan picked up in his hand. There is actually a green word assassin weapon, but it is useless. The level is not enough to use. Now Su Yan was holding a white character assassin special dagger that he had bought when he passed by the store just now. It wasn't much use. It was just a bit stronger than his hand. After waiting for a round of skill cooldown time, Su Yan reopened Void Spectre and ran towards the boss location. Chapter 6, Cross-Level Single Brush, Intercepting Shao Tianyu. The secret world, like the wilderness, is not unique. That is to say, until the next refresh, everyone's progress is unified. Even if your team fights until the boss has a sliver of blood left, then I suddenly arrive to kill it with one hit, you have no place to talk about it. This is the reason why guilds have people assigned to guard the door if they brush. Almost halfway through the run, Su Yan finally saw people, or acquaintances, Shao Tianyu and Han Mengqi. There were a total of 5 people in their squad. Besides Shao Tianyu and the 2 of them, there was also a cheering lapdog, and the remaining 2 were those who acted on behalf of heaven. Level 41 first turn Berserker, and level 42 first turn White Wizard, respectively. A front pulling monsters out chiseling, a clunk with the back on the status, while also protecting Shao Tianyu and their safety. This class and pairing still pushes the map pretty fast, and they could have been faster if it wasn't for protecting those 3 rookies. Sweeping a glance, Su Yan didn't linger much longer, just smiled playfully. This trip was a wasted effort on your part. No, and the next few trips as well. The rule of the secret realm is that as soon as the boss dies, the secret realm will automatically close and wait for a new round to refresh. Now, this boss was right in front of Su Yan's eyes. Red Demon Two-Headed Wolf LV-25. It was said that he was a wolf, but he was actually bigger than an elephant. His 2 wolf heads were twisting anxiously, and his blood-red eyes were flashing with a bloodthirsty cold light. Those 4 large claws were even like iron hooks, scratching the ground with several scratches with every movement. Most people would be scared to go head-to-head with it. Luckily, Su Yan didn't have to look at it much, dodging behind it, raising his dagger and swinging it down at his butt. At this moment the Void Spectre's time had also just arrived, and this slash, it could be said to be bright, roar or howl of an animal. Suddenly in pain, the 2-headed wolf hissed and roared, and just as the front feet tried to leave the ground, the blood bar was cleared to extreme cleanliness. Bang! The Red Demon Two-Headed Wolf fell to the ground with a sound. It took one last look at Su Yan, and that look seemed confused. Level 4 little whiteboard? What gives you the right to do that? Successfully killed the Red Demon Two-Headed Wolf and gained 1800 experience points. Su Yan also let out a sigh of relief. After slashing one slash, he clearly saw that the bludgeoning damage was just a little bit more than the Red Demon Two-Headed Wolf's blood. If he hadn't taken a dagger this time, and had taken a branch instead, there would have been a good chance that he wouldn't have been able to kill him with a single blow. According to the column, Su Yan picked up the light mass on the ground and began to check the fruits of his labor, waiting for a skill cooldown in the meantime. Meanwhile, Shao Tianyu and the others several hundred meters away were all staring in shock. The Red Demon Two-Headed Wolf has been killed. The secret realm will close in 1 minute. Boss, dead? They were more surprised than Cui Fei in the Misty Forest at this point. After all, it was the wilderness, so maybe there really was a flying big brother. But this is in the secret world now. There are still guildies guarding outside. Who can kill the boss before us? What the hell? Xiao Tianyu said impatiently. What's wrong with you guys? Can't you even do this well? The two lead ones ignored him and just looked at each other with some horror in their eyes. Chapter 7. In front of the assassin. The berserker went mad. At this moment, Xiao Tianyu was clearly a dude retard in the eyes of the two leaders. He didn't even realize the point of it. I haven't heard of any boss in a secret realm committing suicide after so many years, so it must have been killed by someone else. That's where the scary part comes in. They didn't see anyone. Did anyone just go in there? The leader was the first to ask when he exited the secret realm. No one has entered. You're still not comfortable with our brothers guarding. Not to mention people. Not even a single fly. When he got this answer, the leader's heart beat even more. Not seeing someone go in can be scarier than seeing some big shot go in. Don't think too much about it for now. Maybe it's some certain irresistible accident. I've heard a rumor before that the boss of the land of the blood savage once killed itself for itself, or someone else saw it with their own eyes. Maybe we've caught this kind of accident too. Otherwise there's really no way to explain the situation. Well, let's hope so. Get ready for us to continue. The two are talking. Xiao Tianyu wandered over. I say you in the end cannot? No. I let my father replaced my girlfriend and my little brother are here. Even a secret world cannot understand really make me lose face. No. There are two common types of second generation. One is to borrow the power of the family lineage to rocket up the ladder. The other is Xiao Tianyu like this. Ignorant and arrogant. Borrowing the family cattle coaxing. Known as the loser. But the amazing thing is that often this kind of loser is very much favored in the family. So much so that people in the guild really didn't dare to contradict him. If you don't go back to his old man is anxious. Find a reason to open for you. Then it is really too late to cry. Rest easy Xiao. Just now it was just an accident. We can't control it. Let's just continue. This time I'll beat the boss. Just a little bit of blood left when you go on. Extermination experience can eat more. Xiao Tianyu then nodded. Alright, control the blood. It must die in my one hit. Xiao don't worry. The leader was all smiles and thought to himself. Damn it. 10 minutes later, the Red Moon secret realm was refreshed, and Xiao Tianyu and the others passed in once more, and Su Yan was sitting not far away, yawning in boredom. Robbing bosses does mess with people's minds, but when to rob is important. It's definitely a different mindset to grab it at the beginning versus letting them take time and effort to fight until the end, and it can definitely get messed up. While waiting, Su Yan then opened his personal panel. He remembered that there were still 10 attribute points that hadn't been added. Adding these 10 points would make it more stable in a while. Su Yan. Profession, Assassin, Shadow Ruler. Rank, 4. Life, 1400. Energy, 150. Strength, 170. Agility, 290. Body mass, 120. Spirit, 120. Skills, Stygian Hunting, passive. Phantom Soul Awareness, passive. Void Phantom. Battle Evaluation, 5 stars. Although it was just level 4, it still made all the attributes go up quite a bit due to the Shadow Ruler's boost. Although the battle star rating had only gone up by 1 star, it was important to realize that before the first turn at level 30, the regular situation battle star rating was below 10 stars, and something like Su Yan reaching 5 stars at level 4 was impossible to happen. Moreover, the battle star rating is a combination of level, equipment, and combat power, and Su Yan's level pulled a big crotch in the first place. Plus this is a blank slate, but anytime you put on some gear you can go up another wave. Chapter 7. In front of the assassin. The berserker went mad, but if Su Yan wanted to brush it at the very least he would have put together a set of white characters by now. He just didn't feel the need to overdo things. After messing around for a while and seeing that it was almost time, Su Yan entered the Red Moon secret realm unnoticed. This time, Su Yan didn't need to kill 2 more monsters to test the waters, and after entering, he directly sped up, skimming past Xiao Tianyu and the others once again in the middle of the journey, and reaching the hinterland of the secret realm. The two-headed wolf was still the same two-headed wolf, and the reflash had also formatted its memories, so apparently it had forgotten how it had hung with a grudge the last time, but it didn't matter. Su Yan would help it rememorize. Poof! Sharp blade into skin. Roar bang! Another 10 points of agility were added, and this time the burst damage was significantly higher. And in all seriousness the two-headed wolf still owed Su Yan blood now. Successfully killed the red demon two-headed wolf and gained 1800 experience points. One shot is clean and hygienic. Then it was time to pick up the light cluster and happily inventory the supplies while waiting for the cooldown. At the same time, Xiao Tianyu's squad once again received a prompt message. The red demon two-headed wolf has been killed. The secret realm will close in 1 minute. Again? The two leaders immediately felt a chill in their hearts and contracted to Xiao Tianyu's side to look around vigilantly. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what's going on here? Xiao Tianyu angrily pushed the two away. Give me an explanation. Is it because you guys are brushing too slowly that this is happening? It's been half a day and I've only just leveled 3. Both of them are the same level as me. What the hell? In Xiao Tianyu's arrangement was not to allow Han Mengqi and that little brother to share the boss. And when the fight was almost over, let them both leave the team and not share the experience, so that they could maintain their highest level. That's what a big brother is. But I didn't expect this. Even 2 times have not seen the boss. We all experience to eat as much. Xiao de Xiao cannot be angry. I'm not only angry, I'm also a bit embarrassed. We're the #1 guild. And this is it? We can't even finish a secret world properly? Han Mengqi and the others didn't dare to speak, cowering on the side, wishing they could drop down a level. If you're going to rub it in, you need to have the awareness to rub it in. This is an odd thing, Xiao Xiao. It really isn't the 2 of us. The leading berserker explained helplessly. Why don't we do it again? And we'll both hit forward full force to increase our speed and see what's going on. The white magician also really can't live to understand. Even if it's like that legendary boss suicide, it can't commit suicide twice in a row, right? And this time, he used his profession-specific perception type skills and didn't sense anyone around him. So that would prove that no matter how fishy this was, at least it wasn't harmful to them. A consensus was reached. And 10 minutes later, the small group with a million questions entered the Red Moon mysterious realm once more. This time they fought fast, and in the same amount of time had exceeded their previous progress by quite a bit, and just when they felt as if everything had winded down, the red demon two-headed wolf has been killed. The secret realm will close in 1 minute. Leader. Again. I don't believe it. Next time, you take Xiao Xiao and walk slowly, and I alone will charge straight for the boss. I want to see what's going on. The berserker's eyes flared with anger. Entering the Red Moon secret realm once more, the berserker rode off into the hinterland like mad. He didn't care if he took a few beatings from monsters on the way, just for a truth. But as fast as he was, he couldn't be faster than Su Yan. The red demon two-headed wolf has been killed. The secret realm will close in 1 minute. Can't I even run through a level 20 plus map with a ING level 41 berserker? Again. Chapter 8, Realizing New Skills Again. Invincible? The berserker leader has descended into a frenzy of self-justification. It was crazy once he got into this mood, especially since he was a berserker. Even Xiao Tianyu didn't say anything more, so he followed a trip into the chant first, all the way to the 7th time. The berserker's eyes were red, and those who didn't know thought he was going to turn too. This time as soon as he entered the secret realm, the berserker roared, opened a burst skill and began to muffled rushing. Not to mention him, now even Xiao Tianyu was very tempted to go to the boss to see what in the end is the situation. Do you think he can succeed this time? Xiao Tianyu looked at the time. According to the previous experiences, then they had about 30 seconds. The farthest that berserker had gotten was almost 2/3 of the way there, which wasn't to say there was no chance at all. It feels as if he's faster this time than before. He should. The white wizard's mouth simply closed before he could finish that sentence. The red demon two-headed wolf has been killed. The secret realm will close in 1 minute. 10 seconds? Xiao Tianyu was the first to pop the score. Meanwhile, once again, the sad roar of the berserker was heard. This time heard clearly, for he had not run far at all. It really seems like something is wrong with the secret realm. After this test, the white wizard was more and more certain that this was not the work of man. Xiao Xiao, let me take you somewhere else to practice. This Red Moon secret realm doesn't seem to work today. In a moment, let that berserker go back first and report the matter to the president. Xiao Tianyu nodded unhappily. Damn bad luck. Hurry up. Tomorrow the newcomer list. If I'm not #1 then you wait. Don't worry Xiao Xiao. Everyone else's limit for this day is to level up to 5. I'll let you level up to 7 or more anyways. Successfully killed the red demon two-headed wolf and gained 1800 experience points. Level up to 5 and gain 10 free attribute points. Behind the red demon two-headed wolf, Su Yan put away his dagger and smiled faintly. Level 5. Easily. New skill Deep Shadow Shelter, passive, comprehended successfully. Shadow Blessing, increase dodge by 300%. Every successful dodge stacks a layer of shadow power to increase dodge by an additional 30%. When stacked to the third layer enters a 30-second phantom state, immune to all attacks, and 100% triggers a bludgeon. Looking at this new skill, Su Yan scat inside. Undoubtedly, Shadow Ruler is routinely perverted, which boosts the value by how much and goes straight to the big percentages. A 300% increase. As the agility attribute increased, as the level increased, the evasion value would also rise. And with this 300% increase, it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the evasion value to reach an astronomical figure. That number would represent no injuries, and after successfully dodging 3 times you can actually enter an invincible state for up to 30 seconds. Isn't that a blatant massacre? Thinking of those images, Su Yan could already hardly hide his excitement. Immediately, he added the newly gained 10 points of attributes to agility. Wildly stacking agility was the best way to use Shadow Shelter. Picking up the light cluster of supplies, there was nothing new in it, except for the equipment, which was gold coins. Skill books are really as touching as the legend of the burst rate. Today has burst out a book. Afraid of recent days are difficult to have the opportunity to burst again. Chapter 8, Realizing New Skills Again. Invincible? Exiting the secret realm. It was already noon. In one morning's time Su Yan had risen to level 5 and was on his own, so he could only say that assassin was fragrant. You're still skulking around town? Ha ha ha. Xiao Tianyu walked over with a big grin on his face. How's it going, big assassin? It looks like no one wants to take you for a ride. Originally, the secret world, this matter made Xiao Tianyu mood is quite bad, but as Su Yan he instead brightened up. People just can't compare. Then it either inferiority complex or floating. Xiao Tianyu obviously think he is the latter. As long as you complete the professional awakening, you can view other people's personal information. But of course you can also protect your privacy to hide some information selectively. Like Xiao Tianyu, such second-generation son will never choose to hide anything. Hate to let everyone in the world to see what he wears, good equipment. And then look at Su Yan's blank equipment page. This sense of superiority is rubbing up. Xiao Tianyu had wanted to take a look at the other information, but unfortunately, Su Yan had already hidden all the information except for the equipment bar. In Xiao Tianyu's opinion, this was undoubtedly a manifestation of low self-esteem. Unaware that Su Yan had just been in a secret realm with him, the one who had truly lowered his self-esteem was that level 41 berserker. I'm telling you, I can be level 4 soon. See, this is a level 42 white wizard. I don't even have to move with him around. That's the difference between the others and me. Just can't catch up even if they put their lives on the line. By the way, there's an empty spot on my team right now. Oh, why don't you beg me? Maybe I'll agree to let you join the team. Oh. Xiao Tianyu dejectedly stomped and bragged, and his face was quite annoying. Although Han Mingqi beside him did not say anything, but that expression and eyes seemed to be telling Su Yan is a position. Such a good opportunity cannot say I did not remind you. Ah, that looks like a pawning and standing dead green tea. Brainwashed. Looking at Xiao Tianyu, Su Yan couldn't help but let out a sigh from his heart. The smug smile on Xiao Tianyu's face froze, wanting to fight back, but Su Yan was already gone again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You remember that for me. Xiao Tianyu gritted his teeth viciously, a fierce light in his eyes. Brother Han Mingqi pulled the corner of Xiao Tianyu's coat. Don't be angry. Su Yan is one underground and one in the sky compared to you. Not in the same dimension at all. So it's not a good idea to talk to him in general. When the newcomer rankings are released tomorrow, I expect I'll have to scroll back several pages to see him. And you're going to take first place. Brother Rain. There have been a lot of accidents this morning. I think we need to be quick. Han Mingqi said half a day. In fact, the intention is very clear. Anything don't affect my progress in practicing leveling. Humph. Xiao Tianyu grunted coldly. You're right. He doesn't deserve to be compared to Laozi yet. Sooner or later, I'm going to make him beg me on his knees. Trading lines. After brushing the bosses this morning, although they didn't burst out any particularly good equipment, there were quite a lot of them. The ones for each profession added up to 15 pieces, which allowed Su Yan to exchange them for more than 200 gold coins. Together with the gold coins that exploded from brushing bosses, the amount of gold coins on Su Yan's body was now almost over 10,000. That's at least enough to buy a current level green-lettered exclusive weapon at the equipment store. The economic system in this world is fairly fair, and if you're willing to work hard on monsters, you won't have to worry too much about money. Of course, the most you can do with your liver is not to worry about food and clothing, and it's still not that easy to get rich. After changing to a new weapon, Su Yan also selected a new route to leveling. I'm not going to force myself today, so I'll just start with a 10th grade to make sense of it. Chapter 9, 1 against 3. The first unranked appeared. There's a lot to be said for rice in this world too. After all, with the existence of a chef as a professional, they had to upgrade just as much and comprehend the professional skills just as much. Different chefs make different meals with different results. Like the cheap ones are the quick replenish life, magic, energy ones. The more expensive ones would have a short-lived attribute increase effect, whether it was good or not. But the fact that it could increase strength by 5 points within 4 hours of eating it was enough to make everyone pay good money. More advanced, that is basically a high-level chef after the transfer. It is said that there is a 78-level, holy light kitchen god in the country. He does dishes that can target. One attribute is permanently boosted and comes with other gain effects. Not to mention, if you can find him, the asking price is predictable. Su Yan had almost nothing to consume this morning. The assassin didn't need magic and didn't even have a magic amount value. Instead, he had an energy value. Currently Su Yan only Void Spectre needs to consume 40 points of energy. After the skill cools down, The energy is almost restored back. There is nothing to consume. That barely qualifies as a small perk for assassins. After a simple lunch, Su Yan began a new round of leveling. With the current situation, brushing the Red Moon Secret Realm has been as steady as an old dog. You can appropriately jump up some more. Experience and gold can be more is a point. After weighing the options, Su Yan selected the 25 to 30 Spirit Rhinoceros Mystery Realm. This was the highest level of Secret Realm before the first turn. Including the materials needed for the first turn, this will also explode. Level 5 Small Whiteboard. Coming up. Entering the Secret Realm. The ancient trees were in the sky, and the spiritual mist filled the air. It looked like a springtime, but in reality, every step was a killing opportunity. For example, these palm-sized, colorful butterflies fluttering around in front of us. Who would have thought that they are the messengers of death? If you are mesmerized by their appearance, as soon as you get a little closer, you will instantly be injured by the poison on their bodies. In this secret realm, beauty and danger are just a hair's breadth apart. Colorful Spirit Butterfly LV25. Ability, releases poisonous powder that sucks the life out of you. This is the lovely flower butterfly. Su Yan did not kill two first light before to try the water. Really, because this colorful spirit butterfly is too much. To kill a few afraid of a shock to a full release of poison. That would not be good. Continuing along the forest road, the environment gradually darkened. The beautiful scenery was gone, and in its place was a squealing pig. Thorny Porcupine LV27. Abilities, high-speed rolling, long-range darting. This was the benefit of Phantom Soul Awareness, which could directly extract the monster's abilities and know the enemy in advance. Su Yan likewise chose to skip it. The Void Spectre's 30 seconds he had to make the most of. The boss directly was the only option. Darting through two more small monster zones, he finally reached the hinterland, where a large, iron-armored great rhino leered at him, with two grim-faced elephants beside him. The elephants all looked much smaller in front of this rhino. Spiritual Rhinoceros LV30. Abilities, charge, fire auras, increase shields. Special ability, mammoths automatically stack powerful shields upon death. Mammoth, LV29. Abilities, knockout, small shock. Special ability, the Spirit Royal Rhinoceros enters a berserk state upon death. This was the first time Su Yan had encountered a boss with a minion by his side. That is to say that it's not enough to directly single-second the boss. You have to get rid of them all. And they all had death bonuses to each other. So it was no wonder that this was the hardest secret realm before the first turn. No matter who you kill first, the ones left behind are not good enough to fight. Unless it's an extreme individual. Either coming without a group is certain death. The corner of Su Yan's mouth hooked slightly, his eyes becoming stern. Fortunately, I am the ultimate individual. Whoosh! Su Yan instantly reached the back of the Spirit Royal Rhinoceros. Chapter 9 1 against 3. The first unranked appeared. What he cared more about than high offense must be high defense. Can't let the spiritual rhino stack the shields up. Abyssal Hunt was triggered passively. A green-lettered dagger was like a demon injection at this moment, stabbing into the Spirit Royal Rhino's armor with the momentum of the abyss. Ka! Armor shatters. In the next instant, the dagger pierced and the words of bludgeoning damage bloomed. The Spirit Royal Rhino's blood bar was steeply drained, and its huge body collapsed. One shot into the soul succeeded, but Su Yan did not pause for a moment, pouncing onto the back of the mammoth next to him to swing his dagger once again. The mammoth had just opened its mouth and ended its mission before it had a chance to go berserk. The other mammoth took advantage of this short period of time to have entered a berserk state, its body glowing with red light. Obviously its attack power had increased dramatically. Swinging its proboscis instinctively, it slammed into the position where Su Yan had stabbed its companion. Bang! The blow slammed into the ground, but the ground had gone into high-frequency vibration. At the same time, Su Yan had also raised his hand and swung down his third blade, silencing the secret realm. Miss! Due to the high-frequency vibrations created by the mammoth just now, Su Yan was also within range, but fortunately, he had the shadow shelter next to him, making that ranged attack an exercise in futility. Exhale. Su Yan let out his breath. Killing three at the same time in the limited time of 2 to 3 seconds was really damn exciting. However, if there is a little mistake or pause, it will not be so smooth. The shadow shelter bonus is bullish, but Su Yan is not likely to take a rash attempt to let the monster hit. You have to know that this is a level 30 boss. If you really want to be thrown around a little bit, you may not be able to resist. That's why the most important thing about killing bosses across levels is to take seconds. Minimize the risk factor. Of course, risk and reward always go hand in hand. The two mammoths plus a boss gave a total of almost 5,000 experience. Normally speaking, level 5 should just enter the Misty Forest, but also have to team up to enter. That a small monster is only a few dozen experience, but also have to team share equally. Even the Tree King boss was only 750 experience. And the team split it up to less than 200 per person. And Su Yan's trip down is nearly 5,000 experience alone. The supplies that popped up were all theirs as well. And that was the absolute difference. Su Yan looked down and saw that the light mass on the Spirit Royal Rhino's corpse was actually purple. It was important to realize that the chances of a level 30 or lower monster coming out with dark gold equipment were almost equal to the chances of winning the lottery. Or the first prize kind. Not to mention purple gear. This time, Su Yan had made a fortune. Can't wait to pick up the light mass and check it out. Right. Let's collect the gold coins first. Get 620 gold coins. Rhinoceros soul armor, purple. Rank, unranked. Occupation, unlimited. Physical defense, 690. Spell defense, 740. Physical fitness plus 50. Agility plus 80. Additional attributes, increase attack speed by 3%. Increase evasion by %3. Special attribute, 600 points of shield are automatically generated during battle. And 5% is automatically stacked every time you are attacked. After reading these attributes, Su Yan may what's even more beautiful is that it's classless. It can definitely be said to be the #1 godly costume that can be popped out of the secret realm or field below level 30. There was nothing to hesitate about. So Su Yan instantly equipped himself. At once, an invisible shield coalesced around his body. Chapter 10, Newcomer List Unveiled. Unclassified equipment is the best of the best. The attribute bonus brought by this kind of equipment might not be particularly high, but it was precious in the sense that even a level 0 white could wear it. The lower the level you get unleveled equipment, the steeper the dominance at the same level will be. The attributes of the Rhino Soul Royal Armor and the shield that comes with it can basically guarantee that the little munchkin won't hang up in a place like the Misty Forest. If you consign it to a trading house, the big tens of thousands of gold coins should be solid. Su Yan had definitely made a blood profit from this slightly thrilling trip across the level secret realm. What's more, with the 600 points of shield that came with it, even if it didn't trigger evasion when hitting that Rhino Triumvirate again, the shield would be enough to resist the mammoth's vibration damage. One could never stand a little injury. Exiting the secret realm and waiting for the refresh time to arrive, Su Yan dived in once again. The Rhino Soul Imperial Armor's 80-point agility attribute bonus is equivalent to the value that would only be reached by leveling up 5 with full points of agility. Now that Su Yan's movement speed had significantly increased again, there was even time to slow down and look at the scenery along the way. Facing the Rhino Triumvirate again, Su Yan still adopted the same tactics as before, starting with the bosses first. Bang, bang, bang. Same offense, same result, except that the miss becomes a one-time, visible speed increase. Due to the increase in the agility attribute, the evasion value had also risen, and with the addition of Shadow Shelter, that shield couldn't be used at all. Su Yan would like to experience the phantom state triggered after 3 consecutive misses, but he didn't have the chance. Certainly wouldn't head iron to create your own chances. That would be a bit of a major disease. Another nearly 5,000 experience arrived. Only this time, unsurprisingly, nothing exploded. Today Su Yan is already a European emperor. A skill book, a piece of undifferentiated. There is no luxury. The next step is to grab an upgrade. That night, the Xia family, Xiao Tianyu, returned home full of fatigue. In fact, he did not do anything today. Just stand and eat experience. Not bad for level 7. Xiao Wei nodded with satisfaction. This upgrade speed of his son could be ranked among the newcomers in recent years. The current record of newcomers in Yunhai City is the first day to rise to level 9. That will be for the Sky is not the first guild. That rise to level 9 is exactly the first guild at that time. The big male son. Moreover, Xiao Tianyu had kind of caught up with a special situation today. He was supposed to brush the Red Moon, but it turned out that there was a problem with the Red Moon secret realm. This somewhat discounts the experience. Of course, I've had someone ask around and we haven't gotten to level 5 yet in this session. I'm absolutely crushing it. Xiao Tianyu snickered. After the newcomer list is updated tomorrow, I'm going to be admired by everyone. Though it's suffering now too. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wei looked at his son with admiration. This character was too much after him. He liked it too much. Right, don't act alone after that. Whoever I arrange to take you don't leave his sight. Yunhai City isn't too peaceful these days. From the Begonia Shoal to the Misty Forest and then to that strange Red Moon secret realm incident. He was the first to say that there were no spies that he didn't believe. Since the spies are rushing to Yunhai City, it is also rushing to act on behalf of the Sky. Xiao Tianyu, the eldest son, is likely to be targeted. This Xiao Wei cannot dare to be careless. I heard from the guildsman, Xiao Tianyu said with disdain. Isn't he just a spy? Let him have no return if he dares to come to Yunhai to spread his wildness. Right, Dad? It's just as well that you're arranging more people for me. I need to teach a lesson to someone. Chapter 10, Newcomer List Unveiled. I'm going to drive him to the brink. Seeing his son gritting his teeth, Xiao Wei also frowned, just taking this opportunity to teach his son a lesson. Tianyu, tell me, what do you mean by desperate? Xiao Tianyu said viciously. Let him have no place to practice, no money to eat, and let him have to kneel down and wag his tail at me. Hearing this answer, Xiao Wei shook his head with a smile. Remember, after awakening your profession you are no longer a student of the academy. The strongest is king in this world. In order to grow you have to throw away this and that childish idea. Since someone has already given you a gnashing of teeth in anger, it proves that that person will be a stumbling block for you, and may even keep influencing you. Such people I would call enemies. Xiao Tianyu nodded his head repeatedly. That's right, Dad. It's the enemy. That's why I. Without waiting for Xiao Tianyu to finish his sentence, Xiao Wei held his shoulders and said in a serious tone, so you're wrong. There's only one way to treat an enemy. Xiao Wei seriously flashed a murderous intent. Cut off the roots. Xiao Tianyu's heart fluttered, and he unconsciously gulped. His dad had never told him anything like that before. Was this the difference between the academy and the outside? Yeah, why don't I? After a short period of silence, Xiao Tianyu's entire body relaxed, a victorious smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Xiao Wei gratifyingly patted him. I'll arrange 2 mercenaries from outside the city for you in the next 2 days. Let go of it. It's just that you can now use the spy thing as a pretext. Understood. Xiao Tianyu's face was gloomy, but it was as if he had suddenly matured a few points. Early the next morning, all the students in Su Yan's class were to return to the academy to say their final goodbyes. It's customary. How the deans and mentors have to wax lyrical, look to the future, etc. And then there was the most important thing of all, the unveiling of the newcomer list, where the top 3 on the first day of awakening every year were to be engraved on the honorary stone monument. Of course, this stuff doesn't do much besides being admired by the academy and being able to show off and flaunt it yourself. This year's class wasn't very competitive because everyone knew that the first on the newcomer list would inevitably be Xiao Tianyu, the second generation, and the second would be Han Mingqi, the green tea, who was dead set on following Xiao Tianyu. So the only place everyone can compete for is third place. Even though they were all unconvinced in their hearts, their surfaces still had to be full of pleasing compliments to Xiao de Xiao. It can't be helped. People's family lineage is bullish, and their awakened profession is bullish. So if you want to mix in this Yunhai city, you have to shoot him. I'm going. Brother Rain, you're level 7 actually. It's also too fierce. No wonder I felt a sense of oppression just when you walked over. Yamengchi, you are 6 levels. You didn't say you'd take care of your sisters. You can eat meat and leave us some soup. I envy you. I estimate that give me another 3 days time I cannot rise to level 7. Right, Brother Rain, your guild only accepts the first every year. This year will not break the rules to accept a few more. We are all classmates. You helped to talk about it. The crowd spoke in different ways to compliment Xiao Tianyu and Han Mingqi. That's exactly the kind of emotional value they want. It's just that Xiao Tianyu didn't see Su Yan's figure even after looking at him for half a day, and he became the first person who cared about Su Yan. Where's Su Yan? Why didn't he come? Do any of you know what level he is? At that moment, a small, skinny guy timidly raised his hand. Brother Yu, I'm also an assassin. I think Su Yan should be the same as me. Both level 1. Chapter 11, Super Rookie King. A day had passed, and the little assassin who had been crying in the beginning had only just leveled 1. It's not surprising. It happens every single year. Even for the less friendly assassins in the early stages, getting to level 3 or 4 in begonia shoals in a day is not a problem. So the issue is not ability, but mindset. Every year someone's heart breaks down at the begonia shoals road. There is no harm without comparison. This cannot be avoided. The culprit is naturally the mage, this high war profession. Too enviable. Level 1? Xiao Tianyu was like he heard some shocking news. That expression was exaggerated as if he hadn't inquired about it yesterday. That's too good for you guys. Trying to make friends with those little monsters in begonia shoal. Are you? Ha ha ha. So my brother Yen is already sleeping in the shallows? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Tianyu was extremely mocking, and it was also true that Su Yan was the only one he hadn't poked around yesterday. The only thing he knew was that meeting in the plaza, where he saw Su Yan covered in white plates. How good could he be? He definitely didn't have the face to come today. The doglegs took the lead. The students conformed, and the group burst into laughter. The little level 1 assassin's head was getting lower and lower. His eyes were hollow as he silently turned around and walked to the last row of the venue. In his opinion, this should be the fate of the assassin. Not being understood, not being recognized, not to mention being treated well, all of which can only be borne by himself in silence, even if he survived to the late stage. In the battlefield is also known as the Old Six, as if there will never be a day to come out. Koku koku. Several thunderclaps in a row silenced all the students in the meeting. Mentor Lu Jian's fingers were surrounded by lightning. and he was a level 62 second turn lightning sage. Okay class, I know you're all excited, but you have to remember that you can't rush things, and you can only keep getting stronger if you keep living. It's not as if there weren't talented people in our past classes who ended up dying at less than level 10. In short, everything should be done with stability in mind. Xiao Tianyu under the stage disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Lu Jian's experience this big young master knows very well. If not because of that stable word in his mouth, his achievement must be much higher than now. Shaw even used him as a negative example a lot. The newcomer list has just been updated once, so let's announce the rankings below. Jian Lu consoled. Students with bad rankings don't have to be too pessimistic, they're just going a little slower than others. After saying that, Lu Jian pressed one hand on a mountain stone filled with the names of all the students of this class, followed by the mountain stone bursting out a blue light. The leaderboard system was officially unlocked. In the future, every trainee could pull up the leaderboard system at any time to check it out, including the newcomer leaderboard, battle power leaderboard, ranking leaderboard, wealth leaderboard, guild leaderboard, and so on, as well as the global leaderboard, which would be automatically opened after level 30. At this moment, the newcomer list appeared in front of everyone's eyes. A total of the top 50 are taken and the first announcement is unfolded in order from the bottom. 50. Feng Chue, Pastor. 49. Hai Song, Swordsman. As the rankings were announced, the students on the list got excited. After all, this was the first time, especially those at the bottom of the list, this was most likely the only time in their lives that they would be on the list. 44. Shang Hui, Forge Master. What? This made many people greatly surprised, including the mentor was quite surprised. Life profession this is, but it had been several years since a life profession had made it to the newcomer list. Facing everyone's shocked gazes, Cheng Hui scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. The newcomer list was a comprehensive assessment of each person, and the individual rank was only a priority reference. So it could only be said that Cheng Hui was indeed very talented in forging, and he really hadn't been idle all day yesterday to get this chance to be on the list. It was just a pity that Su Yan didn't come and couldn't celebrate with him. That's fine. Hui, if you get good equipment in the future, you must think of everyone. Chapter 11, Super Rookie King. Yes, that's for sure. I'll first tighten up Su Yan first, then you guys. 30. Jia Weihui, Swordsman. Rankings continue to be announced. The more forward the more we find a problem. That is, before the 30th basically did not rely on the individual ability to brush our 2 or 3 people into a group to support each other. 7. Zhou Jin, Warrior. Bullseye. Zhou Jin jumped up and yelled. Thanks to my brother Rain for taking me. Thank you, brother Rain. This ranking starts from 7th and it's basically all Xiao Tianyu's lapdogs. Anyone who had the honor of hanging out with him yesterday was quite a bit better than the rest of the class in all values. After all, it's the first organization to bring it, and it's much better to have fewer resources than outside. First of all, congratulations to my brother Rain, this year's rookie king. I reckon it's also the best newcomer king in these years. I'm so envious of brother Rain. Just one day passed and I'm already not in the same latitude. I reckon brother Rain can second me now. The newcomer list lasts for 15 days. Brother Rain must have dominated the list until the end. So let me congratulate Mingqi. You must have held the second. Brother Rain is uncharacteristically strong. You're second even if you're first, haha. In the face of the crowd's boasting, Xiao Tianyu reveled in it. He does not care how he got the new king. Took is the point. Plus the world was not fair. I come from a good background, I certainly want to make the most of it. You are not good, you can only blame your father to go. Don't worry everyone. I've talked to my dad and asked him to try to expand the recruiting quota as much as possible this year. So let's all just try to compete for the list. The top 10 for the sky will all be watching. As we were talking, the rankings came to the third place, 3. Han Mengqi, Archer. This scene instantly silenced everyone. Han Mengqi was even more incredulous with her mouth open. How could it be? Yesterday, she had been beside Xiao Tianyu. It was impossible for someone to rub off on her more than she did. And the outfit is also from the Xia family. So who can compare? Tianyu. Han Mengqi looked at Xiao Tianyu accusingly. Xiao Tianyu was equally baffled. But the next scene was even more baffling to him. 2. Xiao Tianyu. Mage. Now. All the students blew up. No one expected young Xiao to come in second. This is simply impossible. Even Lu Jian, the tutor, was surprised by the mess. Is there anyone else in this class of children who has hidden his or her birth? The key to what birth can trump the Xiao family in Yunhaya. What? Xiao Tianyu stood up violently. His eyes glazed over. This result was unacceptable to him. It was almost insulting. The problem is that it's not ing possible. If I'm not number 1, who can be number 1? At this moment, all eyes were focused. And everyone knew it would never be themselves, but then who would it be? Director Lu. There's something wrong with this list. Before Xiao Tianyu's roar ended, the list was refreshed with the newcomer king. 1. Su Yan. Assassin. In a flash, everyone stopped breathing. The name? How did it come to be in this position? How could it? Su Yan? Lu Jian was also at a loss. He knew his student. He had never even thought of Su Yan on the rookie list. What? Su Yan? Xiao Tianyu's eyes were glazed over. Chapter 12, Breaking the Balance of the Secret Realm. Sleeping Divine Beast Awakens. Leveling. Equipment. Battle Power. Who can beat me? This can't be synthesized for me in any comprehensive assessment. It was even more unlikely that Su Yan would be allowed to ascend to the top. Xiao Tianyu's eyes were bursting with blood, a result he could not accept and would never admit. Not to mention him, everyone in the room didn't believe it. Even Su Yan's best brother, Shang Hui, was all mute. It wasn't that he thought Su Yan couldn't do it, but even if he could do it, it couldn't be compared to Xiao Tianyu's acting on behalf of the heavens behind him. What has Yanko been through? As Cheng Hui was thinking, he felt his collar suddenly being grabbed. Raising his eyes, he looked at Xiao Tianyu, whose eyes were officially red. Where's Su Yan? Tell me what the hell is going on? Ha with a yawn. Su Yan, wake up. Asterisk 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 is late. I should say missed. After looking at the time, Su Yan sighed. It wasn't that he was lazy, it was really because he was too tired yesterday. This is not playing a game to control the assassin. This himself is the protagonist of the game. A day down consumption is indeed quite a lot of. After all, it's dried up to level 14. That's right, Su Yan is level 14. Yesterday he was brushing the spirit rhinoceros mystery nearly out of the smoke. Obviously, the monsters all had no memories. But in the end, Su Yan felt that the rhinoceros triumvirate had a bit of a sense of wanting to cry when they saw themselves. At level 10 Su Yan also comprehended a new skill. Prisoner's Soul Seal does not deal damage when released, but can cause the target to enter a controlled state 100% of the time if the target's blood level is below 40% for 600 seconds. Consumption, 30 energy. This skill is most likely benchmarked against the assassin's Feint skill. It was originally used to lower the degree of hatred, but it was infected by the power of the abyss and turned into this strong control forbidden technique now. For example, with many people to fight that kind of legendary boss, wait for the boss blood down. Su Yana used this prisoner soul sealing. Well, the next 10 minutes is the string puppet time. Lower any hate level. It's going to whoever I tell it to. I just told him to rip his head off and he had to do it. The daily perversions of the power of the abyss. Su Yan was satisfied. In addition to this skill there is not much other big harvest. White character equipment picked up 8 pieces. Green character equipment picked up 17 pieces. Blue character equipment 4 pieces. Yellow character equipment 1 piece. These are the total harvest in the spiritual rhinoceros mystery realm yesterday. Honestly not a bad deal. There are still yellow characters, but don't forget that Su Yan was the first to come out of the purple unleveled there. These equipment Su Yan will be able to wear in the future to choose their own choice. The rest of them are all sold. The benefit is still quite considerable. Alone that yellow word is sold more than 2,000 gold coins. In the end, Su Yan was hungry. Then he ended his leveling. Otherwise he would have definitely been able to rush to level 15. Newcomer list. 1. Su Yan, assassin. When this list appeared before his eyes, Su Yan didn't feel surprised. If he himself couldn't even be the number 1 on this newcomer list, then what the hell is a Lord of the Abyss? Broken Gear first, this is all a must. But he could also imagine how shocked his classmates would be, and it was a bit of a shame that he hadn't been there to witness it. After today, their class of trainees also officially graduated, and unless they missed the teacher-student relationship, they would never have to go to the academy again. Regardless of what others thought, Su Yan would not be going back anyway. When we were in school, we were all dying. Who hadn't secretly sworn that they never wanted to go again? So what are we pretending to do after graduation? Reminiscing about the bitter sweetness? Chapter 12, Breaking the Balance of the Secret Realm. Sleeping Divine Beasts Awakening. From now on, it was only right that one was a completely free individual. After simply packing up, Su Yan once again set off for the Spirit Rhinoceros Mystic Realm. Currently the Spiritual Rhinoceros Mystery Realm was the only place for Su Yan to return to. The span of difficulty for level 30 and above was huge, and as far as experience was concerned 30 to 35 didn't have much more experience than Spiritual Rhinoceros. It's nice to comfortably brush the Spirit Rhinoceros, and then we'll see where it's appropriate to fight across to once we're past level 20. College. Mentor Lu Jian and Dean Qi Gaozhan are puzzling over this newcomer list. This is indeed too exaggerated. Dean. Su Yan, that child I know well. Parents died early. The family does not have any background. Can grow so big quite not easy, and Su Yan isn't good at learning. You just tell me how he could be number 1 on the newcomer list under these circumstances? As far as I know, Xiao Tianyu was taken by cow battle all day yesterday. Jin Lu doesn't believe in this ranking anyway. It's not that he can't look at Su Yan or lick the Xiao family. He just simply feels that it's impossible for anyone to surpass Xiao Tianyu's second generation this term. So he can't live to understand it. But the problem was that they couldn't view Su Yan's specific information either. Having hidden the only public equipment page even after Su Yan had obtained that unranked Rhino Soul Royal Armor, the only thing you can see now is name and occupation. In the case of hiding, the battle information leaderboard is also not eligible to go on. Only the newcomer list is an exception. Within 15 days, no matter how you hide, should be on the also have to go on. This is indeed strange. In addition, you know about those things that happened yesterday, right? Acting on behalf of Heaven said that there were spies infiltrating. I always felt that there could be some connection with Su Yin in this. It was the only thing Dean could think of. Except he couldn't figure out exactly what the connection would be. You mean to say? Jen Lu's eyes widened steeply. Su Yan might have secretly colluded with spies? The Dean didn't admit or deny. We can't jump to conclusions. Anyway, let's find Su Yan and ask him face to face first. Lu Jian was looking for Su Yan. Cheng Hui was looking for Su Yan. And Xiao Tianyu was doing the same. Each side has a different agenda, but all are trying to figure out what went wrong. As for Su Yan, the newest newcomer king, he was brushing up against the spiritual rhinoceros mystic realm. The entire Yunhai city. No, even if we looked at the whole country, there would never be anyone who would believe that a level 14 assassin was soloing a 25 to 30 secret realm. Not to mention the fact that this assassin swipes with exceptional ease into this boss hinterland with back to their own homes almost. First put to death the spirit of the royal rhinoceros is equivalent to home to take off their shoes, and then destroyed the 2 mammoths is equivalent to the bed to lie down. The action of a breath. After the fight to pick up the material light mass, that must be the satisfaction of laying down. As per the column, there was nothing too good in the light mass, and just as Su Yan finished sweeping and was about to leave, a scene that took him by surprise happened. A spatial crack was suddenly seen appearing behind the spirit royal rhino's corpse. A prompt also surfaced. You have broken the energy balance of the secret realm, and the powerful forces that were originally sealed have lost their suppression. This secret rift can only be entered once, and entering will awaken monster trials sleeping in the depths, so please consider carefully. Su Yan was also startled after reading it, not realizing that he had triggered the hidden rules of the spiritual rhinoceros mystic realm. It's possible to enter a rift trial once. This knowledge academy had taught that there were some secret realms where cracks existed, or that cracks appeared randomly in some secret realms, with unusually perverse opening conditions and no fixed method. The monsters in the rift are naturally more powerful, but the burst rate will also be greatly increased, with both risk and opportunity. Su Yan didn't even think much about it and drilled in with a flash change. The crack closed and disappeared. Chapter 13, Above the Battlefield. Terror as it were. Stepping into the cracked space, a cold and damp atmosphere came to the surface. A few bluish flames were swaying around, and then this bit of light could see a small stream that was red with blood. Without seeing the monsters, one could imagine how much stronger they must be than the spirit rhinoceros mysteries outside. It's a guarantee that the little monsters will catch up to the level of those 2 mammoths in the hinterland. Heading inside, the first wave of monsters revealed themselves. Poisonous swamp salamander. Abilities, spraying venom, corrosion, high speed. This poisonous swamp salamander body length of at least 3 meters. The big tail is thicker than a normal person's waist. This body type is easy to give a person the illusion that it moves very slowly. When Su Yan saw the word, high speed, he didn't think about how fast it was, but it was really disgusting. But the next second, Su Yan was dumbfounded. In the time it took to make a mistake, a salamander that was 7 or 8 meters away from him had instantly arrived in front of him. Opening that bloody mouth looks like it's going to eat the head in one bite, but in reality, its real weapon is in its throat. Fortunately, Su Yan was faster and more sensitive. The moment the venom erupted, Su Yan's figure shortened and drew out his weapon to give it a penetrating blow from the bottom to the top. Didn't die. Of course it didn't die. It wasn't behind the fact that it couldn't trigger the abyssal hunt. But fortunately, Su Yan was fast enough to fire 3 slashes in a row, emptying the blood bar. Successfully defeated the poison swamp salamander, gaining 800 experience points. Su Yan looked at the prompt in front of him with disbelief. This damn a small monster actually has 800 points of experience? It's out of line. Definitely out of line. The Rhino trio together only has more than 4,000 experience. This crack is blood earned. In a daze, 2 more poisonous swamp salamanders flashed over, and that speed was simply exaggerated. And they are the body comes with corrosive. Touch it will happen. Pull away from the distance it can spray venom. Fast speed can also be close combat, can be a long distance battle. No wonder come in before the tip to be careful consideration. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a group of 3 or 4 level 30 or so professionals coming in basically couldn't get out, but the prerequisite is that they can't brush the rift either. So the difficulty is reasonable when you look at it that way. Swish, swish. After Su Yan smoothly and successfully resolved the two, he entered Void Spectre mode. Now that the salamanders finally stopped pouncing, the next step was to slaughter them one by one. Usually, Su Yan does not fight the small monsters and only runs to the boss, but it is not the same here. The experience of the small monsters is almost comparable to that of the boss outside. Who does not fight who little cute? The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Moreover, with this exaggerated experience, Su Yan believed that the things that were popped out would definitely not be bad either. No wonder the mentor said earlier that those head big guilds were studying how they could paint the rift space every day. Su Yan pondered in his heart, and his hands and feet didn't stop, and the 30 seconds of void time was fully utilized, drying up 20 poisonous swamp salamanders. With 16,000 experience in hand, you're getting closer to leveling up to 15, but the burst rate to not as good as expected. Only one blue character equipment. Another amazing thing was that all the equipment that popped out was actually from level 5 to level 50, unlike outside where there was a fixed level range, including this monster as well. You can't see its level, or it doesn't even have a fixed level as such. It is true that it is not inferior to a mammoth if it is strong. If Su Yan was to estimate, then these poison swamp salamanders were almost level 30 to 40 or so monsters. As for why the experience was so high and why they could burst out level 50 equipment, there was nothing to explain. After all, this was the rare rift space. A wave of the battlefield was cleaned up, and the cooldown of Void Spectre was gone, coming to the second stage of the rift space. Stinging Scorpion. Abilities: Piercing, Poison Needle, Stealth, Paralysis. Being able to be invisible was something Su Yan hadn't expected. This pile of scorpions was definitely more capable than the salamanders from the previous stage, and the stealth alone could be a nightmare for many. Only stealth was useless to Su Yan. The phantom soul awareness could see everything, and how well you were hidden could see you. Chapter 13, Above the Battlefield. Terror as it were. After roughly sweeping the area, the hidden and unhidden ones together amounted to about 20. Su Yan entered void mode and began to clean up. Pust, and hide with me here. I would stealth you. What stealth? Successfully killed the reverse sting scorpion and gained 900 experience points. 900 experience. It smells so good. Successfully killed the reverse sting scorpion and gained 900 experience points. Su Yan showed up and was already full of scorpion corpses. The equipment was still available from level 5 to 50, and the best was still blue characters as well. But this time 3 blue characters were stormed out. Either risk and opportunity coexist. The higher the difficulty, the higher the rate of explosion. Also harvested a few thousand gold coins. Normally speaking, brush this time crack space is enough to get out of poverty. Did not get rich. The world of the rich is not to imagine kind of numbers. In Su Yan's exploration, this rift space was divided into a total of 4 pieces, and the difficulty was also promoted in layers. Don't look at Su Yan fight simple. That's because there is the Void Spectre in. If not, the monsters here can be far and close, fast and with stealth, put who have to be a bitter battle. So don't look at the Void Spectre only 30 seconds. If utilized well, these 30 seconds can really top a few hours of strength. Berserker Ape. Abilities: Super Speed, High Defense, Heart Attack, Roar, Paralyze, Confuse, Summon. A black and white ape roamed all over the place. This was the most capable monster Su Yan had seen so far. To put it bluntly, it's kind of like a berserker after one turn. Knowing that every transfer would bring about a huge increase in ability, one could imagine that this underworld ape's strength must be far superior to the salamanders and scorpions from before. Su Yan stealthily arrived behind an underworld ape. A knife banner, heard the underworld ape screamed. Furious eyes want to counterattack, but the blood bar has been emptied. The next step is to kill them point by point. Successfully killed the berserk Stygian ape and gained 1100 experience points. Successfully killed the berserk Stygian ape and gained 1100 experience points. Level up to 15 and gain 10 points of free attributes. The new skill Bloodthirsty Scythe Kill has been successfully comprehended. Bloodthirsty Scythe Kill, 100% critical hit on target, and inflicts 200% burst damage space damage within 10 meters centered on the target, selectable damage target, while the target within the range is bound for 3 seconds, with defense and evasion reduced by 50%. Consumption, 20 energy. Cooldown time, 1 second. Upgrading, comprehending skills. Su Yan's heart was happy, but it was too late to see more. He had to utilize the time of the Void Phantom to destroy this pile of underworld ape first. Successfully killed the berserk Stygian ape and gained 1100 experience points. A few moments later, with the last berserk Stygian ape having fallen, there were no more small monsters in the entire rift space. Only then did Su Yan open the interface. stacking all of his attribute points to agility first as per the column, and then admiring the new forbidden techniques. Unsurprisingly, this would be a chain attack, but not this one, obviously. Assassin energy is equal to energy, and energy does not increase with upgrades or attribute points. It can only be added individually through equipment. Currently, Su Yan's 150 energy was able to unleash 7 bloodthirsty scythe kills, which meant that he could deal 1400% bludgeoning damage to enemies within range in 7 seconds. And that range is a large circle 10 meters square. The battlefield is as terrifying as it is. Chapter 14 Tailor-made exclusive match. I should have known to look at the skills first. After reading the details of the new skill, Su Yan regretted it. This bloodthirsty scythe is suitable for use in this cracked space. No matter if you are stealthy or moving at high speed, you will have to stop and die when you enter my range. Click 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 click. What a blast that meal of chain damage had to be. Pity, 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 just left the boss. This bloodthirsty scythe kill clear small monsters is more enjoyable. Really fight the boss or have to come to the abyss to hunt. Yellow, dark gold. Su Yan swept around. This time burst out of the various light clusters are not the same, and there are yellow and dark gold. Looking at people excited. Blood domain ring, dark gold. Rating, 1. Occupation, assassin. Energy plus 30. Agility plus 30. Strength plus 30. Additional attributes, increase strike rate by 5%. Increase strike damage by 5%. Special attribute, all active skills reduce cooldown time by 1 second. Su Yan was overjoyed. To put it bluntly, this is another unranked piece. Only it's not written that way. This should be considered a special mechanism for rift space. The main thing is that this is an assassin exclusive equipment. Energy can thus be raised to 180. And agility and strength are 2 more attributes that add to attack, and both add 30 points. The increase in blast rate and burst damage is also alluded to just as well. And what's even more dramatic is that it reduces the cooldown of all active skills by 1 second. Yes, a second isn't much, but realize that cooldowns aren't that much in total, and a second on the battlefield can sway too many things, especially for bloodthirsty scything. The originally 1 second cooldown was now completely wiped out. Then it also became a skill with no cooldown. And with Su Yan's attack speed, he could at least launch it around 5 to 8 times a second. This turned bloodthirsty scythe's ranged damage into over 1000% bludgeoning damage per second. And it has to bind you for 3 seconds. 3 seconds. 3000% plus burst damage. Who can top that? This ring's special attributes were simply tailor-made for the bloodthirsty scythe kill skill. Putting on the ring, Su Yan scat inside, thinking that yesterday was enough OU, but it turned out to be renewed today. Isn't this a proper Oh Huang? Just don't consume my life. After collecting this dark gold, the yellow lettering is going to be quite a bit darker, and it's not for assassins either. The only bullish thing about it is that the level requirement is level 10 to wear it, but the added attributes are definitely out of reach in the category of level 10. This is conservatively estimated to buy more than 100,000 gold coins if it were to be sold. Wealth is just as important as equipment. After all, you can still buy a lot of good equipment if you have enough money. The other clusters of light were basically rags, but not a single one could be spared, and sesame seeds were money. On the other side, after leaving the academy, Xiao Tianyu told his dog Legs to look for Su Yan while he himself continued to let the high warriors of substitute for heaven lead the leveling. After a test, they found that the Red Moon Mystic Realm had returned to normal. As for the reason, that was something that the guild was going to look into in detail, for Xiao Tianyu to be able to use it on the line. Just hurry up. Today, Xiao Tianyu was very cooperative, and the brush is particularly ruthless. Xiao Daxiao went crazy. Obviously he is a rookie, still always grab the output. Then once the monster died, the look on his face, not to mention how domineering and cold-blooded. I don't know that he can't even hit one in 30 damage. After a few swipes, Xiao Tianyu smoothly rose to level 8, and the speed of gaining experience was indeed much faster than yesterday. Chapter 14 Tailor-made exclusive match. The newcomer list will start refreshing in real time after it's unveiled, with most of the rankings changing back and forth. And level 8 Xiao Tianyu remained steady in second place without the slightest change. He really didn't expect that he had actually not surpassed Su Yan after rising 1 level. Again, speed it up for me. The frantic Xiao Tianyu drilled into the secret realm once again, and after more than an hour of going in and out, rose to level 9. After tapping the attributes, he couldn't wait to open the newcomer list. To be honest, this time he opened it with his eyes closed, trying to sneak it open slowly and surprise himself. As a result, what he saw was 1. Su Yan, assassin. I'm going to your grandma. What the hell? What's going on? Xiao Tianyu was almost mad. Even after rising 2 levels, he actually couldn't shake Su Yan's position, as if there was a bug in the list, and the bug was stuck to him. I do think so, Xiao Xiao. This newcomer list is ranked based on a variety of comprehensive data such as rank, battle power, equipment, and so on, but the most important thing is the two items of rank and equipment. The best and most godly equipment is definitely unranked, but unranked equipment is too rare. You don't even have it. It's even more unlikely that he has it. That's why I think he should be wearing level 10 or higher equipment. And it's not bad at all. Hence why he's able to surpass you in the rankings. But if you also reach level 10, and we change into the set of equipment prepared by the chairman that consists of yellow characters and dark gold, I don't believe that we can't surpass him. The white magician who led the group's analysis was not unreasonable. Su Yan had awakened his profession yesterday, and it was impossible to say that he was over level 20. So the most he could do was to just pass level 10 and change into a good set of level 10 equipment. That's the only thing that makes sense about this chart. Of course, even so, he didn't believe that a small assassin could do such a thing. There was bound to be a big man behind it, and a big man determined to have his way with the reptile. This kind of person has to die sooner or later. You have a point. Xiao Tianyu nodded and mused. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and accelerate me to level 10. How can I? Xiao Tianyu, rank behind others. I'm going to crush when I get to level 10. I'm going to crush him. Su Yan walked slowly to the boss location. The slowdown wasn't to wait for the skill time, but really to see if the cute little monsters would still be refreshing a wave. It is really too fragrant. Come in this trip or almost 2 levels up, but also burst out a dark goldy yellow word, which is completely outside, cannot be compared, but sadly, really not refreshing. The only one who waited and waited was the Blood Demon Bull King in front of him. Blood Demon Bull King. Abilities, super high defense, armor, damage reduction, explosion, illusion, confusion, lightning strike, paralyze, summon. Special ability, resurrection increases the body's blood level by 50%. Even if you don't look at the ability, just by looking at the exterior you can see how thick this big bull's blood is. It's so thick that it's spilling out. It is very likely that a single hit will not be able to second it. After all, the level span is also a bit too much. Su Yan estimates that this Blood Demon Ox King is at least a level 45 or above boss. And not only does this girl have a full stack of defense, she can also resurrect once in place. The genus is a bit of a blood demon. If a team of normal level 30 or 40 came over, it would take hours to fight it. Phew. Su Yan exhaled and gripped the broken dagger in his hand. Dry faster, can you give me another crack in the crack? With the sound of his words, Su Yan entered the void and flashed directly behind the irascible bull. Stygian Hunt triggered successfully, and the 500% plus bludgeoning damage was directly disliked. This was the first time that Su Yan saw that the monster's blood bar didn't just vanish into thin air. In the next instant, he wondered if he was delusional. Chapter 15, Rare Divine Clothing. An extra life from now on. This is the first time that Su Yan, who has always been a second boss, has seen one that can withstand his own blow. And there's still a lot of blood left. However, it is not difficult to understand. After all, the level difference is quite a bit. Su Yan attributes are high, but not so high that you can slash the crack boss in seconds. It was important to realize that even if he was replaced by a level 50 person, the odds were that the effect of giving this boss a hit would not be able to catch up with the level 15 Su Yan. And the most important thing was that the one Su Yan had held up to now was still a normal green-lettered dagger, the worst weapon in the entire top 50 rookie list. Right after that blow, Su Yan had wanted to continue mending, but the scene in front of him confused him. The Blood Demon Bull King didn't wail, didn't counterattack, and didn't even turn around to look back, but it suddenly turned into a shadow, right in front of Su Yan's eyes as if tearing through space. It became twisted and split, making it impossible to tell if it was real or an illusion. But Su Yan dared to assert that if he made up for it at this time he would definitely be hitting blanks, and even have a backlash. Seeing this, Su Yan quickly moved back to pull some distance away. Then an even more exaggerated scene was seen. That Blood Demon Bull King's split silhouette gradually became clearer, gradually stabilized, and just like copying and pasting actually appeared another one. Even the blood is left exactly the same. When it was too late, after the split, the two Bull Kings suddenly turned back and their 4 bull horns struck out like cannonballs. They were unable to see exactly where Su Yan was, but they didn't care at all. For large missiles, boom, and it was over. Boom, boom. The moment the bull's horns touched the ground they detonated with a roar. The range was at least 3 meters square, 2 was a 6-meter diameter range, and there were 4 of them, almost covering the entire backline of defense. What's even more exaggerated is that after the explosion, their heads actually grew back. It's like loading a ING cannon, with unlimited ammo and automatic reloading. However, Su Yan's speed was even faster, and had already flashed behind one of them when their bullhorns regenerated, drawing his sword to break the water. As a thick, violent injury number appeared, The blood level of the Bull King in front of him flashed violently for a moment, and at the same time, Su Yan looked at the other one. He wondered if the two shared a blood bar, or if, sure enough, the other one was fine. Nothing like a cow. Not only was it fine, as the one in front of Su Yan fell to the ground, it actually entered the state of void splitting again. This time, it was even more straightforward to split one on the left and right, and its special ability triggered, adding 50% blood. Only then did Su Yan truly feel out the cow's details. The summoning in its ability is to summon new instance from its own instance, and the probability of the form that triggers the summoning is that it summons one after the blood level is below 50%, and then doubles the summoning after that when a certain one dies, and then after that, I don't know. It shouldn't cycle through summons indefinitely. It has a telekinetic special ability after all. When one died, all the instants summoned went up in blood by 50%. It's no different from playing around. Without waiting for Su Yan to react much, the three Bull Kings swiftly launched their attack. Instead of firing their bullhorn missiles like before, they bared their horns and gathered lightning between the two. The next moment, the 9 heavens boomed with thunder. Dozens of rounds of lightning struck down one after another, as if they were raining down a rain of lightning, with almost deathless coverage. It was a good thing that Su Yan would still be in the state of the Void Spectre at this point, but time was also passing by the second. Facing 3 almost full-blooded Blood Demon Bull Kings, Su Yan frowned and adjusted his battle plan. He had to directly tough it out to kill all 3 together, or I really don't know if I'll get into the cycle of greetings and resurrections a few more times later. Whoosh! Su Yan looked around at the distance and scurried over to a Bull King standing in the center position. Hitting it would ensure that the other 2 were also within the range of the bloodthirsty scythe kill. You don't have to go behind your back with this skill, in this case, and be done with it. Put. Chapter 15 Rare Divine Clothing. An extra life from now on. In a matter of moments Su Yan swung out 2 slashes, and as the 2 bludgeoning damage became visible, the 3 Blood Demon Bull Kings also officially entered the scythe kill space, all of them being unconditionally bound for 3 seconds. At the same time, the Void Spectre's shadow state ended, and Su Yan officially appeared in front of the Blood Demon Bull King's eyes, but it was a pity that they couldn't do anything at this moment other than stare angrily. In 3 seconds Su Yan could stack more than 3000% of bludgeoning damage. By the second, the 3 Bull Kings' blood bars had been emptied, but they immediately regained 50% again. Only this time, it didn't split into a new body. Su Yan also does not care so much. Boring head is dry. That attack speed are to the small green word dagger swung out sparks. In the last second of binding time, Su Yan stacked 7 slashes, and the 1400% bludgeoning damage left the 3 Blood Demon Bull Kings without the slightest bit of life left in them again. The binding time ended, and the 3 Blood Demon Bull Kings collapsed. The durability of the green-lettered dagger in Su Yan's hand would also reach freezing point. At most, he could slash 3 or 5 more times before he had to change his hand blade. However, this time the Blood Demon Bull King didn't resurrect or split again, so it seemed to be dead through and through. But just then, Su Yan's spectral Shadow Soul sense came into play, detecting the final killing move of these 3 Blood Demon Bull Kings, Corpse Explosion. At the first opportunity, Su Yan cursed, turned around and ran. Immediately after that, he heard boom boom boom. 3 loud bangs were heard, and a burst of black smoke rose from the location of the 3 corpses. Successfully killed the Blood Demon Bull King and gained 18,000 experience points. Level up to 16 and gain 10 points of free attributes. At this point, the Blood Demon Bull King was considered to have finally returned to the west. After a few twists and turns, it took nearly 40 seconds, which was bound to be a Versailles-filled bombshell when told. But it was indeed the longest battle that had taken the longest time for Su Yan. But a good weapon wouldn't be so bad. Speaking of good weapons, Su Yan then shifted his gaze to the glittering light mass of supplies under the black smoke. A glowing purple mass of light to be exact. Last time, in the purple light cluster was the unranked Imperial armor. This time wouldn't it be a great success if it came with a weapon? However, the weapons did eat up the probability more, as each profession was basically an exclusive weapon, and all Su Yan could do was pray. Opening the light cluster. Information about the purple equipment surfaced. Boots of Inferno Bison, purple. Rank, unranked. Occupation, unlimited. Physical fitness plus 100. Agility plus 90. Spirit plus 70. Additional attributes, increase movement speed by 8%. Increase dodge by 10%. Increase defense by 10%. Special attribute, resurrection once. Although it wasn't a dream weapon, Su Yan was still pleasantly surprised when he read the equipment information, especially the special property of this equipment. Resurrection. You've got 1 more life from now on. This is not a treatment that anyone can enjoy. It's really not worth the killing of the cow, and the same is no level. This added attributes can be better than the body of that piece of Imperial armor. 100 physique directly let the blood surge a wave. 90 agility attribute that is equivalent to enhance the agility attribute bonus of 6 levels. It also boosted defense and evasion. The equipment produced by Rift Space was truly the best of the best. Chapter 16, Underworld Blade Ghost Killing from Kimchi. Su Yen. Profession, Assassin, Shadow Ruler. Rank, 16. Life, 3,800. Energy, 180. Power, 260. Agility, 670. Body mass, 330. Spirit, 250. Equipment, Rhinoceros Soul Royal Armor, purple. Blood Domain Ring, dark gold. Purgatory Frenzy Boots, purple. Indifference Dagger, green. Skills, Stygian Hunting, passive. Phantom Soul Awareness, passive. Void Phantom. Shadow Blessing, passive. Prisoner of Souls, passive. Bloodthirsty Scythe. Battle Evaluation, 15 stars. Calling up his attribute panel, Su Yen saw his progress more intuitively. The brunt of this was the battle power assessment, which had skyrocketed to an exaggerated 15 stars. You should know that under normal circumstances the highest star level is 10 stars before the first turn of level 30. That's still basically the leader of the first echelon at the same level. And Su Yen, just level 16, has already reached the 15-star level. In other words, the professional before the first turn in front of Su Yen is a small card Mimi. Even the strongest people who had reached level 40 or 50 after the first turn were not enough to be seen in front of Su Yen. This on the one hand is related to Su Yen's Shadow Ruler's super high starting point. The more upgraded the more obvious it is. And on the other hand is the huge benefits brought by the 3 pieces of unranked equipment. What's more crucial was that this battle power assessment didn't count skills, and Su Yen could still have a full set of forbidden skills. Just over a day has passed since the career awakening. Looking at his attribute panel again, which had changed drastically, Su Yen was very satisfied. Assassin weak? After sweeping through, a gap once again cracked in the crack space. Su Yen was not much overjoyed as it was obvious that it was the way out. The cracks in the cracks may have existed, but apparently this time they weren't hitting. This trip has already been God's value, ascending more than 2 levels to see nearly 3 levels, but also got a dark gold and a purple indistinguishable, as well as a large amount of equipment to be sold in gold coins. It was easy to go from simplicity to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. Su Yen didn't even want to go to the ordinary secret realm anymore. Trading lines. Hey, isn't that Su Yen? Xiaotianyu's several dog legs have been all over the place to find Su Yen half a day. Begonia Shoal have gone once. Did not expect to come far away from the sky near the eye. That's right, that's him. This kid even hid all the information. Can't see anything. What's he got to look at? I'll just tell you. Level 1 whiteboard is looking for broken equipment in the trading house. Ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished speaking, the one next to him directly slapped him on the head. Silly you. You don't know that Su Yen is now number 1 on the rookie list. Even brother, you can't compete with him. You're still living in yesterday, aren't you? Right. It was my negligence. This kid. So what do we do now? Can we catch him? Catch you I'm not taking that risk. Didn't brother you give us a way to contact him? Saying that he'd tell that person if he found Su Yen. So we can contact him now. The whispering of the 2 lapdogs didn't catch Su Yen's attention, who would have nothing to do but pay attention to the food waste around them. Gained 150,000 gold coins. Selling the various equipment in the space, Su Yen had gotten a small fortune. Trading houses have 2 trading modes. One is selling, just like Su Yen, letting the trader pricing directly by fixed away. Chapter 16, Underworld Blade Ghost Killing from Kimchi. There is also a kind of hanging sale. That is, they set the price to hang in the trading house. After the successful sale of the trading house to collect a proportion of the commission, this is generally hanging better equipment or materials and supplies. Su Yen, that pile is obviously not necessary, but it's necessary to buy something, like a weapon. On this broken dagger in his hand, repairing the durability that money might as well just throw it away. The previous equipment is 10 levels a grade. In addition to the levelless, Su Yen now can use the highest level 10 weapons, not to mention whether the attributes are good or not. The key problem is that they are looking at level 17, not far from level 20. Spend a lot of money to buy a yellow character above a bit of a loss, but buy a level 20. It's hard to buy it and not be able to use it. Under the pain, Su Yen waved his hand and bought a sharp remnant blade, green, a level 10 small currency, to make do with what he had. Although he is rich, he can't forget the hard times. Let's celebrate when we get a good one at level 20. So the priority is to keep leveling. Originally, under Su Yan's comprehensive consideration was intended to brush until level 20 in the spiritual rhinoceros mystic realm, but because of the appearance of that rift space that allowed Su Yen to harvest 2 pieces of unleveled equipment, this original plan will definitely have to change. 30 to 35 secret experience isn't too far off from spirit rhinoceros. But what about 35 to 40? What about 40 to 45? Or even 50 plus isn't something you can't try. Only one thing is annoying about the secret realm. The level span is too large if the experience will be reduced instead. So the specific brush which still need to use the ghost soul consciousness to see a comprehensive consideration. Su Yan gazed, and the aperture of the phantom soul awareness began to rapidly expand outwards. And although he only wanted information about the various secret realms in the main city, the skill's prescribed range was just so ho-hum. So much so that it drew Su Yan's attention to a location 4 kilometers to the south. It wasn't that Su Yan had wandered off, but something bright did appear there. Park Jun-ho. Nationality, Kimchi. Rank, 64. Occupation, Underworld Blade Ghost Killer. Battle Strength, 33 stars. That's right. Yunhai City actually broke in a person from the Kimchi Kingdom, or the Assassin's second turn branch. Underworld Blade Ghost Kill. In this world, the sense of boundaries between countries is very strong, because basically they are all fighting on their own. All foreign races are all enemies, and the so-called diplomacy is just the annual battle for Rain City. It wasn't the diplomacy of everyone shaking hands and taking pictures either. It was a blood and guts fight. So once a foreigner is found within any country, that basically defines them as spies straight away. Especially the assassin. Even less run. Don't look at the assassin, usually no one love. But when it comes to choosing spies, that good guy, on the assassin incense. However, the Kimchi Kingdom obviously didn't have many bold batch assassins in reserve either. Or else they shouldn't have sent in a burst-oriented underblade ghost killer. And a submerged assassin would be better suited for such a job as a spy. After the spy who was moving at high speed in the Kimchi country, there is an even brighter character. Ling Shuewei. Nationality, Daxia. Rank, 73. Occupation, Judge. Guild, Dawn. Battle Strength, 66 stars. Anyone who had attended the academy knew that the top 5 of the Daxia guild list were broken existences. Hence they were also known as the top 5 guilds. Breaking Dawn is one of the top 5 guilds, currently in 3rd place. And the president of the Dawn Breaking Guild was a young genius who was still not even 30 years old. It was this Daxia goddess Ling Shuewei who had awakened the hidden profession of a swordsman after her first turn and became a judgment envoy in her second turn. Chapter 17 Gold Coins on the Move. Goddess of Daxia. That's a name that's not just said by the people of this country. At a battle for Rain City a few years ago, Ling Shuewei made a big splash. Not only was she powerful, but her face value also stunned countries. Thus, it was officially titled Daxia Goddess. But don't ever think that the title of goddess stands for respect and admiration. It does at home. Let her be in a foreign country to try and see how those exotic people will treat the goddess. So after being called a goddess by people from other countries as well, Ling Shuewei was rather repulsed by the title instead. Of course she wanted people to see her strength. But again, her looks did match her strength too well. It's hard not to care. Su Yan is also in the college, has seen Ling Shuewei photo. Should not say. Just that one photo is enough to make the school flower Han Mingqi eclipsed. I didn't expect such a nationally and even globally recognized figure to actually chase spies to Yunhai City. And so on. Su Yan was suddenly certain, the corner of his mouth curving up. The Red Moon Mysteries. Red Devil Twin-Headed Wolf is undoubtedly the most tortured boss in the early stage. Whether it is with someone or their own team. As long as you want to level up is basically on its corpse repeatedly jumping across the. Xiao Tianyu did not jump today. Jumping confidently, that fireball spell himself gave out a sense of vision of the blazing burst rush spell. Die for master. Xiao Tianyu shouted explosively. A slow fireball struck the dying red demon two-headed wolf, and the 2 wolf heads, as if they had finally gotten relief, tilted left and right. Gah! As a pillar of light flashed, Xiao Tianyu officially broke away from being a newbie and became a level 10 big brother. Finally upgraded. Cool. Did you fetch me all the equipment? The leader nodded. Fetch it, Xiao Xiao. We can change it when we go out. Attribute points added. The new skills are finished. But Xiao Tianyu did not dare to look at the list of newcomers. He must wait to put on a top level 10 equipment and then look at, so as to be foolproof. As the first guild in the city of Yunhai, the resources must have nothing to say. Home equipment than the trading house or more. Xiao Tianyu, this set in addition to the yellow word is dark gold, referred to as the gold set. Even if we look at the whole country, there are only a handful of people who can wear this kind of system at level 10. It's not that the number 1 guilds in other cities don't give a damn. It's really that people aren't so idle. My various attributes have gone up so much. The attack power has all doubled. Looking at his latest panel, Xiao Tianyu was quite excited. The shock brought by the equipment addition was something he had experienced for the first time. Of course, Xiao Xiao. How many people can only dream of this gold equipment of yours? The average person would have to laugh for 3 days if they could have won at level 10 or so. The chairman has prepared all the equipment before the first turn. so you just grab the upgrades and you'll be able to get infinitely stronger. Oomph humph 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 humph. Xiao Tianyu sneered triumphantly. Then I must have reclaimed the #1 spot on the rookie list by now, right? The leader beat his chest with a bang. Of course. Let's not talk about the old rookie list. I'm sorry Xiao Xiao. I meant to say that the rookie list doesn't even match up to you now. It's not an exaggeration to say that with this set of equipment, even some level 20 or so professionals are no match for you. This is really no exaggeration. Good equipment to bring the bonus is huge, especially in the newcomer stage. There are dozens of points or even a dozen points of attribute bonus is basically the difference between heaven and earth. With Xiao Tianyu's speed of reaching level 10, coupled with this top-notch equipment, if he still couldn't rank first in the newcomer list then it would really be heavenly. See, Xiao Xiao, if you're not #1 I'll eat upside down. This kind of confident bragging was Xiao Tianyu's favorite, and the whole person was overflowing with happy smiles. And after confidently opening the newcomer list, Xiao Tianyu's smile froze and his pupils contracted dramatically. 1. Su Yan, Assassin. 2. Xiao Tianyu, Mage. Chapter 17 Gold coins on the move. The leaderboard hasn't changed? With the same expression on Xiao Tianyu's face was the leader who threatened to eat upside down. How is it possible? It's not possible. Unrealistic. This is Cloud Sea City. It's impossible for someone to have equipment better than you. It's also impossible for someone's level to surpass you in the same time period. Even if they do, they'll be at most 1 or 2 levels ahead. There are no hidden professions before the first turn, and it's clearly written that he's an assassin, so it's a dead end. There's no way he can pass you. There must be something wrong with the list Xiao Xiao. Xiao Tianyu's back teeth were clenched with a cackle, as his body was shaking a little from the anger and hatred. Damn it! Xiao Tianyu burst words through his teeth. I really gave you face Su Yan. I'm going to let you know what happens when you offend me. It was at this time that even a dogleg came running over in a hurry. Brother you, we found Su Yan. The dogleg finished his sentence as if he was asking for a reward, but he didn't expect Xiao Tianyu to go against the norm and look at him with cold eyes. What are you talking about? Get into the team if you want to practice leveling. These words made Dogleg confused, completely not understanding what was going on with Brother Rain. But practicing was important. Okay, apply. Brother you. Entering the Red Moon mysterious realm once again, Xiao Tianyu had a grim smile on his face. The Dogleg how to know that Brother Rain asked them to contact the killers from the outer city. Not to mention that Brother Rain has already thought that if the east window is exposed then they are the scapegoat. For Xiao Tianyu, it was a bit regrettable that he couldn't personally get rid of Su Yan, but it was good to be dead. And his dad's comment about cutting off the roots was so right. At this moment, Xiao Tianyu wanted to say to Su Yan, welcome to Yunhai City. Welcome to Cloud Haven. Su Yan said silently in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan was running wildly in the direction of the Kimchi Kingdom spies. A pincer attack was presented with Ling Shuawei. This spy's bottom has already let Su Yan use the Phantom Soul Sense to feel clearly. The body equipment is all good, but there is nothing special. The battle power belongs to the same level T2 grade. This division is mainly based on the battle power rating. 60 level second turn normal maximum star is 30 stars. This person is obviously reached, so it is T2 grade. Because T1 can reach 40 stars or even more than 40 stars. They mainly rely on equipment bonuses, and the bonuses brought by rare equipment are the important distinction between T1 and T2. Above T1 there was the T0 class, and the star level was even more exaggerated. These types of people were the hidden professionals, such as Ling Shuawei, who had already reached an exaggerated 66 stars in her level 73 battle power. Of course, Su Yan was even more exaggerated, just 16 levels of battle power to 15 stars. Equipment can not yet full, but even so, Su Yan wasn't so conceited as to think that he would be able to take care of that spy easily. Crossing levels is all well and good, and that's with 2 more transitions, so Su Yan didn't want to rush over and take the spy in seconds. Instead he rushed over and forced the spy to stop, leaving the rest to Ling Shuawei. Why would you do that? The reason is simple. Is that a spy? That's a gold coin on the move. Chapter 18 A billion points of shock from the little assassin. The price of spies is standardized across the country, starting at 1 million gold coins. That's right, regardless of nationality or rank, as long as the spy is a bottom 1 million gold coins, and then depending on different circumstances to determine whether there are additional rewards. And this spy in front of him, but he made Ling Shuawei chase him for thousands of miles, enough to prove that he wasn't a normal pickle. Then how could Su Yan miss this opportunity to make money? Besides, you don't have to play with your own life, so why not? In terms of movement speed level 16 newcomer King Su Yan was not at a disadvantage, with full horsepower. Not at all with slower than those two. It didn't take long to catch up to a safe distance. After taking a look at the terrain, further ahead happened to be a valley. so Su Yan designated this area as the area of operation. The next step is to keep crashing and wait for a cooldown round. Asaba. Pickle Spy Park Jun-ho cursed as he ran. It was really a shame to say. He had only just arrived in Dasha for a mere 5 days when an accident had allowed Ling Shuawei, who was behind him, to discover him. Then he started to run for thousands of miles. He was especially glad now that he was a second-turn assassin. Either he would have been caught by the one behind him a long time ago, not even one turn less. This chase started last night and has been going on for almost 16 hours now, with Park Jun-ho using every means possible, when in fact the only thing it's doing is just prolonging his capture for himself. Except that no one thinks that way, and always expects that there is a good turn of events just ahead, and that one more moment of life is one more moment of hope. The valley. Great. Seeing the valley, Park Jun-ho hearta happy. This opportunity is not here. How to say that I am also an assassin? In the valley of this terrain to play hidden absolutely belongs to the tiger to add wings. Ling Shuawei, who was not far behind the spy, frowned lightly, and she didn't seem to be tired of the 16-hour-long chase. The spy was already in the bag, and all that was needed was time. But now there was another thing that caught her attention, which was why there was a level 16 little assassin running wildly, and that movement speed was not at all what a level 16 or even a level 36 should have. There's a thing in this world called permission. Normally hidden personal information could not be seen by anyone, unless one possessed such a heaven-defying skill as phantom soul awareness like Su Yan. However, as the president of the 5 major guilds, Ling Shuawei had the authority to forcibly view the basic information of individuals in her country. Can't see much though, only the basics like name, profession, rank and guild. When combined with her perception skills unique to this hidden profession, she discovered Su Yan's trail, which was even a weakened version of her spectral shadow soul sense. Ling Shuawei's beautiful eyes trembled, and after a brief moment of doubt, she was suddenly staggered, because she suddenly couldn't perceive Su Yan anymore. It was clear that the two were converging in one direction last second, so how could they have suddenly disappeared? It was important to realize that even if she was stealthy, her sensory abilities could still capture it, at most not as accurately, but this level 16 assassin had apparently disappeared. Ling Shuawei at least has a fall, compared to Park Jun-ho who doesn't realize anything at all. He only knows that there's a goddess chasing after him, but unfortunately this is not the same as chasing after him, and there's no way he'll be happy if he's caught. Entering the valley, Park Jun-ho chose the best terrain, quickly set up a few illusion traps, and then prepared to escape with a hidden figure. Even if he couldn't escape, he was bound to be able to further widen the chase gap, but he never thought that in the moment of preparation for stealth. Just listen to bang, a muffled sound, and then feel the internal organs suddenly tightened. The value of life as a joke downward plummeted. Undoubtedly, a sneak attack was made. Chapter 18, a billion points of shock from the little assassin. But why did he not notice anyone approaching at all? It was too late, and while being surprised and in pain, the battle-hardened Park Jun-ho was about to make the best counterattack. However, he was once again startled, because he was actually bound, completely unable to move. How is that possible? Park Jun-ho stared in shock. He had never seen anyone who could approach him silently while giving him a hard hit and also forced himself into a bind. It can be said that at this moment his own second-turn 33-star underworld blade ghost kill is just like a stuck mic. Bang, bang, bang. Without waiting for Park Jun-ho to think much, he felt a sharp pain coming from his body. Unable to counterattack and not even knowing where his enemy was, it was simply humiliating to be slaughtered. The second turn is indeed different. Su Yan cannot help but sigh. The void ghost shadow close, bloodthirsty scythe kill start. Forced to bind the target for 3 seconds. Su Yan has already swung a small green word weapon to cut him for 2 seconds. Storm damage Klein stack. The result just cut off this spy more than half of the point of blood. It was actually exaggerated enough to say that if the 3 seconds of binding time was used up, Su Yan would basically be able to finish off 2/3 of his blood. Let's not forget the level difference between the two of them. And let's not forget what the weapon in Su Yan's hand was. It was just that Su Yan himself wasn't quite satisfied. With the last second of binding time, Su Yan didn't go up for a strong attack, instead choosing to pull away, approaching him before going into the void. And now that it was almost time, pulling away was the right thing to do, and it wouldn't do to not pull away. A magnificent sword aura had already slashed over. Bang! The sword energy struck Park Jun-ho from behind, and his half-tube of bloodstain was abruptly emptied. He had only just felt his physical restraints lifting, and he didn't realize that this would actually become the last thing he would ever feel. The phrase "two nations at war do not cut off their envoys" is a test of humanity that clearly doesn't belong in this world. All countries treat spies with one word: kill. There's no need to even ask more than one question. Park Jun-ho fell to the ground. Ling Shuawei also happened to arrive beside him. A competent black combat uniform outlined a perfect figure. Above the figure of that long face without powder but as if it had been carved by the artist, generally exquisite and flawless. No wonder she can be called a goddess in the eyes of all nations. Come on out, brother. You've really surprised me so far. A somewhat cold and lazy mature female voice echoed in the valley. She saw that the spy was bound, and she also saw that the spy was rapidly damaged within a 2-second period of time. And she was certain that all of this was the work of that little level 16 assassin named Su Yan. She was even more surprised that up until this moment, she still couldn't perceive Su Yan's presence. The words were easy to say and came with teasing attributes, but in reality, Ling Xuewei was in a fighting state, as she was also unsure of what exactly was going on with this person called Su Yan. It wasn't until 2 seconds later that Ling Xuewei snapped her head down to the right. Is it all right for me to take this money? Su Yan showed up next to the spy and was loading the gold coins the spy was carrying onto himself. But one size doesn't fit all, and you can't beat the bonus for helping you catch a spy. After saying that, Su Yan raised his head and smiled brightly towards Ling Xuewei. Sister won't cheat, right? Chapter 19, No one talks nonsense. I'll play 3 seconds first. I don't know if my sister played a trick or not, but now my sister is stunned anyway. The small level 16 assassin just appeared by his side so silently. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if he had tried to attack just now, then he would have no defense at all. Ling Xuewei stared at Su Yan in a daze, and in this instant even felt that she was not considered a genius at all, because there was an even more exaggerated person at hand. Of course not. Ling Xuewei's mouth curved as she blandly replied back. Surprise is surprise. That's an internal activity. There's no need to show it on the indication. How did you find out about this spy? And me? Ling Xuewei stroked the broken hair in front of her forehead. Her every move was extremely charming, especially when coupled with the imperial voice that spoke. Su Yan put away the not so many gold coins on the spy's body and stood up. Maybe it's because I'm more sensitive to the smell of gold coins. Spies are lowballing $1 million. How much does my sister say is right for me? Looking at Su Yan stretching out his hand, Ling Xuewei guffawed. It was obvious that this Su Yan didn't want to tell the truth, and it was futile to ask again. Do you know who I am, brother? Along with that said, Su Yan's side also received 3 million gold coins given. Atmosphere. Su Yan gave a thumbs up. How do I know who you are? I only know that you're beautiful. That's it then. Bye. As the words fell, right in front of Ling Xuewei's eyes, Su Yan disappeared in thin air. Of course he knew who Ling Xuewei was, but he didn't want to expose that much or go for any mysterious pretenses. And originally this trip was just to make money. As for whether Ling Xuewei would check herself in the back, the answer was yes. Check. Even if she didn't, the Academy and the substitute Heavenly Dao would definitely check because of the newcomer list. It doesn't matter. It's not good to see Ling Xuewei, the beautiful sister, a few more times. Ling Xuewei pursed her lips slightly. She wasn't surprised by this disappearance of Su Yan anymore. She was used to it. But now the level of curiosity towards this little assassin had been pulled full circle. The so-called genius must be both physical and intellectual. Ling Xuewei will not pull Su Yan to ask endless questions. Lock this target to find out for themselves. Of course, she is also ready to find out nothing. Anyway, regardless of the outcome, Ling Xuewei was certain that the next time they met would not be long. Pust. The spy lying on the ground was once again penetrated by Ling Xuewei and couldn't die anymore. This goddess doesn't show any mercy on the battlefield. With 3 million gold coins in hand, Su Yan was in a rather good mood. If it wasn't for the fact that Daxia had rules about not being able to privately collect equipment from spies, mainly because Ling Xuewei was standing there watching. If not, Su Yan would really have to loot him to get over it. Although he didn't have any superb items on him, the bits and pieces added up to a decent price. However, after experiencing this incident, Su Yan also became more determined to rush to the level. Cannot be lazy. To be strong enough, rich enough. Su Yan didn't go back to the main city either, and it just so happened that this side wasn't far from the Gale Canyon, so he just went over and messed around with it. This Gale Canyon was a 45 to 50 field map, and according to Su Yan's analysis, the strength of the monsters here should be a bit higher than the rift space of the spirit rhinoceros mystic realm. After all, Su Yan was also a bit stronger again than when he fought rift space, so in theory there shouldn't be much of a problem in taking the boss lightly. Rock Golem LV-45. Abilities, Camouflage, Surprise Attack, High Defense, Manipulation. Lone Wolf LV-45. Abilities, High Speed, Swarm Attack, Poison Quenching, Bludgeoning. The distribution of monsters in the wild map is not as hierarchical as in the secret world. It's basically just a matter of walking and standing around according to the monster's habits. Therefore there are also a lot of people who will be very fond of the wilderness in the later stages, because it is easier and less troublesome to pull monsters and group attacks. Su Yan roughly looked at the enemy situation in front of him, and first looked for a lone wolf that had fallen to the ground to start. Without entering the void, he directly rushed over to the click. Directly out 2 slashes died in seconds. Chapter 19, No One Talks Nonsense. I'll play 3 seconds first. Successfully killed lone wolf. Gained 160 experience points. Seeing this number, Su Yan sighed dismally. The small monsters in the rift space but one to give 800 or 900 experience. This ing only 160. And the intensity is not lower than the rift space. Really let a person's heart cannot accept. It's a ing dry 6 to equal 1 in the crack. Fizz. That's fine. We don't have to do them one by one anymore. Before, you had to single point, so it was the most cost effective to directly second the boss. Now that you can group attack, then you have to reweigh the measure. Having made his decision, Su Yan opened the Void Spectre and ran all the way to the boss. Stormstone Dawn LV50. Abilities, Wind, Lightning, Tremor, Shield Stacking, Immune to Control. Special ability, Blood Reduction Equivalent Defense Increase. Looking at the large stone statue that was more than 3 meters tall, Su Yan couldn't help but feel the small green-lettered dagger in his hand with heartache. To put it bluntly, this boss is in a word. Thick. Knock out 10% of its blood. Its defense will be raised by 10% in equal proportion, which can be said to be unfriendly to people who come over to practice in a group. The further you fight, the less blood it drops, until it boils people's mind down. So the most effective way to deal with this kind of boss is seconds. A knife directly GA. It still grows a fart defense. Without growing its defense, it couldn't match the hardness of the Blood Demon Bull King. Su Yan touched behind Shirzun and swung his dagger down hard at the 3-meter-high boulder. Dang! There was a crunch with a splash of sparks, very much in keeping with the reality that the dagger hadn't gone in. However, the tyrannical injury phrase was clearly visible. The blood bars suddenly cleared, and there seemed to be a blood-colored lotus flower on the ground wrapped around its feet, fixing it to death. It's not a new skill. It's just that Su Yan suddenly realized that it wouldn't be better to put Bloodthirsty Scythekill directly behind the monster. Abyssal Hunt is a passive skill that breaks 100% of defense and increases burst damage by 500% just by attacking from behind. And on top of that, directly on Bloodthirsty Scythekill, that stacks another 200% burst damage and binds for 3 seconds. 100% break defense plus 700% burst damage plus 3 seconds of binding. Play this way to maximize damage. This was the same as letting Su Yan slash any boss for 3 seconds first. How much blood can be lost then all depends on how many swords Brother Yin swings out. Like this Stormstone Zoner was a pull and didn't resist a single slash. Successfully killed the Stormstone Father and gained 3,300 experience points. Sure enough, it was still most comfortable to kill bosses. 160 experience points for one small monster out there. 20 to top one boss. And the time and effort it takes to pull monsters is not worth it at all. And there's one other thing that distinguishes the wilderness maps from the secret areas. And that's the refresh time. The secret realm usually has a refresh time of a few minutes to 10 minutes, which means you need to go out to the lobby and wait for a while after killing the boss. The wild, on the other hand, does not have this kind of mandatory wait, and the refresh condition here is that the refresh is completed after the boss dies and the squad exits the entrance. For other professionals, there was no difference, but for Su Yan, there was a big difference. Speed is everything. If you pull it full, you can basically brush the boss once in 2 minutes or so. 3,300 experience points at a time. About 30 times an hour. That's 10 W of experience. Tired, yes, but worth it. Trying to get to level 20 today. Chapter 20 Level 20. Third Life. Su Yan was in full swing in Gale Canyon. The main city is in full swing because of him. The academy was looking for him. His friends were looking for him. His enemies were looking for him. The assassins were looking for him. And even the number 1 guild, Scapegoat, was talking about him. It was important to know that replacement was required to take the current rookie king into the guild every year. Anyway, no newbie king had refused so far. After all, it was the number 1 guild in the area. One had no reason to refuse, and another was afraid that they couldn't afford the consequences of refusal either. But this year is different. This spot should belong to Xiao Tianyu, the youngest member of the Xiao family. The president can't just want that Su Yan without his own son, right? Or to come to an expansion quota, all to take? It's fine to receive it. But everyone has heard that this Su Yan doesn't seem to be on good terms with Mr. Xiao. It's a bit interesting to say that this for the sky, although also noble as a place of the first guild, but its degree of unity as well as the president of the force of the people in fact are not particularly good. This is also with the 5 major guilds of the Great Summer the most fundamental gap between them. Let's just say that Shoreway is a man who must have been a good father, but never a good president to convince the public. Otherwise the guild wouldn't have the look at me mentality they have now. Su Yan had become the subject of Yunhai City today. But what made everyone even more surprised was that a big shot had actually come today. And it was actually for Su Yan as well. President, clang. A member of the guild pushed the door directly into the room, and Xiao Wei instantly wrinkled his brows. And before he had time to reprimand him, he heard the man continue to shout, "The goddess is here! President Ling is here!" Goddess? Xiao Wei's eyes widened steeply. Breaking Dawn's Ling Xuewei, how did she come to Yunhai? System that exists anywhere in any world. The presidents of the 5 major guilds represented the system of Daxia to a certain extent. Of course, there was a higher level alliance above the 5 major guilds, and the people in that alliance weren't powerful, but they were the ones who made the system. The 5 presidents are also required to report to the union on a regular basis, which also belongs to a kind of mutual checks and balances in disguise. Therefore, someone like Xiao Wei had absolutely no status to speak of in front of Ling Xuewei. Even in terms of battle power he was worse than the number. I didn't know that President Ling had come to visit. I don't have much preparation here, so don't be offended. Xiao Wei was 30 years older than Ling Xuewei, but at this moment, that expression and that tone of voice were so pleasing to the eye, just like an old slave beside a dignitary. President Xiao is polite. I see that this year you guys have a good chance to break into the top 10 guilds in the country on behalf of the sky, and President Xiao has also gotten a lot of credit in these 2 years. Ha ha, laughed Xiao Wei. I'm just doing my best as well, and there's still more to learn from you and several other assembly presidents. While talking, Xiao Wei's gaze couldn't help but glance towards Ling Xuewei. That knitted brows and smile were just a little too attractive to the eyes. President Zhao's eyes better be honest. Ling Xuewei looked at Xiao Wei and smiled faintly. This smile was still beautiful, but it was the one that sent chills all over Xiao Wei's body, and he hurriedly bowed his head and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, President Ling. Without waiting for Xiao Wei to argue, Ling Xuewei cut straight to the chase, obviously not wanting to talk too much nonsense with him. There's a newcomer named Su Yan in your Yunhai, right? Give me his information. Su Yan? Yesterday, Xiao Wei didn't even know who Su Yan was. He only had his son in his eyes. But today was different. He knew too well who Su Yan was. Isn't this the same kid who's been holding me down on the rookie list? It's a strange thing to say. What's he got to do with it? There is such a newcomer. For information. Xiao Wei stood up and directly took a piece of information from the table and handed it over. It's a coincidence, President Ling. I'm also pondering about this Su Yan. He didn't have anything special before he awakened his profession, but now he's number 1 on the newcomer list. You can take a look at the panel of the kid in second place. It's intriguing that Su Yan could be ranked above him. He's also hiding all the information. This is very fishy and I'm arranging for someone to look into it as well. Chapter 20 Level 20. Third Life. Xiao Wei said is also the truth. This kind of thing he also do not have to Ling Xuewei hidden. After all, if people do not know a little bit of words will not directly ask by name. It was only that he was treating Su Yan as if he were a criminal suspect in his words, and it was also a way of laying a little bit of groundwork for the arrangement afterward. After all, he knew that Su Yan wouldn't have too long of a life. If there are any uncontrollable accidents, there will be an excuse. In that case, got it. Ling Xuewei put Su Yan's information away. I don't know if President Ling is the one you're inquiring about him? Xiao Wei asked tentatively. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Ling Xuewei still contained a smile, but this time the smile was a warning. Yes, I'll just do my job, and if President Ling has anything to do afterward, he can just order me directly. After Ling Xuewei left, Xiao Wei picked up the water cup that was previously placed in front of Ling Xuewei and violently threw it to the ground. Damn it! When I make it to the top 5 guilds, I'll make sure to make you pay back twice as much. Xiao Wei's eyes were filled with rage. And one thing was still pondering in his mind, whether that Su Yan should still be killed. After all, now Ling Xuewei was spying on him. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Wei's gaze changed, and his entire person appeared a bit more sinister. That's why it's so important to cut the grass. Successfully killed the Storm Stonefather and gained 3,300 experience points. Successfully killed the Storm Stonefather and gained 3,300 experience points. Level up to 18 and gain 10 points of free attributes. Successfully killed the Storm Stonefather and gained 3,300 experience points. Level up to 20 and gain 10 points of free attributes. New skill Soul Devouring Dual Guards comprehended successfully. Soul Devouring Twin Guards, you can summon the remnants of 2 living souls that have been killed by you, inheriting 50% of your lifesteal and attack power, and the damage you take will be transferred to the Twin Guards as a matter of priority. Consumption, 40 energy. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. As night fell and the mist lightly caged, Su Yan crossed his sword and finally completed the quest to level 20. It was indeed exhausting, but now that I look at it, the rewards far outweigh the effort. Another abyssal forbidden skill arrives. This was simply a soul contract. It could summon 2 minions and transfer the damage. Each little brother inherited 50% of the life, and 2 together was 100%, which meant that Su Yan had another life directly, and 50% attack power can't be bad. If in a level 30 or so secret realm can even let it to just boss to go. What was more crucial was that now Su Yan was a man with 3 lives. But, I'd have to leg it home if I had 8 lives. With his stomach rumbling, Su Yan closed his hands satisfactorily on this and hit the road back home. However, not far outside the main city, there were 2 figures shifting impatiently. Is the boy bound to come back this way? Not really, but it doesn't matter. If we can't kill him here, we'll go to his house and kill him. Chapter 21 Killer Nemesis. Bounty Hunter? The 2 who spoke were the assassins the Shao family had gotten from outside the city. Their mission was simple. Get rid of Su Yan, a kid who had just awakened his profession for 2 days. Even if he was number 1 on the newcomer list, what's the point? In addition, Yunhai City. This new list must be a problem. Ranked in the second place that the second generation of children are damn what equipment. The first, don't say liver, is to take the life of the liver is also unlikely to be more than his. So this mission was simply lying down and earning money for these 2 brothers. It is not uncommon in this world to see the professional pronoun of assassin, and there is a segment of the population that would call them mercenaries. There are even specialized assassin organizations, both international and domestic, that lurk deep and will do anything for a fee. It is for this reason that assassins are treated much like spies, with a bounty on them, and they will also use their own bounty to label the status. The higher the bounty, the higher the status of the assassin in the circle. The relative is the higher the remuneration for hiring. These 2 are considered to be very common killers. After all, Xiao Wei thought of just killing a newcomer. There is no need to spend so much money, casually get killed on it. Our family is a lot of money, but it is not the wind blowing Hey, it looks like it's really coming. Let's see. Su Yan, the assassin. Yes, that's him. Asterisk made little master me wait for most of the day. I decided not to let him die easily. Flight can smell so good. Walking this way, Su Yan realized more and more how important flying was. No wonder flying skill scrolls and rare equipment with flying were sky high. Because it was worth it. Su Yan? Ha? Hearing someone call him, Su Yan subconsciously answered. Raising his eyes, a man was walking head-on in front of him. Keheo. Nationality, Daxia. Rank, 44. Profession, Berserker. Reward, 100,000 gold coins. Battle evaluation, 14 stars. The personal information was reflected in Su Yan's eyes, and the one that blew up the most was definitely the bounty one. Well, no one but a killer has this stuff. But, this killer is so average. But anything close to his level is hard enough for him to kill. So the ones he's going to kill must be low level. And he called my name. So, come to kill me? Su Yan followed up by going to expand his view through his phantom soul sense. And as expected, there was another one behind him. Kam Youngshin. Nationality, Daxia. Rank, 44. Occupation, Shadowwalker. Reward, 130,000. Battle evaluation, 15 stars. At this moment, this first-turn assassin was using sneak to approach Su Yan. Unfortunately, a skill like sneaking had nowhere to hide in front of Su Yan. Just as Su Yan was checking it out, the mad sword fighter walking in front of him suddenly made a move, poking Su Yan straight in the chest with his sword. The corner of mad sword fighter Chi Hao's mouth hooked up with a touch of contempt. This mission was really too simple. This sword alone could kill him, and to take a step back, even if he dodged this sword. So what? The next instant Gan Jingxin would appear behind him and kill him with a single slash. Oh no! Try to blood him, said I torture him. However, just when the tip of the sword was about to touch Su Yan, right before Chi Hao's eyes, Su Yan disappeared. Chapter 21 Killer Nemesis. Bounty Hunter? Chi Hao. It's not sneaking. Sneaking doesn't launch that fast. Bang! Ah! In the next instant, Chi Hao's 2 eyeballs burst out, streaked with blood. The whole person crawled to the ground like a broken wire. And this scene was also clearly seen by the sneaking Shadowwalker Ganzhang Xian, who watched Su Yan disappear, and saw his companion's bloodstain being suddenly emptied. What's the situation? Ganzhang's confidence jumped soaring. He wanted to strike. He suddenly stopped moving. A strike sneak state can be lost. Now this situation obviously cannot show up. More should not go to the memory of teammates. The only right thing to do is to run. Taoist friends have GA. Poor Taoist can never die. Where to? Ganzhang Xian's pores instantly opened up and every hair of sweat stood up because this icy voice was right next to his ears. Ah! Ganzhang Xian stared up in shock and pulled out his dagger to stab back. Where are they? Ganzhang Xian thought that he had reacted and moved fast enough. But was it all in vain? At this moment, he was extremely frightened, feeling like a plaything in someone else's hands, ready to be crushed at any time. Bang! A sharp pain came from Gan Zhang Xian's small abdomen, and his entire airborne flew backward a few meters, with his blood bar dropping even more exaggeratedly downward. Su Yan took his foot back. That's right, just kicked him. It almost killed him. TSK TSK TSK. Don't kill me. Whoever you are, please don't kill me. Don Jingxin knelt on the ground with blood dripping from the corners of his mouth. His eyes filled with terror. Even now, he didn't know where Su Yan was, much less who had killed Qihao and who was beating himself up. Unknown is the source of all fear. Don Jingxin tang a killer actually shivering. To kill Su Yan? Yes. Don Jingxin didn't hesitate. This is a bull ****** issue. I can do anything you ask me to betray my father right now. Who hired you? The source is unknown. We came to Yunhai after we got the news. And then it was a newcomer named Wei De who contacted us. Wei De. Hearing this name, Su Yan was already clear. This is his own good classmate is also Xiao Tianyu's good lapdog I did not expect this Xiao Tianyu awakened a master of the law even become bold. Good. That's all I know. Can you spare me? I can help you kill people for free from now on. I still have money. I can give it all to you. Don Zhengning said in horror. Anyway, it was just worth paying whatever it took to save his life. Saying that, Don Jingning hurriedly pulled out from his arms 387,240. That's all I have. I'll buy my life. Don Jingning lowered his head. The moon was hazy. The surrounding was silent. His own heartbeat could be heard clearly. He was waiting for an answer about fate. A moment later, a cold laugh came out of the silence. Ha! It's clearly my money. How can you say it's yours? But you do have 130,000. So I'm welcome. Hearing this reply, Don Jingning's pupils instantly contracted, and there were only two words on his face. Despair. Bang! The world has been missing another assassin ever since. 2 corpses. Of course Su Yan wouldn't miss a single one. And this time there was no Ling Shuawei to keep an eye on. They must all be emptied. It was a pity that they didn't have much on them either. Especially that frenzied sword fighter, who only had a few tens of thousands of gold coins all over his body. And that was good enough to be an assassin? But it's okay. Scavenged more than 400,000 gold coins. The two of them can still change 230,000 gold coins. 2 sets of equipment on the body and then sold. Together how can also have a more than 700,000 gold coins. Together with the 1.3 million gold coins gained from cooperating with Ling Shuawei to catch spies today. It equaled a net income of over 2 million today. That's a much swifter rate of earning money than brushing a map. How about a bounty hunter on the side? Oh yeah. Vita's waiting for me. A flash of sternness flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Chapter 22, Killing to Release Anger. Invitation to Dawnbreak. You're all level 8. Really envy me to death. He. Brother Rain was really nice to me today. He let me have some of the boss's experience. And now my buddy is the 3rd biggest newcomer on the rookie list. The smile on Vita's face hasn't disappeared since he left the team. 3rd place on the newcomer list. Yesterday. This is still Han Mengqi's position. I thought it was untouchable. Who would have thought that it really occupied To be honest, Wei De heart really a little touched. Rain brother today in order to bring him even Han Mengqi to give up. It is very clear that the future to focus on cultivation I'm telling you, from now on, you have to listen to brother you and I guarantee that you'll be able to make a name for yourself in this Yunhai city. Wei De had already drifted off. Who would dare to believe that these were the words coming out of the mouth of a level 9 priest with no background? Yes. From now on you're my brother. Hey, by the way, I don't know how that Su Yan kid is doing. Wei De hummed disdainfully. Why do you miss him? If it wasn't for this grandson getting stuck at the top of the list, I'd be in 2nd place right now. ******* Mentioning it makes me angry. Grandson, what life can be stuck in the position of the newcomer king. Let's see how I'm going to deal with him in the future. I'll make this newcomer king kneel down and call Master De when he sees me. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Jin followed suit and laughed loudly. I should turn the corner, De. We'll see you tomorrow. Never take me to brother you Don't worry. This is nothing. Wei De waved goodbye with a spontaneous wave. By the time he reached the mouth of a dimly lit alley, an all too familiar face blocked his path. Su Yan? Wei De was a bit incredulous. How could he be standing here intact? The people arranged by brother you didn't clean him up? Surprised? Su Yan smiled faintly. No ripples could be seen in his smile. Humph. Wei De's nostrils bubbled and his face was disdainful. What's the surprise? Where have you been all day? Do you know that I've been looking for you very hard? Before awakening his profession, Wei De had never dared to talk to Su Yan like this. I'm going to practice. Either that or how can I stay at number 1 on the newcomer list? Su Yan rippled, his voice flat. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Su Yan's words, Wei De laughed. You don't really think that you're ranked number 1 by strength, do you? You don't even look at what you are. I'm telling you Su Yan, go look at you's level and equipment yourself. Then look at your Da's level and mine. Damn, you're nothing but stuck with a bug. While saying that, Wei Da used his finger to point at Su Yan's chest with a warning intent. And I'm not going to bull ***** you. I'm asking you if you were approached today? What all happened? Su Yan nodded. Yes, wasn't it you who told them to find me? Wei Da's eyebrows tightened, vaguely feeling as if we're a little wrong, looking for you after that? Su Yan frankly spread his hands, and that voice went straight through Wei Da's soul. Killed by me. What? Wei Da's eyes widened steeply and he subconsciously took 2 steps back. Just you? Impossible. Su Yan took a step forward and pressed closer, his eyes instantly becoming stern. Go ask them then. Bang! The blood bar emptied. And then Su Yan used the skill soul-devouring twin guards to summon a berserk Stygian ape. Carry him away. With the command, the berserk Stygian ape picked up Wei Da's body and disappeared into the night in the next moment. Both of the summoned soul minions have carrying space for not only supplies, but also corpses. Chapter 22, Killing to Release Anger. Invitation to Dawnbreak. The 2 assassins were similarly on top of the soul minions, but there weren't many left, and the 2 minions could only carry a maximum of 4 bodies. This precious spare seat should of course be reserved for the originator, Xiao Tianyu. However, today Su Yan was not in a hurry to deal with Xiao Tianyu. He was taking revenge to vent his hatred, not trying to be a wanted criminal. So of course, we have to find a suitable time to do it. Xiao Tianyu himself knows who got him killed just fine. Others are not necessary. Just let Xiao Tianyu bounce around at the end of the night. After having a dinner, Su Yan was considered to have officially ended the exhaustion of the day. Having to upgrade and earn money again was exhausting. The next biggest task was to go home and sleep. Just arrived at the door of the house, Su Yan noticed that something was wrong. The ghostly shadow soul sensed to explore the fruit. He has a big beautiful woman waiting at home. Sister is thinking that she didn't give enough money and wants to come back over to make up some more? But it's not a good habit to casually enter someone's home. When he entered the house, Su Yan was the first to pick a fight. The corners of Ling Shuowei's mouth hooked slightly, as if she wasn't at all surprised that Su Yan could sense her, and she walked out of the bedroom while replying, I won't enter if your house locks its doors. You left it unlocked, so I'll be a good girl and come in and show you the house. A sliver of moonlight sprinkled on Ling Shuowei's body through the bed curtains, outlining the luscious curves in a beautiful picture. Then I'd also like to thank sister. Su Yan had already guessed Ling Shuowei's purpose. It was obvious that this sister wasn't very patient. She should have simply checked his information and found that it wasn't useful, so she just came straight to it. Level 20? Ling Shuowei was shocked in her heart. This time she couldn't even control her facial expression. She had to know that when she met Su Yan today he was just level 16, and this most of the afternoon plus one night could actually rise to 20. But the surprise was short-lived, and soon Ling Shuowei figured out that he had seen Su Yan's exaggerated stealth skills with his own eyes, as well as his even more exaggerated solo output ability. Finding a wild cross-level map to go in and just brush bosses over and over again is a bit unbelievable to say the least, if utilized correctly, but it's the only mode that makes sense. Yeah, I'm working hard, Su Yan replied with a smile. For Ling Shuowei to be able to see her own level this thing he was not surprised. After all, she is also a hidden profession and one of the 5 presidents of Huaxia. This point of endurance can still not have. Ling Shuowei sank her breath and looked Su Yan up and down. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. Won't you consider telling your sister the truth? I don't think it's necessary for me to have to say anything myself. Su Yan returned blandly. You're not a hidden profession as well. Of course Ling Shuowei guessed it. She didn't even need to guess it. She could use her heels to think that Su Yan was bound to be a hidden profession. But you have to realize that hidden professions all happen after the first turn. But no one has ever awakened to a hidden profession directly. What didn't make any more sense was that Su Yan's job title was still assassin and hadn't changed. Can't you say something that sister doesn't know? Ling Shuowei said with interest. AI. Sighed Su Yan. Anyway, I just awakened the hidden lineage profession of assassin, which I can tell you is called Shadow Ruler. I don't think there's much else to say. Shadow Ruler, Ling Shuowei murmured, then smiled sweetly. Brother Su Yan, I formally invite you to join Breaking Dawn. Chapter 23 Blood Demon Bull King descends on Red Moon. What attracts the most genius must also attract the most genius. The main reason why Ling Shuowei was able to bring Breaking Dawn to the position of the 3rd guild at such a young age was that most of Breaking Dawn was filled with geniuses. They are attracted to each other and come together using Dawn as a platform and Ling Shuowei as a bond. So the Dawn guild wasn't very large in number, but the battle force was really fierce. All of this was naturally due to the efforts of Ling Shuowei, who traveled to various cities across the country, using her personal and guild influence to actively recruit various geniuses. She was also the only president of the 5 major guilds who personally recruited members. And now, she had discovered a new genius, even the genius of geniuses. It was none other than the level 20 assassin before him. No, Shadow Ruler Su Yan. Of course she was very curious about Su Yan's skills, but she also knew the pros and cons. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that skills were for life preservation. No one would want to expose them easily, so she didn't ask any more questions. Knowing that the Shadow Ruler was enough. Knowing that Su Yan was a rare genius was enough. The next most important thing is to take the genius under your wing. The attraction of the 5 major guilds for every professional was quite exaggerated. After all, even the #1 organization in the region such as the substitute Heavenly Dao made people obsessed with it. If it were anyone else, they would have had to be thrilled to face Ling Shuawei's invitation to have their hearts jumped out of their mouths. However, Su Yan did not pay too much attention to it, as if he was just hearing a rare and ordinary sentence. Just like the next door no neighbor sister inviting herself to be a guest. Tell me more, sis. I haven't thought about joining the guild yet. Su Yan gave a direct rejection, rejecting the invitation from one of the 5 major guilds. Dawn, there's no need to rush to give me a reply, brother Su Yan. Ling Shuawei smiled faintly, seemingly not surprised. As long as you can be the first to think of breaking dawn when you want to join the guild. And what strong person didn't have a personality? This kind of thing Ling Shuawei knew best. Otherwise she wouldn't have flown out solo to create Broken Dawn. Consider this as my meet and greet gift. Ling Shuawei took out a parcel that clearly read first turn material pack. Each transfer requires specific materials. These materials are really not casually get. Many people are 31, or even 32, 33 levels before completing the first transfer, is because the brush cannot material. Of course you can buy it, but first you have to have the money, and secondly, you have to grab it. For this kind of complete first turn material pack, the base selling price alone could reach 800,000 gold coins, which wasn't really small as a meet and greet gift. Ling Shuawei was also throwing her weight around. Knowing that Su Yan loved money, she also knew that Su Yan only brushed bosses. So this material pack that had a high value and saved herself from having to brush monsters was too suitable. Hahaha, Su Yan immediately accepted. Charm smile, you this much out of the ordinary, sister. Wait for me to pour you a cup of water to drink, Come half a day also do not know to take care of themselves. Really line. Looking at Su Yan's face, Ling Shuawei couldn't help but burst out in joy. This younger brother could be too interesting. No matter what, he should be allowed to join Breaking Dawn. Here's my contact info. If you need anything you can reach me directly. My sister is waiting for you at dawn. Leaving behind an unforgettable smile, Ling Shuawei left Su Yan's house. She wouldn't really just sit around and wait with Breaking Dawn, but at least she wouldn't push too hard at this stage, or it would only backfire. However, this was only Ling Shuawei's own opinion. In reality, her patience was really not that bad, or else she wouldn't have seen Su Yan twice a day. Receiving the contact, Su Yan smiled faintly. Joining Breaking Dawn was obviously a good choice, but how could the Shadow Ruler be willing to go to a guild to be the bottom of the barrel? Descent is better for Shadow Ruler than joining, but it's time to say no, the house smells so good. Chapter 23 Blood Demon Bull King descends on Red Moon. The sun rises, and a brand new day dawns in Yunhai City. The first thing Xiao Tianyu did when he opened his eyes was to impatiently check the newcomer list. He wasn't looking to see if that so-called bug fix was there, but to see if Su Yan was still in this world. All dead professionals who will be instantly removed from any list. 1. Su Yan, Assassin. 2. Xiao Tianyu, Mage. The ranking is simply as stable as an old dog. He's not dead? Xiao Tianyu sat up suddenly. Those 2 killers were the ones his dad found for him. Professional ones. Immediately after that, Xiao Tianyu started to contact Wei De, the backstabber, but he couldn't get in touch. What the heck is going on? Xiao Tianyu threw the contact out with one hand, and with a bam, he was able to calm down a bit. Is it possible that it's also because there's something wrong with the leaderboards? So Su Yan is just stuck here? There's no way those 2 killers could have missed. Even if they came to kill me, I'm sure they can do it. What's he got to do with it? Thinking of this, Xiao Tianyu felt much more comfortable, and could wait patiently for another news of Su Yan's death. Red Moon Secret Realm. Xiao Tianyu, who had already reached level 12, continued to come to the Red Moon Secret Realm, where they were going to brush up to level 15 under the leader's planning, then turn to the Spirit Rhinoceros Mystery Realm so that the experience can be maximized. Today's leader is still a level 42 white magician, although he is not an attack-oriented profession. But Brush Red Moon, this kind of place is still a handful. As the first guild of the Cloud Sea, for the sky to do things every day is also quite a lot of things. Can specialize in a person with brush is good, but wait until the time to go to the Spirit of the Rhinoceros. This white magician will have to be changed. He also brushes, but the efficiency will certainly not be too high. Xiao Xiao. It's just the two of you today. Ha! Han Mingqi was thunderstruck. Only today Wei didn't bring anyone over. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and start. Xiao Tianyu waved his hand impatiently. The great young man has always treated everyone the same. He has no good face to anyone. Entering the secret realm, there were guild underclassmen guarding the door outside the photo column. The leader was bored and waving his staff to open the brush. Han Mingqi was also very sensible. The small bow and arrow. Although the attack wasn't high, but she had been selling her bow and pulling the strings. At least she wanted to prove that she was a useful person. Xiao Tianyu of course would not take a shot. To be precise, he only took a shot at the bloodied boss. Other small monsters were worthy? Just when it was business as usual. Suddenly, a hideous bull with blood spilling outward appeared before them. Blood Demon Bull King. The leader fixed his eyes to see people are silly. I've never seen this monster before. There's no level. How did it suddenly appear here? The Blood Demon Bull King didn't even give them time to react. And the two exploding bull horns Miso shot out. Young Xiao, be careful. The leader kicked Xiao Tianyu out, managing to avoid the explosion. Immediately after clunked to Xiao Tianyu on two buffs. Want to take the communicator shaking people, but the Blood Demon Bull King simply do not give him the opportunity. Stormy attack hit. The leader of the only thing he can do at the moment is to draw away this big blood bull, or Xiao Tianyu will die. If Xiao Tianyu died, he would surely die as well. I'll distract him. You guys run back. Call for backup. Chapter 24, Su Yan, the god of death who looks down on the living. The level 42 white magician used kite-flying tactics, his staff sending out small waves of elemental light that landed painlessly on the Blood Demon Bull King's body. Knowing that the Blood Demon Bull King came with damage reduction and armor, the fact that it couldn't stand up to Su Yan didn't mean that it couldn't stand up to others, especially a white magician who didn't focus on attacks. Seeing that the white magician was getting farther and farther away, Han Mingqi fearfully pulled up Xiao Tianyu's coat. Brother, let's go out quickly. Aren't we going to call for backup? Xiao Tianyu spat on the dirt in his mouth. He had memorized the leader's kick just now. I don't care if you're saving lives. Kicking me is not an option. It's just a bigger monster. Giving him a fright. This kind of person deserves to be working for heaven. Before Xiao Tianyu could finish complaining, he reached a familiar cry out. Han Mingqi was instantly stunned. This was the voice of the Red Demon Two-Headed Wolf. The boss hinterland of the Red Moon Mystic Realm is still some distance away. How can we hear it here? Brother, you. In the next second, Han Mingqi cried out in a pale voice. The Red Demon Two-Headed Wolf was less than 10 meters away from them, and those large claws were scratching the ground restlessly. Now Xiao Tianyu also froze. He knew the power of the Red Devil Two-Headed Wolf even if he was pretending to be a critic. How did it get here? What's going on in this secret realm? Xiao Tianyu hissed as he took a few steps back in a row. Brother Rain, I'm scared. What should we do? Can we still run away? Han Mingqi was shivering uncontrollably. Normally she didn't feel anything when there was a leader, but now that she was facing it herself, she could only feel the huge oppressive force of the two-headed wolf. After all, the twin-headed wolf was a level 25 boss, and she was only just level 9. You shoot it. Shoot it. After a moment of silence, Xiao Tianyu made a battle plan, but apparently, the plan wasn't friendly to Han Mingqi. Whoever hits first has a high hate value. The monster will prioritize hitting the person with a high hate value. This is common sense that even the scum of the earth knows. In simple terms, Xiao Tianyu was letting Han Mingqi go to attract firepower, to be a meat shield. Han Mingqi suddenly turned her head, looking at her brother Yu with eyes full of disbelief, her voice both fearful and desperate. You, what did you say? I'll let you shoot her. Hurry up. Xiao Tianyu glared at her furiously and pushed with his hand. At this moment, Han Mingqi even felt that she wasn't even a person in Xiao Tianyu's eyes. Tears instantly welled up in her eyes. There was disappointment and pleading. She still had a trace of hope that Xiao Tianyu could take pity on her. But unfortunately, what she waited for was Xiao Tianyu's kick, and a sentence of I'm going to you up. Han Mingqi stared in horror as she stumbled under the force of that kick and ran towards the Red Demon Two-Headed Wolf. This action was no different than pulling hate, and in the eyes of the Two-Headed Wolf that was provoking. Ow! With a hiss, the Two-Headed Wolf stomped up and jumped straight at Han Mingqi. Ka! Han Mingqi was unable to dodge. Her left shoulder was brought to by the Two-Headed Wolf. Instantly blood stained the lapel of her coat. In this situation she was rather less scared and less desperate, because there was only one thing left in her heart: to live. Hitting a roll, Han Mingqi stood up and ran wildly towards the entrance. The Two-Headed Wolf looked at the cowering Xiao Tianyu with red eyes, spat contemptuously, and turned to chase after Han Mingqi. His horse's dog. I'll kill you. Seeing the Two-Headed Wolf walking away, Xiao Tianyu came to temper. Ha ha ha, Xiao de Xiao is so majestic. A familiar voice appeared out of nowhere, and Xiao Tianyu's entire body actually instantly got a layer of goosebumps. Su Yan, where are you? Xiao Tianyu looked around in panic. In his heart, Su Yan should be dead. Xiao Tianyu, I didn't think that you would dare to find someone to kill me. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that with your ability you're only looking for that kind of goods. Su Yan's voice was getting closer and closer, even close enough to touch, and Xiao Tianyu swallowed in panic, already drenched. Where the hell are you? Come out. I'll kill you myself. Chapter 24, Su Yan, the god of death who looks down on the living. The impotent roar of rage was the last of his bracing undercurrents. In the next instant, Su Yan suddenly appeared in front of him, and without even moving, he gave Xiao Tianyu a few steps backward to sit on the ground in fear. Dogs dare to scare me. I'll kill you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Xiao Tianyu swung his staff and came with 3 fireball spells in a row. 3 fireballs stumbled. It had to be said that his outfit really wasn't worn for nothing. It definitely counted as fierce in this category of being out of level 10. But alas, it was complete trash in front of Su Yan. Su Yan wanted to dodge if he wanted to dodge casually, but he really didn't care to move. Even if he stood here and didn't move, relying only on his own evasive value, Xiao Tianyu must have missed. Miss, miss, miss. As expected, the 3 rounds of fireballs passed through the air as if they had traveled through the air, leaving Su Yan unharmed. At the same time, the 3 evasion stacks triggered Shadow Blessing's Mirage status, and Su Yan entered 30 seconds of invincibility. Watch and hit. Su Yan mockingly laughed. How could Xiao Tianyu stand the excitement? He shouted and several more fireballs with rage flew out. Miss, miss. The result was the same. Su Yan didn't even move a bit, and even the smile on his face hadn't diminished a bit. Why? How is it possible? Xiao Tianyu stared in horror and full of hideousness. Looking at this state, those who didn't know had to think it was some kind of death mage. With the swing of his staff, Xiao Tianyu used the last of his magical energy to build a small firewall in front of Su Yan. The firewall technique belonged to the escape skill and could not be planted directly under the enemy's feet. Xiao Tianyu obviously couldn't think of that much, and released it first. Unbeknownst to him, Su Yan could go around. But what stunned Xiao Tianyu was that Su Yan took a step directly forward to stand in the wall of fire. The first thing I want to do is to get rid of all the things that I've been doing for a long time. Xiao Tianyu open mouth. People are stupid. Stray feels scalp gusts of numbness. He is very puzzled. But at this time Su Yan brought the fear has made him speechless. Surprised? I can tell you that I'm a hidden profession and I'm already level 20. Oh yeah, I have 3 pieces of unranked equipment on me. With every word, Xiao Tianyu's eyes were seen to become a little more hollow, as each one was appalling enough, and the facts were right in front of him. Know why I told you? Su Yan passed through the wall of fire and approached Xiao Tianyu step by step. Xiao Tianyu instantly had a wet crotch, dragging his body to rub back in shock. Those 2 legs felt like they had completely lost their strength. If you want to kill me, I won't be able to keep you. Su Yan raised his dagger. In Xiao Tianyu's eyes he was like a god of death looking down on the living. Brother words. Father Yan. Right at this desperate moment, Xiao Tianyu suddenly rose up from the ground. The whole person plopped down and knelt at Su Yan's feet, calling out a father with great respect. It's not me who's going to kill you. It's my dad. It's Sha. The killers were found by him too. You believe me? I don't have the guts. Xiao Tianyu said while making a bow, just like a dog praying for its master's forgiveness, betraying its own father for the sake of the dog's life. Oh, Su Yan paused. Honestly, this was a bit of a surprise. Are you sure? That's your own father. Okay, I swear. Xiao Tianyu pointed to the sky. He instigated me and everything. I can confront him face to face. Father Yan, you believe me for once. Looking at the Xiao de Xiao who was so sincere, Su Yan nodded. Just a moment after Xiao Tianyu's heart had just settled down, Su Yan's hand rose and fell. I don't want a son like you. Chapter 25, Geniuses emerge. Fierce rush levels, walls of fire, wreckage, pools of blood, with urine stains. These became the evidence that Xiao Tianyu had lived. Su Yan thought about it and simply laid out the bodies of Wei De and those 2 killers as well. Let this be more chaotic, so as not to have some spearheads pointing at himself. Shining the column, touching the gold coins and equipment on Xiao Tianyu's body. Gain 255. 780 gold coins. TSK TSK TSK. Su Yan smacked his lips. Not worthy of the 2nd generation. That body of level 10 top equipment can also sell a lot of money. With everything in order, Su Yan recruited the Blood Demon Ox King and Red Demon Two-Headed Wolf, his 2 soul minions, back, and then entered the Void Spectre to quietly leave. He glanced at Han Mingqi as he passed by. To be honest, he was not specific about Han Mingqi's death or life to the point that, anyway, the Two-Headed Wolf was released. Whether she died or lived depended on her destiny. The result was that Han Mingqi was pretty lucky, circling around with the Two-Headed Wolf for dozens of seconds, and although she was bruised all over her body but that trace of blood left her alive. Su Yan laughed and left the Red Moon mysterious realm. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. the white magician ran back in a sorry state, and all he saw was Xiao Tianyu's corpse. The sadness of the moment was absolutely heartfelt, as he also saw his fate quickly come to the people. The Red Moon's secret realm is in chaos. Xiao. Something's happened to Mr. Xiao. Today, the secret realm in Cloudsea City had suspended its operations, as the entire secret realm hall in the main city was filled with people who were acting on behalf of the heavens. In the past, there may be individual second or third guilds who are not convinced, come to find a thing spray a couple of words and so on, but today no one dares. All the people watching are all concentrated outside, discussing too loudly, because they know that Xiao Wei's dear son is dead. No one dares to touch Xiao Wei's mold in this situation. The white magician knelt on the ground and cried bitterly as he recounted the whole story. All he could tell was that a big monster called the Blood Demon Bull King suddenly appeared, and then he himself pulled away for it in order to protect Xiao Tianyu. Why Han Mengqi was seriously injured on the other side, why Xiao Tianyu died, and what happened to the three corpses, he had absolutely no idea. In contrast, Shaw knew more. At least he knew that the two strangers were assassins, or assassins he'd personally screwed over. You've turned against me? You kidnapped my son instead of killing Su Yan? Then my son didn't give in, and they fought, and my son lost his life for two? That was the most plausible explanation that Shaw could come up with in his grief-stricken state. Of course, there were many things that didn't make sense, such as how did they enter the secret realm? What about Han Mengqi and Wei De? The matter of solving the case is clearly beyond Shaw. Kill my son. I must kill his entire family. Xiao Wei gritted his teeth, his eyes red. Chairman I. The white magician was about to continue explaining something, but Xiao Wei glared over with a glare. Get lost. Useless waste. The white magician hastily nodded and rolled away from Xiao Wei's line of sight. He was now living as if he was walking on thin ice. He really didn't know which moment Xiao Wei would move to kill. Xia. Nationality, Daxia. Guild, acting on behalf of heaven. Rank, 75. Occupation, boxer. Battle evaluation, 48 stars. In the crowd, Su Yan checked Xiao Wei's information panel. Xiao Wei was considered to be a character who had dominated the Cloud Sea for a long time, but it was really the first time that Su Yan had explored him. It is indeed a bit of a shock not to see. I didn't realize that this old danger 75 levels and 48 stars of war power. Chapter 25, Geniuses Emerge. Fierce rush levels. It's not like I've lived my life in vain. I've spent it all on practicing. However, this also sidestepped Su Yan to realize Ling Shuawei's strength, knowing that Ling Shuawei was only 28 years old. Yet her level had already reached 73 and had a battle power of 66 stars. The upper limit determined by hidden professions and combat talent was too high. It was a chasm that ordinary people could not cross. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh. Hey, fortunately, he had a higher ceiling. But then again, Su Yan didn't think he could steadily Xiao Wei right now. That's right, Xiao Wei had become Su Yan's next target. Even if a person's words were good when he was about to die, he felt that Xiao Tianyu's words should not be false. The main thing was that Xiao Tianyu had a line that was especially true. How could he have that dog's guts? So the real source is Shaw. So Shaw must die. But the situation at hand was that the span difference between himself and Xiao Wei was a bit large, and Xiao Wei's combat experience must also be extremely rich, which made it a bit tricky. Let's let you live a few more days first. Su Yan's eyes showed sharpness as he disappeared in the crowd, entering the secret hall in void mode. Weaving through Xiao Wei and a group of the senior management and trainees of the substitute Heavenly Way, he entered the 55 to 60 Chaos Star Meteorite Ruins secret realm. This was the highest level secret realm before the second turn at level 60. The secret realm gate clearly prompted, group entry is recommended, because it's hard to survive until almost the second turn. What a shame to die. However, Su Yan didn't care too much. After all, he had brushed the 45 to 50 Gale Canyon for most of the day yesterday. Although this Chaos Star Meteorite Ruins is 2 grades higher than the Gale Canyon, Su Yan is also 4 levels higher than brushing the Gale Canyon fit level A, and also comprehended the soul-devouring dual guards. Across this level should not be a problem, even if it's hard. It's worth it if you have enough experience because he doesn't want to keep Shaw alive for too long. In Su Yan's opinion, if he got to level 30, he would be able to use the material pack given by Ling Shuawei to immediately change professions. And although he didn't know what this shadow ruler could be turned into, he believed that the power of the abyss would not fail him. By then running Shaw should be a handful. Of course, if you learn the bullseye skills and take the bullseye equipment in the 20 to 30 interval segment, you might also be able to tackle Xiao Wei a bit earlier. Anyway, the first order of business is to upgrade. In this world, only being strong is the best protection. Swish swish. When he entered the secret realm, Su Yan turned on the soul-devouring dual guards and summoned a Blood Demon Bull King and a Stormstone Zune, which were also the strongest bosses that Su Yan had killed at this stage. And both of their defense attributes are also very strong. Su Yan's thinking is to run their own map deep into the hinterland, and then let these two little brother all the way to pull the monsters to gather monsters, and wait for their own clearing the boss and then turn back to use the bloodthirsty scythe to kill the group of small monsters. This is definitely the way to maximize the benefits of playing. Su Yan had sort of unlocked another use for the skill soul-devouring twin guards, pulling monsters. After laying out his little brother's tasks, Su Yan ran all the way to the depths. Meanwhile, a grand ceremony was taking place in the Forge Workshop of Cloud Sea City. It was because the Forge Workshop had welcomed a genius figure that could be described as a once-in-a-century talent. It had only been a few days since his awakening, and he had completed all the primary forging quests with a super high level of proficiency. Living professions were different from combat professions in that there were a total of 2 times for them to change professions. The first transfer is to complete all the primary forge quests, which usually takes anywhere from a few months to a few years. After all, it gets harder the further you go. But this genius had only used a few days, and right now he was praying with his eyes closed in front of the stone of transfer. Everyone was also looking forward to whether this kind of genius would turn out to be a hidden profession. He was the only life profession on the current rookie list. Chang Hui. Bless. Make sure you spin me a good one. I'll have to do a favor for Yanko later. Chapter 26, Descending Dragon. The 10,000 races made a pilgrimage. Star Wreck Predator LV-55. Abilities, Darkness, Devouring, Splitting, Parasitism. Phantom Crystal Golem LV-56. Abilities, Armor, Splash, Magic Resist. Ranged, Ember Crystal Demon, Elite, LV-58. Abilities, Flame, Corrosion, Poison, Tear, Break Defense, Paralyze. Su Yan looked along the way, and there were already elite monsters starting to appear here. Elite monsters even if the small boss in the secret realm. The difficulty will be higher, but it is also considered a benefit in disguise for professionals. After all, there is 1 or 2 more big experience, and 1 or 2 more chances to explode equipment. Therefore, Su Yan is a bit reluctant to leave. First screw a runner knife. Save yourself from bullying your little brother in a while. Click. With a handful of swords, elite monsters can still be instantly secured. Successfully killed Eclipsed Flame Meteorite Crystal Demon, Elite. Gained 1,800 experience points. This is very comfortable. The ability is even more fancy to put down in one hit. Picking up the green light ball, Su Yan continued to run towards the hinterland. At the same time, the Blood Demon Bull King and Storm Stonefather were doing their best to taunt everything, attracting and gathering the monsters in the map one by one with a speed that wasn't too fast, waiting for their masters to come back and harvest them. Starcore Evil Dragon LV-60. Abilities, Mass Attack, Ray, Penetrate, Storm, Sustained Damage, Explode, Blind. Special ability, boosts attack power by a percentage per enemy hit. Su Yan looked at the Black Dragon type big boss in front of him and sked. This was definitely the most dominating boss he had seen so far, and also the only pure high attack type boss so far. How to put it? Su Yan was very satisfied with this little dragon brother who was about to be incorporated under his command. High attack boss Su Yan is not at all with annoying. Without those armor stacking what will be good to kill a lot, saying that this was a level 60 boss. But for Su Yan the actual difficulty of killing it was about the same as that of the defense-loving Stormstone Zune. Of course, if an ordinary professional encountered this evil dragon it would be hellishly difficult, or as long as it was allowed to attack, it would definitely not end well. As a blood-colored lotus blossomed beneath the star-core evil dragon, its life was about to be adjudicated. Bang bang! Several blood-red sides appeared around the evil dragon, and after an unwilling dragon roar, the evil dragon gradually vaporized and disappeared. Until its death it still had a dominant look and didn't go limp like the other bosses. Successfully killed the star-core evil dragon and gained 4,900 experience points. Watching the experience bar rise, Su Yan nodded in relief, and could be certain that this was the best place to level up at the moment. Acquire Dragon Scale X3. Obtain Evil Dragon Bone X5. Dragon Inferno Bow, Yellow. Dragon Scales, Dragon Bones, valuable materials for forging equipment. The Academy learned it right. Monsters after level 60 will start popping all sorts of materials. These materials can be sold, or you can keep them for yourself and have them crafted by a forger or apothecary when you have the appropriate drawings. Different grades of drawings and different degrees of life professions make all kinds of different things. So life professionals in the middle and late stage is still very popular. Basically is a person sitting at home. Wealth from the sky. Of course, the prerequisite is to have the strength. There are also a number of life professionals who have spent their lives as pawns, making a living. Chapter 26, Descending Dragon. The 10,000 races made a pilgrimage. I wonder how Teruko is doing. These materials can be saved for him to juggle. In the past few days, Su Yan was busy leveling up and really ignored Chang Hui. and he didn't know how this newly promoted little blacksmith was doing. After counting the supplies, Su Yan then turned around and ran back, waiting for the pilgrimage of the 10,000 clans that belonged to him. The 2 soul minions were indeed strong enough to keep all the little monsters together, even though they were beaten up along the way. Thanks to Su Yan's blood is not too thin, and even more thanks to these 2 are all high defense type, so the blood strip is still reduced by half. Su Yan took a rough look. There were at least 50 to 60 various small monsters combined, and there was also an elite monster among them. This wave is going to be a blast. It was also finally time to thoroughly utilize the power of bloodthirsty scythe kill. Whoosh! Su Yan flashed to the center of the pile of monsters. The time of the Void Phantom has ended, but Su Yan does not matter. Even if the monsters hit him, the damage is directly transferred to the body of the soul minions. Open to kill is finished. Clang! Su Yan launched his sword. A round of blood-colored aperture enveloped all the monsters, and at the same time it seemed like countless scythes broke out of the air, strangling madly in this range. Clang clang clang! 3 knives in a flash. Although there is no Stygian Hunt's bonus, but it can be made up for with the attack speed. The scythe mercilessly harvested life. Dozens of monsters in the same time the blood bar cleared, and fell down with a bang, as if 10,000 tribes were worshipping. That scene had an extremely strong visual impact. Su Yan, as the party involved, was watching it with blood boiling. Successfully killed the Star Wreck Predator and gained 330 experience points. Successfully killed the Phantom Crystal Golem and gained 350 experience points. Successfully killed the Spirit Devouring Demon Beast and gained 350 experience points. Level up to 21 and gain 10 points of free attributes. Successfully killed the Inferno Energy Devil Statue, Elite, gaining 1,800 experience points. Several hints scrolled before Su Yan's eyes, and the joy of the harvest caused the corners of his mouth to curl up. In the end, this wave of small monsters plus 1 elite contributed a full 150 experience points, counting the boss. This trip gained nearly 30,000 experience points. If you calculated it according to the ratio, then it was now almost like entering the secret realm once was equivalent to killing the boss 5 to 6 times, while the time consumed only a few seconds more than the previous brush. The soul-devouring dual guard skill was simply a heavenly match for brushing, enough to increase the total efficiency by more than 5 times. If you follow this progress, you'll be able to reach level 30 in a matter of days. Su Yan was clearing the battlefield of supplies while waiting for the cooldown time of the Void Spectre. There was no other way. The outside was full of people who acted on behalf of the heavens, so he could only go out stealthily. What's even more depressing is that you still have to wait about 10 minutes for the refresh time, knowing that for Su Yan this 10 minutes is more than 100,000 to 200,000 experience. When Su Yan came to the entrance of the secret realm again, he happened to see Xiao Wei holding Xiao Tianyu's corpse as he prepared to leave. And not far away, there was another person who had fallen in a pool of blood. It was the same white wizard who led the group, who thought that Shaw was telling him to get out of sight, but he didn't realize that Shaw was telling him to get the hell out of the world. The strongest is the law of the world. Just like at this moment, Xiao Wei was admired by millions of people, and his every move made people's hearts tremble. But don't forget what kind of state he was in front of Ling Xuewei. Similarly, what state is the flailing Xiao Tianyu in the face of death? Su Yan bashfully stretched his neck and stepped into the secret realm. This jungle game he didn't want to be the prey. However, Su Yan had just entered the secret realm, and before he even had the chance to release the soul-devouring twin guards, he saw a scene that blew his mind. There's suddenly a portal in front of us. It says, Global Copy, Thorn Promenade. Chapter 27, Great Advantages in World Replicas. There are 2 main modes of existence for global copies. The first is a fixed copy. Each country has a fixed teleportation site. This type of copy perennial hanging global rankings, both the battle for glory, but also the battle for resources. Then there's the randomized copies. There were many conditions for random triggering, the most common being that a professional from a certain country had obtained a world copy scroll, which would globally synchronize the appearance of a portal once opened. Take for example this teleportation portal in front of Su Yan. Global copy, Corridor of Thorns. Background, the endless corridor is full of organs and traps, and you may return to the original point at any time. Mission, cross the promenade and return the Devil's Tears. Time limit, 240 minutes. Reward, World Treasure Chest. Immediate ranking, progress not yet available. Randomized world copies. Su Yan hadn't heard much about them over the years, but this was the first time he had actually seen them. This type of copy is definitely considered a large global benefit, although the difficulty is high, but as long as it is breached that reward is also huge. It is said that no world treasure chest will disappoint, but back to the difficulty, it is indeed high. First of all, this random copy is truly random, and the opening scrolls are time limited. so there's no way there's time for anyone to prepare in advance. And once opened, the copy time began to count down synchronously. Just like this Thorn Promenade, the introduction is only so simple, a few sentences, completely unclear about the content inside nor the level and ability of the monsters. It's going to take quite a bit of time just to group up and prepare, and that consumes all the time it takes to get through the game. So not every random copy of the world will be breached. Given the odds over the years, pretty much the pass rate is around 30%, or only every third time. The last time it appeared was half a year ago, when Ling Shuawei's squad was almost a step away from completion. But unfortunately, when the time finally came, Daxia was ranked first in the instant rankings, but they got nothing. However, this random copy is a little good. The portal is spread all over the world. Anyone can participate in and independent of the realm. Unlike those fixed world copy, only by the country's selected people are eligible to enter. Anyway, no matter what others did, Su Yan had already slipped in. Even if we can't beat them, we can still take a look at them, and it's good to brush up on the small monsters if they have high experience. This kind of world replica naturally involves the 5 major guilds of Dixia. From the moment the duplicate portal appeared, the 5 major guilds began to deploy their men and women to get busy. Among them, the president of the 4th guild, Rashomon, Lei Qi, and the president of the 5th guild, Brilliant Club, Yi Yanzhou, were gathering together. Just in time. If we go in together, the first place will be ours. That's right. This is really a pleasant surprise. Old Lei, you immediately call people from the guild. Let's prepare to enter the copy earlier. Don't let the embarrassing situation like Ling Shuawei last time happen again. Good. Don't worry. I'll go arrange for someone. And you just happen to talk to President Yu so that he doesn't have to rush. Aha. The President Yu they were talking about was Yu Yuting, the president of the #1 guild in China, Dragon Descent. The Dragon Descent guild had been firmly at the top of the Great Xia guild ranking for more than 10 years, and Yu Yuting, as the most powerful person in the Great Xia, was very convincing in both his management and in his dealings with others. But the 5 major guilds weren't ironclad either. The Blue War God's Temple, which was in second place, had been singing the opposite tune of the other 4 major guilds for a long time. Even when it came to something like the battle for Rain City, the War God's Palace was not allied with the other 4 major guilds, and its president, Interlude, had quite the attitude. Chapter 27, Great Advantages in World Replicas. That's why the other 4 major guilds didn't even bother asking him about sudden world copies like this. Got it. Yu Yuting said to Yi Yanzhou on the other end of the communicator. I've contacted Xiaoling, she's also outside, so it's up to you guys this time. Even if we can't finish the mission, we must put Daxia in first place. Don't worry, President Yu, we will definitely put our best foot forward. Immediate ranking, 1. Daxia. When Su Yan entered the copy, the instant rankings were then refreshed, and the one currently in first place was none other than Daxia. The reason was simple. Su Yan had advanced too quickly. Now he's the only mangaka with copies of all the realms around the globe. Soon enough, though, one country after another will be on the list, and the list is in order of entry until you actually move forward. Su Yan used his phantom soul sense to check the map, and it was pretty much the same as the introduction. It was really damn long. It was actually more than 4 kilometers from the end. It was almost beyond the detection range of the shadow soul sense. What's even more exaggerated is the difficulty of the path. Not to mention the monsters. There were countless various organs and traps along the way. Paralyzed, stunned, hypnotized, weakened. All of them have various negative statuses. Even if they were scouted out, it would be difficult to dodge them all. Not to mention the various small and elite monsters along the way. The most outrageous is when you get almost 2/3 of the way through, where there's a trap that sends the team right back to the starting point. If you get caught in this trap, your mind will explode. Su Yan smacked his lips with emotion. No wonder it was said that the world treasure chest wouldn't disappoint, because it was really too hard to get it. Not only is it difficult, but it also requires the opportunity to open a copy. It's one of those things that can't be found. Machine Guardian Spirit LV-55. Abilities, Manipulation, Flame, Poison Dart, Self-Healing, Magic Immunity. Raising his eyes to look at the recent small monsters in front of him, the intensity is similar to that of the Chaos Star Meteorite Ruins Secret Realm. I just don't know if there will be more experience. In case if it's like the Rift Space it can be earned. Same old rules. Void Spectre touches behind the monster. Oh, magic immunity. We really don't have any magic. Ka! Su Yan struck, and the Organ Guardian Spirit immediately fell apart. Successfully killed the Organ Guardian Spirit and gained 1500 experience points. At that moment, Su Yan's eyes widened steeply. The same level 55 small monsters, one in here topped the experience of nearly 5 in the secret realm. It's true that special secret areas or copies have a huge increase in effect. The experience of the small monsters is so exaggerated. So the gold content of the world treasure chest is absolutely unquestionable. Originally, Su Yan just wanted to come in to take a look and brush up on his experience if he could. He really didn't think much of it. But now, Su Yan had changed his mind, and he decided that he would try his best to grab that world treasure chest. It wasn't just because the temptation was huge, but there was also another reason why Su Yan had carefully read the rules after coming in, and had also explored this copy in its entirety. He realized that he had a huge natural advantage in the form of the Void Spectre. He could completely ignore any trap or any monster and just run like hell. I just don't know what that return of the demon's tears at the end means. Anyway, you can go over there and check it out first. And time is the biggest thing you can rely on. Even if you can't finish the final level and get the world treasure chest, you can just go back and brush up on the little monsters again. And you won't lose out on this wave anyway. Making his decision, Su Yan built up his strength and charged. Chapter 28 The Untouchable Head of Daxia. Su Yan sped along, and the places he passed were as if they hadn't passed, without the slightest ripple. The move also puts Daxia firmly in first place in the instant rankings. Even when Su Yan rushed to the end of the line, the other countries hadn't even started yet, including our compatriots in Daxia. This way Su Yan pulled his speed to full capacity, finally skimming over the thorny land before the Void Spectre ended. And in front of him was a platform similar to an ancient arena. In the middle of the platform was a bizarrely carved stone platform, and as we got closer, right in the center of the platform was a groove similar to the shape of a tear. Except that the tear had to catch up to the size of a thumb. Return the tears to me. After getting close, Su Yan could see this prompt. Su Yan frowned. I can't just cry a scene by myself and fill this alcove with my tears, right? Just as he was rambling, he felt the ground suddenly tremble violently, followed by a monster with a huge figure booming out from the ground. It was 3 meters tall, covered in a layer of black rock scales, with claws deeply embedded in the ground as if it could tear the earth apart at any time. And overall grew like a pangolin that had mutated to the extreme. The most crucial thing was that it was set with a dark red gemstone on its chest in the shape of that demon's tear. Mograth LV85. Abilities: Venom, Stealth, Tremor, Fear, Paralyze, Knockback, Ranged, Raid, Regan, Shield, Summon. Special ability: entering Stampede state after blood level falls below 30%, doubling attack and defense. Entering 10 seconds of invincibility after blood level falls below 10%. Looking at the monster information, Su Yan wanted to give it a thumbs up. Which is a pangolin. This is a small strong that cannot die. The later you fight, the stronger you get. Especially the 10 seconds of invincibility after doubling your offense and defense. Isn't that a hunting moment? It's not easy to hide for 10 seconds in this small arena. The main thing is that this thing is level 85. It did look like it carried so much experience right on it, but it does seem a bit difficult to run it by yourself. Nope. Wait a minute. Looking at the monster's message, Su Yan was suddenly certain. This boss bull is bull after the blood level is below 30%. And the prisoner's soul seal skill could complete hard control when the monster's blood level was below 40%. And it's up to 10 minutes long. That means, Su Yan's gaze was like a torch, and his 2 skills actually happened to restrain this world copy. This wave of benefits is going to be a sure thing. And to maximize the benefits, Su Yan quietly retreated to the entrance of the arena. And the cooldown of Phantom Soul Awareness had ended, so using it again and entering the void, Su Yan killed his way back to the promenade. This time, he was going to slash the monsters, take advantage of the time difference between a good Phantom Soul Awareness and harvest like crazy. Successfully killed the Swamp Hatchling, gained 1,600 experience points. Successfully killed the Poisonous Flower Demon and gained 1,500 experience points. Successfully killed the Banned Spell Grudge, Elite, and gained 3,500 experience points. Su Yan's strategy was simple: clear the monsters for experience first. This kind of copy is basically the ultimate quest that you have to count down to closing after completing, and that would be a waste. How fragrant is this world promenade? It smelled even better than that cracked space in the Spirit Rhinoceros Mystery Realm. At this time, Su Yan is like a god of death. He quickly behind each small monster hand up knife down. One by one name, point to the death penalty. A crazy harvest began. Su Yan on the one hand to pay attention to the shadow soul consciousness of the gap, and on the other hand to pay attention to the overall time. Don't end up brushing the results of the ultimate task for others to complete. You should know that this ultimate quest Su Yan had a plan. This copy he had to pass through. Chapter 28 The Untouchable Head of Daxia. Thunderbolt Squad. Captain, Lei Chi LV91. Profession, Sublime Walker. Vice Team, Yi Yenjo LV89. Profession, Holy Spirit. It's not often that the 2 presidents of the conference put together a well-matched 5-person team. Several elite team members are incredibly excited. 2 hidden profession of the General Assembly presidents sitting in the town. This go-in is not a mess to kill? This wave of blood rubbing go! Conquest! Conquest! According to the speed of preparation, Lei Qi thought that they were considered to be fast, and even if other countries were faster, they would not be a minute faster than them. But don't underestimate the minutes and seconds. Every second counts in the battle for the world. Entering the copy, Yi Yanzhou immediately opened a few layers of buffs to the team first without saying anything. Hey, being on your team is comfortable, haha. Why don't you just disband that club of yours and come to our resumen? And I'll vacate a vice president for you. No, acting president. Lei Qi hemmed and hawed, speaking genuinely in a joking tone. Oh, if you want to come to the Splendor Club someday, I'll set you up plain as day. Yi Yanzhou blankly glanced at Lei Qi. This was also the reason why everyone was on good terms, or else he would definitely let him try the other side of the Holy Spirit. Alright old Lei, let's hurry up and get going. Now that our daxia is in first place, there should be no other countries coming in yet. We've got a head start. Lei Qi proudly patted his chest. This is the efficiency of our Rashomon. Watch. We won't let this first place go once. Squad status pulled full. Lei Qi officially opened with a space spell. This copy is considered to be very right for him as a sublime walker. As long as he is not careless, those organs and traps will be very difficult to touch him. Yi Yanzhou is also not an idle generation. Whether it is professional skills or combat experience is pulled full. As long as the players do not run away from his casting range by themselves, he can ensure that everyone throughout the state without damage. Several elite players were also selected by Lei Qi, with outstanding individual abilities and seamless coordination with each other. The entire squad was as solid as a rock, advancing forward almost non-stop for a moment. It made Reno couldn't even help but shout out while fighting. This was the importance of a top-tier support profession. Yi Yanzhou alone could raise the entire squad a few notches. It was also because of Yi Yanzhou's bailout down the line that the Brilliant Club, whose overall strength wasn't outstanding, remained in the top 5 guilds. The 2nd through 5th spots on the instant leaderboard have been alternating back and forth, showing just how competitive the competition is. But no matter how much those few countries fought, they couldn't shake the Great Summer in the slightest, which made Lei Qi and the others motivated and battle-hardened. But unbeknownst to them, the actual situation is not because they. Rather, it was because Su Yan, who had already been to the end of the long corridor long before everyone came in, had long since filled up the progress bar, and unless someone fired the first shot at that big boss now, the position of number 1 in daxia was just unshakable. Furthermore, this first shot Su Yan didn't want to leave it to anyone. Successfully killed the Sodas Elf, Elite, and gained 500 experience points. Level up to 23 and gain 10 points of free attributes. Click. Successfully killed the Organ Guardian Spirit and gained 1500 experience points. From the end of the long corridor all the way to the initial point of the backward thrust. This way not only more small monsters, elite monsters are also many. Experience is naturally also our harvest. Before reaching Su Yan has already risen 2 levels. The only thing I regret is that the monsters don't refresh repeatedly after they're cleared. It wasn't far from the end now, and after brushing up on this last bit, Su Yan would have to hurry back to collect the Devil's Tears. After all, this was a world copy, and Su Yan didn't dare to guarantee that there were no professions that were even more perverted than himself. Chapter 29, Hard Control World Boss. With this kind of randomly triggered copy of the world, no country would dare to say that they had an advantage, but for the sake of experience, for the world treasure chest, and even more so for the world ranking that represents honor, all countries will surely give their best. The Lighthouse Nation, currently in 2nd place, and the Woolly Bear Nation, in 3rd place, are fighting it out. The instant rankings of the two of them changed almost every few seconds, and both sides also greeted their families on the other side while dodging the organs. It doesn't matter if you can't hear them, just enjoy yourself. It's not that I don't curse daxia, it's just that I can't catch up with daxia's progress. I don't even have the motivation or passion to curse. In 4th place is Cherry Blossom Town. Cherry Blossom Country. There was a significant gap between their progress and that of both of the top 2 echelons, and improvising a team was not an easy task for them to enter much later. But they simply do not rush. The main fight is steady through. Wait until the final mission that gang of people fast. What is the use? It is unlikely that they will be dead by the time we get there. Besides, our team's shades and spellcasters are cursing them as they advance. It's not a skill, it's pure obsession. Further down the line, like Kimchi Country 3 countries Gallic Country these are basically similar to the Cherry Blossom Country thought. Chases definitely cannot catch up. Let's see if the final mission cannot be stuck in the front of all of them. But then again, they weren't as confident in themselves as Sakura Nation. Anyway, let's do our best to push forward first. It's good to get some experience. Successfully killed the Organ Guardian Spirit and gained 1500 experience points. successfully killed the thorny gourmand worm and gained 1500 experience points. As Su Yan once again arrived at the place of origin, there was no longer a single living soul on the entire thorny corridor of his realm. The experience value progress also came to 79% of level 23, which was almost 3 levels up. Also burst a messy pile of things. Su Yan did not care to look carefully. Anyway, after the fight to pick up directly next. There was even purple equipment in the pile, and Su Yan did pause for a moment when he picked that up, but unfortunately it wasn't for assassins, much less unranked. Anyway, when we go back to the city to pack up and sell it, it will be another big fortune. Su Yan sank his breath and looked along the long corridor to the end that could not be seen. Now, it was time to end. Random world copies are accessible to anyone, provided you're not afraid to die. It's definitely all about the national teams on this instant leaderboard, but in reality, every country besides them isn't missing out on getting in, just like Daxia. For example, like that President Xiao of Yunhai City who had just lost his son. After knowing that there was a copy of the world, he put his son's body aside at that time, shouting slogans about contributing to Daxia. He was actually more mindful of that little bit of resources than anyone else. How else do you get up to this level 75? Of course you don't miss it. You don't miss it. At this moment, Xiao Wei took 3 auxiliary professions and a mage and chiseled a little bit on the promenade. The intention of taking so many auxiliaries was already very obvious. It was not at all to go and fight for Daxia for anything. It was completely to protect himself. It's still a comfortable experience to take without the pressure of a mission. If only Xiao Yu was alive. What a great opportunity to level up. AI. Xiao Wei lamented. I must break the body of the person who killed Xiao Yu into pieces. Execute the 9 clans. Swish as a pillar of light flashed. Xiao Wei was level 76. This level pressures me for more than a year. Now that it's been raised at this time, that's telling me that I must take revenge no matter who the other party is. Chapter 29 Hard Control World Boss. Shaw blemishes were cracking, and it was a lot stronger after a level up. Congratulations to the president on his promotion. We'll definitely make it into the top 10 this year. Xiao, this revenge we will definitely avenge as well. Don't worry, Chairman. Our brothers in the club are investigating this matter. There will be results soon. And isn't Han Mengqi still alive? When she wakes up she might be able to know the answer. Han Mengqi. Hearing that name, Xiao Wei frowned. Let's focus on brushing the map first. Mograth LV85. Su Yan once again entered the dueling arena. This boss was released this time, obviously not too peaceful. The ground has more countless scratches, but the stone platform in the center is intact. Standing at the entrance intersection, Su Yan waited for the Void Phantom to recover. There's only one tactic, and that's reckless. Dry it out to less than 40% of its blood. Swish swish. Su Yan first used the soul-devouring dual guards to recruit 2 minions, and this time, he didn't use the Storm Stone Zune, which is a high defense one, and replaced it with the newly stowed Star Core Evil Dragon. Just spread out and attack and be done with it. After the 2 soul minions were summoned, Su Yan dived into the void and the battle officially began. When Mograth saw a dragon and a bull barging into the arena, he glared up into those scarlet eyes, and pockets of saliva formed from his venom couldn't help but fall, smashing and corroding holes in the ground. Just as it was about to stomp out to take care of the 2 tasty species, suddenly, a blood-colored lotus flower sealed off all its movements. Bang! As a bludgeoning phrase flashed, Su Yan finished the first slash of bloodthirsty scythe kill. The 3-second bind time officially started, and this time Su Yan didn't have a single moment's delay, pulling his personal attack speed straight to full, and bang 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 bang, a frantic output was directed at Mograth's back. The Blood Demon Bull King's lightning slashed about, and the Star Core Evil Dragon threw rays and storms upwards in a brainstorm, and the 2 minions gave Mograth a couple of negative statuses. Bloodstained scythes flew irregularly throughout the arena, and in 3 seconds, Su Yan swung out 37 blades. Due to Bloodthirsty Scythe Kill's defense reduction effect, Mograth also reduced his defense by 50% after being hit by the first slash, and after taking it for those 3 seconds, his blood bar was directly taken out by half. You have to know that it is a world boss. The blood is as thick as anything. To be able to knock out half of its blood in 3 seconds was already quite an exaggeration. The forced binding ended. Mograth then let out a hiss, at the same time a stomp on the ground to start a tremor. The whole field instantly cracked a big stripe, and the 2 soul minions' blood bars were depleting along with it. At this moment, the person with the highest hate value in the entire arena was bound to be Su Yan. But naturally, Mograth couldn't search for Su Yan. From there the hatred descended directly onto the Star Core Evil Dragon. It was seen to have its fangs bared, its venom intertwined with lightning, and its 2 claws were moving as if it was about to unleash its summoning skill. While all of this was happening, Su Yan did not pause at all, and continued the output for another second or so. To this moment, Mograth LV85. Blood, 40%. Soul Seal. This was the first time Su Yan had unleashed the prisoner's Soul Seal skill, and in the next instant, the tremor disappeared and the air was suddenly quiet. The large mouth that was about to bite into the Star-Core evil dragon also stopped. Mograth's scarlet eyes turned into endless darkness. Chapter 30, The Great Bounty of the World's Treasure Chests. Success! Su Yan stopped attacking, and when he looked at Mograth again he felt that it was no longer violent, only submissive. Run a lap, Su Yan ordered, and Mograth obeyed. Looking at Mograth who was striding, Su Yan couldn't help but tsk and sigh. World boss as obedient as my little brother. This prisoner's soul seal was simply too vicious. After playing briefly, Su Yan began to get down to business. Snap that jewel off your chest. Mograth purred obediently, and with a pinch of 2 fingernails, removed the dark red gem. Put the gems where they belong. Su Yan pointed towards the central stone platform. That's right. This is not the ultimate mission. Isn't this the most correct use of the captive soul seal? You don't have to be killed. I'll just dominate you. You start storming after your blood drops to 30%. So sorry. I'll be able to hard control you at 40% blood. Under Su Yan's gaze, Mograth slowly placed the gem into the groove, and the next moment there was a new prompt. Thank you for helping me find my teary eyes. In return, I'll help you clean up Mograth. As soon as the prompt dropped, a red light shot out of the jewel, piercing Mograth right through. The blood bar was also instantly zeroed out, dead through and through. By this point Su Yan also understood the correct way to play this final quest. There was no need to have to defeat Mograth. As long as he could take down the jewel on its chest, it would have to be taken away no matter how berserk it was. I should have known better than to control it and just go up to Void Shadow and deduct gems. Successfully killed Mograth and gained 53,000 experience points. Level up to 24 and gain 10 free attribute points. Level up to 25 and gain 10 free attribute points. The new skill Soul Breaker Vector has been successfully comprehended. Soul Breaker Vector, gathering the power of the abyss, tearing through space to release a 100% blast, 500% burst damage Soul Breaker Vector that breaks through defenses and armor and has a chance to stun the target for 3 seconds. Special mechanism, the Soul Breaker Vector can be stored for up to 5 seconds, and the damage per second is doubled and stacked. Skill range, as far as the eye can see. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Consumption, 40 energy. Directly rising 2 levels in a row. He also comprehended a new skill. Su Yan's joy overflowed. Read the skill description to realize that this skill is quite bullish. First of all, this is a long-range damage skill, and its bludgeoning burst damage is already as horrible as Abyssal Hunt, but it has even more horrible. It's a 5-second build-up. That's a lot of damage stacking. It's not 5 seconds to store up 5x damage. It's 16x damage. I thought this was a big sniper, but I didn't realize it was a nuke. If you were to use the Soul Breaker Vector as a starting skill while storing power in the Void Shadow state, TSK, there aren't many people who can survive this hand. After the experience was taken, Mograth's body suddenly disappeared, and in its place was a treasure chest. The World Treasure Chest. This World Treasure Chest from the outside cannot be seen unlike the usual kill boss after the kind of colorful light ball. But Su Yan is not worried. The World Treasure Chest will not let anyone disappointed. This sentence is not empty. Opening the treasure chest, there weren't any exaggerated special effects, and there were just a few things lying quietly inside the chest. It may seem generic, but it's not. Just like at this moment, Su Yan's eyes were looking straight. A skill book, 3 rare equipment drawings, a large amount of gold coins, a badge, and Su Yan's long-awaited assassin's exclusive weapon. Sure enough, the World Treasure Chest never disappoints. At the same time as the World Treasure Chest was opened, the same prompt appeared in all the copies on all the faces around the globe. The World Treasure Chest has been opened and the replica will close in 3 minutes. Chapter 30, The Great Bounty of the World's Treasure Chests. Ranking, 1. Daxia. It was obvious that Daxia had taken the lead in completing the mission and claimed the first place in this world copy. But it's just a little too fast. Too fast for other countries to accept. Lighthouse Country Group. How is this possible? We've only just advanced halfway and they've finished opening all the treasure chests? There's no way Daxia has this kind of strength. They took too short a time. As far as I know there's no other country in the world that can clear a world copy in such a short period of time. There's a bug. There must be a bug. Damn. Didn't even see what the boss looked like. There's something wrong with Daxia. Must check it out. Cherry Blossom Country Team. Finished? Looks like our curse didn't take effect. Damn Daxia. Must have found a shortcut. Is it that goddess Ling again? Sooner or later, I must take her under my wing. Make her serve me for life. If Daxia's strength has reached such a point now, then we really need to be vigilant. Get more manpower to scout and investigate. Various countries are questioning the result, not realizing that in reality, The Daxia team is also puzzled by the Lei Qi? Yi Yanzhou? What is this situation? How is it possible to count our Daxia opening the treasure chest? There isn't any. Lei Qi stared woodenly. This was even worse than the last time Ling Shuiwei that happened. Ling Shuiwei was the one who almost got the treasure chest, and this is them being said to have gotten it when they clearly didn't. More injustice. Could it be criminal lie? Yi Yanzhou frowned. The only thing he could think of was the president of this second guild. And in terms of personal strength alone, Interlude was guaranteed to be in the top 3 levels of the country. That's the only explanation at the moment. But I don't believe that criminal Lai has this kind of strength, Lei Qi asserted. And the reason why he was so sure was because Lei Qi, a sublime walker, still had an advantage in this copy. Many of the organ traps he could avoid through dimensional transformation. Even so, he didn't think he could rush to the end in that short of time and complete the final mission. You should know that there must be a world boss in the world copy, and the world boss will not be able to do it alone. Therefore, Lei Qi didn't believe it at all. He preferred to believe that it was the copy of the world that was the problem. Hey, let's go back first. No matter what the reason is, at least the first one is our Daxia's. Or maybe there really is some unseen genius professional. Hearing Yi Yanzhou say this, Lei Qi laughed disapprovingly. How is it possible? If there really is such a person who could not know? Besides, what degree of genius does he have to be able to keep you and I out of reach? This copy is so depressing to play. Su Yan still didn't know that the world was on the verge of chaos because of his actions. He didn't have the heart to think about that. Right now these supplies were the top priority. Badge of Thorns, special item, level, unlimited. Occupation, unlimited. Physical fitness plus 100. Strength plus 100. Agility plus 100. Spirit plus 100. Special attribute, chance to bind the enemy for 3 seconds when attacking. A badge that adds 100 to all attributes. With this one alone, we've already made a fortune on this trip. And that was just the first thing Su Yan picked up. Chapter 31 Wuxuan, the Hope of the Grand Xia. After putting on the badge, Su Yan opened the skill book. Exorcism, boosts abnormal status resistance for 60 seconds after release. This skill book according to Su Yan's understanding was the same as the previous one. Perception. And it was the same thing that everyone playing with their lives wanted to get. Abnormal statuses are terrifying in battle, like paralysis, slumber, stun, etc. Once you're hit, you could be at the mercy of others. And this skill can improve the resistance to abnormalities in 60 seconds. Even if the improvement is not much, the importance of that can be imagined. Many times the victory or defeat is in a split second, on whether you can resist that one state. Therefore, this exorcism skill book basically belongs to the high war must-have. Without this are embarrassed to go to the battlefield. Don't look at the number of people who own it, but it's still sky high. It's still hard to pop after all. Of course Su Yan won't sell this kind of thing for money. How many skills are there? Is not too many. You have comprehended the exorcism skill. As you carry the mysterious brand of the ancient abyss, which tore through the chaos and from which gushed forth endless forbidden power. Exorcism skill evolved into chaos purification, passive, chaos pure realm, immunity to all abnormal statuses, effective for the whole team. Sure enough, Su Yan hooked up the corner of his mouth. Any skill that comes to me will have to evolve a bit more. This time, the active skill was directly changed into a passive skill, meaning that from this moment onwards, Su Yan would no longer be hit by any abnormal status. It's even a bit of a shame to say that I've never won one in my life. I don't know how it feels. Yet more exaggerated is the whole team effectively. This was a passive all buff. Teammates who teamed up with him or her would also be immune to all abnormal statuses. Just for this alone, if Su Yan puts out the news and begs him to form a team, people will line up 10 miles away. Take this Thorn Promenade for example. Most of those traps and organs were on negative status. But if you teamed up with Su Yan, you could walk through it without a hitch, including some of the national wars afterward. The significance of this skill was also significant. Su Yan was convinced of this. The skills were finished, but the surprises belonging to Su Yan still didn't end. Weapon. The exclusive weapon that had been waiting for a long time had finally appeared. Moreover, the weapon was an epic level equipment with orange characters. Phantom Blade, epic. Level, unranked. Occupation, assassin. Attack power, 1800. Strength, plus 400. Agility, plus 500. Additional attribute, increase attack speed by 30%. Each attack randomly draws enemy attribute points and converts them into its own bonus for 30 seconds. Special attribute, 70% probability of causing a male enemy to enter various abnormal states when attacking him for 3 seconds. Exclusive skill, fuse with the soul of Phantom Demon. Enter 60 seconds of awakening state. In this state attack speed is increased by 100%. Attack power is increased by 100%. Burst damage is increased by 100%. Defense is increased by 100%. Dodge is increased by 100%. Cooldown time is 24 hours. Su Yan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This inheritance weapon was simply heaven-defying. Not only was the base attack high, but the attribute bonuses were also added to agility and strength, which was another further increase in attack, and 500 points were added to agility alone. That's the equivalent of going up 33 levels in order to equalize the attribute bonus. Chapter 31 Wuxuan, the hope of the Grand Xia. What was even more exaggerated was that exclusive skill, which, to put it bluntly, was entering a 1-minute peerless mode. The entire person's battle power doubled in that minute. The only thing I regret is that I can only use it once every 24 hours. It would be nice to be able to turn it on all the time. Anyway, the long-awaited weapon was finally obtained. The thought process of not buying good weapons had been right before, and it hadn't come together until now. Cobbling together an exclusive epic unclassified, changing into the Phantom Illusionary Blade. Su Yan glanced at his personal panel and his battle power assessment had reached 32 stars. You have to know that the highest star level in general before the second turn of level 60 is only 30 stars. Su Yan cannot even reach the first turn it. He is only 25 levels. This big wave of harvest could give Su Yan a cool harvest. The rest of the 3 rare equipment drawings, Su Yan casually looked at them and put them away. There are specialties. This thing can go back to Chung Hui research study. The copy will be closing soon. Please leave as soon as possible. Returning to the Chaos Star Meteorite Ruins secret realm once again. Su Yan had already changed his guns, especially this Phantom Demon Fantasy Blade. That was really how he liked it. When he couldn't wait, Su Yan wanted to have a good time first. The 2 soulets will be released to pull out the monsters. They're on all the way to the evil dragon boss. On the way to run into the small elite by hand, the Phantom Blade breaks through the air. Seems to want to cut the air like that. The sense of blow is unparalleled. To the evil dragon's hinterland, Su Yan saved a soul-breaking vector. Instantly a strand of black fire haunts the arm. 5 seconds to arrive. Su Yan a big hand wave. An arrow like a black dragon tore out. The distance of dozens of meters was instantaneous, and the Star Core Evil Dragon's blood level was instantly emptied. Looking at the amount of damage that was stored for 5 seconds, Su Yan couldn't even believe his eyes. 16x damage. Quite a bandwagon. Turning his head, Soul Minion also pulled the small monsters over. Dozens of monsters gawked at Su Yan and surrounded him in the center. However, in the next second, Su Yan only swung his sword, and there was a crunching sound of a click. All the monsters fell to the ground in an instant. The total experience hasn't changed. It's still almost 30,000, but the process can become much more enjoyable, and time is saved again. Come on, keep brushing up. This Phantom Demon Fantasy Blade, Su Yan was a bit in love with it. On the other hand, Lei Qi and Yi Yanzhou got in touch with Yu Ting right after they exited the copy and recounted this strange incident today from start to finish. Yu Ting murmured. It's not criminal lie. He didn't participate in this world copy. I know about the matter. I will continue to look into it. If there really is this strong person in existence, it would be a good thing for the entire Grand Xia. But before that, we have to strengthen our guard. I'm afraid that there will be a large number of spies coming to Daxia in the near future to probe the truth. You two bring good manpower. It's going to be a tough and hard time for a while. Hanging up the communicator. Yu Ting sank his breath. If there were to be truly hidden powerhouses, he would dig up the ground and find them. Because the battle for Rain City was imminent. Daxia hadn't fought it down for 4 years. And the Lighthouse Kingdom has captured Rain City 3 times in these 4 years. And through the resources of Rain City, their strength now has a tendency to pull away from the Great Summer. If we let them take Rain City this year, it's going to be really hard to catch up. Therefore, Yu Ting had already reported his determination to die. No matter what, he must take the Rainy City this year. Now, suddenly there was a Daxia powerhouse who had made light work of the world copy. How could Yu Ting not be moved? If he had this kind of powerhouse to help him out, the chances of winning would be greatly improved. When it came to this matter of finding people, the one who was the best at it was Ling Xuewei. Thus, Yu Ting immediately contacted her and repeated the situation of the world copy. Ling Xuewei was listening while she couldn't help but put together a figure in her mind. And when Yu Ting finished speaking, that figure was also finished. I do have a candidate. Would President Yu like to go over and see for himself? Chapter 32 The Soul Giant Strikes. The soul-breaking vector once again tore through the air, shooting through the Star Core Evil Dragon once again. Successfully killed the Star Core Evil Dragon and gained 4,900 experience points. Acquired Dragon Scale X2. Obtain Evil Dragon Bone X5. Level up to 27 and gain 10 points of free attributes. With the excitement of his new weapon, Su Yan repeatedly traveled through the secret realm, raising his level by another 2 levels. Because of the appearance of that world copy, today Su Yan had leveled up 7 in one breath. Efficiency is quite amazing. Don't forget that when Xiaotianyu let Gao battle bring a day is only 7 levels, and that is 0 to 7. Su Yan this is 20 to 27. There is a qualitative difference in the experience needed. To say the least, it was really thanks to soul-devouring dual guards, a must-have skill to brush the map. Not only can it pull monsters, but it also allows Su Yan to not look so lonely. After clearing the small monsters, Su Yan left the secret realm with satisfaction. The secret hall has long been no more people for the sky. Almost the sky just wiped the dark when they left. First of all in this gathering also cannot check. In there is Xiaotianyu dead everyone even have a kind of pleasure. Revenge? The guildhouse guests are already considered Sheiweis very intimidating if they don't let go and buy a firework to set off. So this matter is only Xiao Wei himself will go to seriously check. Other people are just going through the motions. Residential area. Inside the main city residential area is divided into 3 parts. High, medium and low. The division is based on the family background. Very simple and rough. Like Su Yan lived in the area with the worst conditions, but he had always been the only one in his family anyway, so the living area didn't feel inadequate. Doraemon. Su Yan didn't go straight home, but first went to his good friend Cheng Hui who was also in the same low-class residential area. I haven't seen him in the past 2 days, and I didn't ask. I don't know how well he's doing, and it's just as well that I'm going to hand over those 3 rare drawings to him, even though he probably won't have the ability to get them in a short period of time. The door to the room opened and out stepped an unfamiliar face. Where's Cheng Hui? He moved and I bought this place. Moving? This really surprised Su Yan. Everyone's family knows each other very well what conditions they are in. And this is already a low-class residential area. It can't get any worse. Unless. Su Yan gazed and used his phantom soul awareness to extract information from a 5-kilometer radius. Found it. Xing Fai. Nationality, Daxia. Occupation, Soul Master. Soul Giant. Isn't this the legendary rare profession of the life class? I didn't expect this kid to be so awesome. No wonder it moved. This kind of occupation in Yunhai City that must be considered a key protection object. Following the markings extracted by the phantom soul awareness, Su Yan made his way to Cheng Hui's new home. Yanzi. Seeing Su Yan, Cheng Hui was quite excited. Where have you been these past 2 days? The entire academy is looking for you. Hey, by the way, how did you find this new home of mine? I didn't tell anyone about it. Su Yan looked Cheng Hui up and down. No change. His temperament was still so average. I've been leveling up these past few days. Didn't you see that I've been dominating the newcomer list? To the point that you kid is really great, turning into a rare profession. This new house was made for you by the Forge Workshop, right? Chapter 32, The Soul Giant Strikes. Cheng Hui scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, I actually switched jobs in a haphazard manner. Now you can call me a high-level stinky ironworker, hahaha. Come on in the house. We must get together as brothers tonight. Cheng Hui was a relatively simple person. In his opinion, as a brother as long as Su Yan was doing well that was enough. Now that he had been able to ascertain that Su Yan was indeed dominating the list and was very safe, there was no need to dig too deep into the matter. How about these? Between pushing the cups together, Su Yan took out the 3 rare drawings. Cheng Hui. Level 70 rare equipment drawings. Holy, do you know how precious this stuff is? Cheng Hui respectfully held these drawings, afraid to give a little crease. Once forged the bottom line is purple. There's also a good chance of making an orange epic. Looking at Cheng Hui's stunned look, Su Yan waved his hand sagely. It's a gift. Take it and play with it. You're a soul giant now, so I guess it won't be long before you're able to make these as well. Cheng Hui nodded excitedly. Always asking you for something without ever saying thank you. Just call it. I can't. My dad's sleeping next door. I'm afraid he'll hear. Yanko, I also have good news for you. Cheng Hui sat up straight and said smilingly, you know about equipment reinforcement, right? Ordinary forgers can only strengthen up to yellow character equipment, and this rare profession of mine is able to strengthen yellow characters and above. Just these few drawings, they come out guaranteed purple. I can strengthen them all. I see a shoulder pad in here for assassins. I'll strengthen it all for you when the time comes. Definitely makes you faster and stronger than anyone else. As Cheng Hui had said, the equipment in this world could be strengthened by a forger, and every time it was strengthened, all the base values would be increased. The same equipment that hasn't been reinforced and reinforced 3 or 4 times or 2 levels altogether. But although strengthening is good, the risk is also big. There is no guarantee mechanism. Failure has 2 results. One is simply failure to consume materials. The other is equipment destruction. The materials needed to strengthen it once are also quite difficult to get. So there are generally very few professionals who put effort into strengthening it. They can't afford to gamble. Extreme equipment with yellow characters or higher is even more of a gamble. Like Cheng Hui said, the strong full or something is obviously drinking fake wine. If you say strengthen to +2, He will definitely not dare to go up again even if you lend him 3 more guts. Before Su Yan has seen Ling Shuiwei's equipment, the highest reinforcement on her body is only up to +2, or a piece of armor. The weapon is not reinforced. Must be afraid to accept the consequences. However, what others did not dare to bet on. Su Yan was inexplicably a bit moved. Can you strengthen orange epic equipment? Su Yan asked seriously. Can Cheng Hui patted his chest. Did not say that the word above the yellow word we giants can do, but unfortunately now this drawing I cannot do it. Either I will show you now. How do you show it? You have strengthening materials? Su Yan wondered. Of course I have. With that, Cheng Hui pulled out some materials. Advanced strengthening stones, mist crystals, I kid you not. These are the rewards given to me by the workshop. Strengthening equipment above the yellow character requires advanced strengthening stones and mist crystals, and the amount of materials consumed increases dramatically with each level of strengthening. And the mist crystal is still a rare material, belongs to the kind of priceless. Forge Workshop can reward Cheng Hui these visible to him how much importance. Yes. Su Yan slammed the table and revealed the Phantom Illusion Blade. Give me a strong hand. Instantly, Cheng Hui's eyes almost fell out. This. Yours? Nonsense. Confident or not? Cheng Hui closed his eyes and breathed hard a few times. Brother, you believe in me. I have confidence. Chapter 33, Crusaders come to the door to give gifts. Mist crystals are very precious. So precious that the market price is speculated to tens of millions of gold coins apiece. However, this epic unranked weapon that Su Yan had taken out was clearly much more precious. It's almost too extreme for the price to even go into. Holding the Phantom Illusionary Blade, Cheng Hui was shaking a little unconsciously. I believe you, but can you stop being so nervous? You're making me feel bad inside. Swallowing his saliva, Cheng Hui gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry. I'm fine with it. If you're betting me with this kind of extreme product, dude must not let you lose. Absolutely not. Don't look at this Phantom Magic Edge has not been strengthened once, but as long as it fails there is still a chance that it will be destroyed directly. Destroyed and strengthened a few times does not matter. It is completely the luck as well as the forger's personal ability. It's okay, if it's gone, it's gone. I'm prepared to lose it if I dare to take it out. Don't stress so much. Su Yan, this to really not comfort. Gambling, originally is a high risk and high return thing. Since you want that high return, then you must be ready to take risks. At this point Su Yan pattern was still relatively high. Wait for me for a few minutes. Cheng Hui left the bedroom with a firm step. He also did not expect that the first reinforcement belonging to himself is so extreme. If it fails the probability has to become a permanent wound in the heart. Until, after a series of steps, the Phantom Blade shimmered around and glowed with a faint purple light. Asterisk. It's a done deal. I did it. Yanko, we did it. Cheng Hui yelled like a madman, and Su Yan ran over in a few steps, picking up the Phantom Illusionary Blade to take a look. Phantom Blade, Epic. Enhanced, +1. Rank, Unranked. Occupation, Assassin. Attack Power, 1800, +400. Strength, +400, +170. Agility, +500, +200. Additional attribute, increase attack speed by 30%. Each attack randomly draws enemy attribute points and converts them into its own bonus for 30 seconds. Special attribute, 70% probability of causing a male enemy to enter various abnormal states when attacking him for 3 seconds. Exclusive skill, fuse with the soul of Phantom Demon. Enter 60 seconds of awakening state. In this state the attack speed is increased by 100%. The attack power is increased by 100%. The burst damage is increased by 100%. The defense power is increased by 100%. The evasion is increased by 100%. The cooldown time is 24 hours. Cow pie. Looking at this growth value, Su Yan was incomparably excited. The bet was won. A big win. This time, the Charmed Demon Fantasy Blade had another qualitative improvement. And because of the enhancement it also had a faint purple light around it. Quite beautiful. Strike while the iron is hot. One more hand. At this moment, Su Yan was like a crazed gambler. Those eyes were filled with the excitement and madness before placing a bet. But unfortunately, Cheng Hui shook his head. The materials are gone. Besides, even if there is still, I wouldn't dare to force a hand again. Wait for my buddy to upgrade again to increase his proficiency. AI. Su Yan sighed with slight regret. But it's fine. This is a great thing you've done. I'll brush up on the materials when I have time. And you'll power up all my equipment later. Cheng Hui nodded firmly. No problem, leave it to me. I'll make sure to do a good job of logistics for my brother. Cheng Hui was happy from the bottom of his heart to be able to help Su Yan. This weapon of yours is really superb. No wonder you keep dominating the list. That dog bastard Xiao Tianyu didn't even manage to surpass you until he died, haha. Chapter 33, Crusaders come to the door to give gifts. I doubt he was killed by anyone. He was pissed off at you. Su Yan smiled slightly. This brother of his was sort of half right. By the way, what do you think about the guild? Let's not go to the other guilds. You take this artifact and the first place in the newcomer list. You are guaranteed to be grabbed by all of them. Su Yan smacked his lips. Let's talk about it. By the way, don't tell anyone about this weapon of mine. The important thing for an assassin is to keep a low profile. Early the next morning, there were several unfamiliar faces standing right in front of Su Yan's house. Dang it! A strong man full of muscles tapped on the door vigorously several times, but didn't get any response from inside. Chairman, I'm guessing he's not home, or he couldn't have heard it. Unless he's scared. The man who spoke was the senior of the Crusaders, the second organization in Yunhai City, and standing in front of him was Duan Chang, the Crusaders' president. Afraid of what? Duan Chang sneered. It's not like I'm eating people, so personally coming over to find him is sincere enough. The Crusaders, as the second-ranked organization in Yunhai City, had always had a bad reputation. They are the ones who do everything and do whatever it takes to get what they want, and they are recognized as a black-hearted guild. Normally speaking, such guilds would have a hard time surviving, as it is the responsibility of the first guild in each place to root out such deviants. But Yunhai City's acting on behalf of heaven was clearly an exception, and it was not clear how they were going to do it. The most they can do when the Crusaders do something outrageous is to remind them. Just let them keep going like that. Definitely sincere enough. The senior accompanied with a smile. After all these years, it's time for our guild to collect a rank 1. Every year, the newcomer king has always been directly collected on behalf of heaven. But this year is different. Xiao Tianyu died, and Xiao Wei is not in the mood to care about newcomer recruitment at all right now. Moreover, Duan Chang and the others had also inquired that Xiao Tianyu didn't deal too well with that current rookie king Su Yan, so it was even more unlikely that Xiao Wei would take him in. Isn't this a chance for the Crusaders? You have to know that this Su Yan is not an ordinary rank 1. It is a rank 1 that forcefully suppresses the Xiao family's great young man. This kind of talent and opportunity Duan Chang didn't want to miss. Su Yan, Duan Chang shouted at the gate of Su Yan's house. Don't be afraid. We Crusaders don't talk about what we're going to take under our wings. We prefer to talk about cooperation, and I, Duan, have come with sincerity this time. After saying that, Duan Wei pulled a woman beside him to the window. See her? It's a gift for you. It's sort of a bar mitzvah for you from me. Brother, there are more benefits if you join the Crusaders, and you'll never have to live in these slums again. Hear that? There was silence for a few seconds, and still no semblance of movement in the room. Chairman, I guess this time he might not really be home. Damn it. Then the old man has said all that for nothing. So stay here and repeat my words to him when he comes back. After Duan Chang finished his explanation, he was just about to leave when he was stopped by a domineering voice. Humph. I didn't really realize guilds were this set up now. With the words, a tall and lanky man with a strong aura walked not far away. Beside him was a woman whose beauty and fragrance could be felt from even a distance. Duan Chang was very temperamental at times, but with that one sentence just now he realized how he couldn't raise his temper. He even just wanted to leave quickly. Instinctively, he checked the information on the two who were walking on him, and then actually his legs went weak and he sat on his butt on the floor. You, Assembly President Yu. Chapter 34. I thought he didn't have a background. There's no such thing as dominance in this world. It was just that Yu Ting had an extremely powerful aura and sense of oppression on his body, and the deterrent power was quite large. After all, he was the representative figure of the entire daxia, especially for people like Duan Chang who were not too clean. Seeing Yu Ting that was even more unconsciously weak in the legs. President, what's wrong, Chairman? A few Crusaders rushed to help Duan Chang up. Get the hell out of here. Stand still. Duan Chang pushed the people around him out with one hand, and then respectfully bowed his head. The ones who are here are Assembly President Yu and President Ling, so I'll be honest. Duan Chang's heart was thumping, because Yu Ting hadn't come to Yunhai in so many years, so he couldn't have come to attend Xiao Tianyu's funeral. Could he? Can the Xiao family have that kind of face? The Xiao family can have that kind of face? And since Yu Ting appeared directly in front of him, there was only one reason to clean up after himself. I don't know what it was. It's hard to say. I've done too many dirty deeds over the years. If it weren't for the regular contributions to Shaw, the Crusaders would be gone. Just as he was thinking, Yu Ting walked in front of him, and that powerful sense of oppression made these people feel like they couldn't even breathe. President Ling, Duan Chang was filled with nervousness. I'm President Duan Chang of the Crusaders. The entire air was quiet for a few seconds before Yu Ting slowly spoke. Bar mitzvah? Is this how your guild conducts recruitment? Duan Chang didn't dare to raise his head, and his two little legs kept trembling. No, Chairman Yu. I was just joking. Looking at the guild information of Yunhai City, Yu Ting said in a cold voice, "Your Crusader Guild has been removed from the list. Go back and report to Xiao Wei with your people." One sentence made Duan Chang and the others all dumbfounded. Yu Ting did have this right, and he was the only one of the 5 presidents who possessed this right. "President Yu, don't!" Duan Chang pleaded. "Just because of this, please give me another chance. Please give the Crusaders another chance." As he was talking, he heard a yawn, followed by Su Yan lazily stepping over from one end of the corridor. "What are you guys doing blocking my door?" Su Yan swept the crowd. "Suddenly must, hey? Sister, this is not. Drink with Chung Hui's family for a whole night. Dawn only to walk back in a daze. Which still have the leisure to open a ghostly soul consciousness to explore the road. Brother Su Yan. Long time no see." Ling Shuawei didn't finally open her mouth until this moment, and also finally revealed that smile that made many people unforgettable. "Ku. Yes?" Su Yan scratched his head. "Well, what did you come to see me about?" Ling Shuawei nodded with a smile, her voice soft. "Go inside and talk." This seemed to Duanchang and other people directly all look confused batch. Su Yan is not a fresh graduate brat? Ling Shuawei affectionately called him brother, and it looked as if it had really come to him on purpose. Even with you Yuting? Doesn't Su Yan have no background? What the hell do you mean he doesn't? Then them? Su Yan casually pointing at none other than Duan Chang and the others. "They are nothing." Yu Ting swept a stern glance at Duan Chang. "Get lost. It's President Yu." Duan Chang left with his men in 3 steps. "President, are we Crusaders really going to be removed from the list?" "I don't think so. I guess President Yu will forget about it in a couple days." Duan Chang's brows furrowed as he ran and slapped his face. "It's not because you damn well had to come today. The dog almost killed me. That Yu is decisive and never says no. This time the ING Crusaders are really going to be finished. Hurry up and follow me to find Xiao Wei." When the 3 of them entered the house, Su Yan then also curiously checked the identity of this fierce man. This check was really unexpected. It was actually the president of the number 1 guild in Daxia. 1 first, 1 third, and the house is really fluffy today. Chapter 34. I thought he didn't have a background. Brother Su Yan, you seem to be dishonest again, don't you? Ling Shuawei sat casually on the sofa, those eyes gauging Su Yan with a smile. "I say again because of course he just had an interception spy 2 days ago." "No," Su Yan rippled. "Honestly, this just played with a friend's family all night." Of course Su Yan knew that she was referring to something. He just didn't know what. After all, he had done a bit too much in the past 2 days. "Alright, don't say those useless words." Yu Ting was sitting upright, without a single expression on his face from start to finish. However, he did think a little highly of Su Yan now, as very few people could be so open and relaxed when they first met him. This was enough to prove that Su Yan was not simple. But then again, it doesn't look like the mysterious person from Daxia who was able to overwhelm the world and win the championship. Su Yan. Nationality, Daxia. Occupation, assassin. Rank, 27. After looking at Su Yan's personal information, he couldn't really see anything new. He even feels a bit weak. Just an ordinary assassin. And he's only 27. "You're level 27? The ever-steady Yu Ting blurted out. How could a child who had just awakened a few days ago reach level 27? 27? Ling Shuawei also sat up straight violently. There was no need to be skeptical now. That mysterious person must be Su Yan's younger brother. Except for the world copy, it was impossible for him to rise so fast. Su Yan tugged his lips awkwardly. It couldn't be helped. There was no way to hide his rank from their 5 major presidents. "Yeah." Su Yan smiled nervously. Ling Shuawei proudly patted Yu Ting. "Believe me this time old Yu. Except for hidden professionals who can rise to level 27 in these few days. And brother Su Yan can also travel through the subdimensions like old Lei." No. It should be more advanced than old Lei's. I can't sense him at all when he's stealthy." Yu Ting nodded. And when he looked at Su Yan again, those eyes looked like they were trying to pierce through everything. Su Yan was also lingeringly unafraid. It was just a bit embarrassing to be looked at. "Su Yan, I'm Yu Ting, the president of the First Guild of Great Xia, Dragon Descent." Yu Ting formally introduced himself. "I have a few questions for you, and I hope you can answer them truthfully." Come and sit brother." Ling Shuawei nodded the seat beside her with a smile. "Relax a bit." "Oh, Lao Yu is very nice. Just a bit more serious looking." Yu Ting glanced at her and then asked the first question. "A few days ago, I received news that there were problems with the Red Moon Mystic Realm as well as the Misty Forest in Yunhai City. Was it because of you?" Meeting Yu Ting's gaze, Su Yan nodded. "Sort of. I was just practicing there." Su Yan admitted it because it wasn't really a thing at all. Not to mention that they all knew about the hidden profession thing. Yu Ting nodded his head, sort of solving an unsolved case in passing. "Next question. did you open the world treasure chest yesterday? After saying that, both he and Ling Shuawei stared closely at Su Yan, hoping to get that answer they wanted. Su Yan sighed. From the moment he decided to take the treasure chest in the world book yesterday, he had thought that it might lead to these things, but that didn't stop the ambition to take the treasure chest. Plus there's no point in covering it up when the rank is right here. Come as you are, it's me. A person? Yu Yuting pursued. Aha! Yu Yuting. Chapter 35 Hard Control Dasha's First Person? For a level 27 professional, even a hidden professional, to be able to team up and pass through a world copy was already incredible. Not to mention alone. Alone for the battle. Suppressing a global elite team with one's own strength. This kind of thing Yu Yuting had never even fantasized about before. In his perception Ling Shuawei, a genius, was already incredible enough. And this Su Yan in front of him was going to be even more exaggerated than her. Does the final mission have a world boss? Yu Yuting's body unconsciously probed forward. That excitement overflowing. There is, Su Yan recalled. It seems to be called something like Lars. Looks like a pangolin. Level 85. You killed it all by yourself? This time, Yu Yuting stood up directly. His anticipation was about to be pulled out of control. However, Su Yan shook his head. Didn't kill. Receiving this answer, Yu Yuting actually felt quite a bit disappointed. It was evident that Su Yan had become a myth in his heart during that period of time just now. Yu Yuting resumed his seat, also still shocked. Also, killing a world boss single-handedly is indeed too much. So how did you accomplish the task? Yu Yuting knew that the ultimate quest was to return the devil's tears. He just didn't know what to return it with. He was quite curious if he didn't have to kill the boss. I hard-controlled the boss and let it finish for me. Ling Shuawei and Yu Yuting. This time the two of them all stood up. Hard-controlling a world boss? This simply belonged to the appalling category. It's really just bragging rights that few people would dare to brag about. What the hell kind of skill are you? Yu Yuting stared in shock. The always steady man was completely broken today. Previously, Su Yan had answered every one of his questions. But by this, Su Yan smiled in silence. The best thing about a skill is that only you know it well. You can let others see the effect after using it, but never let anyone know the details of the skill. It's not about trust, it's about saving your life. Hiss old you. Ling Shuawei gently whacked Yu Yuting. Almost enough. Don't scare my brother again. She knew that Yu Yuting was excited. And at the same time, she also knew exactly what Su Yan was thinking. After all, she herself was a hidden profession. Being reminded by Ling Shuawei, Yu Yuting also reacted. He is also a hidden profession. Of course, he wouldn't easily tell others about his unique skills. You can look, but you can't ask. Just like Yu Yuting has been fighting for so many years. No one knows the details of all his skills. They are all speculations. Had. Yu Yuting laughed awkwardly, probably because he rarely laughed. It looked extraordinarily out of place. Where are you practicing now? Su Yan replied. Chaos Star Fallen Ruins Secret Realm. Yu Yuting just wanted to be surprised, but immediately took control. He could hard control a level 85 world boss. What was new about brushing a 55 to 60 secret realm? Should be surprised he picked low. In that case, let's go over there together now. And you'll brush the Chaos Star secret realm once to show me. This was Yu Yuting's final confirmation. After all, words could not be verified. And since he could not see any news about Su Yan, the only way to see was to believe. Not only him, but Ling Shuawei had also long wanted to see Su Yan brushing the map. And if he could stealth right up to the boss like she thought. Not now. I'm too sleepy, said Su Yan and yawned. I have to catch up on my sleep first. Make yourselves at home. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan got up and walked into the bedroom, really not taking the 5 presidents seriously at all. Chapter 35 Hard Control Dasha's First Person? Of course, it can also be said in a different way. For example, like Ling Shuawei smiled as if she was helpless. This younger brother really doesn't take us as outsiders. Yu Yuting sank his breath and sat on his butt on the sofa. This kid to really have character. The Guild of Scapegoats. What? Assembly President Yu has come? Specially to find Su Yan? Hearing this news, Xiao Wei was nothing but surprised beyond belief. How many people in the whole of Dasha could make Yu Yuting and Ling Shuawei come to the door together? This is not bull *********. Then what does Su Yan have to go on? Xiao Wei of course knew that his son was going to kill Su Yan, and also supported him strongly, and even made him even more determined when Ling Shuawei came last time. Just to his son's death he didn't think of Su Yan as a murderer. After all, he didn't think that a mere newcomer could have the strength to take out 2 assassins, and then also enter the secret realm unnoticed, and then summon a giant beast to lure away the leader. Not to mention Su Yan, but this Duan Chang right in front of him might be enough. Now he is very glad that those 2 killers did not go to silence Su Yan. Otherwise, according to the current situation, he is afraid that he will not be able to avoid this robbery for heaven. You have to help us Crusaders think of a solution. Duan Chang was in tears. We can't disband. Who can work for you after we disband? Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei covered his mouth as soon as he looked around and whispered, "Don't say anything you shouldn't. I'll find a way to plead with Assembly President Yu about this Crusader thing, and until it's done you'll just stay here honestly." After Duan Chang and the others went out, Xiao Wei let out a long breath. Su Yan. Ah, Su Yan. No wonder you're able to overpower Tian Yu. What kind of person are you? A Pekingese. Su Yan woke up from this sleep already to the afternoon. Looking at the time, he estimated that Yu Yuting and the others should have left as well. Who's the top 5 presidents can wait for someone for so long? As soon as I ended up opening the door to the house. You're quite the sleeper, brother. You guys actually didn't leave? Su Yan was a bit incredulous. Now go. Yu Yuting stood up, feeling like his entire body was about to explode. Wake up from your sleep. Come with me right now. Su Yan indeed did not expect that the president of the first major guild would actually be able to wait for himself for a few hours. Coupled with Ling Shuawei, this treatment is afraid that there is no second one in the whole country. Either that or sincerity is always a sure thing. And since you guys are like this, I'm going to have to show some cards. Chaos Star Fallen Ruins Secret Realm. Let's begin. Yu Yuting's brows relaxed a lot. It was finally time to reveal the truth. If the result was good, then waiting for an afternoon was nothing. Waiting for another night would be fine. Good. As the words fell, Su Yan instantly disappeared. Yu Yuting opened his senses to observe left and right, but he really couldn't feel it at all. None of my unique perception skills will work, and he can also just start a fight in this state and won't show himself. Ling Shuawei recalled the scene in the valley and still felt exaggerated even now. Looks like we really didn't find the wrong person. Yu Yuting was filled with relief. This Su Yan is something else. I reckon it might only take him 3 points if he fights this evil dragon boss. Before he could finish his words, the prompt that appeared in front of him directly made him swallow raw. The Starcore evil dragon has been killed. The secret realm will close in 30 seconds. In the next moment, Yu Yuting's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but break out. Asterisk. This is the end? Chapter 36, S-Class Characters. National Treasure Treatment. Hidden professionals are as powerful as they are rare. But just how strong it was, just how different it was from regular professions. That was something only the hidden professionals themselves knew best. Take Yu Yuting for example. He was very clear. No, he was a little less clear now. He completely did not expect Su Yan to be able to be this strong. Level 27. Soloed the 55 to 60 secret realm and took just 10 seconds or so from entry to clearance. Yu Yuting asked himself, not to mention when he was level 27. Even when he was level 50 it was hard enough to do it. He had come into contact with all the geniuses of the Grand Xia over the years, including the best of the best like Ling Shuawei, but he had to admit that Su Yan was the best of the best. He was the strongest. In his opinion, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that Su Yan's current ability was enough to participate in the national war. And that was as a main force. Ha 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 ha. Yu Yuting suddenly laughed out loud. His laughter was full of smugness. Ling, do you know what I'm most thankful and happy for right now? These 3 or 4 years during the development of Daxia is not too smooth. Yu Yuting all day long worry, has rarely so smile. Ling Shuawei even a moment or a little bit did not react. The most fortunate that would definitely be discovering Su Yan's younger brother Yu Yuting nodded his head before shaking his head. Su Yan's sudden emergence is a blessing for the entire Grand Xia, but to say that I'm the most fortunate right now, it's that Su Yan has just leveled 27. Do you understand, little Ling? Level 27 Su Yan is already strong to this extent, and this might just be the tip of the iceberg that we can see. Even so, I think he's gotten to the point where he can participate in the War of Nations. What about after his first turn? What about after the second turn? That will definitely be the brightest star of our Grand Xia, the one who will help our Grand Xia to win the game. I've been saying all along that our Daxia lions aren't sleeping, they're just taking a nap. Now, it's time to get refreshed. Looking at the incomparably excited Congress President Yu, Ling Shuawei's heart was also filled with joy. This proved that her vision was correct. Not only was Su Yan a genius that she valued, but he was also a genius that the Grand Xia desperately needed. One must know that there was almost nothing in this world that could make Assembly President Yu so excited. The last time I saw him like this was 5 years ago, the day Daxia took Rain City. I was right to ask you to come and see for yourself. I was more surprised when I first saw him than you are now. Ling Shuawei stroked her hair, her face proud. He was only level 16 at that time and he captured a level 64 foreign spy. So as soon as you told me about the world copy the first thing that came to my mind was brother Su Yan. Yu Yuting nodded approvingly and exhaled, his expression suddenly becoming serious again. Then there is one last question left now. As soon as the words left his mouth, he heard Su Yan's voice suddenly ring out not far away. Why do you still have questions? Along with said, Su Yan along with the present body, a round trip only can be used for 30 seconds. The difference between each leader level in the same secret realm is able to see very intuitive. This just came back to hear this Yu Yuting want to ask questions again. Leaders are like this? Cannot be mentioned after the question also have to briefly say 3 points it. Cough. Yu Yuting cleared his throat. Fortunately he had just collected in time. If he didn't let Su Yan see himself so agitated then he could lose the majesty of the elders. The secret realm is about to close. Let's re-enter and talk about it. Su Yan looked at Ling Shuawei in puzzlement. And Ling Shuawei smiled faintly. Let's go brother. President Yu has his own deeper meaning. Chapter 36, S-Class Characters. National Treasure Treatment. After leaving the Chaos Star secret realm, Yu Yuting straightened his head and directly connected into the 60 to 65 secret realm next to him. After entering, there were 5 or 6 level 60 monsters surrounding them. And when Yu Yuting ducked his feet, those monsters were instantly secured at the same time. There was no one in Disya who was not aware of Yu Yuting's occupation. He was the only dragon warrior knight in Disya, belonging to the type that could attack and resist. So seconds of these little monsters is nothing new. It's just that the pose of these seconds does look a little cool. Slap Su Yan slapped his palm in admiration. Beautiful. Yu Yuting's old face was embarrassed. Alright, Yu Yuting said with a straight face. Su Yan, the reason why we need to talk to you in this secret realm is because the next thing you may have to do involves a great deal, and it has to be kept strictly confidential throughout the entire Grand Xia. Seeing Su Yan nodding thoughtfully, Yu Yuting continued. Before that, I'm going to ask you one last question. Su Yan spread his eyebrows. Ask. It's not as bad as this one or two. Yu Yuting sank his breath, and immediately felt as if the air around him was going to freeze. His aura was extraordinarily powerful. From this it was not hard to see how much importance he attached to this next issue. Su Yan, Yu Yuting, on behalf of the 5 major guilds, ask you on behalf of the Grand Xia, are you willing to fight for the Grand Xia? Yu Yuting's voice was extremely strong. As he said, at this moment, he was representing the Lion Grand Xia, and even Ling Shuawei, who had been slacking off, became serious. After a short period of silence, Su Yan inhaled and said back seriously, word for word, I'm a Daxia man, so of course I have to fight for Daxia. Good. Yu Yuting slapped Su Yan on the shoulder. It's your attitude that I want. Su Yan, from this moment onward, you are officially a Daxia S-Class character, except for the Big 5. Hey, other than me and Ling Shuawei, you don't need to be governed by anyone anymore, and my Dragon Descent Guild will provide all the resources you need. You only have one task ahead of you. Upgrade. Our several presidents will fully assist you. Yu Yuting's words kind of dried Su Yan up a bit. S-Class characters? The number 1 guild in the country, Dragon Descent, provides all the resources? 5 major presidents to assist? To tell the truth, this treatment is not tempting anymore. It is simply a dream. Su Yan did think about the fact that he might be targeted by these top brass before. Including serving his country was not something he hadn't thought about. He had a very firm stance on this point. But he really didn't expect Yu Yuting to give him this kind of treatment at the tip of the pyramid. 1 second he was a freshly graduated teenager, and now he had directly become a Daxia S-Class character. Whoever he put there would have to be confused for a moment. After all, Su Yan wasn't sure what the real state of the country was like. What's wrong, brother? I didn't expect you to be dumbfounded too. To be honest, Ling Shuawei was also shocked by this national treasure treatment, but she believed that Su Yan deserved it. Su Yan smiled. You guys think so highly of me? Yu Yuting immediately replied. Of course, I, Yu Yuting, am confident that I won't look at the wrong person. Su Yan, I can tell you that right now our Grand Xia is not in an optimistic situation, and there needs to be a new force to break this situation, and the first and foremost is this year's battle for Rain City. If Daxia can't take it down again this year, the global landscape is afraid that it will change drastically and things will become very bad. So, without waiting for Yu Yuting to finish, Su Yan took over. So, you guys made the right choice. I, Su Yan, will make Great Xia stand on top of the world. Chapter 37, Killing and Decisive. Can't we just write off the debt? Su Yan just wasn't that clear about the state of the country. But he wasn't stupid. Combined with Yu Yuting's few words before and after, the answer was still clear. The simple fact is that Yu Yuting needs him to grow up as soon as possible to take this year's battle for Rain City for Daxia, and for that reason has given him the greenest green channel in the country. It's also known as an S-Class character. It had to be said that Lao Yu was a very patterned and decisive person, and Su Yan did feel his sincerity. Of course, Su Yan similarly thought that Lao Yu's vision was good after figuring everything out, and that he truly deserved these treatments. It was likewise his own ideal to represent Daxia in battle. So Su Yan also gave his reply painfully, to make Daxia stand on top of the world. This sentence is right in Yu Ting's heart. The old Yu this country Congress president at this time is incomparably agitated. Can't wait to run to the Rain City now to do a wave first. I look forward to the day when this statement of yours comes true. Yu Ting said with relief. Me too. Ling Shuowei did likewise. Su Yan smiled indifferently. Then what are the two presidents planning next? I need to leave the Sea of Clouds? Well, Yu Ting nodded. That's exactly one of the reasons why I said you're an S-class. Because of yesterday's copy of the world. In other countries you might as well be an S-rank character. It's just that they aren't really clear on who you are yet. But I'm sure there will be a lot of spies from various countries coming to Daxia in various ways in the near future to probe this matter. Even as well fortified as we are at the border, we can't stop all spies, so their arrival will be a great potential threat to you. For the time being, it's best to stay away from familiar people and places, and it's going to be difficult for Yunhai City to meet your maximum needs for upgrading, so we'll set you up with a more suitable upgrading program. There is also the fact that even at home, things about you are absolutely confidential, which is the greatest guarantee of your safety and the most complete preparation before a national war. Ling Shuowei also picked up with eyes full of anticipation. Wow, I'm looking forward to the scene when Brother Su Yan emerges out of nowhere to suppress all the country's regardless of the national war or whatever war. As long as it is a battle, whoever hides a big move will win. Not to mention that the one who hides it is still a super assassin who is already good at hiding and good at being desperate. Yu Ting's arrangement was indeed reasonable. Only Su Yan's attention had taken a bit of a turn. It had turned to the possibility of a large number of spies coming to Daxia. That's a lot of $1 million. It smells good. I see. Su Yan said. I also do feel a bit bad about the next upgrade route. The secret realm experience over here is kind of going to be unable to keep up. Then I'll come with you then. What are you waiting for when the time comes? Yu Ting said with a straight face. Go back and pack up your things and leave tonight. Come back to Dragonborn with me first. And tomorrow a few of the presidents will go over for another meeting to discuss your upgrade program. Tonight. Su Yan hesitated slightly before agreeing readily. No problem. Then I'll go back first. After saying that, Su Yan exited the secret realm. Yu Ting exhaled. The whole person relaxed quite a bit. Really a good seedling. Just too strong of a character. After going back there will be fewer times that will make things difficult for us. Ling Shuowei laughed unconcernedly. Who is a truly strong person who doesn't have a strong character? And that's true for both you and me. But Lao Yu sees that you mean you're not going to tell Xing Lai about Su Yan? Chapter 37, Killing and Decisive. Can't we just write off the debt? I'm afraid it won't end well if he makes a scene back there. The 5 guilds, the 5 presidents, as a rule should be one and the same. And that was true before. But everything changed after Criminal Lai took over as president. So Yu Ting, who had wanted to tell Su Yan that he only needed to listen to the 5 presidents' discipline, suddenly changed to the 2 of him and Ling Shuowei. Of course Lei Qi and Yi Yanzhou were fine. It was just that Yu Ting didn't want to magnify the separate targeting too much. There's no need to tell him. Everything is based on the national war. And I'll find a way to solve the subsequent problems about him. Let's go. It's been a long time since I've been to Yunhai City. So it's a good time to check out the number 1 guild here and see how they let that Crusader guild loose like that. The Guild of Scapegoats. Originally, Xiao Wei was still thinking of going to take the initiative to pay a visit to Yu Ting. But as a result, the person still walked to the door and let Yu Ting blocked him back. Before in front of Ling Shuowei Xiao Wei was humble enough. Let alone now in front of Yu Ting. Xiao Wei was on the verge of kneeling down to speak. But it wasn't just because of awe, or wanting to curry favor, but because he was burdened with a lot of infractions, violating the very rules of Yu Ting. So much so that he was nervous from the moment he met Yu Ting. That sense of oppression was a bit overwhelming for him. A level 76 old demon. What started out as a plea for mercy for the Crusaders turned into a self-awakening and self-reproach and a scathing denunciation of how the Crusaders went behind his back and how he's been gathering evidence, etc. Anyway, what was said was very emotional. Only Yu Ting didn't believe it. If the representative of the country's assembly president could be fooled by him in a few words, then Yu Ting shouldn't be thinking about Su Yan, but about retirement. Regarding Xiao Wei's specific situation, Yu Ting will arrange for someone to conduct a thorough investigation later. After the business talk, Xiao Wei was already in a cold sweat, but his expression still remained fawning. It's getting late. I'll arrange for the 2 presidents to try our Yunhai specialties. It's not necessary. Yu Ting was serious on a daily basis, as if he was about to flip out with every word. His aura was overpowering. Just do your duty. Yes, yes, yes. You can rest assured, Assembly President Yu. I've always been doing my 120% for Yunhai City. This year, I still have the confidence to rise to lead the substitute Skywalker to break into the top 10 organizations. Ha! Yu Ting let Xiao Wei perfectly illustrate what it meant to have a hot face on a cold ass. Without even waiting for him to finish his words, he got up and left. You take your time. Assembly President Yu. Don't worry, I will definitely take care of everything. It wasn't until Yu Yuting and Ling Shuawei's backs disappeared into thin air that Xiao Wei put away that face full of currying favor. Bah! Spitting, Xiao Wei greeted over a member of his inner circle. Find a few people to do away with Duan Chang and the others. It is said that Yu Yuting is decisive in killing. In fact, Xiao Wei is not bad, only that he is more decisive in seeking personal gain. As long as he can live, anyone can go to death at any time. Duan Chang knows too much, and now that he can't keep the Crusaders, he will be the biggest hidden danger. It's the president. The beloved retired. Xiao Wei then also pack up things ready to go home. Today this day, too tired to say that killing is decisive. There is another one in Yunhai City, about to set off with Yu Yuting and Ling Shuawei, about to leave Yunhai City. Before that, the things that should be done should always be done first. It's not as if you can wipe the slate clean by leaving on your own. Ink clouds cover the moon. The wind horn seems to be crying. Killing gas, spreading on the road to the Xiao family. Chapter 38, the sadistic moment of crossing level 50. Originally, I wanted to wait until after the transfer to make a move, but now that I have to leave the Sea of Clouds early due to an unexpected situation, it would be better to choose the day. Let's just say that this is where Shaw's destiny should be. Su Yen. Profession, Assassin, Shadow Ruler. Rank, 27. Life, 5505. Energy, 180. Power, 985. Agility, 1635. Body mass, 485. Spirit, 405. Equipment, Rhinoceros Soul Armor, purple. Blood Domain Ring, dark gold. Purgatory Demon Boots, purple. Charmed Magic Blade, epic. Special item, Badge of Thorns. Skills, Stygian Hunting, passive. Phantom Soul Awareness, passive. Void Phantom, Shadow Blessing, passive. Soul Seal, Bloodthirsty Scythe. Soul Devouring Twin Guards. Soul Breaking Vector, Chaos Pure Boundary, passive. Battle Evaluation, 32 stars. Looking at the panel, Su Yen was already 100% sure. After all, one is always the one who takes the first move. And that first move is quite scary. Xiao Wei, as the president of the #1 guild in Yunhai City, was certainly not bad in terms of ranking. His house was the largest mansion in the entire Yunhai City, and the guard was also 24 hours. Most of these guards in his house were from 2 to 4 guilds. To put it bluntly, they were just letting the minions below them work part-time. They might not be great, but they were better than the others. And there were 15 guards inside and out together. And with the patrol system, it could basically be said that the precaution was airtight. But it was virtually useless to Su Yen. Arriving outside the Xiao family residence, Su Yen was a bit emotional. After a few years of classmates, this was the first time he came to Xiao Tianyu's house as a guest. Brother Tianyu, you're watching, right? After determining Xiao Wei's location with his spectral shadow soul sense, Su Yen entered the void and rushed into the Xiao family with a flash, as if he were in no man's land. Phew! Xiao lit a cigar and exhaled the day's exhaustion in a puff of smoke. He was also considered a 1,000-years-old fox. Of course he knew that his little trick could not be hidden from Yu Ting. It was estimated that in less than 2 days someone would come down to investigate. Once he found out what he had done in Yunhai all these years, then I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be as simple as dismissal. And with Yu Yuting's style of behavior, the probability was that he would die. So, Shani is really annoyed right now. The cause of his son's death has not yet been clarified. And this knife is on his neck again. And this year the Xiao family is guilty of too many years. But if you want to boil it down, it's better to say that it's against that Su Yen. If it wasn't for Su Yen, there wouldn't have been those 2 killers. And without those 2 killers, son might not have died. If it wasn't for Su Yen, there wouldn't have been this Duan Chang thing. And Yu Ting wouldn't have come to Yunhai. Then he wouldn't be in the predicament he was in now. Isn't it obvious that everything is Su Yan's relationship? Bang! The more he thought about it, the angrier Xiao Wei slammed his fist on the table. Su Yen, what the hell is he? After saying that, Xiao Wei's eyes showed a fierce light. Just wait, whether it's for Tianyu or the Xiao family, you have to die. Unbeknownst to him, the Su Yen that he was pining for was right beside him at that moment. This was Su Yan's first close contact with Xiao Wei, and he didn't expect to hear that he wanted to get himself killed. What do you say to let your surname shall live? In the void, Su Yen walked up to Xiao Wei's back, drew out the phantom illusion blade that was glowing with lavender light, and without needing to say anything more, he swung the blade up. Click. Chapter 38, the sadistic moment of crossing level 50. The snow-colored lotus flower bloomed, and Xiao Wei's cigar landed on the ground. His eyes were stunned. He did not feel the enemy, but he actually felt the pain. Click, click, click. Su Yan slashed down a few more knives one after another. Xiao Wei's equipment was really good, providing him with a large amount of life. Only in front of Su Yan any more life was just delaying his death. Xiao Wei is also considered to be experienced in many battles. 76 level of the Great Fist Zone, even if you look at the Dasha, is also ranked. But now he does not have the slightest counterattack margin. Completely bound. Can only be slaughtered. This also caused fear to fill Xiao Wei's eyes. The 3 seconds of binding time hadn't arrived yet. Xiao Wei's blood level was already about to drop to the bottom. And at this moment of life and death, just when Xiao Wei was already full of despair, Su Yan suddenly stopped his hand, turning to unleash the prisoner's soul seal. This is exactly the reason why Su Yan did not stand directly behind Xiao Wei to come on a full-strength Soul Breaker Vector. That Abyssal Hunting and Soul Breaker Vector double storm damage stacking, plus storage out of 16 times the damage. Xiao Wei is bound to be seconds, because Su Yan wanted Xiao Wei to die a clear death, to let him know who killed him, killed his son, but there was nothing he could do about it. This is called revenge. At this point, Xiao Wei had been completely dominated by Su Yan. His body no longer belonged to him at all, and although his mind was there, it was also at Su Yan's disposal. Only now Su Yan did not dominate his mind, making him a half puppet. Who the hell? Xiao Wei's eyes were filled with fear. He knew that he was being controlled. The scary thing was that he didn't even know how he was being controlled. Even more so, he didn't know how he was struck. The only thing he could be sure of was that he was like an ant in front of this enemy. Someone who could crush him at any time. The fear of the unknown and death drenched Shaw in cold sweat. I'll give you whatever you want. Please have mercy. His voice trembled as he sincerely prayed. Do you recognize me? Su Yan ended his void phantom early and directly incarnated in front of Xiao Wei. Looking at this young face, Xiao Wei's first reaction was disbelief that he had been completely abused by this young man. How could he be so strong to such an exaggerated degree? And then, Xiao Wei suddenly remembered the owner of this face. You're Su Yan? That's right. Su Yan smiled. Didn't you just say you wanted to kill me? So how can you not recognize me when you see me? Su Yan. After confirming that it was Su Yan, shock instantly washed away Xiao Wei's fear. Su Yan, who wasn't even on the rookie list, was able to enter the Xiao family without a sound, then beat me without the power to fight back, and then chose to hard control me when he was almost about to second me. I'm level 76. Where's Su Yan? What the hell is going on here? No wonder he dominated the top of the rookie list. No wonder Yu Yuding and Ling Shuawei both came over to look for him. Hidden professionals? How come there's no news at all? Wait. No sound. In a flash, Xiao Wei snapped his eyes up to look at Su Yan. It was you who killed Tian Yu? That's right. Su Yan didn't hide anything. I can also tell you that your son was really afraid of death, when he cried and begged me on his knees in order to live, and then told me that killing me was arranged by you. Even he said I could bring him to confront you if I didn't believe him. Well, not only is he a good son to you, but he's a good citizen, isn't he? Hearing this, Xiao Wei's eyes were lax. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tian, you wouldn't be like this. Looking at the nearly insane Xiao Wei, Su Yan twisted his head in disgust and said in a commanding tone, Sure Wei, kill yourself. Shock, fear, horror, staggering, a multitude of emotions all focused on Xiao Wei at this moment. No. Bang. The Cloud Sea City's #1 guild leader, a level 76 fist sect, used his last strike of his life at Su Yan's command. This strike might have been prepared by him for Su Yan, but now it was given to himself. Chapter 39, Flying Sacred Beast. The true core of Daxia. Come what may. Killed them all. It makes sense to take some dirt, right? Especially this necklace on Xiao Wei's body. There was a big reason why he was able to resist Su Yan's knives by virtue of this extreme product. Dragon's Soul Blood Amulet, Epic. Rank, Unranked. Occupation, Unlimited. Strength, plus 290. Physical fitness, plus 500. Additional attributes, defense increased by 30%. Blood recovery rate per second increased by 30%. Blood volume increased by 30%. Special attribute, each time the target is struck, 15% of the damage is converted to its own life value, and if the life value is full, it is automatically converted to a shield, and the amount of blood stored in the shield is equal to the life value. Exclusive skill, Blood Contract, provide additional attributes to the entire team for 600 seconds with a cooldown of 1 hour. Epic Levelless. Xiao Wei Majestic Yunhai City so many years really cannot leave this pure blood necklace support. Just for that exclusive skill of team gain, there's no worry about grouping at all, even having to beg for it in many cases. Now, this Dragon Soul contract is going to change hands. This was Su Yan's 5th piece of unranked equipment, the 2nd piece of epic equipment. On this piece of equipment, if it was exposed, The people who wanted to explode him would probably have to circle around Blue Star. In addition to this epic necklace, the other equipment on Xiao Wei's body was basically purple and dark gold level 70 outfits, which were indeed all fine products, none of which were worthless. In terms of equipment alone, Xiao Wei was definitely considered to be at the top of the list at this stage of level 70. However, Su Yan didn't believe that Xiao Wei only had one unranked item. He is notoriously selfish and greedy, so he must be hiding something else. But after rummaging around for half a day and not finding anything, he found one more skill book, which was presumably meant to be reserved for Xiao Tianyu. Looking at the time, it was too late to find other treasures. Emptying his body of equipment and gold coins, and packing away the skill books, Su Yan once again entered the void and left the Xiao family. Su Yan's entry and exit. The entire Yunhai city will also usher in a complete change in the sky. Coming. Su Yan was in a good mood and greeted Yu Yuting and Ling Xuewei warmly. Is brother so happy to leave Yunhai? Ling Xuewei guffawed. She did appreciate Su Yan, whether it was his ability or his face value. From now on, she and Su Yan would have a lot of time to spend together, and she must get Su Yan into the Breaking Dawn Guild. Yeah, Su Yan laughed. I haven't been outside of Yunhai City yet. Let's go, let's go. Yu Yuting nodded. Let's go. As soon as the words fell, Yu Yuting beckoned, and in an instant, a huge figure descended from the sky. This is my flying holy beast. It will be much faster in it. With Yu Yuting's bland voice, a four-clawed dragon-type beast that seemed to be clad in flaming battle armor landed in front of the several people. A pair of wide rocky wings unfolded, and the air around them fluctuated. Su Yan couldn't help but fix his eyes on it. Red Sky Dragon Honor. Type, Flying Sacred Beast. Abilities, Flight, Flame, Lightning, Flying Holy Beast. This rarity was far too much rarer than any epic level equipment. When he was at the academy, Su Yan had heard that there were only 2 flying saint beasts found in the entire Grand Xia at the moment. One in the hands of Yu Yuting, and the other in the hands of Battle God Palace President Xing Lai. Chapter 39, Flying Sacred Beast. The true core of Daxia. In any country, flying sacred beasts were one of the few precious species. This was the first time Su Yan had seen it, and he was truly handsome. What's more, it can fly. So envious of you Lao Yu. Ling Xuewei touched the red sky dragon Zun full of fondness. If one day you don't have a good relationship with him, you must come and find me. Oh, Yu Yuting. Alright, all up. Didn't you say that you would provide me with all the resources, President Yu? How about? Su Yan heatedly smiled, revealing 2 rows of small white teeth. It was actually quite obvious what he wanted to say. Looking at the red sky dragon dignitary was on the verge of drooling. Ha 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 ha. Yu Yuting laughed out loud, feeling much younger with the 2 young men. This one or 2. Wait for me to retire first. Nishiarashi City. The red sky dragon Zun's flying speed was quite exaggerated, piercing through the clouds and breaking through the waves, and it didn't take long for it to arrive at the heart of the entire Grand Xia, Shilan City. Shilan City covered an area that was more than 10 times that of Yunhai City, and the number 1 ranked Dragon Descent Guild and the number 5 ranked Brilliant Club Guild were both here. So to go by city rankings, Club Splendor is the second guild here. The other 3 major guilds, Temple of War, Rashomon, and Dawn, were not far from the big core of Shilan City. Look down there. The scenery is great, isn't it? Ling Xuewei introduced. Shilan City has the best resources in Daxia. Team copies, special copies, world copies, including some rare secret realms can be accessed here. And the country's largest trading house, as well as the world's trading house. Anyway, compared with the Yunhai City, then there are too many different places. After the slowly tell you la. TSK. Su Yan sighed. It's really different. It feels like upgrading will be fast here. Of course, that's the point of bringing you here. Ling Xuewei raised her eyebrows. Before you, sister, I was the number 1 fastest upgrading professional in Daxiao. It wasn't unfounded that all 5 presidents were hidden professions. Yet only the youngest, Ling Xuewei, was called a genius. It could be said that before Su Yan appeared, all of Ling Xuewei's past could be described as exaggerated. Ha ha, it's okay sister. You can add the word female in front of all your records. You'll always be a myth among female professionals. Leave the male side to me. Let's double up. Geez, brother has a point. Oh, and a smart one at that. Ling Xuewei patted Su Yan and spread her smile. Her beauty was unbelievable. Here it is. This is the Dragonborn Guild. Boom! With Yu Yuting's words, the red sky dragon dignitary landed on the ground with a loud bang. In front of him was a place shaped like a castle, and above the several meter high gate hung the Dragon Descent sign, which was extremely domineering. After entering, Yu Yuting brought Su Yan to a room. You can sleep here for now today. I'll be arranging your official residence tomorrow. Take an early rest. Tomorrow we'll wait for a few presidents to arrive and start making plans for the back. But I do plan to take you through the main city copy tomorrow. A copy of the main city? Su Yan was puzzled. What is it? I haven't heard of this in the academy either. Ling Shuawei smiled and gave an explanation. Of course the academy can't learn it. This is an exclusive copy that only the core main city of each country has. You can brush it once a week. It's not too difficult, but there's tons of experience. Normally this copy is swiped by the presidents of our 5 major guilds in turn, or rewarded to those who have made outstanding contributions in the war. This week it happens to be Lao Yu's turn. He's going to give the opportunity to you La. Su Yan suddenly realized, which thought that there was actually this kind of copy. Then thank you President Yu. Yu Ting said with a straight face. They'll all give up their chances to you. You only have one task. Accelerate your upgrade. Chapter 40, Single Brush. You'll have to go through layers of tests before you can touch my bloodstain. Daxia has 5 major guilds. Lighthouse has 4 major battle teams. Sakura has 5 major organizations. And so on and so forth. Each country has its own head unit. So as a head unit, as a core team, it must have something exclusive. Take for example this main city copy, which is for the exclusive use of the core team in every country. This copy is made once a week, and in addition to a large amount of experience each time, it will also produce some national economy, except that it is invisible to those who go in to fight. As for the experience, a lot of experience is really no lie. And it can even be said that this copy is one of the main sources of experience for the 5 presidents at this stage. But this was a book that would give different stages of experience rewards based on different levels, and although they were both large amounts, Su Yan's amount and Yu Ting's amount were definitely worlds apart. Early the next morning, Yu Ting then brought Su Yan to the copy portal and gave him a general overview of the situation in the copy as well as the strategy. It's not really particularly difficult to say it's hard, it's just that it can be relatively difficult for an assassin's playstyle. This copy of the form is very simple and crude, is to kill, a total of 5 rounds. Each round will be transported to a place. 2 is the pile of monsters. In the stipulated time to kill will be automatically transported to the next place. All 5 rounds are killed and the experience is settled uniformly. The reason why the assassin will be difficult is because the assassin's defense is not high enough, and cannot attack in groups, can only be carried out one by one single to kill. The rhythm of a little control is not good will be in danger. And this copy is not much to hide in the place. Yu Ting didn't mean to look down on assassins when he said this. It was just a measure based on the characteristics of the profession. It's alright. Su Yan had a hint of excitement in his eyes. Just one kill. Just a bloodthirsty sickle kill. Su Yan loved the feeling of being worshipped by 10,000 beasts. Well, just be careful in a while. The level of the monsters in the 5 rounds is from 60 to 80. You try in the front. I'll do it in the back. After saying that, Yu Ting sent a group invitation to Su Yan. Let's go in together. Su Yan wondered. This won't set the experience according to your level, right? That's definitely not the case. This copy goes by the lower ranked person in the team to calculate experience. So are you going in with me and taking half the experience? Well, this is common sense, Yu Ting said in a deep voice. Su Yan shook his head. That's not necessary. It would have been a large amount of experience. Splitting it would not be worth it. I'll just go in myself. Yu Ting frowned. It's not that I haven't thought about it. The first 3 rounds should be fine with your ability. But I'm afraid that the last 2 rounds will be a bit more strenuous. Especially since the last round is surrounded by level 80 elite monsters. We'll have to consume for a while even if we fight. After all, you're at a low level right now. Even if your attack is high enough but defense-wise, I'm afraid it'll be hard to hold up. If you don't make it through the final round it's considered a wasted opportunity this week if you don't get through the final round and you don't have any experience at all. Yu Ting's concern was not unreasonable. On one hand, it was Su Yan's safety, and more importantly, it was the issue of opportunity. Missing it could be a loss of a lot of experience. I'm fine with that. Su Yan smiled blandly. Did you forget that I have that stealth skill? I'll just be able to get through even if I consume them one by one. You've given me the opportunity. I've got to get my money's worth out of a trip in there, or it's a waste. Su Yan didn't say that he could do group attacks or group bindings or anything. Nor did he say that his defense and blood quantity were exaggerated. There's no need. Saying more before proving yourself is just bull ********. That won't work either. Yu Ting's attitude was resolute. Now Su Yan's upgrade was a national event, which could take this risk. Less experience was better than risking failure. It's not something to be taken for granted. Su Yan. Before he could finish his words, he saw Su Yan reject his invitation to form a group before suddenly dodging and entering the copy. Yu Ting's brows instantly squeezed together. It had been a long time since he had seen such a disobedient Daxia citizen. Hey, this kid. I hope you can grind through it. Shaking his head, Yu Ting turned around and left. In his opinion, even if Su Yan could pass this copy, he was afraid that it would take him a few hours or even a dozen hours. He was strong, but he had just leveled up to 27 as well. Just because he could take seconds for a level 60 Star Core Evil Dragon didn't mean he could handle 40 level 80 elite monsters at the same time. Chapter 40, Single Brush. You'll have to go through layers of tests before you can touch my bloodstain. To be fair, Yu Ting had very little confidence that Su Yan could pass. He must give him a stern lesson when he came out. As for the safety issue is actually too okay. This main city copy is able to exit at any time. Yu Ting knows that Su Yan has a very perverted stealth skills. With this will be able to save his life. Passing through the portal, the next second Su Yan entered a valley, surrounded by mountains with caves in them, and in the center was an open meadow. Su Yan was standing at the center point. A few seconds later, for large words, Goblin Tide appeared in the sky. Immediately afterward, they saw uncountable small monsters scurrying out of the caves around them. Goblin Troopers LV6. Abilities, Strike, Dodge, Disrupt, Rally. Goblin Spearman LV6. Abilities, Ranged, Poison, Panic, Penetration. Su Yan took a rough look. There were at least 100 of them. It's awesome to think about. Stand in the center and draw Phantom. And then Su Yan summoned the former world boss Mograth, and the Star Core Evil Dragon. Did not want to point at them to fight, but to put an extra layer of life insurance for themselves. Fighting, can be confident, but not conceited. Facing the charge from all sides, Su Yan began to count down. 3, 2, 1. As the first kobold rushed in front of him, Su Yan's attack officially began. Bloodthirsty Scythe Kill, Starter. Swish! The giant blood-colored lotus blossomed under Su Yan's feet, and as the phantom illusionary blade drew a lavender light, the goblin stragglers in front of him were instantly split in two. At the same time, countless blood scythes poured out. The entire war picture completed its reversal in an instant, and now it was 100 kobolds surrounded by Su Yan. Click! With one strike, 10,000 beasts worshipped, like a blood-colored blip. It was short-lived yet incomparably splendid. The corpses in front of you are proof of the first pass. Swish under the effect of the special attributes of the Dragon Soul Blood-Pact Amulet. A dark red shield that was comparable to his life value appeared around Su Yan. There is also a shield of Rhino Soul Imperial armor inside. On top of them there's the damage transfer mechanic of soul minions. It would really be hard to get hurt. If he wanted to touch Su Yan's real bloodstain, he would have to go through layers of tests first. Even if you run into it, the first 30% is false. Courtesy of the Dragon Soul Blood Pact Amulet. After the wave of monsters was cleared, and without any loot, Su Yan directly entered into the next portal, Twilight Cemetery. The sky was dim and overcast, full of tombstones and decaying coffins. The next moment he saw 4 skeleton squares walking neatly over. Chapter 41, Explosive Kill. Full Stealth Bureau. The 4 skeleton squares form a large fan. They were, Skeleton Warrior LV65, Skeleton Archer LV65, Skeleton Mage LV65, and Skeleton Summoner LV65. Occupations differ in terms of movement speed and attack style. Upon seeing Su Yan, the skeleton warriors were the first to attack, swarming in with their swords raised. Behind them on the left side was the skeleton mage floating in mid-air, with both ice and fire skills taking turns to smash. On the right side, there were skeleton archers with poisoned and paralyzed arrows, and the 2 medium and long-range formations rallied, firing 10,000 arrows in Su Yan's direction. The last square, the skeleton summoner, crashed at the end. They don't have much else, except that they can revive slain skeleton soldiers in place, but anything that doesn't kill fast enough will keep you from ever killing. With a melee charge, a long-range output, and a secondary standing there clunking and reviving, this lineup is almost perfect. As the skeleton warriors were about to rush to the front, as the sky of ice and fire spells and bows and arrows were about to descend, at this moment, Su Yan disappeared and entered the void. Boom! The battle rages on. A cloud of black smoke rises suddenly, and the kindly Mograth takes all the damage silently. With a roar of rage, he ate a skeletal warrior in front of him in one bite. As for Su Yan, he had already arrived behind the skeleton mage by this time. Phantom Blade's hand rose and fell. Ka! Blood scythes shot out in all directions, and the entire square instantly crumpled to their knees, burying their bones in the cemetery. As soon as the skeleton summoner saw what was going on, he hurriedly waved that tiny skeleton staff in preparation for resurrection. But just before the skill had finished chanting, the skeleton archer square on their right side was also bloodied. Again, the whole formation is down. Who to revive first? At this point, the skeletons in the summoner's square were really a bit confused. This death is too fast and too flush. It doesn't give us time to play. Swish swish, the squares on both sides began to sporadically flood with green light. This was the resurrection skill of the skeleton summoner. It would take about 3 seconds to resurrect a good skeleton. Just as they were cluttering up left and right, sporadically just about to open the rescue, the skeleton warrior square directly in front of them once again exploded with countless blood sides. Click. Neatly organized. It's not uncommon to kill faster than you can save, but you've done it before you've saved a single one. This is really too much. Luckily, White Zephyr didn't want them to blame themselves too much, and a second after the skeleton warriors were overwhelmed, he rushed over to the summoner's camp, choosing only the ones with their backs turned, and slashing down at chilling light. Crack! A fourth crunch, and there was no one left in the skeleton army. The ones that were revived on both sides of the square were close to the last fraction of a second, but unfortunately, Su Yan left them the chance to respawn. Even if any of them survived, the Mulgrath and Star Core evil dragons that had just been swarmed would surely go off in a rage. Round 2, Twilight Cemetery, passed with flying colors. Just as Su Yan was heading to the third round, the biggest news in recent years broke out in Yunhai City. Xiao Wei, the president of the first guild, the substitute for heaven, died violently in his home. Duan Chang, the president of the second guild, Crusaders, extremely a group of key members, died in the act of taking the place of heaven. Xiao Wei is dead, and naturally no one on Duan Chang's side is in the pocket. The first and second guild leaders of a city losing their lives on the same day was something that definitely hadn't happened before, and the entire Yunhai city was in turmoil as the dragons were leaderless and everyone was in danger. Just left the main city copy of Yu Ting received this news, to know that he is just yesterday from the Cloud Sea to go, and the death of these two people he has seen. How after a night are dead? Su Yan? Chapter 41, Explosive Kill. Full Stealth Bureau. This thought flashed through Yu Ting's mind, and immediately he ruled it out. Not to mention whether Su Yan had the ability to kill Xiao Wei or not. The key was why he had nothing to do with killing Xiao Wei. Just as he was thinking, another new piece of news from Yunhai City came through. This time it was Qi Gaozhan, the old dean of the Yunhai City Academy. The status of each municipal academy director is not low. Even the local first guild president should give a few points of face. After all, people are responsible for cultivating the future. Cultivated talents do not also have to enter your various guilds. Therefore, after discovering that Xiao Wei was dead, the following people contacted Qi Gaozhan at the first opportunity. Qi Gaozhan went there and quickly determined two things. First, Duan Chang was arranged to be killed by Xiao Wei. Secondly, Shaw was suicidal. As for the reason why Xiao Wei committed suicide, it is not known, but judging from all the signs and the fatal blow, he must have committed suicide. Seeing this news, Yu Ting was also confused. Yesterday, when I saw Xiao Wei, I still thought that he was a very ambitious person, and there must be more things hidden in him, and I was still about to arrange for someone to check him out. How could such a person suddenly commit suicide? It doesn't make sense. Doubtful as he was, Yu Ting still made the follow-up arrangements first. Notify Xia Fang and have him immediately go to Yunhai City to take over the position of president of the replacement Skywalker, and stabilize Yunhai City for me within 2 days. As for the cause of Xiao Wei's death, let Dean Shi follow up on the follow-up. It's the president. After the subordinate left, Yu Ting also put this matter down beforehand. In his opinion, Xiao Wei is good to die. This kind of person will make trouble sooner or later. As for the cause of death, it will be handed over to Qi Gaozhan and the new president Xia Fang to check it. More important than those right now was the battle for Rain City that was getting closer and closer, and how to train Su Yan. Thinking of this, Yu Ting let out a cold snort. I don't know how that kid is doing now. The first round should have already been played to the second half, right? The skeleton camp in the second round is a tough one. In fact, Yu Ting had another thought in his mind, which was that Su Yan could fail to beat the entire copy. But if he couldn't even pass the first 2 rounds, then it would be more or less disappointing. Yes, Su Yan had just leveled up at 27, and this standard was extremely harsh. But right now Xia needed more than just a hidden profession or a genius. What kind of tie level is this? It's disgusting. Dropping a complaint, Su Yan hurriedly crossed the putrid swamp into the portal and left this third map, Miasma Poison Swamp. That's right, just as Yu Ting was considering whether Su Yan had passed the first round, Su Yan had already finished solving the third round. Round 4, Abandoned Castle. Through the portal, Su Yan arrived at the level that Yu Ting said he would have a hard time passing. It was a small map of an eerie, dilapidated old castle with a mournful, haunting scream. Through the naked eye, Su Yan didn't see a single monster. It wasn't until I used my Phantom Soul Sense that I got a good look at it. Spiteful Spirit LV-75. Abilities, Stealth, Displacement, Fear, Strike, Corruption. Spellbound Ghost LV-75. Abilities, Stealth, Spell, Jamming, Summoning, Evasion. The entire army is invisible, and permanently invisible. This was indeed something Su Yan had never seen before. And if he didn't have a perception class skill, it would basically be a dead end by this point. Chapter 42, Final Round, Hell Difficulty. This was also the first time Su Yan had encountered a level 75 monster. Anyway, those level 70 swamp crawlers and poison swamp giant crocodiles were still able to get rid of them in seconds in the third round just now. For one thing, Su Yan's own agility attribute was high enough. And then there was the Phantom Magic Blades enchantment. 27 to 70 across 43 levels of spikes. Not sure if crossing to 48 is enough now. After checking with Spectral Soul Sense, the entire range of the ancient castle was beyond the maximum range of the bloodthirsty scythe. Therefore, Su Yan sent out the Blood Demon Bull King and Mograth, asking the two brothers to circle around and concentrate the monsters. The pattern of this round is not quite the same as before. Between all of them, as soon as you arrive at the place, monsters directly pounce on you. This round may be because of the full stealth of the reason. The main fight in Old 6. You walk past the people and then hit, so that you can never feel. Mograth slipped a big head all the way to get punched. They were inheriting 50% of Su Yan's life value and defense, plus some of their own shields, and such being hit wasn't too painful. Maybe it's just a bit more tortured inside. After all, they used to be a loud party bully. Even if they were summoned, should also be a fight to go. Who would have thought that in the end they would end up with a daily passive beaten errand? The minions pulled the monsters back, and Su Yan entered void mode on that, and after all the monsters had entered the range of bloodthirsty scythe kill, he swung his sword and struck. Bang! Full with the blood scythe flying in the sky. All the monsters in the ancient castle blood bar plummeted. Su Yan specially did not rush to hit the second time. Is to see now on the 75 level monsters a knife can be to what extent. Sure enough, the clearing technique failed. The span is a bit too big, but it's also quite substantial, essentially taking out 4/5 of the blood. In fact, for Su Yan, the effect of one knife and two knives is not much to go, because the first knife down all the monsters to be bound for 3 seconds simply cannot form any threat. All it takes is a light come on to send them away. Phew! When the second blow was struck, all the ghosts were instantly turned into wisps of smoke, and then a beam of sunlight shot into the old castle. Su Yan ended Void Spectre and entered the last portal after waiting for the 19-second cooldown. The hardest round of the main city replica. Gates of Civilization. Under the red sky is a black rocky ground. The whole area randomly in non-stop magma eruption. Touching this magma will directly drop blood, and is still a continuous drop of blood. Just dodging these random eruptions of lava is a pain in the ass. Not to mention the 3 types of level 80 elite monsters. When it was too late, nearly 100 Hell Demon Swordsmen LV80 rushed over under the sound of howling. They have black flames attached to their entire body, and they hold a burning greatsword in their hands, which automatically carries a burning effect whenever they get close, and that burning greatsword also increases the range of their attacks. After them, no, above them, it's a Magic Archer LV80, with the ability to fly briefly and shoot explosive arrows. Finally, there is also a team of Demon Elementalist LV80, which can summon fire elementals, as well as give all monsters gain statuses and blood boosts. And the most disgusting thing is that they can replenish their blood and enhance their attacks as soon as they touch the magma erupting from the ground. After reading the information, Su Yan was pretty sure that the difficulty of this round was going to be quite a bit higher than before. No wonder Yu Ting felt that he couldn't get through alone. These burns alone would be strong enough if he didn't fight well. Without mentioning anything else, Su Yan came up and threw out a fully stored Soul Breaker Vector first, directly sending a flying magic energy archer away. Yes, after saying that, Su Yan entered the void and began the final round of hunting. Dragonborn Guild. Chapter 42, Final Round, Hell Difficulty. President's Office. Yu Ting sat at the main seat. Lei Qi, Yi Yanzhou, and Ling Xuewei were seated apart, and the 5 presidents of Disya had gathered 4 at this time. It's also usually basically all 4 of them, unless it's a major national policy. The president of the War God Temple, Interlude, doesn't participate, and of course people usually don't really want to call him. This person, Criminal Lai, had an eccentric and arrogant personality, which simply meant that he spoke very harshly, calling him a villain. It was true that he hadn't done anything to truly harm Daxia, or else Yu Ting wouldn't have been able to keep him from being disposed of. But to say it's decent is definitely not relevant. In terms of personal strength, I'm afraid that only Yu Ting can beat him in the whole of Disya, and the remaining 3 presidents are all still almost interesting. This was also the reason why he was able to sit steadily as the second guildmaster, especially in recent years, when Daxia hadn't been doing too well in foreign wars. This kind of strength from Interlude was even more rare. I have called you all here today to say something that concerns the fate of the nation. Yu Ting opened his mouth and directly set the tone, causing several people to immediately sit up straight, especially Lei Qi and Yi Yanzhou, who were still unaware. I found the mysterious strong man from Dacia who overwhelmed the global powerhouse team on the world copy that day and captured the treasure chest at an exaggerated speed. Lei Qi, Yi Yin Zhou. The two of them had discussed this before, and basically ended up defining things as a bug issue with the world copy. Bugs, while rare, are not unheard of, especially Lei Qi. He absolutely did not believe that someone could complete that world copy at that speed. After all, he himself, a sublime walker, was already right on the right track. How could there still be a professional who was that much faster than himself? Yi Yanzhou is almost the same. On the mouth is said that perhaps there is what is not born genius, but the heart is not so think, because if there is really how can not come out of the world, even if you do not come out. Boss, you also dug it out for you early, so now it did come as a bit of a shock to hear that it was actually real. Humph, laughed Ling Shuewei, the two of you are very surprised. But this is indeed the truth. Oh, I picked him up yesterday with Lao Yu, and we've seen what he's capable of with our own eyes. What strength? Yi Yanzhou immediately asked. Yu Yuting took over and said in a deep voice, Level 55 to 60 Chaos Starfall Ruins Secret Realm. Exterminate the Star Core Evil Dragon in 10 seconds or so after entering the map. Hi, I thought there was something. Lei Qi shook his head disdainfully. Old you, have you never seen me hit a secret realm before? Not to mention the Chaos Star, a higher level secret realm I can power through in 10 or 20 seconds. But you have to realize that at that time in the world copy, if the situation was real, then that person at least overshot us twice as fast. Passing through the Chaos Star in over 10 seconds was indeed exaggerated enough. And even among the few people sitting there, probably only Lei Qi, a sublime walker, could do it. But apparently this exaggeration isn't enough to account for the world copy, much less to involve the country's fortunes on top of it. Don't be in a hurry, brother Lei. Old you hasn't finished yet. Ling Shuewei was not slow, revealing a smile that seemed to have a deep meaning. Yi Yanzhou belonged to people with a more delicate and keen mind, and immediately discovered the clues when he saw the situation. After a brief moment of shock, he tentatively asked, President Yu, how many levels did you say that person was? Yu Yuting pursed his lips. Level 27. Lei Qi, Yi Yanzhou? What? Chapter 43, Subverting Perceptions is just routine. 10 or so seconds over the Chaos Star mystery really isn't shocking enough. But level 27, not so much. Nothing personal. Before the first turn, everyone here was a brother. The 5 presidents or, in recent years, those geniuses, who are not in the 30 level of the first turn before the awakening of the hidden profession, and only then began to completely open the gap with the other professionals. Everyone is pretty much the same before the first turn. The only difference is who has a little better combat talent and a little higher combat IQ. Like Ling Shuewei belongs to the good combat talent. From the starting stage can cross the level to brush the monsters, and Yi Yanzhou belongs to the high combat IQ kind. Will maximize the rational use of all the resources, including attribute points are also used to the extreme. In each stage can be at the top. Lei Qi, he was born a mage, but his style of play is reckless, and he is definitely lucky to have survived until level 30 to change professions. He also created a new and unique route for mages. For this reason, Yu Yuting had even issued an injunction forbidding newbie mages from imitating Lei Qi's battle mode. As for Yu Yuting, he was a born ruler, from the time he was in the academy. But to say how strong he was before his first turn, that wasn't quite true. In short, the 4 people sitting here before the first turn are also considered to be the best of each, yet they are still just a younger brother. Painting 55 to 60 secret areas is a fool's errand, not even thinking about it. Seeing the reaction of the two, Yu Yuting seemed to be enjoying himself, and also very pleased. Then a second takedown was released. Oh yeah, he's an assassin. Lei Qi, Yi Yanzhou. What did you say? Assassin? Not looking down on assassins. Well, it's true that it's hard to think highly of assassins, especially when it comes to brushing. It's pretty much one of the most crotch-pulling pros out there. Even a normal first-turn profession like a white magician that focused on healing would have more of an advantage in solo painting than an assassin after a first turn. After all, people can kite, while you assassins can only sneak attack one by one. And you can't sneak attack when you meet a boss. And you can't fight too hard. The truth is that is so. The entire Great Xia has not produced a few powerful assassins. And Yu Yuting said this, a level 27 assassin, brushing through the Chaos Star secret realm in a dozen seconds, could definitely be said to have turned people's perceptions upside down and refreshed their 3 views. Where is he? Lei Qi stood up, his face full of incredulity. I'm going to take him to the Chaos Star secret realm to see for myself. He knew that Yu Yuting hardly ever joked, much less made a big deal out of this kind of thing. But this was indeed too much, and he had to see it with his own eyes before he could accept it. He's gone to brush up on his main city copy. Yu Yuting was still a bit angry at the mention of this. Ha! This time Ling Shuewei was also shocked. You let him go alone? Yu Ting sank his breath and narrated what had happened. This kid. When he comes out I'll make sure to educate him properly. Su Yan younger brother this time is a little bit of manglang. This week the main city copy failed, the next week his interpretation lie. And then a week later when it's my turn he can only enter again. This delay is half a month. Ling Shuawei didn't think that Su Yan could brush through on his own either. It wasn't that she felt that Su Yan was weak, but this main city copy wasn't simple especially in the last round. With a world full of level 80 elite monsters, it was indeed a little too difficult for Su Yan's younger brother. Even more unfortunate is the timing, as next week is the penitentiary, and there's a week to rotate. As he was talking, he heard a knock on the door of his room. A member of the Dragon Descent said outside the door, "Chairman, Su Yan is looking for you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Yu Ting frown, and after looking at the time, his frown deepened a bit more. 15 minutes. Only 15 minutes had passed since Su Yan entered the copy. According to this time, the probability is that he chose to give up at the second round of the skeleton square. Let Yu Ting frown, not just give up, but prematurely give up. At least you insist on insisting on it? More think of ways to try it? Chapter 43, Subverting Perceptions is just routine. To give up so casually is not what a strong man of my great Xiao would do. Bring him here. Yu Ting sighed. You guys should meet first. This child still has too many areas that need to be honed. A few moments later, Su Yan's voice came in before he arrived. I said old you, how come you didn't wait for me? After coming out I got lost my ass. Please don't make a racket. The member cautioned. I'm not clamoring. Why are you being so pretentious? With the words, Su Yan lazily appeared in front of the crowd. Hey, sister came so early. Seeing Ling Shuawei's beautiful face, Su Yan's mood suddenly turned cloudy. Ling Shuawei's slender finger then went to her mouth, skimming Yu Ting's direction with her eyes, signaling Su Yan to keep a low profile. The anger value over there was not small. Su Yan turned his head and was met with Yu Ting's scrutinizing gaze. Su Yan, do you know you're wrong? Yu Ting asked in a deep voice. That voice was like a judge, making people subconsciously not dare to resist. However, Su Yan was very frank. Not only did he not know that he was wrong, but he also condescendingly replied back. I don't know. You mean the thing about entering the copy? The result is good, is not it? Do not care so much about the details. Well, Lao Yu. Hearing this, Yi Yanzhou couldn't help but laugh out. You're quite an interesting kid. Your heart is big enough. Do you realize how many people have wasted an opportunity that they've been begging for? Hearing this, Su Yan looked towards Yi Yanzhou. Should I not say that he was quite handsome? Especially with that reckless-looking old brother next to him as a comparison. Yi Yanzhou LV 89. Occupation, Holy Spirit. Guild, Splendor Club. Lei Qi LV 91. Occupation, Dimension Walker. Guild, Rashomon. The two people's information then surfaced in front of Su Yan. Turns out they were the other two assembly presidents. Then may I ask President Yi, what opportunity have I wasted? Su Yan smiled faintly. Now he was guessing what this atmosphere was all about. Why? All these people think he didn't pass the main city copy. Brother Su Yan. Hearing Su Yan ask this, Ling Shuawei stood up at once and looked at Su Yan with eyes full of excitement. You passed? As soon as the words fell, Yu Ting's eyes opened steeply, immediately checking the latest Daxia's economic situation. Sure enough, the economy has increased, and that increase is the incremental value of the main city copy. Of course I passed, said Su Yan, looking with a smile at Yu Ting, who was still in the stun stage. Oh, old you thought I didn't pass myself and gave up, right? How can it be? Something so simple. As soon as the words left his mouth, several presidents looked at him in collective shock. Level 27. Assassin. Soloing a copy of the main city? Right at this moment, Yu Ting mumbled incredulously to add. 15 minutes. Chapter 44, Su Yan strikes. Stunning the four great presidents. The difficulty of the main city copy is not low, especially since the last round is almost a full court, deathless attack. Even for these several presidents, it wasn't easy for them to brush solo when they were at level 60 or 70, like Ling Shuawei, who was now at level 73, and it would take her at least half an hour or so to brush a copy of the main city. Yu Ting and Lei Qi had both turned 3, and a brush would take at least 15 to 20 minutes. It's not hard to second monsters, but you have to do it one by one or in a pile, right? Skills have to have a cooldown, right? You have to recover your mana, right? It can't go any faster. And this newcomer in front of him, a level 27 assassin who hadn't even completed a single transfer, actually used 15 minutes to solve the main city copy? Level 29. It was only then that Ling Shuawei remembered to check Su Yan's information. And sure enough, this main city copy had allowed Su Yan to directly soar by more than 2 levels. Level 30 was close at hand. Ha. Su Yan showed his teeth and smiled. This final collection of experience is indeed cool. More than 200. 000 ah. Lei Qi and Yi Yanzhou were also checking Su Yan's information, but they couldn't find out anything at all other than his occupation and level. Impossible. Lei Qi looked at Su Yan incredulously. It's impossible for a level 20 plus assassin even with a godly outfit. What the hell are you hiding, kid? Or can you modify information? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Yu Yuting cough, seemingly reminding him not to commit recklessness. At least he's an assembly president. But he can even say something as nonsensical as modifying information. Don't ask more questions. Yu Yuting spoke out to stop it. Every professional had their own privacy that had to be respected. Otherwise there wouldn't be this mode of forced concealment. Not to mention Lei Qi. Isn't he not sure himself? When Su Yan wanted to reveal himself, he would naturally know. For now, just knowing that he was strong was enough. To formally introduce you guys, his name is Su Yan, and he's now a Daxia S-class character. Calling everyone here today is to agree together on the optimal plan regarding Su Yan's leveling. This year, our Grand Xia must retake Rain City. Yu Yuting didn't say too much, but these brief sentences were enough for Lei Qi and Yi Yanzhou to understand. This exaggerated kid in front of him would be the key figure in this year's national war. It was even the absolute core of Daxia for many years to come. Level 27. Solo the main city copy. Or even solo the world copy. If such people are not nurtured, then this country is just going to give up on itself. A few presidents are not treated as child's play when it comes to matters of state. Kid, you come with me now. Lei Qi stood up. I have to go and see for myself how strong you are. Yu Yuting bitterly smiled and shook his head. He knew that Lei Qi is this kind of character. Reckless, can make him convinced only absolute strength. Ling Shuawei covered her mouth and laughed. Just show it to Brother Lei. Otherwise he'll have to go crazy for a day. Just so we can let Grand Duke Yi take a look together as well. Yi Yanzhou shrugged his shoulders. Grand Prince Yi was not some nickname given to him by Ling Shuawei. Most of the people called him that, because he was precisely from the Yi family, a well-known clan of Daxia. 65 to 70. Phantom Moon Mysteries. This is the place that Lei Qi chose. Since you can single brush the main city copy, let us not go to any Chaos Star. Directly mention 65 to 70 is not excessive. At this moment, Yu Yuting, Lei Qi, Yi Yanzhou and Ling Shuawei, the four major presidents plus Su Yan were standing in the secret realm. And with this formation, didn't quite dare to breathe. But to be honest, Su Yan's feeling towards Lei Qi was quite good. Generally the more reckless people were also temperamental enough. As long as he was convinced, that was really convinced. In addition to the fact that all the presidents happen to be here, Su Yan also does not mind revealing some more things. Everyone takes himself as an S-rank character. To fully support, that more or less have to know something about themselves. Tell you what, then I'll show off some of my skills so that it'll also be easier for you to customize a leveling plan that suits me better. Yu Yuting nodded in satisfaction. Su Yan was finally starting to gradually trust them. Chapter 44, Su Yan Strikes. Stunning the four great presidents. That couldn't be better. But you have to remember, Su Yan, never expose it to anyone else besides us. Knowing that, I won't be completely exposed to you guys. Su Yan said very frankly. A few of the assembly presidents froze for a moment and laughed instead. Su Yan pondered for a moment. Let's start with one of these. As soon as the words fell, the entire person swung away. Lei Qi? Where are the people? Can't sense it? Xiaoling, can you sense it? Ling Shuawei smiled and shook her head. I can't. As we are talking about this, we see the level 65 monsters not far away dying violently one after another. Obviously a second. Just after seeing the monster die, the next moment Su Yan's voice rang out again beside the few people. This skill of mine can enter the void. Probing is not possible, and making a move will not show up. That's how I ran to the end of the promenade in that previous copy of the world. Hearing this skill introduction, several people could do nothing more than TSK, especially Lei Qi. This time he was aware that his ability as a Yuan Walker this time was simply not enough. He himself was able to briefly cross between the dimensional wall and reality, while Su Yan was able to chat in the middle of the void. Moreover, Su Yan's movement speed was quite exaggerated. By the way, speaking of world copies, I'll show you that boss. Crowd? As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yan directly summoned Mograth. For a while, the president's eyes were glazed over. Aren't you an assassin? How can you still summon? And summon this thing? Yi Yanzhou, who had been calm, also broke. Ha. Su Yan laughed. Whoever I kill will be my little brother. Saying that, with a wave of his hand, he summoned another Hell Demon swordsman from the main city copy. Later, let the two of them go pull some monsters over and show you guys a group attack. Pulling monsters? Group attack? Every word Su Yan said was undoubtedly refreshing their perceptions. Even if you break your imagination, You can't imagine that one day assassins will be able to play like this. It was possible to stride across dozens of levels inside the secret realm. Soon, Mograth pulled over a dozen or so gargoyles. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Yen walked head-on, stood still, and as a lavender shimmering light flashed, a blood-colored lotus flower seemed to devour and take away the lives of all the monsters. A dozen level 65 monsters were instantly secured by Su Yen. This skill even comes with a bind. Yi Yanzhou was worthy of having a super high combat IQ. No detail could escape his eyes. At this time, Yu Yuting already had difficulty suppressing the corners of his mouth. Looking at these few skills, he realized that Su Yen was far stronger than he thought. Don't forget that this was just what Su Yen was trying to reveal at the moment. Brother Su Yen, you honestly don't have any more long-range skills, do you? Ling Shuawei was indeed curious. Void invisibility, summoning deadly servant, group attack, group binding. This was already completely beyond the assassin's category. So it wouldn't be an exaggeration to go a bit beyond that, right? There really is. Su Yen raised his arm smilingly, and a sharp arrow wrapped with black flames broke out like a black dragon. The crowd was stunned beyond words. Chapter 45, Transfer is imminent. Team copy opens. Bang! The Soul Breaker Vector was extremely fast and powerful, and in an instant, it shot through a level 68 elite monster. Another spike. Several of the presidents were truly dumbfounded. Is this skill of yours still able to store power? Yi Yanzhou once again saw the details. This made even Su Yen surprised. These few presidents really had their own specialties. That's right, President Yi. It can be stored for up to 5 seconds and multiply the damage per second. Yi Yanzhou. 16x damage. My goodness, what a killing move this is. Su Yen smiled in a low-key way. It is indeed very low-key. 500% burst damage and so on cannot be said. Otherwise these people still have to be shocked. Especially Yu Yuting, who was getting older, was afraid that his heart wouldn't be able to withstand it. And is that your weapon open from the world treasure chest? Yi Yanzhou could even see through the skills, let alone the weapon. The flash of lavender light had long been captured by him. Su Yen nodded and took out his weapon, the Phantom Illusionary Blade. The first thing that caught the crowd's eye was the circle of lavender light. You've got a lot of guts, Brother Su Yen. How dare you take an epic weapon and strengthen it? You won't cry if this is destroyed. Ling Shuawei alluded to Su Yen feeling fearful. Anyway, she didn't dare to gamble with her own weapon. For the inheritance weapon chairman is not particularly surprised. After all, the world treasure chest everyone opened. Epic level-less equipment have also seen. To say that the surprise is Su Yen this courage. Like Yu Yuting, he belonged to the conservative faction and didn't have a single piece of equipment reinforced all over his body. Lei Qi goes without saying. It's not like he hasn't destroyed epic equipment before. Mang is finished. Currently several presidents and the best equipment is Yi Yanzhou. One will be a variety of people will be counted. And the second is that the Yi family is also playing the big family. Don't underestimate the clan. Their power is beyond imagination. Very well, an extreme weapon can top 10 or even 20 levels. This charmed demon fantasy blade is enough for you to use all the time. Yu Yuting handed the weapon back to Su Yen. Go back to the guild in a moment and get all the other equipment matched. Unranked is not available, but it will ensure that you can use the top equipment for that stage at every stage. In the beginning, when the substitution of heaven and earth could let Xiao Tianyu use the best equipment at level 10. Not to mention the first guild in China, the Dragon Descent. Su Yen is also considered to be better. His treatment is surpassing that of the top 2 generations. While there are still a few unranked pieces on the body right now, the empty spaces can still be filled. Immediately level 30. Like belt, hand guards, helmet, leg guards, these equipment can be used first. Are level 30 top if you can also enhance a wave? After a good then change chant. Okay, then I'm welcome. As he was speaking, Lei Qi hooked Su Yen's shoulder. This time I believe you, old brother Su Yen. You're no ordinary assassin. Old you. I have no problem at all supporting Su Yen. I can't wait to see how far this kid will grow now. When he said that, he took out a piece of equipment from his space. There's no point in talking about it. Su Yen, old brother, this belt is a gift. In the future, brother force top you. Let's fight the national war together. Either that or most people with more reckless personalities are more sexual. After seeing Su Yan's strength, Lei Qi was convinced. Of course he did this not only to make friends, but also for the sake of Daxia. The losses he suffered in these few years on the national wars again must be returned this year. Source power belt, purple. Level, none. Chapter 45, transfer is imminent. Team copy opens. Occupation, unlimited. Strength, plus 100. Agility, plus 90. Additional attributes, increase attack speed by 10%. Increase blitz rate by 8%. Special attribute, additional plus 180 to strength and agility attributes when blood level is below 50% for 10 minutes. Su Yan also didn't expect Lei Qi to come out with a purple unranked piece this time. It also happens to be a belt you don't currently own. It's just that this particular attribute is almost interesting for myself. After all, if I don't actively try to get killed, my blood level should hardly go below 50%. This is too valuable, isn't it, Chairman Lei? Su Yan's eyes were filled with emotion. Don't regret it. Ha, Lei Qi laughed freely. Take it in. This character of your kid is very much to my liking. Don't call me President. Call me Brother Lei from now on. OT Lei, you can do it. There's actually this hard goods. Ling Shuawei laughed. Why didn't you say you'd take it out for your sister before? Lei Qi scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm ashamed to say. I originally intended to take this belt to strengthen it. The head iron wave went up and used it not to go on, even though this is not today, just happened to Su Yan old brother came. I simply give him to have. Xiaoling, you are what equipment still pick brother's reason. Lei Qi. Yu Ting frowned. Have I told you not to always think about strengthening? A good piece of equipment means a lot, and giving it to someone who needs it will be an enhancement to our grand xia. Humph. It's a good thing you came to your senses in time. It won't happen again. Lei Qi nodded his head repeatedly in embarrassment. The reason why Yu Ting was so convincing was because he led by example. Almost all of the good equipment he had fought over the years had been provided free of charge to professions that needed it, including the several presidents who had used the equipment Yu Ting had given them before. As he said, this is an enhancement to the whole of Daxia. Let's do this. Since it's all out, let's take Su Yan directly to Stardust Ruins right now, so he can first rise to level 30 to transfer his job. And after that, he'll be boosted by a huge wave. Now Yu Ting was very much looking forward to the changes after Su Yan's transfer. After that, the leveling plan could be put on hold for the time being, and it was imperative that he leveled up these 30 levels first. Okay, no problem. If it goes well, a trip down should be able to rise. Yi Yanzhou counted 8 or 9. This, Stardust Ruins, Su Yan had heard of it when he was at the academy. It was a level 60 team copy that could only be played twice a week per person, and the experience was quite a bit higher than a normal secret realm, and the difficulty was naturally as well, and it's not accessible to non-5-person teams, and the captain must also be level 60 or higher, or they can't enter either. It is said that even for 5 level 60 plus second turn professionals, if the team configuration is not complete or the tactics are not well coordinated, they will surely fold, and this is the difficulty of the team copy. Get in the team. Yu Ting sent out an invitation to form a team to a few people. This lineup, not to mention painting the Stardust Ruins, can even ride the Red Sky Dragon Zune to kill abroad. The crowd entered the line in order. Lei Qi suddenly said, Olji, what are you doing in such an early morning state? No. Ha? This is? Yi Yanzhou was suddenly stunned. At the same time, Yu Ting and Ling Shuawei were wide-eyed. Now they all carry a status. A very exaggerated and perverted one. Immunity to all abnormal statuses. This was definitely not put out by Yi Yanzhou. At that moment, everyone's eyes were once again focused on Su Yan's body. You know, this isn't just any skill anymore. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the most counterintuitive team buff. Su Yan hemmed and hawed. Passive. I can't help it. Chapter 46, Laying Down the Law. The only task is to reap the rewards. Yi Yanzhou was definitely the strongest support-type profession among the Dixia professionals. Before he became the top 5 president, he had taken the members of the Brilliant Club to participate in a number of domestically organized rivalry matches, and that was basically one person upsetting the battlefield. His presence takes the whole team up a few notches, and from this he is known as the air handler on the battlefield, because he was also quite prominent in developing battle plans. But at this moment, Yi Yanzhou looked at how surprised that team status was. Immunity to all abnormal states. What's even more exaggerated is that there's no time limit. Compared to this skill, those buffs of his weren't even enough. What kind of strongest auxiliary is he? He's only the strongest auxiliary once this thing is on. Take that world copy from before. If that buff was on, it wouldn't just be a casual sneak past. Those traps and organs with the anomalies pulled full would be completely useless. You said this is a passive skill? Yi Yanzhou couldn't believe it. Do you know how exaggerated this skill is? If this is in a national war, it can make our squad invulnerable. We can strike without fear. After saying that, Yi Yanzhou tried to calm himself down and said to Yu Yiting, President Yu, you are really looking for the right person. Even if this kid can't do anything, having this gained skill is enough to take him to the national war. First it was Lei Qi. This was now Yi Yanzhou. Seeing that both of them were shocked by Su Yan's ability, Yu Yiting was extremely elated. This proved that Su Yan would definitely deter the foreigners, raise the majesty of the great Xia. Not to mention that this kid is very good. Yu Yiting smiled slightly. That face was filled with pride. Stardust Remnant. This kind of team copy was much larger than a normal copy. After entering, there was a huge archway half hidden in the sand and dust in front of them. The door was foggy, and 4 big words, Ruin's entrance, were written on it in pen. It makes you look and feel hard inside. And it wasn't easy to get into this entrance. According to the copy prompt information, the whole team had to gather enough 5 runes, 1 for each hand, before they could enter. The rune's provenance was on the monster that was pouring out of the entrance in a steady stream. Star Guardian LV-70, Elite. The Guardians charged forward with their greatswords raised in great numbers, and the presidents entered into battle at that. Yi Yanzhou connected 3 statuses to the entire team, which were increased damage, increase attributes, and increase defense and evasion rate. For a while it kept the whole team on offense and defense. Yu Ting, on the other hand, was as steady as a mountain, and he didn't even intend to make a move because Lei Qi had already rushed over like a mad dog. Boom! 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 This was the first time Su Yan had seen space-type magic, and with a wave of Lei Qi's probing hand, the space dozens of meters away warped, and all the monsters within the warped space were naturally not spared. At the same time, fireballs continued to spew out of the twisted space, attacking another wave of monsters. Normally speaking, Lei Qi would be fine standing there casting spells and it should still be cool, but he clearly wasn't the type to play it cool, and actually utilized space to teleport himself into the pile of monsters. He took his staff and swung it around. In the midst of thunder and fire, a mage transformed into a butcher. The image is quite emotional. That's Lei's regular combat style. Ling Shuawei laughed. Honestly, sometimes I don't feel like a sword player after watching him. Yes, previously, it was everyone who was shocked by Su Yan, but after looking at Lei Qi, Su Yan was also really shocked. Brother Lei is definitely the #1 fierce man in Disya. Just this aura can scare off quite a few people. In the blink of an eye, Lei Qi had already finished harvesting, and the corpses all over the ground didn't know which kind of damage they had been dried up by, physical or magical. Go! Lei Qi stood at the entrance with the rune and waited. Chapter 46, Laying Down the Law. The only task is to reap the rewards. Immediately afterward, he saw Su Yan being the first to scurry out. He's quite excited. Yi Yanzhou laughed. Ling Shuawei guffawed. It's exciting, but it shouldn't be the same as what you think. Ha? What do you mean? Before Yi Yanzhou could finish a question, Su Yan had already given him the answer with his practical actions. He saw Su Yan rushing into the sea of corpses and blood, transforming into a light cluster collector, picking them up with great joy. See, this is Su Yan's younger brother's greatest characteristic, love of money. Ling Shuawei spread favor. This straightforward personality to the point that she appreciated it. AI. Yu Ting sighed. He's going to search the corpses one by one when the national war is over as well? This kid is really interesting. Gain 58 gold coins. Gain 89 gold coins. Gain celestial crystal stone. Gain star soul stone. Su Yan cleaned up the battlefield, cleaned up quite cool. The harvest is the fastest moment, okay? That's a lot of wealth in that pile. Swishy Yanzhou was quite good at being an adult, directly giving Su Yan a separate buff to increase his movement speed. Good luck. We're getting ready to go in. Oh, Dookie, do you have any absorption buffs? The kind that directly make light masses run towards me? This one really doesn't. Once inside the entrance, there are 3 parts further on: the hall, the cloister and the garden. Team copies in addition to the monsters with some special mechanisms. You must find things, assembly, rescue, etc. To be teamwork. Only Su Yan's squad was too exaggeratedly strong. It was basically Lei Qi who did it alone. Occasionally Ling Shuawei would play a fight, and otherwise it was Yi Yanzhou who was in charge. Each level is extremely easy to get through, and if you walk slower you don't even have to stop at all. You can just walk from the beginning to the end to finish. Su Yan wasn't idle either, walking and harvesting along the way, quite enjoying himself. This was the first time Su Yan had teamed up with someone else, and the first time he didn't have to fight the monsters himself, and could easily pass by just taking care of the harvest. A feeling of exhilaration that simply couldn't be described. Especially the further in you go, the better the things that popped out, and there was even a lack of yellow character equipment and rare materials. Just as Su Yan's carry-on space was about to burst, Yi Yanzhou threw him a small square. Expand carry-on space to 3 times. My meeting gift. Yi Yanzhou raised an eyebrow. This is something that is worth a lot of money. Many professionals have never bothered to buy it in their lives. After all, if they diligently pour a little bit, they will be left with this huge amount of money. Grand Duke, he really does have big thighs. Su Yan gave a thumbs up. With this group of presidents to mix with this welfare treatment can be too good. Not only sufficient supplies, and even monsters do not have to fight. This really can afford the name of S-class characters. Stardust Ruins, a team copy that had tormented a lot of teams. Su Yan and his squad had completely pushed their way across the board, and Su Yan was even picking up the pieces to the end. Final boss, Starmine Boundary Keeper LV-80, about the size of a Mograth, with 2 mechanical arms and a charge burst. but the intensity was definitely not up to Mogratha's level. After all, People's MO was a world-class boss. Lei Qi and Ling Shuowei went up and gave an explosive output, and the Boundary Guardian's blood bar kept cutting down. When the blood bar finally reached around 15%, Yu Ting, who had been sitting in the center army watching the battle, spoke up. Su Yan, collect it. Chapter 47, 1 turn completed. Killing spree. Team copies don't have that extra bonus that Last Strike has. Yu Ting's aim was to fill Su Yan's men up. The stronger the monster summoned, the higher Su Yan's own safety coefficient will definitely be. With 15% blood, Yu Ting also felt that the timing was more appropriate. Su Yan could use that long-range attack to build up his power for 5 seconds first and deal 16x damage. 5 seconds after the boss is almost about 10% of the blood. A hit probability can be taken. Good. As the words fell, black flames immediately wrapped around Su Yan's arm. 4, 3, 2, 1. The soul-breaking vector was like a black dragon tearing through the air, and the image of it tearing through space made people shudder just by looking at it. Poof! The Boundary Guardian was shot through in an instant. That blood bar went from 12% to 0 quickly. Even can obviously feel that this blood is completely insufficient to eat. Yu Ting TSK sigh. After all, he is too conservative. Should be 60% of the blood let Su Yan thrown. He should have let Su Yan throw it at him when he was at 60%. Successful defeat of the Starmount Boundary Guardian. The Stardust ruins are about to be destroyed. With this prompt, a white light flashed and everyone was retransported back to the entrance. Successfully passed through the Stardust ruins and gained 500 experience points. Level up to 30 and gain 10 points of free attributes. The team copy experience is given all at once after passing the level. Also, there are no resource drops for defeating bosses, and a treasure chest is given at the end based on the overall clearance score. Passing score, SSS, like the one Su Yan and the others obtained, was the highest level treasure chest. Of course, although the treasure chest is good, the contents of the things are not necessarily good. Just burst, the chances of good goods are relatively high. This time it's not too bad. There's a purple level 70 vestment. The rest is some materials and blue character, yellow character equipment and so on. Su Yan was not polite and accepted it as it was. Several of the presidents have big families, don't need to ask them. Level 30. Before upgrading, Su Yan was secretly happy. This was the first time someone was more excited than him. Or several people. Let's go. Let's go to the transformation shrine right away. After saying that, Yu Ting was the first to leave the copy. It's been a while since I've seen Assembly President Yu this excited. Yi Yanzhou laughed. But I'm also looking forward to it. After transferring, I will awaken a powerful career skill. Su Yan, please share it with me if you can. As soon as the words fell, Lei Qi picked up. Tell brother me too. Our relationship is definitely more ironic than with old Yi. Ling Shuowei followed suit. Brother, you are not going to hide it from your sister, huh? Su Yan raised his eyes and looked at these three inquisitive assembly presidents. Transfer material pack. Expansion space. Unclassified belt. Well, they are all real people, so they might as well be honest. Transmigration Pantheon. Finally, Su Yan waited for this moment. His own strength was about to receive a qualitative increase. There was a check-in front desk in the temple, and in a place this glorious it must have high requirements for a front desk. Just like this tall lady with rimless glasses. This kind of svelte charm makes people want to hurry up and take another turn. I don't know if this is deliberate. Anyway, it's an invisible boost to everyone who can't practice less. President Yu. The young lady hurriedly stood up, her face full of surprise. Aha! Yu Ting nodded, then walked straight in. Of course she was surprised when Yu Ting came. The 5 presidents were the representative figures of Daxia, and it was not something you could normally meet just by wanting to see them. Especially in this transformation shrine. Who would have nothing to come if they didn't? The young lady had just filled in Yu Ting's name on the register when she heard the guard outside call out incredulously. Chairman Lei Qi? The young sister suddenly looked up. But it was none other than the Rashomon sect president, Lei Qi. He actually came as well. President Ling. Chapter 47, 1 turn completed. Killing spree. Daxia goddess Ling Shuowei? The young lady was dumbfounded. Yi. Chairman Yi. The guards at the entrance were stuttering a bit. How had they ever seen such a battle? Missy is just as shocked out of her mind. The 5 great summer presidents had actually come 4 at the same time. This has to be something heavenly. Just then, a voice pulled the young lady back. I want to transfer. The young lady looked up. Handsome, yes, but really shocked and immobile. After all, the ones in front of her were too much. Daxia had a strict personnel registration system in order to facilitate the ability to call out when the need arose. And after entering Su Yan's identity information, the young lady whose emotions had just calmed down was once again taken aback. Because the level 30 handsome guy in front of him had only just awakened his profession a few days ago. This upgrade speed isn't an exaggeration. It's simply impossible. The young lady was just about to open her mouth when she saw Yi Yinzhou walking back again. Just register normally. Obviously, she was told not to ask more questions. After the registration was completed, Yi Yinzhou added, "Don't talk too much." The young lady nodded her head in a hurry. "Don't worry, President Yi. I'm very professional." Looking at the young handsome man again, Missy only felt that the man seemed to be glowing. A transfer escorted by the 4 major presidents was absolutely unprecedented. Su Yan, what kind of scary background does this one have? The light inside the temple was slightly dim, and one could vaguely see quite a few energy stones inlaid on the surrounding walls, and right in the center was a spell formation, with each pattern flickering with a shimmering light, and one could feel that there was an infinite amount of energy flowing through it. Yu Yuting and the others were standing right next to the spell formation. They wanted to be the first to witness it. Stepping into the spell formation, Su Yan exhaled and placed his hands on the energy stone. In a blink of an eye, the energy of the spell formation was catalyzed, and the light changed from weak to strong. A strip of light with energy-like properties attached to it wrapped around Su Yan's body, and was continuously absorbed by Su Yan's body. The entire process lasted for almost 5 minutes. Su Yan did feel very comfortable, feeling himself getting more and more energized, until the light completely dissipated. Su Yan's entire body shone for a moment, and the transfer was officially completed. At the first moment, Su Yan couldn't wait to open his attribute panel. Bull Batch. The first thing Su Yan saw was the latest title, Abyssal Dominator. It definitely surpassed Shadow Ruler from the word alone. As expected, the transfer would not disappoint. Su Yan. Profession, Assassin, Master of the Abyss. Rank, 30. Life, 22170. Energy, 180. Power, 2390. Agility, 2770. Body mass, 2000. Spirit, 1420. Equipment, Rhino Soul Royal Armor, purple. Blood Domain Ring, dark gold. Purgatory Frenzy Boots, purple. Charmed Demon Fantasy Blade, epic. Dragon Soul Blood Pact Amulet, epic. Source Power Belt, purple. Special item, Badge of Thorns. Skills, Stygian Hunting, passive. Phantom Soul Awareness, passive. Void Phantom, Shadow Blessing, passive. Soul Seal, Bloodthirsty Scythe. Soul Devouring Twin Guards. Soul Breaking Vector, Chaos Pure Boundary, passive. Battle Evaluation, 55 stars. New skill, Thunder Burial. Awakened Vocation skill, Killing Spree. Su Yan. Looking dumbfounded. Chapter 48, Double Opening? Battle Ranking Peak at Debut. Su Yan had thought that there would be a qualitative improvement from the transfer, but he really hadn't expected it to be this fierce. The full attributes were added for 1,000 points. This also directly spikes the battle power to 55 stars. The regular career return to complete the general is also a dozen stars, until the second turn of the 60 level can be to a more than 30 stars. Let's just say that Xia Wei, before he died he was level 76 with a 48-star battle power. The gap has been quite intuitive. But more than that, what surprised Su Yan were the skills. There were a total of 2 new skills learned after the transfer, one of which is tentatively referred to as a normal skill. Thunder Burial. Set up a formation of Thunder Burial with a radius of 5 meters. When triggered, 9 heavenly thunders will move. 100% blitz bombardment. 500% blitz damage. With additional paralysis effect. Lasting 9 seconds. Cooldown time, 20 seconds. Consumption, 30 energy. When Su Yan saw this skill he was actually quite surprised. It belonged to a trap-type group attack, which to put it bluntly was similar to a magic attack. And it's the same as always, going for the exclusive High Storm genre. After that, Su Yan didn't even need to participate in brushing the small monsters. He just needed to set up the array of Thunder Burial in advance and let the soul minions bring the monsters over to suffer death. This skill is strong, but, after looking at that vocation skill, it's really nothing. The divine skill directly gave Su Yan a dumbfounded look. Vocation skill, Killing Spree. Carnival from the Abyss. Summoning your own shadow to kill to your heart's content for 1 hour. Cooling time, 4 hours. Consumption, none. Simply put, you can double up when fighting afterward, or double open yourself. As of right now, it's 2 55-star battle power Abyssal Dominators. What a spectacle that has to be. An hour can change so much on the battlefield. This vocation skill is simply counterintuitive to the extreme. What the hell? The transfer was successful, right? Lei Qi asked anxiously. This was because after checking Su Yan's information it was discovered that his job title was still assassin. But looking at the whole transfer it should have been very successful. Brother Su Yan's job title shouldn't change. The real occupation is only visible to him. Just like he was called Shadow Ruler before. Ling Xuewei explained. She was also very anxious about Su Yan's situation right now. The transfer should have already been completed. How come there was no movement? That's right. The words fell. And Su Yen took over with a slight smile. This title of mine is only visible to myself. And my current title is Abyssal Dominator. As soon as the words were finished, Yu Ting clenched his fists in excitement. Su Yen had definitely grown a lot from his title. Agu, it doesn't matter what your name is. How are your attributes? Did it go up a lot? Lei Qi was filled with anxiety. Generally speaking, the regular career transfer full attributes will increase by 10% to 20%, excluding equipment bonus. Specifically, it depends on the characteristics of the profession to be transferred. Hidden profession full attributes will increase about 50% to 60%, excluding equipment bonus. Basically it is doubled 2 or 3 times to open the gap. Su Yen, on the other hand, had his full attributes directly and unconditionally raised by 1,000 points. Chapter 48, Double Opening? Battle Ranking Peak at Debut. Su Yen originally had a high starting point for his attributes, and in the later stages, each level added more. And 1,000 points on top of that also amounted to an increase of more than 100%. Individual attributes even reached 200% increase. The increase is not big. It's a big exaggeration. I'm not very good at calculating these values, but it went up quite a bit anyway. Getting this reply, Lei Qi laughed. I can't count either. In any case, just go up more. Where are the new skills? We've agreed to share it. Yi Yanzhou also couldn't wait. And this issue was also the point of greatest concern for everyone. A powerful skill can be much more important than attribute points. Amidst the crowd's expectant gazes, Su Yen calmly stated the core of the skill, summoning my own shadow to fight. Crowd. Now they are aware of why Su Yen will freeze for a while after changing jobs. This damn cannot not freeze. To summon a shadow is not to summon another self. How strong you are. How strong the shadow is. It's the same as having 2 of yourself fighting together, doubling your numbers and doubling your combat power. This skill would be an absolute bug in a one-on-one dueling arena. Let's say Su Yan's skill that stored power for 5 seconds to deal 16 times damage. What if 2 of him used it together? 32 times damage. Who can resist that? This is just sick. There's actually this kind of unbelievable skill. My goodness. Su Yen. Su Yen. It's lucky you're a teammate. Yi Yanzhou shook his head inside. Now that he could no longer estimate Su Yan's ability, the only thing he was happy about was that Su Yan was a Dasha person and not an enemy. I feel like I might not be my brother's match anymore. Ling Xuewei laughed. I don't think I'll be able to keep all the various records I've set. Ha ha ha. Su Yen smiled. Didn't we say? Sister is in the women's group and I'm in the men's group. It's not the same. Yu Ting stood up with a red face. Good. My Grand Xia officially has one more strong person from now on. There's less than 3 months until the Rain City battle. Su Yen, you must go all out next. Strive to complete turn 2 before the national war. Thus victory will surely belong to Great Xia. 3 months time from level 30 to 60. This is basically an impossible task. Even all the way to eat resources up Ling Xuewei from 30 to 60 also used nearly 2 years of time. But Yu Ting just had this confidence. For one thing, it was because Su Yen had an absolute advantage. He was going to be a huge chunk stronger than Ling Xuewei, who was at the same level in the first place. And at the same time, those exaggerated skills of his allowed him to swipe the map at a speed that Ling Xuewei couldn't compare to. Then there was the fact that the support for Su Yen was now going to be a national effort. This intensity had never been seen before. Let's just say that main city copy. Who can brush it 4 times in a row? After that, Su Yen can. And the main city copy is only part of the support. There's more. If the time was utilized well, it wasn't impossible to complete the second turn in 3 months. At least Yu Ting thought so. It's not too late. Shall you now give a place that is most suitable for Su Yen to brush up his experience? Whether it's a group or solo. If it's a group, then we'll work together with him. Yi Yanzhou nodded. Then hesitated. Su Yen, how many stars are your current battle power? This has to be told to me so that I can synthesize it and figure out the optimal plan. I reckon that old brother Su Yen has to be 40 stars anyways. Thinking back to when I was like 20 plus stars after the first turn, I was so mad I couldn't even do it. Lei Qi reminisced, smacking his lips with a sense of satisfaction. I'm afraid that 40 stars is more than that. I estimate it to be around 50 stars. The battle power doesn't include the skills. If we add the skills in, Su Yen is afraid that it's unestimable. Yi Yanzhou said with certainty. Ye guessed about right. I'm 55 stars. Su Yen also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength really didn't allow it. Put. Lei Qi sprayed out a mouthful of water. This is too damn exaggerated. The battle power list has to be in the top 20. Yi Yanzhou bashfully returned. 11th in the country. Chapter 49. I've just reached heights you'll never reach. Battlefield rankings. 11th in the country. The exaggeration wasn't 11. But Su Yen had only just leveled 30 for 1 turn. There is no one below level 70 in the top 10 of the national battle power, and their 5 major presidents take up 5 positions. In addition, the professional who was now in the 10th position had a battle power of 57 stars, only 2 stars more than Su Yan. Getting into the top 10 in the country is a matter of a day or two when you look at the fast track. It was only that Su Yan always hid his battle power information and didn't really enter the rankings. And this 11th place was also ranked by Yi Yinzhou going by 55 stars. Su Yan has been choosing to hide, in fact is not entirely because of the low profile. The tree attracts the wind well. Do not want to give themselves some unnecessary trouble in the early stage. After all, you're not competent enough to fix it yourself. But when the personal strength stabilized, there is no need to hide it so much. Now it is indeed a big step forward, but it is not enough. Continue to level is the hard way. If you look at it comprehensively, then at this stage Su Yan going to single brush the 80 to 85 secret realm is most appropriate. Yi Yinzhou analyzed, although the group book will have more experience, but also consumes more time. And most of the group book is limited to the number of times we can uniformly find a time to finish brushing it once. Normally, Su Yan's solo brush is just optimal. Just follow your previous scenario and exterminate all the monsters as fast as possible. But I'm not sure you'll have an easy time with the 80 to 85 secret world, so try to come. Safety first. By the way, 85 to 90 you kid don't think about trying. According to your current level to calculate the experience will only be less and not more. As for the rest, there are some rare copies and world copies, which we need to discuss together. Yu Ting nodded. Well, then it'll be like this for now. Su Yan, you go ahead and brush the 80 to 85 secret realm. The others come back to Dragonborn with me. Let's finalize the back scenario as soon as possible. I have to go back first as well. Su Yan smiled cheekily. Old you, I'm going to get my equipment from your place. Yu Ting waved his hand. Treat it like your own home. Take whatever you want. Yunhai City. Dean. Something's wrong. The college instructor, Jian Lu, hurriedly ran to the office. What happened again? With Xiao Wei dead and the new president not arriving, Qi Gaozhan was already a bit busy. To say the least, the Sea of Clouds is indeed too chaotic these days. First, there was a problem with the secret realm. Then they heard that Ling Shuawei had captured a spy from the Qinchi kingdom over here. And then Xiao Tianyu, Wei Da, and 2 foreign city assassins died strangely in the secret realm. Immediately afterward, Assembly President Yu came in person, and he heard that it was actually to look for Su Yan. On that day, the second guild crusaders were removed, and the next day, Duan Chang and Xiao Wei both died violently, and the entire Yunhai was in chaos. Something else happened. If it happens again, no one will be able to handle it. This thing, there may be some relationship with those previous events as well. Lu Jian tangled. Su Yan disappeared from the rookie list. Qi Gaozhan was stunned. What? The newcomer list lasts for 15 days, and there are only 2 ways to get off the list early. The first is like Xiao Tianyu, who died and went down. As for the second, it can only be said that it exists only in theory and is almost impossible in reality. It's about getting to level 30 within 15 days to complete the transfer, after which you will be removed from the newcomer list early and can only join the national list after that. With the current form, I'm afraid Su Yan is. The odds are stacked against him. That's all Jian Lu could think. He couldn't say that Su Yan had switched jobs. That's not bull asterisk 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 asterisk. It's only been a few days since we graduated. Su Yan is already the 3rd student to die in our academy. By the way, there's also a seriously injured Han Mingqi. The entire Yunhai city is going to be infamous this year. Hey, undoubtedly, Qi Gaozhan also thought that Su Yan had suffered a misfortune. Even if it was true that he was dominating the newcomer rankings, then it was impossible for him to complete the transfer in these few days' time. When the new president arrives, you go and explain the situation. We must always find Su Yan's body. He is also a bitter child. AI. It's a pity that he was rarely valued by Assembly President Yu. Chapter 49. I've just reached heights you'll never reach. The news of the change in the top of the newcomer list spread quickly among the newcomers. There was only one person in the entire newcomers of Yunhai City who believed that Su Yan wasn't dead, but that he had been transferred. Because it was Su Yan. This person was this year's heavenly pride amongst the auxiliary professionals. Soul Giant Cheng Hui. After learning that Su Yan was off the list, Cheng Hui also went into rampage mode, crazily crafting and frantically rushing his proficiency, knowing that his brother had grown again, and that he, as a support, had to work hard to keep up with his brother's footsteps. Having Su Yan hand over his equipment, this matter was something Cheng Hui took very seriously. Yanko, I will not fail you. Just as the newcomers in Yunhai City were talking about the cause of Su Yan's death, Su Yan has already reached the 80 to 85 secret realm, desperate phantom realm. Who would have thought that the dead man in their mouths had already stood at a height that they might not be able to reach in their lifetime? Shadow Guard LV80. Abilities, Stealth, high burst, poison, bleeding, evasion. Level 80 small monsters Su Yan really encountered for the first time. Before in the main city copy to fight a wave of level 80 elite monsters. That will indeed be unable to seconds. But it's not the same anymore. There's been a quantum leap in combat power. Swish swish Su Yan. The two bosses, Mograth and Starmount Boundary Keeper, appeared on the left and right respectively. As heroic as they are long, they are still destined to pull monsters. Su Yan entered the void after giving them both instructions, and ran to the boss's hinterland as per the column. Lord of Despair LV 85. Abilities, Curse, Summon, Ranged Attack, High Burst, Defense Breaker, Slow Down. Special ability, briefly enters invincibility every 20 seconds and restores some of his life. Dreadlord LV 85. Abilities, Control, Abnormal, Blood-Sucking, High Magic Immunity, Lightning, Corrosion. Special ability, the Lord of Despair enters a moment of fear upon death and disappears for 3 hours. A rare double boss. Seeing that Dread Demon King's special ability, Su Yan was really stunned. Disappear for 3 hours. That means if you kill in the wrong order the realm will stagnate for 3 hours. That's kind of gross. Black flame wrapped around his arm. Su Yan walked behind the Dread Demon King, with his current attack power storing up Soul Breaker Vector. Su Yan's confidence in seconding it was as high as 100%. Pust. With a probing hand, the Black Dragon penetrated, successfully killed the Dread Demon King and gained 7,400 experience points. There's nothing to be done if this one dies first. In the next instant, Su Yan arrived behind Lord Despair. Draw your knife and hunt. Click. Successfully killed the Lord of Despair and gained 7,400 experience points. Su Yan couldn't help but sigh that the intensity after the transfer was too charged. After picking up the supplies, Su Yan idly walked back, and the two minions had pretty much pulled the monsters. At the place of convergence, Su Yan set up the formation of Thunder Burial, without a moment's effort. He saw the 9 heavens thundering, and the entire thunder array was filled with electric flashes as if it were a catastrophe. Su Yan, on the other hand, leisurely sat not far away and hung around to harvest. At this time, Su Yan suddenly had a flash of insight and thought of a more comfortable way to level up. Chapter 50. Not only lying flat, but also lying to win. Laying down to win is really enjoyable and addictive. Watching the Thunder Burial formation just now allowed Su Yan to enjoy it. It was a complete feeling of laughing at the world. It's like getting a waiver at the academy, and then purposely sitting in your seat during the exam looking left and right, watching him struggle to write, watching him rack his brain. It's indebted, but it's really cool. In short, Su Yan was finding a new way to play again. Leaving the secret realm and marking his new location with his phantom soul sense, Su Yan navigated his way through the scenery of Shilin City. River of Flame 80 to 85. This field map a few miles away from the main city of Shilin City was Su Yan's latest target. This kind of high-level field map generally brush not many people, because this is not a team copy. The cost-effectiveness of the team fight is not high, but not team most people cannot beat. The wilderness maps have complex paths and large areas that are far less hassle-free than the secret areas. Generally, that is, high-level professionals group brush low-level monsters prefer to go to the field. But this 80 to 85 area can group monsters brush experience to play the country is not more than 10 people. But there must be a place for Su Yan in this handful of people. Swish! Mograth and the Starmine Boundary Keeper were summoned once more. Immediately afterward, Su Yan unleashed the divine skill, Killing Spree, for the first time. Right in front of my eyes, my own figure gradually materialized and became real as if I were looking in a mirror. The only difference was that this shadow was a bit darker than himself. The rest was really gone, including blood, attack power, attributes, equipment and so on, all exactly the same. Skill-wise, there are also 2 summoning techniques missing, Soul-Devouring Twin Guards, and Killing Spree. Rather understandable. Either out a shadow summons a shadow, then the shadow of a shadow summons another shadow. The good guys could form an army in less than 10 minutes. You, use Void Spectre to run all the way to the boss and then the boss as fast as you can. You too, split the map right down the center, and Mograth pull all the monsters from this half to me, and the Boundary Keeper pulls that half of the monster toward the shadow. Everything has to be speed. Do you hear me? Move. Su Yan was able to give orders in his mind, but now that the team was growing after all, it was quite a feeling to talk about it. At the word of command, the 3 minions quickly set off, each in his own way. Su Yan chided and set up a formation of Thunder Burial not far away, then headed to the entrance of the replica and sat down comfortably. Isn't this the end? There is no need to run the map, no need to attack, and even less need to form a group. The 3 minions will all do the job and not share away a single bit of experience or supplies. This is definitely the most enjoyable mode of brushing. Su Yan and Shadow were in common, and could view Shadow's perspective at any time, or change or switch commands at any time. He could even sit and watch it in an immersive yet immersive way. Soon enough, Shadow ran to the boss. Inferno Fusion Venerable LV85. This place was going to be relatively easier than the desperate Mirage Secret Realm. At least there was only one boss. In the case of a boss, its special abilities and such didn't mean much to Su Yan, as it was unlikely to have a shot. The Shadow ran behind Yen Rong Zunshi, probed and swung his hand, and a Soul Breaker Vector with full power stored instantly cleared the boss's blood bar. Successfully slayed Venerable Yen Rong, gaining 7,200 experience points. Su Yan was still sitting comfortably in the doorway. The boss had already been killed, even the supplies had been picked up, and a yellow-lettered bow and arrow had been blown out. This is a level 70 yellow character bow and arrow. Hang it on the trading house and someone will surely buy it. The higher the level, the lower the chances of trying to hit the exclusive equipment. The reason is that the average person is almost impossible to complete a single brush of the same level of the map. Can only be teamed up to fight, but the group fights out of the stuff cannot necessarily give you. Even if you exclusive equipment will have to look at the face of all the people, as well as your contribution in the battle. It's especially hard to catch the same profession in the team. Chapter 50. Not only lying flat, but also lying to win. So many level 60 and 70 professionals have uneven equipment, and either take their time to deliver or pay for it, but the price tag is predictable. As far as this one in Su Yan's hand was concerned, selling it for hundreds of thousands of gold coins would not be a problem. With the boss messed up, Mograth and the Boundary Keeper were almost done with their mission, and the two were sprinting towards their destination with a huge number of enemy soldiers. First, there was Shadow Side, who had burst into the pile of monsters, his eyes bleary and covered in a murderous aura. A killing spree that was really very aptly described as a killing spree. Click click click. The Shadow was a ruthless killing machine. Su Yan's order was to use the bloodthirsty sickle to kill and exterminate all the monsters. The Shadow wouldn't care if a single hit could be a second or not. He only cared about completing the result. As such, it would frantically attack before the creature in front of it fell, drawing a knife to break his life. All the beasts are worshipping. At the same time, Mograth on the other side had brought the little monsters over, and with a flash of lightning, the 9 heavens roared. The small monsters were cleaved to the outside, and various kill alerts were scrolling frantically. It wasn't until the supplies were picked up that Su Yan slowly stood up. He didn't do anything this round, but the round is over. Experience, gold, and supplies as usual. Not only did it accomplish laying flat, it also accomplished laying down to win. What followed was the significance of Su Yan's choice of this wilderness map. Secret Realm is every time to brush is need to refresh time. Fast 1 or 2 minutes. Slow 10 minutes. This can be time. It is important to realize that the Shadow can only be used for 1 hour only, so it is important to make the best use of it in that hour. A wild map would be a great choice. Simply go out the entrance and come back in, and it's automatically refreshed. Running the map might be a bit tiring, but Su Yan didn't need to run. He was always right at the door. Back, in, a small displacement. The map was refreshed, and the 3 minions were automatically brushed back to their starting point. Su Yan waved his hand in a dashing manner. His minions did their jobs. Everything was in order, and the second round of harvesting officially began. For the next hour, Su Yan was just repeating 2 things. First, going in and setting up a formation for a thunder burial is a matter of a single stroke. The second is in and out. It's almost an hour of endless brushing. Swipe until Shadow skill cooldowns can't keep up. Doesn't really matter though. It's not like it's an insta. Just use whatever you can to. In an hour's time, the total experience Su Yan gained even exceeded that main city copy. Su Yan's level had also come to more than level 31, and it was important to realize that at this point, only more than an hour had passed since he had changed jobs. It wasn't that Yi Yanzhou came up with a wrong solution. He could only say that his understanding of Su Yan's ability was still too little. Swish time, the Shadow dissipated. Su Yan stretched his back, extremely comfortable. The plan was to wait for the cooldown of Killing Spree to end before continuing to come back. With a 4-hour cooldown, you can brush it twice a day, or 3 times if you work hard. So the experience is quite impressive. Opening the Phantom Soul awareness again, I was going to find my way back to the main city for dinner. However, a sudden point of light attracted Su Yan's attention. Hiss, sucking in a breath. Su Yan's mouth slightly smiled. Chapter 51, Hidden Profession. Fortune Teller? Hisaji. Nationality, Sakura. Rank, 69. Occupation, Kamikaze Warrior. Battle Evaluation, 38 stars. A spy from Sakura was appearing at the edge of the Spectral Soul Senses minimap. Su Yan got a little excited. The last time I saw a spy was that second-turn assassin from Kimchi Country, when I was only level 17, and although I did give a stop, it wasn't exactly easy, and in the end, it was still taken out by a sword from Ling Shuawei. The result was good. but the process was more or less unpleasant. This time, it won't be that way. The spy's level was more than 30 levels higher than his own, but his battle power could be completely different. The 1 million gold coins must not be let go. Whoosh, Su Yan catapulted out in the direction of the spy. Yu Ting had said before that because of the world copy thing, it would definitely attract some spies from various countries. After all, the national war was coming up. The opponent's details had to be figured out by all means, especially with such an exaggerated opponent. A little more information can lead to more preparation. Yu Ting had said this at the time because he wanted Su Yan to be careful and make him listen. But at that time, Su Yan's thoughts were the complete opposite. A foreign spy came to check on himself. What to hide? He had to him. It's a relief and makes money. And if you do it more often, you'll make your country proud. Why not? The matter of finding spies might be a hassle for others, but for Su Yan they just had nowhere to hide. Just like the Sakura spy. As soon as Su Yan opened the phantom soul consciousness, his mark clicked and flashed. It was hard not to pay attention. Daxia is really too big. A person with ordinary clothes and a standard Daxia citizen appearance lamented. Sounds like a real local by the accent. Only the meaning of the words is not positive. This is, that Sakura spy. Tomo Kuji. His profession as the divine sword warrior is the unique profession of the Sakura country. The biggest highlight of this profession is the camouflage. Not only can disguise the appearance, even the voice can be disguised. It certainly doesn't do 100% perfect camouflage, and most people would have a hard time telling the difference anyway. Their profession is also the easiest profession to infiltrate countries. This time, Koji Tomo was temporarily ordered to check on that world copy specifically. Don't look at the Sakura country as an average country, but it's ambitious. Especially in recent years they seem to have entered into some sort of cooperation with the Lighthouse State, leading to a growing fanboy confidence. This mission of Kuji-ji wasn't really that difficult. After all, it was just to check out a team in Daxia, and this team just took the world copy with an amazing score. Would it be hard to find it? I guess any random kid from Daxia could say something about it. But really to Daxia Joshirji realized that he was wrong. Not to mention just pull a child. He even talked to a city's first guild members, but also did not probe a little relevant information. It was as if that team didn't exist, even if the Daxia people wanted to know more than he did. What depressed Kuji-ji even more was his comment that Daxia was too big. Trying to find someone is really like finding a needle in a haystack. Like right now, walking is exhausting. Chapter 51, Hidden Profession. Fortune teller? When Su Yan saw Joshirji indeed also ate a shock, which at first glance is the Daxia people if it is not a phantom shadow soul consciousness extraction, really is rubbing shoulders also do not feel. Is this brother looking for someone? Su Yan directly walked up to him and asked with a close face, but it was the kind that was very kind. Upon hearing this, Kuji-ji froze, ready to go into a fighting stance at a moment's notice. Without waiting for him to speak, Su Yan heatedly smiled. Don't be nervous, I'm the one who eats this bowl of rice. Quietly tell you I'm a hidden profession. Fortune teller. One look at you and I know what you're going to do. And not only that, but I can help you figure out the best way to do it. But it's up to you whether you believe it or not. Su Yan is a meal of nonsense. Froze the fortune teller are pressed into a hidden profession. The purpose is to know exactly what the spy is up to see if it's coming at you or if it's something else. If it's going to be a real rush to check out that world copy, it's going to prove that there's really going to be quite a few million in the near future. Koji-ji looked at Su Yan half-heartedly. Now he could be sure that this man did not realize that he was a spy. The key he guessed quite accurately but would there be such a kind person in Daxia? Do you have any conditions? Su Yan smiled and nodded. Of course it's not free. 10,000 gold coins to give you a fortune. I have a long cooldown on this skill. You know why? Because of the bulls. Yes, but I'll have to find you if you miscalculate. Hesitating for a moment, Koji-ji chose to give it a try. There was no direction right now anyway, and this man was talking pretty good, so there might be a miracle. With 10,000 gold coins in hand, Su Yan asked in a profound manner, let me ask you, is what you're looking for a strong man? Koji-ji was startled and hurriedly nodded. Is it something to do with world copies? Nari? Koji Tomo's eyes went wide. Is this hidden profession so powerful? I can't believe I haven't heard of it before. At this point, Su Yan was also certain of the answer. A flash of coldness in his eyes fleeting. Then follow me. According to my skill alert it's over there. Su Yan pointed to a remote path. It just so happens that I'm also heading that way. Let's go together. The two of them walked side by side, and Koji Tomo didn't think anything was wrong with it except that he sighed at the magic of the profession of a fortune teller. After all, he thought that he had disguised himself quite perfectly, and that coming to Daxia was like coming into no man's land. Can you be more specific in your math? Koji-ji carried on his country's tradition of getting an inch, Like specific information about that squad. Like professions, ranks, that sort of thing. What squad? Su Yan retorted. I didn't say anything about a squad. What I said has always been a strong person. 1. Kuji-ji, you're the one who got it wrong, right? A world copy. How can it be one person? Saying that, Koji-ji stopped walking, and he also suddenly realized how this path was getting more and more remote. The next thing he saw, however, was the fortune teller turning around and looking at him scornfully. There's no mistaking it, because I'm the one you're looking for. Sakura's dog spy, Kuji Tomo. Instantly, Kojihi's scalp tingled and his pores opened up. His first reaction wasn't even to pull out a weapon, but to back away in fear. My name is Su Yan. The world copy was taken by me alone. This is the information you need the most. It's a pity you can't pass it back. As soon as the words fell, Su Yan suddenly disappeared in front of Koji-ji's eyes. In the next instant, Koji-ji's eyes widened abruptly. Extreme panic caused his eyes to glaze over. These were the last moments of his life. Bang! The blood bar cleared. At the same time, Yu Ting and the others had worked out their latest plan. Ancient Land. It's time to check it out. Chapter 52. A special copy once every few decades. Gained 367. 400 gold coins. Acquired the flowing flower ghost sword, purple. Obtaining the dust of dreaming sun. Su Yan emptied the corpse as usual, then summoned a soul minion to collect the corpse into space. There's no need to rush for bounties either. There are fewer spies in the near future, so you can get enough for a wave before you go. To say that Su Yan's only problem right now is that his activities are rather restricted. Going to places too far away takes a lot of time. This would be great if he had that flying holy beast. Wherever he wants to go, he would be there in minutes. Then you can search everywhere for spies. Unfortunately, that flying holy beast is not just a matter of what the burst rate in luck. So many years is not at all. It was at this moment that Su Yan also received a message from Ling Shuewei. Tell him to get back to the Dragonborn Guild as soon as possible. The presidents are taking him somewhere nice. Dragonborn Guild. Level 31? Yu Ting said incredulously. We've only been separated for more than an hour. Did you go to the desperate Mirage domain? Going from level 30 to 31 in 1 hour is absolutely appalling. According to the thought process of the presidents, in terms of brushing the map alone, Su Yan will have to be able to rise one level in 2 or 3 days even if he is quicker, right? What the hell is 1 hour? Impossible. Yi Yanzhou was categorical. It's absolutely impossible if you look at it according to the combination of level, experience ratio, time, etc. Su Yan, how the hell did you do that? There was nothing for Su Yan to hide about this matter. After all, they all knew about these skills, just that their minds hadn't expanded. Or maybe they didn't expect the shadow to be able to summon for as long as an hour, thinking that it would only take a minute or two at the most. After all, where was the big kill that lasted for an hour? After learning the truth, several large battles were filled with shock as they all let out a long sigh. There was absolutely no one else in the entire Grand Xia who could achieve this kind of brushing efficiency. Not even a few of their assembly presidents. One could only say that while Su Yan's own attributes were perverse, his skills were even more perverse. I just thought there was a great hope of reaching level 62nd turn before the national war, but now it seems extremely secure. Yu Ting was beautiful again. It seemed like every time he saw Su Yan there would be a new surprise, even if it was just for a short time apart. Su Yan, you work hard. Maybe we can make an impact on the level 93rd turn. Su Yan, skills need to cool down. I also need to cool down Lao Yu. Right now I haven't even eaten yet. Ha 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 ha. Yu Ting laughed cheerfully. Anyway, let's do our best. Xiaoling, you take Su Yan to eat. After that let's set off to the ancient land. What kind of place is the ancient land, sister? It's something I've never really heard of at the academy. The Daxia goddess accompanied her to eat together. Su Yan did enjoy this S-class treatment more, all wanting to feed. This kind of special copy won't appear in textbooks. Ling Shuewei guffawed. Because the vast majority of people will never have the chance to enter it in their entire lives. I haven't even been to one. Years ago Lao Yu, Xing Lai, and Brother Lei went there together once, and it ended in failure. The fact that the 3 Grand Guild presidents together still ended in failure made Su Yan a bit disbelieving. That much of a stretch? So no more attempts after that? Ling Shuewei gave Su Yan a mouthful of food in his bowl and spoiled him. My silly brother. Special copy this is, which is so easy to get in. Chapter 52. A special copy once every few decades. The prerequisite for opening this ancient land is the possession of 5 ancient keys. And the rarity of this ancient key is almost to the point where there are none left. Anyway, my sister hasn't gotten a single one until now. This time it's Lao Yu and the 3 of them who will put together 5 keys. Sister is still in your favor. Oh. Now Su Yan understands. Even a few big congressmen have to get together in order to get out. No wonder it is said that the vast majority of people have no chance in their lives. Not only that, Even if it was hard to get in, the difficulty was so high that even Yu Ting and the others couldn't complete it to an outrageous degree. So this time Lao Yu is confident that we can accomplish it? If this key goes to waste he'll probably find it hard to have a next time in his life. Ling Shuawei laughed out with a poor sound and pointed her finger at Su Yan's head. Don't talk nonsense, brother. Old Yu is still quite confident this time. After all, he hadn't even turned 3 when he went in last time. And it's rumored that Criminal Lai doesn't cooperate with them either. It's not the same now. With the powerful aid of Grand Duke Yi and the two of us, it's definitely not a problem. And even if we don't complete the final quest, it doesn't matter. It's rumored that all the monsters in there are ancient beasts with super high experience. And that's the biggest purpose of us going in. Su Yan nodded, to say that Lao Yu was indeed well-intentioned. In order to help himself level up, even such a precious ancient land was opened, truly worthy of the support of the country. Understood. I'm confident that we'll be able to take this ancient land this time. Yu Yuting, Su Yan, Lei Qi, Ling Shuawei, and Yi Yanzhou, the 5-member squad once again assembled. Put together the graphics of the 5 ancient keys and an orange portal will appear. The color of this portal alone shows how special this copy is. Let's go. When we go in, everyone don't scatter and cooperate well. Yu Ting looked at the crowd and took the lead to walk in. When you enter the copy, it's pitch black in front of you. Yu Ting had said before he came in that this copy had a special mechanism, that is, the places he walked through would be bright for a short while, and the places he didn't walk through would be in constant darkness, blinding darkness, and it was useless to light a torch. And this copy is not a small area. The road is also intricate. The most critical is the tip that in 30 minutes to pass the first level. Back then, Yu Ting and the others had folded on this time. The environment was out of reach and filled with ancient beasts, so it was indeed difficult to find the correct path. Ling tried her best to sense the surroundings and the monsters, mark them along the way. Let's try our best to reach the second floor, and try not to let go of the monsters on the way. Su Yan, you be careful. The monsters in here can be very unusual. Remember not to be impulsive. Once we separate it will be difficult to rejoin again. During Yu Ting's explanation, Yi Yanzhou was not idle and had already stacked various gain statuses on everyone. As they were speaking, the crowd felt a sudden flash of red light in front of their eyes. There's a monster! Yu Ting roared and swung his fist up, and in that instant his fist enlarged a few times as visible to the naked eye. Bang! Odd was blocked by Yu Ting, and Su Yan could only see a blurred shape in the darkness even when he raised his eyes. Juggy. Abilities, swiftness, group, abnormal, armor break, jump, bludgeon. Here, just like in Rift Space, monster levels cannot be extracted. Without waiting for Su Yan to think too much, he heard several howls ringing out from the surroundings. At least 7 or 8 vermilion loaths were preparing to attack. All be careful. Get rid of this wave of monsters first. As Yu Ting's words fell, the crowd struck out, and the battle in the ancient land officially began. Su Yan marked his teammates out, and the Scarlet Lotus bloomed steeply. Chapter 53, A Mountain of Corpses and a Sea of Blood. Great Xia's strongest battle team. The monsters in this ancient land were indeed powerful, or rather they couldn't be called monsters, but should be called divine beasts. Each divine beast was definitely a big boss level existence out there. In front of me, this Shu Yao, high attack, thick blood, fast speed, or group action. But if the team is not strong enough, it is estimated that even the first wave cannot be carried. It was a good thing that Su Yan's team was a Disya T0 unit. The squad successfully killed Zhu Yao, gaining 11,000 experience points. The squad successfully killed Zhu Yao, gaining 11,000 experience points. The whole team shared the experience equally in this copy, which meant that a single Zhu Yao had 55,000 experience points, which was quite an exaggeration. But it couldn't be greedy. This was a group copy, and even if it was stronger, it couldn't get in by itself. Click. As Su Yan swung his final slash, all of the surrounding Zhu Yao were killed, reaping 100,000 experience from this wave alone. Holy Su Yan, old brother, this skill of yours is really flashy and fierce, directly giving the monster a force bind. The next step is to hit the target, hahaha. Cool. Lei Qi's enjoyment of this was also tinged with envy. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this forced binding was a divine technique. Indeed, it can be a lot easier to have a younger brother to brush monsters with us. Ling Shuawei was also deeply moved. Both she and Lei Qi belonged to high-burst professions, and pairing them with forced binding was like adding wings to them. Alright, let's get a grip. Which way is the best for Shaoling to go? Yu Ting asked. Ling Shuawei's perception skill was at best a bit stronger than normal perception, and she could only guess based on the distribution of monsters in the neighborhood. Go to the right. There's a wave of monsters waiting after you pass, so be ready. The crowd was just about to move when they heard Su Yan suddenly say, although the right side can also be reached. The left side is the best path. Turn a few corners and you'll get to the stairway. So we can pull monsters and clear them at the stairway. And finish up as soon as it's about time. Presidents? What are you talking about? There's a blackout in front of everyone. You also have perception type skills? Yi Yanzhou was the first to ask. There is This also phantom soul awareness has been used habitually. Su Yan even forgot that this is a special skill. To what extent can it be perceived? Yi Yanzhou pursued. Degree Su Yan smacked his lips. Anyway, this entire map is within the range of my perception. The paths, the monster distribution, it's all perceptible. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the crowd gasped. Normal perception was about range in meters, while Su Yan opened his mouth to the entire map. What a concept! Which meant that the most difficult to cross blinding special mechanism in the faraway land was null and void to Su Yan. This skill was also too exaggerated. In comparison, Ling Shuowei's exclusive perception skill could be said to be nothing. You're getting more and more exaggerated, brother. Ling Shuowei spread her hands. We've been repeatedly refreshed by you in these 2 days. Yu Yuting nodded in satisfaction, looking at Su Yan with admiration in his eyes. This is much simpler now. Then let Su Yan lead the way. There's no need to rush to kill the monsters. Let's go to the stairway first. The crowd changed formation, with Su Yan standing at the front, making his way to the stairs. Yu Yuting released a barrier-like skill, and the entire group was wrapped in a powerful dragon shield that the monsters on the road couldn't even break. The downside is that it doesn't have much range. It's gone in 20 or 30 seconds total. But come to think of it, this thing would be a bit over the top if it lasted a 5 or 8. It wasn't long, but it did protect everyone from getting to the stairway without incident. Chapter 53, A Mountain of Corpses and a Sea of Blood. Great Xia's strongest battle team finally found this. Looking at the stairs, Yu Yuting couldn't help but sigh. The place that he couldn't find with all his effort in the beginning. Now Su Yan had brought to everyone in just less than a minute. This finally was years of waiting for him. At this point, there were more than 27 minutes left before the countdown ended, leaving plenty of time to brush up on the monsters. As a tank profession, Yu Yuting was the right person to pull monsters. I'm going to go ahead and pull a small wave over here while you guys get ready to respond. Just as he was about to set off, he was stopped by Su Yan. No need, Lao Yu. I'll just let my little brother do this kind of dirty work. With that said, swish 2 times. Mograph and the Boundary Keeper answered the call. I had forgotten about this skill of yours, Yi Yanzhou said, but I don't know if they can survive the attacks of the many divine beasts here. Su Yan smiled. No problem. They both have thick skins. With the 2 soul minions answering the door left and right, everyone felt how this special copy just seemed to become plain and simple. This was Su Yan's subversive ability. Not much time passed before a howl could be heard from far and near. It was thought that the 2 minions had already run back in distress. Su Yan was able to sense their state. At this point, the 2 of them had already lost nearly half of their blood each, so it was evident that the divine beasts in here were not just a waste of time. Of course, it did bring back enough for both of them. Didn't we say we'd just bring back 20 or so? It must have doubled a few times by the sound of this formation. Yu Yuting was fully loaded and ready to go, and he was getting used to the fact that Su Yan wasn't very obedient. All out. Just bring back more on the way. Su Yan showed his teeth and smiled. Come on. This way we'll have a good time killing too. With those words, the 2 paths of Mograth and the Boundary Keeper converged on a path. Enlightened Beast, Irrigation, Ingzhua, Gen B, Barge, all kinds of divine beasts rushed over in great numbers. It's just dark, and if it's as bright as day it's going to be a very impressive scene. Do it! Yu Yuting barked out an order, bringing a huge dragon scale shield to the forefront with the momentum of 1,000,000 men. At the same time, Su Yan quickly circled around to the end. The huge blood-colored lotus blossomed and bounded, and the roiling sights flew crazily in the sky. Ling Shuowei, on the other hand, rushed inside the pile of monsters and slashed left and right to roll up a storm of sword blades, accompanied by Lei Qi's subtle magic and Yi Yanzhou's power of control. In a single moment, multiple powerful skills are stacked, and the visual effect is pulled straight to full effect. The divine beasts' bloodlines were also pouring down like a waterfall. They couldn't hold back at all from this extreme attack. Click, click, click. With a painful blow, the divine beasts fell one after another. That hit word also flipped wildly. The squad successfully killed the enlightened beast and gained 11,000 experience points. The squad successfully killed Ingzhua and gained 11,000 experience points. The squad has successfully killed the nine-tailed fox, Elite, gaining 19,000 experience points. Bang! The last few gargoyles fell. Already a mountain of corpses in the range of a few people. Ah, that was a damn good fight. Lei Qi let out a loud laugh. The last time I came here it was so scowling, and my own team had no understanding. I've never been so shabby at painting a copy. Now at last the great revenge is avenged, hahaha. Looking at the divine beast corpses all over the ground, Yu Ting also had a hard time staking his lips. This is the strongest battle team in Daxia. Chapter 54, Sorrowful Striking Pillar. Impossible to pass the second level. Upgraded. Hundreds of thousands of experience poured down. Su Yan managed to come to level 32, and level 33 was close at hand. This good news of course had to be shared in a timely manner, which is what this squad is all about in the first place. Very good, Yu Ting said in a deep voice. One level up before the first floor is even brushed. We've come to the right place on this trip to the ancient land. Ling Shuawei nodded. Not to mention brother Su Yan. I should be able to upgrade after this fight. The experience of these divine beasts is really substantial. Well, Yu Ting said, Xiaoling, you also need to level up as soon as possible. You can also be a key figure in our Daxia. Su Yan, are there still monsters on this level? There's a bit more. The minions went and brought it. At this moment, Su Yan was of course happily cleaning up the battlefield. These divine beasts were high in strength, high in experience, and not low in explosive rate. There were 2 pieces of purple equipment in this piece alone. The likes of white and green are almost non-existent. The equipment level is also not fixed, or rather it is randomized across the board. There are level 1s and level 90s. Like those 2 purple suits, one is a level 30 warrior's equipment and the other is a level 80 swordsman's equipment. Su Yan took the swordsman equipment to Ling Shuawei and looked at it, making sure she didn't need it before putting it away. Let me know if any of you need any of these supplies. I'll take them all if no one else does. Yi Yanzhou smiled and shook his head. I don't dare to disturb your happiness, but you're going to make a small fortune on this trip down. Treat us to dinner then. That's no problem. Su Yan laughed bashfully. I'll take care of the next one after eating. Lei Qi's eyes suddenly lit up. If you want to say this, old brother Su Yan, I'm not sleepy. After another furious attack, Su Yan's squad ascended to the second level of the ancient land. As soon as I came up, I got the latest alert. The forbidden swamp punishes everyone who stops. Sorrowful sounds strike the stone pillars, and the light of the runes sinks into them. To be honest, people didn't really read it. This falls into the category of being the norm for replicas, which can only be understood as being all historical and inevitably a bit of a hook. Bang bang! Squad successfully kills Deer Shu, gaining 15,000 experience points. Su Yan and Lei Qi struck out at the same time, finishing off a divine beast Deer Shu that lurked up like a horse and a tiger. What's the situation on this floor, Su Yan? Yu Yuting asked. Now with Su Yan, everyone no longer had to feel their way across the river, and this had elevated it to another level for a small team. The area is about the same size as downstairs, and the monsters are still divine. But this layer of fog and miasma is very large, and there are an extraordinary number of mechanisms and traps, and it's predominantly swampy. It's as if everything is about forcing people to stop, to the point where it complements that copy prompt that says you'll be punished for stopping. After listening to Su Yan's analysis of the crowd's heart also has a bottom, although people will be curious, but absolutely divided into occasions. In this no one will think to try to stop me will have what punishment? The fog and miasma that disturbs one's sight, the traps that hide everywhere, and the swamps that you can't stop walking in. TSK, 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 TSK. Yi Yanzhou sighed with emotion. If this were not for Su Yan's presence, the chances of passing should be able to drop to the freezing point. Chapter 54, Sorrowful Striking Pillar. Impossible to pass the second level. I'm guessing that this copy is afraid that no one has actually passed it since it appeared in until now. Yu Ting was very cognizant of this statement. At that time when he and Xing Lai came in, that squad wasn't exactly weak, and it wasn't as if they hadn't even passed through the first layer. Even today, without Su Yan, how much would this squad's success rate add up to? Even if they were fortunate enough to pass the first level, it was necessary to stop at this second level. The difficulties are plain to see. The mist, the organs, the swamps, the inability to stop. These conditions add up to a pass rate that is a bit high to say it's freezing. What are the conditions for passing this level, brother? Ling Shuawei asked. Are there any more stairs to go up another level? The second floor is this difficult. I really can't imagine what it would be like if there was a third floor. Su Yan shook his head. There are no more stairs. There are 4 runes living at the center of this layer, and combined with that copy hint, I'm guessing it's activated by some method? Yu Yuting mused and said, well, if you look at it that way, it should be similar to the entry conditions of the Stardust Ruins. The divine beasts on this level should be able to pop out relevant runes. Forget it. I'll go over and take a look to make sure so I can decide how to fight. Su Yan's words immediately stunned several people. This was the second level of the ancient land. A place where all sorts of harsh conditions were stacked on top of each other. But in Su Yan's mouth it sounded as if it was the same as a prairie under the sun, where one could happily shuttle and gallop. But, when you think about it, he does have it. Calculate the time, don't force it. Everything is based on safety. Yu Ting reminded ineffectively. Yes, he knew that he was talking in vain, but he couldn't not say it. Okay. Before the words fell, Su Yan's figure disappeared in front of the crowd. Elder brother Su Yan is really cool, Lei Qi exclaimed. This is like walking on the ground everywhere. So I guess this group of divine beasts must be shocked in their hearts. Oops, there's actually a god that's even more divine than us. Yi Yanzhou laughed and answered. You can also have fun in a while. Su Yan's buff that exempts the whole group from abnormal status is in full effect here. Those organ traps are completely useless to us. That's like taking the difficulty right down a whole lot, and he's continuing to take it down now. As he was talking, Su Yan's figure appeared again. Holy old brother, are you that fast? Lei Qi was surprised. Su Yan? Well, it's okay. Minute matter. Ling Shuawei on the side of the second to mention the laugh. That smile. A pair of love eyes looking at the flow. Ahem. Su Yan cleared his throat. Each of those 4 stone pillars has a rune slot on it. I think it's written in the 4 colors of purple, white, gold, and green. And then there's a structure in the middle that resembles a spell formation. So it should be just like what old you said. Activate the spell formation through the runes and brush up on the monsters, guys. With that said, after a brief respite, Mograth and the Boundary Keeper set off again. The stairway where Su Yan and the others were now located was also the only area on the entire second floor that was free of swamps. Due to the restricted area of activity, cannot be like in the first floor of the same wide open kill monsters, can only be pulled over 2 or 3 to kill once, so Susu Tudi. The only way to speed it up is to alternate between Mograth and Boundary Keeper to keep bringing in monsters. Bang bang bang. Skills firing in unison. Squad successfully kills the Song Snake, gaining 15,000 experience points. Squad successfully kills Deer Shu, gaining 15,000 experience points. The squad has successfully killed the Red-Eyed Pig Demon, Elite, gaining 23,000 experience points. Getting the Golden Flare rune. Out. Su Yan picked up the runes. Let's grind with this layer. There's no time limit anymore anyway. Kill all the monsters and then go post the runes. The crowd nodded in agreement. Because of Su Yan's presence, the mystery of this ancient land was on the verge of being completely unveiled. Chapter 55, Torture and Heavenly Punishment. Be careful, this divine beast has the ability to split. Every time it is hit it will split into a doppelganger. Focus on it for seconds first. Don't get close to these two. They have a strong corrosive ability. Even if it doesn't take much life, it's still a bit dirty. Lei, can you control yourself? Just half a step further and you'll fall into the swamp. Divine beasts came in wave after wave, and he didn't know when Su Yan had taken over the command, and it was clear that they were all unseen divine beasts, but he was able to analyze them accurately through his phantom soul sense, allowing the team's efficiency to rise abruptly. Knowing that there were the 4 assembly presidents of Daxia on this team, the gold content of Su Yan's command was already high to the peak. Obtaining the rune of White Rin. Obtaining the Green Lantern rune. Already got 3, right? Yu Yuting asked. Well, Su Yan sent out a soul breaker vector. There aren't many monsters left, thanks to Ye's assistance. I didn't think even they could get on status. Su Yan said that they were exactly the 2 soul minions. Normally speaking, auxiliary professions could not put statuses on summoned beasts, but Yi Yanzhou could. Another greeting of acceleration and blood return filled the 2 minions with energy. That immunity skill of yours doesn't also put on them. What's so rare? Well, at least I'm a hidden profession, alright. Yi Yanzhou laughed bitterly. Hidden professions could be condescending in front of anyone, except Su Yan. The reason is simple and brutal. What do I hide and what do you hide? It's been a painless fight on this level. It feels like we've been shading like an old 6. I hope the next level lets me loose. To Lei Qi's character, this layer did seem to be a bit of a suffocating fight, especially after just experiencing the explosive kills of the first layer. Lei, if you don't want to be the oldest 6, you can take on the challenge of what it's like to get stuck in a swamp. Maybe you can get right through it. This wasn't exactly snarky on Su Yan's part. After all, no one really knew what the consequences would be after getting caught up in it. Pull back. It's not the fear of consequences. It's mostly the fact that the swamp is so dirty. Hey, out. As Lei Qi shouted, a purple specter rune exploded out. Thus, all 4 colors of purple, white, gold, and green rune were gathered. There are only 2 last waves of monsters left, so let's leave after fighting them. Although this level didn't clear the monsters quickly, the number of monsters was actually about the same as the first level, and Su Yan had successfully risen to level 33 in the meantime. Bang bang! As the last 2 monsters went offline, The Soul Minion's mission was officially over, and there was not a single enemy left in the entire second floor. Wait for me. Su Yan harvested as usual. There's no rush. Get used to it. Yu Ting nodded his head in a deep voice. Gone, gone, gone. Su Yan led the way as the group quickly and leisurely made their way to the center point. The fog and miasma filled the way. The only difference between the first level being pitch black was that it wasn't dark, but again, you couldn't see the way. But the various effects of the mechanism traps triggered are clear to see. Paralyzing thunder nets, chaotic seals, binding vines, etc., etc., etc. If there wasn't that negative status full immunity increase from Su Yan, even if there were no monsters, it would still have to be a struggle. And the large swampy area was also particularly real, so you could feel your feet sinking down if you walked a little slower. The more everyone walked, the more they felt that this layer was exaggerated, and the more they felt how exaggerated Su Yan was. If this was also a world copy, then Daxia was bound to win by a crushing margin. The corners of Yu Ting's mouth were hard to suppress, and he firmly believed that as Su Yan grew, it would be just a matter of time before the Great Summer would be able to take pride in the world. Chapter 55, Torture and Heavenly Punishment. Don't stop, guys. The swamp is still under your feet, Su Yan reminded. By the time they reached the center point, the fog and miasma had become much smaller, and the four majestic stone pillars of Pan long appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Only the footing was still swampy, but any relaxation of vigilance would be a lost cause. Su Yan placed the violet specter rune onto the corresponding stone pillar, and heard a buzz sound. A vapor wave descended from the top, and the faintly visible spell formation on the swamp became a little clearer. Then the white Rin rune and the golden flare rune were placed one after another in the same process, until the last Chun Lan rune. The moment it was placed, the surroundings trembled, and the swamp under his feet gradually became hard. The prototype of the spell formation appeared, and the four streams of energy converged in one place. Immediately afterward, the space above the spell formation was seen tearing apart a little bit. So this level is a portal. Lei Qi wondered, is this the end or is there another world? In Lei Qi's opinion, the end is not impossible, although there is no boss, but the 2 layers down experience can be quite a lot. The material is not less explosive, and the quality is very high. The key to the difficulty of these 2 layers is also enough to exaggerate. It doesn't matter if there is a boss or not. Obviously it's not over. Yi Yanzhou pointed at the portal that was slowly forming. Look at this color. It's quite a bit darker than the color of the door when we came in. It was at this moment that a figure suddenly sprang out of the portal that had just opened a bit. The crowd took 2 steps back to quickly get into a fighting stance, and Su Yan raised his eyes to see that this thing was extremely exaggerated in its length. It was humanoid, but without a head. The breasts were the eyes, the navel was the mouth, an axe in one hand and a shield in the other, and above the neck was a bundle of thick black hair, which was extraordinarily discreet to look at. Torture. Abilities, ranged strike, firm shield. Status, rampage, fire, adsorption, hegemony, the ancient beast, interceptor. I thought that was the end of the second level, but I didn't expect it to suddenly come out. When it was too late, he saw Interceptor leap into the sky, and then he swung his big axe and smashed it down. Except for the small piece of the center point spell, the rest of the area was still a swamp, and there was no way to avoid it. Look out! Yu Ting roared and raised the dragon shield in his hand high, and all of a sudden, a golden coiled dragon was seen flying around, protecting several people with its body. Dang! Stiffly blocking back the great axe of Interceptor. In terms of defense, Yu Ting was the only one of his kind in Daxia. When the blow failed, Interceptor quickly adjusted and charged straight at Ling Shuawei with an exaggerated speed. Of course, the great summer goddess would not sit back and wait for death. Her sword crossed, and an invisible chain was thrown out from the end of the sword. This was her control skill, Judgment Shackle. Nay, Interceptor's speed was simply too fast, causing Ling Shuawei's strike, which had turned from defense to offense, to hit the ground. It's too fast. You guys pay attention to the swamp under your feet, Yu Ting reminded in a loud voice. In his opinion, defeating this interdictor was definitely not difficult. It just needed time. The really difficult part was still the swamp, where the slightest negligence could cause one to fall in, especially with Interceptor's super fast speed. It was easy to get distracted. The words just fell. Interceptor again suddenly flashed in front of Yi Yanzhou. Yi Yanzhou avoided a blow, it again flew away, so that people cannot catch it at all. Just then, he saw Su Yan dashingly wave his hand downward. What skill did he release outside of everyone else? But it turned out to be nothing. However, the next moment, a rumble of thunder was heard. All of a sudden, the 9 heavens thundered in the range of the center. Boom, boom, boom. An instant of lightning and thunder completely imprisoned the swift Interceptor. Interceptor, this is heavenly punishment on my part. Chapter 56, Huge Harvest. For ancient fierce gods. Thunder roared, and the entire center area was like a 9-day thunderstorm. The lightning was so lush it felt like you couldn't breathe. At this moment, the flying and moving all over the field was completely immobilized by the bombardment, kneeling on the ground like a punished person who had failed to cross the tribulation. This is a lightning spell? Lei Chi's eyes were as wide as copper bells. Coming from a mage background, he had definitely lived a long time. His own strongest skill of the lightning system was called Thunder Punishment, and its effect could be far less ruthless than this. Is he really an assassin? Yi Yanzhou's exclamation was a bit more tangible. He even thought that Su Yan had a more exaggerated one that he hadn't revealed. What are you waiting for? Yu Yuting greeted. Take advantage of the moment and make a move to finish it off. With that said, the squad went into attack mode. The duration of the Thunder Burial formation was 9 seconds and it dealt amazing damage, coupled with the combined attacks of several people. Interdictor ultimately didn't make it to the end of the Thunder Burial. At the same time as the thunder as well as the various splendid skills dissipated, Interceptor boomed to the bottom and a cluster of orange light exploded out. I'll do it. Su Yan transformed into a new lightning bolt and rushed towards the light mass, all without the aura of releasing heavenly punishment from a moment ago. Acquisition of the Sword of Destruction, Epic. Acquired Criminal Armor, Purple. Obtain Advanced Strengthening Stone *1. Misty Crystal *1. Acquisition of Ancient Blood, Pharmaceutical Material. Epic Equipment. Purple Equipment. Top-level Reinforcement Materials. Individually taken out, which one is incomparably rare. But in this one time to burst all. This is definitely also considered Epic Harvest. Epic Equipment is a sword. Sisters, see if you want it. Normally speaking, team gear is just distributed as needed. Not to mention it's all your own people. Ling Shuawei picked it up and looked at the attributes. And those eyes clearly brightened the more she looked at it. This is much better than what I'm holding now. Ling Shuawei was slightly excited. And if there was no one next to her, she felt like going up and kissing Su Yan. Then I'll thank my brother. Su Yan laughed. It's not like I'm the only one who fought. Besides, we're polite to each other. So what, sister? I don't want to live in Dragon Descent anymore. How about going to live on your side instead? Ling Shuawei blinked. Of course you can. Sister's side is in good condition. Oh. Cough. Yu Ting coughed. He thought he would want to preach a bit, but he didn't expect. Go ahead. It just so happens that I also have this intention, so that the two of you can also level up together. Old you, I will go back to see you. Su Yan's face was disheartened. I'm old but not blind. But how about being a little more sincere? That piece of Interdictor's battle armor was also a swordsman's exclusive equipment, but the one on Ling Shuawei's body was reinforced +2. If it was in accordance with Yu Ting's tradition, this piece of equipment should have been recovered by the dragon descendant. Give it to the most needy in each organization or use it as a reward for a national war. But to Su Yan he was still relatively open and pretended not to see it. Who let this kid love money? Supplies were organized and that portal had been completely unfolded. There was only one hint after getting closer, leads to the ancient altar. By the looks of this, it should be the final level next. So everyone take a moment to replenish and pull your status up. Yu Ting's fighting spirit was high now. He hadn't fought such a painful battle in a long time, especially since he hadn't even passed the first level the last time he came. This time he had easily reached the end. A feeling of exhilaration that only those who had experienced it could understand. Su Yan, have you recovered that thunder skill? Try to control the monsters first in a while. Let's get a head start. Chapter 56, Huge Harvest. For ancient fierce gods. Su Yan nodded. Recovered, but I'm not 100% paralyzed here. Catching up with the more resistant ones won't be certain. Be contented. Su Yan, old brother. Lei Chi took over. If you're 100% paralyzed again, then I'm really a waste of thunder skills. I doubt I'm a hidden profession. Ha, Yi Yanzhou conformed. I felt that way when the all-immunity buff was on. Let's go us. Yu Yuting held his head high. Take the ancient land. A beam of light flashed, and several people entered the portal one after another. Ancient altar. Arriving at the ancient altar, the first reaction of the few people was oppression. Extreme oppression. Through the dim light that filtered down from the gaps in the dome, one could vaguely see the outline of this entire altar, surrounded by stone pillars engraved with runes, and in the center of it was a piece of black rock emanating a strange light. The smell of blood filled the air and patches of blood rust were everywhere. Roar-oo! As a low roar reached the ears of the crowd, the ground trembled slightly. This roar and tremor are both interfering with the status. Yi Yanzhou smiled faintly. But all of us are immune. Can you sense what's going on in here? Yu Yuting asked Su Yan. There's nothing else. Just 4 bosses. Su Yan's gaze carried a hint of excitement. Tao Tai, Chaos, Poor Chi, and Legend. The 4 ancient fierce gods. Crowd. 4 bosses. This was also absolutely rare in any copy. After all, the squad was only 5 people. And only that special copy of Global Warfare could expand the establishment. 5 people against 4 bosses, which basically loses the advantage of being in a group. The difficulty speaks for itself. What's more, at this time, it was the 4 ancient ferocious gods that had to be faced. They're standing rather spread out. They're linked to each other. And I think the best way to do that is to pull them together so we can concentrate our firepower as well. Su Yan gave up on killing the 4 great ferocious beasts one by one after reading their information and made this decision instead. The so-called linkage. That is, these 4 ferocious beasts have Hujie, the other 3 will get a variety of gains. One by one to kill down, the difficulty will only plummet. The best way is to pull together to do, even if the gain is also almost blood. The best course of action against this type of boss is to fight efficiency battles. Do as Su Yan said. Yu Ting quickly made an allocation. I'll pull Tao Tai. Lei Qi will pull Chaos. And Yi Yanzhou and Ling Shuawei will pull Por Qi. Su Yan, do you have any problems pulling blockheads by yourself? Su Yan replied blandly. Steady. Yu Ting nodded with satisfaction. In his opinion, Su Yan was quite accomplished at pulling monsters alone. Don't get attached. Bring them to the center of the altar as fast as you can. Move out. The crowd nodded and split up into 4 directions. Yu Ting's body flashed with golden light and opened his dragon scale shield. Ling Shuawei, on the other hand, had her holy shield guardian on, plus Yi Yanzhou was supporting her behind her. Lei Qi, ever simple and brutal. He opened his thunder armor and swung his staff to charge, clearly not intending to use the most prudent mode of kiting. On the other hand, Su Yan's side was swish and released 2 soul minions. He himself did not intend to move at all. He believed that even if the blockhead was fierce, it was not so much as to say that he could take out his 2 minions easily. Then he idly set up a thunder burial formation at the center point and waited for the good news. Chapter 57, Fierce Gods Like Dogs. Getting epic equipment again. Bang bang. A single strike from Tao Tai allowed Yu Ting to feel the abilities of the 4 fierce gods. He was pretty sure that if his own group did make it this far last time, it was a long shot that they wouldn't make it through either. No, I should say it's definitely not going to pass, because normally speaking we'll certainly choose to break one by one. If it is not Su Yan, where would know that there is a linkage between these several hitting the last one shall not be hard as hell. Bang! Tao Tai actually dropped blood after 1 hit. This was one of Yu Ting's passive skills, Reverse Storm, which had a probability of causing 1 counter damage when attacked, and at this point, it was clearly triggered successfully. Roar! Tao Tai was in full fury, and under hissing, that huge body directly pounced over. Such battle scenes were also happening at 3 other places at the same time. Lei Qi used his secondary power to move while fighting hard, effectively taking chaos away. Ling Shuawei and Yi Yanzhou worked together seamlessly, like bullfighters hauling the poor man all the way. Su Yan's little brother Mograth on his side was stupid in comparison. It's just eating attacks one by one, and it's making Blockhead cry. The good thing is that the results are good, and although they take a beating, they are resistant to it and perform their tasks perfectly. The entire squad was also the only one who was extraordinarily free. Su Yan, standing in the center of the altar waiting for the harvest. A few minutes later, there was a roar all around, and the chains linked to the stone pillars clanked, for massive monsters were rapidly gathering towards the altar. Su Yan, are you ready? Lei Qi shouted excitedly. He was feeling a bit inseparable from Su Yan, as the feeling of using the monsters as targets was too good. Su Yan didn't reply with words, but his entire person steeply disappeared in Lei Qi's line of sight, sort of telling him with his actions that he had been waiting for a long time. Yu Ting, who was the closest, deliberately slowed down his pace in order to be able to allow the 4 ferocious gods to enter the formation at the same time. Moments later, with the first clap of thunder, countless streaks of lightning began to crisscross. It was like countless angry thunder snakes dancing wildly. In an instant, the entire spell formation was shrouded in electricity. Tao Tai, Por Qi, Chaos, Blockhead, and the 4 great fierce gods appeared to be in the process of crossing the threshold, and the image was extremely frightening. But as Su Yan said, the Thunder Burial formation is not 100% paralyzed. Like at this time in the formation of the 4 ferocious gods still have the power to move slowly. Only when they were about to set foot, the strongest squad of Dasha struck out to attack. Swish, the huge blood-colored lotus flower bloomed and rigidly fixed the 4 ferocious gods to death. And then it was the blood scythe that split thunder and chopped electricity in the sky. Bang bang bang! The phantom illusionary blade's purple light flashed continuously, and Su Yan's attack speed was all over the place. 3 seconds of forced binding plus 9 seconds of thunder burial paralyzing and slowing down. And everyone else must make the most of this time to output at full power. A white circle of light reappeared in the middle of the thunder formation. This was Yi Yanzhou's most explosive group output skill, Holy Light Punishment, dealing high elemental damage to enemies within the range. There was another woman dancing wildly in the midst of the thunder formation. Her stance was live, but every strike carried great destructiveness. Final judgment. This is one of Ling Shuawei's great killing moves. Lei Qi and Yu Yuting similarly did not make any reservations, making the entire altar a battlefield of cultivation. The life values of the four ferocious gods were also plummeting rapidly, while the corresponding various passive statuses began to stack up one after another. Click. Squad successfully kills the poor man, gaining 120,000 experience. The winged, ferocious god, poor man, became the first casualty. Immediately afterward, the blockhead's size was seen to suddenly increase. The ground shook. Don't bother with it. Keep outputting. Su Yan ordered that blockhead had only entered a berserk state and was not immune to all invincibility. Boo! Just as the thunder formation was about to end, the meatball-like chaos life value went to 0 and exploded. Yu Yuting released a Dragon God Guardian in time to counteract the impact. At the same time, Tao Tai was triggered by association and transformed into a huge devouring vortex, and everything around the altar seemed to be swallowed up. Whoosh! The first thing it devoured was a black inflamed arrow that tore out of the air. Chapter 57, Fierce Gods Like Dogs. Getting epic equipment again. Soul Breaker Vector. Su Yan turned Tao Tai into blood with a single strike. 3 of the 4 great fierce gods had already fallen, leaving only the last giganticized blockhead. Even though Su Yan and the others attacked extremely fiercely, it was difficult to kill them all at the same time. At this point, even though Legend was already bloodied, he had already fused the power of the 3 fierce gods, and his various attributes were bursting at the seams. Respond carefully. Pull back first. Yu Yuting stood at the front, guarding the squad. After all, everyone has to take a breather after a round of explosive output. Except Su Yan. Still in his void phantom state, he idly walked up to the gigantic fierce god blockhead, appeared, and raised his hand. Su Yan. The crowd subconsciously shouted in surprise. Captive soul seal. Bang! In the next instant, the ferocious blockhead sat down on his knees like a puppy in front of Su Yan. Even almost rubbed Su Yan's hand with that hideous giant head. Crowd, the final fierce god legend, who had gathered the linkage of the 3 fierce gods, with all kinds of statuses and all kinds of attributes stacked up, just sank, just, like a dog? This is the skill that Su Yan used back when he faced the world boss, right? Yi Yanzhou sighed incredulously. This is really hard control. Hard control regardless. Scared me to death, brother. Ling Shuawei walked over to Su Yan and snapped. I just watched him about to make a move on you. Su Yan hemmed and hawed. I'm very strong, sister. When he said that, he saw that the arm that Su Yan raised had already wrapped up with black flames. 3, 2, 1. A fully energized soul breaker vector hits the bullseye. Su Yan. Ma, this is not even dead? Yi Yanzhou shook his head and laughed. It has almost stacked all the gain statuses it can, so how can it be that easy to kill? Without your hard control skill it would probably give us a headache. I'll do it. Lei Qi volunteered. Shooting targets, this is my favorite thing to do. Su Yan, old brother, I'll leave you a mouthful of blood. When the time comes you kill it later so you can summon. By the way, which of those 3 did you grab? Su Yan smiled embarrassedly. Grabbed them all. Crowd. Everyone fought quite fiercely, but from this result it was evident that Su Yan was the one who fought the fiercest, and also the one with the highest output frequency. Dang, with the silk-blooded blockhead being blasted down by Su Yan, the 4 fierce gods officially fell. Yu Yuting was still immersed in the battle he had just fought up to this point. He was thinking that if that scene was put on a national war, who could stop it? Su Yan. On the other hand, they returned to the center of the altar. These 4 ferocious gods' experience indeed did not give less. After exterminating the blockhead, Su Yan all reached level 34. However, they did not burst any supplies. Just all were defeated after the center of the spell of that black rock cracked. Think of the world treasure chest that way. Su Yan crouched down to take a look, and there was only one badge. That's right, only this one thing. It's not as much as what that interceptor outside the door gave. Badge of the Fierce God, epic prop. Level, none. Occupation, unlimited. All attributes plus 500. Special skill, Fierce God's Field, 50% increase in all attributes after release. Lasts 120 seconds. Effective for the whole team. Cooling time, 24 hours. After reading the details of the equipment, Su Yan knew why it was just this one. This one was strong enough. Just then, the ground shook, and a stone platform rose from the shattered rock. There was a sentence engraved on it that made everyone stare in disbelief. Chapter 58, Ascending to Heaven. Highest etiquette from Su Yan. Badge put in will be unpredictable. What does this mean? Lei Qi stared blankly at the stone platform. You're letting me put back the badge that just popped out? What if it's gone? It's indeed the first time I've seen this mode. Yi Yanzhou stroked his chin in thought. Let Su Yan show us the attributes of this badge first. Or we can decide if it's worth trying. Su Yan nodded and flashed his badge. The moment they read the attributes, everyone was shocked. All attributes plus 500. This is comparable to the gain brought about by a transfer, right? Lei Chi's face was full of disbelief. Even if some of the world copies popped out of the badge at most, the full attributes would only add 100. This is a direct quintupling. Definitely the most exaggerated badge in the known category. More importantly, that particular skill. Yi Yenjou Sked. 2 minutes. The entire team's entire attributes are increased by 50%. This is already completely super concept. It's completely a super god level skill. This. Ling Xuewei looked hesitant. If you ask me, it's better to call it a day. The stakes are a bit too high to risk it. Several people nodded their heads. Who can say what will happen if you really put the badge into that stone platform? It's possible to have a surprise and add some more attributes or something. But what if it's a shock? What if this badge is destroyed? At that time, I really couldn't even cry. It was equivalent to losing 500 of my full attributes. But where adding 100 to all attributes can be a bit adventurous. Adding 500 is not adventurous. And there's no need to be adventurous at all. There's no need to think about this matter. Yu Ting walked over. Hurry up and load it up, Su Yan. This badge means a lot to you. And to Disxia. Wasn't the point of letting Su Yan level up in order to further improve his attributes? Or even wanting him to complete his second turn before the national war? And now the attribute boost from this badge was comparable to a transfer. This was heaven helping Daxia. What's there to think about? As the saying goes, listen to others and eat your fill. In the face of the crowd stance, Su Yan nodded his head. It does make sense, but why not take a chance when you have a chance to take a chance? It was the same as when strengthening the Phantom Demon Illusionary Blade. Su Yan believed in his own luck and could afford to gamble. He could accept failure but never accept the opportunity to cross over in front of his eyes. Dang! Su Yan! Amidst the extremely shocked expressions of the several presidents, Su Yan dashingly pressed the fierce god badge in his hand into the stone platform. At this moment time seemed to have stopped. Several presidents froze in place. All they could do at this point was to expect the badge to be saved, but never destroy it. Su Yan, on the other hand, had a few moments of excitement in his eyes as he waited for the unknown. 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Yu Ting gulped, his sweat coming down. Can we still pick it out now? Lei Chi licked his lips, unable to wait any longer. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he heard a click and the badge split in two. Crowd. Broken? Su Yan's heart is also thumped, but he has long been prepared for failure. Frankly, face on it. A little lack of luck. The next time to continue. It's not over. Just as this loss was about to spread, Yi Yenjou suddenly pointed towards the stone platform. It was seen that the entire stone platform also split in two along the seam of the emblem. And with the separation along with opened a crimson portal. Vault, only one person is allowed to enter. A simple and unexplained phrase of prompting. Just as before. Chapter 58, Ascending to Heaven. Highest etiquette from Su Yan. But at least it was a turnaround for the crowd. Looks like this is the unexpected. Brother, you're pretty lucky. Ling Xuewei took the lead to open her mouth, sort of sidestepping to lower Yu Ting's anger value first. I feel the same way. Su Yan hooked up the corner of his mouth. He was very convinced that he had won his bet. The reward inside this portal was definitely higher than that badge. Asterisk. Only one person can get in. I was hoping to see what was going on. Lei Chi sighed in disappointment. Then be careful, old brother Su Yan. These 4 ferocious goods outside aren't weak. The ones inside are definitely stronger. Yi Yenjou thoughtfully. Not necessarily. Maybe there's only a big treasure chest when we go in. After all, none of us have seen this kind of copy. So far it's going well. So think on the bright side. But you should still be careful and use void mode to go in and see what's going on. Su Yan nodded and looked at Yu Ting with a hefty smile. Old Yu, trust me. I've always had good luck. Who? Yu Ting let out a long breath, his brows slowly stretching. This will not happen again. Remember, safety first. Xiao Yi, pull Su Yan's status full. Today alone. He told Su Yan several times that there would be no more exceptions. Mr. Yu felt so tired. He couldn't adapt to the world of the young people. It's too exciting. I'll see you all later then. Wait for my good news. After saying that, Su Yan opened the Void Spectre and drilled into the teleportation portal. There is no hard or easy in this door. As long as one decides to go in, then the first choice must be Su Yan. The simple words go without saying. If it's difficult, Su Yan is also obviously more qualified than all the presidents to challenge. First of all, using the void mode to go in and check, this is what they don't have. Through this battle in the ancient land, several presidents were already convinced of Su Yan's strength. Above the sky, on top of the clouds, a vast platform suspended with the sky. This was Su Yan's landing point. In the center of the platform, a white dragon with a lofty body floated, its eyes like fire as it gazed at everything in this firmament. Especially that pair of unfolded dragon wings is added a few points of dominance, as if a wave can overturn the clouds and rain. Dragon of the Four Seasons, Yinglong. Abilities, fire, water, wind, healing, flying, instantaneous, shield, paralyze, berserk, summon. Special ability, launch a lock spell for every 10% reduction in blood volume, forcibly imprisoning the enemy's mana for 2 minutes. The scene in front of him really gave Su Yan a blank stare. It's not that I think the boss is so strong, but it's just so dominant overall. In comparison, the Star Core Evil Dragon was simply a brother within a brother. No, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a worm. However, after reading this Yinglong's ability, Su Yan was happy. Useless dude doesn't even have any mana at all, right? After admiring the magnificent scene in front of him some more, Su Yan unleashed the killing spree that had just finished cooling down to summon the shadow. One person and one shadow were both in the void, one on the left and one on the right idly walking towards behind Yinglong. At the same time, 2 rounds of Soul Breaker Vector were stored and ready to fire. After recharging, Shadow and Su Yan were neatly aligned, and the 2 sets of Thunder Burial formations were stacked on top of each other. 2 rounds of Soul Breaker Vector also tore through the air. Boom boom boom. Above the firmament, the 9 heavens thundered. Poof. 2 rounds of soul-breaking vectors penetrated. 2 more huge blood-colored lotus flowers also quietly bloomed. Having ascended to heaven, Su Yan also used the highest etiquette. Chapter 59 Mythical Equipment. Spreading his dragon wings on his back, he descended like a god. Click, 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 click. The blood scythe danced wildly in the thunder burials like a rainstorm, and Su Yan and Shadow exploded their output. By the time Yinglong reacted, it was at its wit's end. One can only feel the sense of loss as the blood bar plummets. 20%, 40%, 60%. Blood pours out like crazy within seconds, and its special skills are pointless. Click. Just as the binding time was about to end, the special attribute of the Thorn Badge triggered. It renewed the binding time directly. 3 seconds is enough. With Su Yan's final swing, Yinglong's blood bar officially went to 0. After a deafening dragon roar, the surrounding space wanted to be torn apart as if it were. Yinglong wailed in the thunder formation, twisting through space until he left the subdimension and disappeared. At the same time, a treasure chest fell out of the space. Sure enough, Su Yan was overjoyed. That fierce god badge would definitely not be lost for nothing. It definitely wouldn't let him drop a dragon for nothing. Just as Su Yan was running to the treasure chest, the several presidents who were at the ancient altar were still on tenterhooks. After all, there was not a single monster in this ancient land that was weak from the moment it came into the end. In other words, it was a full sub-boss, one stronger than the other. The last of these 4 ferocious gods is even more exaggerated. If not Su Yan finally gave it a hard control, I'm afraid that the fight is not finished now. How long has it been in there? That void skill of his should be up to time, right? Why isn't it out yet? Yu Ting paced back and forth, and the first guildmaster of Disxia was fidgeting a little bit in a rare way. Old Yu, I can understand your feelings, but Su Yan just went in for more than 10 seconds. Even if he just opened a treasure chest, he hasn't finished reading it yet. Yes, President Yu, just be patient again. Shuya won't do anything he's not sure of. Ling Shuawei also nodded in agreement. Don't forget that Brother Su Yan brings surprises every time he leaves and reappears, and this time will definitely be no exception. Just as Ling Shuawei had said, Su Yan's surprise had come. The moment the treasure chest was opened, a strong light flashed out, successfully killed Yinglong, the dragon of the 4 seasons, and gained 180,000 experience. Level up to 35 and gain 10 free attribute points. The new skill Abyssal Judgment was successfully comprehended. Abyssal Verdict instantly moves behind the target. 100% triggers a bludgeon. Boosts bludgeon damage by 800% while dodging is boosted by 200%. Stackable with other damage skill bonuses. Can be used in conjunction with Spectral Soul Awareness. Cooldown time 40 seconds. Consumes 40 energy. Su Yan. Instantaneous movement. It could be combined with the Phantom Soul Awareness that was instantaneous movement within a 5-kilometer radius. To borrow a phrase Yu Ting often says, if this is put on the battlefield, TSK TSK TSK, like fighting a big boss like Yinglong afterward, Su Yan could instantly move directly behind it to stack the double bonus of Abyssal Hunt and Bloodthirsty Scythe to deal 1500% bludgeoning damage in one hit, plus Shadow that equals 3000%. If you hit the Yinglong again now, odds are it will be resolved in one slash. Only after looking at the skills did Su Yan then cast his gaze into the treasure chest. At this look, he could not help but be stunned. There were a few things in the treasure chest, but Su Yan's gaze was completely captivated by one of them in a split second, as anyone else would surely be. Because it was a piece of equipment. A red letter piece of equipment. You know, what you learn in the academy is only up to orange epic level equipment. And this red letter, Vault of Heaven, mythic grade equipment. Part, shoulder pads. Level, none. Occupation, unlimited. Strength, plus 800. Physical fitness, plus 1300. Agility, plus 800. Chapter 59 Mythical Equipment. Spreading his dragon wings on his back, he descended like a god. Energy, plus 800. Additional attributes, attacking airborne targets adds 200% damage and increases evasion by 50%. Special attribute, Dragon Wing Flight. Exclusive skill, Mountain and Sea Dragon Bellowing, passive increase bludgeon damage by 300% after being attacked. Set effect, not activated. The set contains, Song Dome, Vast Sea, Underworld, and 9 domains. The Academy hadn't studied it, but looking at it, he could tell that this mythic equipment was definitely above the epic equipment. And surprisingly, it's a kit. Only one piece is exaggerated to such an extent. This if the set effect activated simply cannot dare to think I just don't know what kind of equipment this Hohai and Heiyue are, much less where to fight them. But most of all, it's that special attribute, Dragon Wing Flight. Su Yan had a rough guess in his mind. If that was to be the case, Su Yan couldn't wait to put on this vaulted shoulder protector. And then his mind moved. Boo! A pair of white dragon wings extended out from the shoulder armor. As the dragon wings unfolded, the air around them was stirred up. And in accordance with Su Yan's intention, the dragon wings flapped, pulling themselves up and flying high, soaring between the heavens. Su Yan's dream flight was realized. I didn't realize it was actually possible to have a god costume in addition to a holy beast. After soaring around, Su Yan forced down his excitement and returned to the ground. The treasure chest was not yet finished. Received the badge of the fierce god. Su Yan was instantly startled. It recovered. Badge of the fierce god, epic prop. Level, none. Occupation, unlimited. All attributes plus 400. Special skill, Fierce God's Field, 50% increase in all attributes after release. Lasts 120 seconds. Effective for the whole team. Cooling time, 24 hours. When you look at it closely it's 100 less added to the full attributes, but in exchange you get the Divine Vault. Obtained Lone Soul, Ancient Bloodline, Holy Dragon Scale, Evil Energy Crystal Core, Mist Crystal. The next step was the harvesting of a bunch of materials. Su Yan didn't know what each one was for. Anyway, when the time came they were all just taken over to Chenghui. In the end, a small jade pendant in the shape of a dragon scale was left in the treasure chest, glowing with a faint white light, unable to see any use for it. Su Yan picked it up and scrutinized it for a while. In short, it was right to keep it for now. The treasure chest was emptied, and the crimson portal from whence he came unfolded once again. And once in and out, Su Yan's various attributes skyrocketed by more than 1,000 points. The battle power also soared directly to 69 stars. Quick slick up. Su Yan once again returned to the ancient altar, and as soon as he came out of the portal, he was greeted by the concerned gazes of the presidents. Seeing that Su Yan was not injured, Yu Yuting was the first to let out a sigh of relief. Level 35. Yi Yinzhou was as meticulous as ever. It seems like there's a boss inside, but you've only been in for less than 1 minute in total. Su Yan hemmed and hawed and pretended. There's so much that can be done in 1 minute for an assassin. What the hell is in there? Lei Qi asked anxiously. There's only one boss. It's called Long, and there's a dragon of the 4 seasons in the prefix. Something popped after we finished it off. With that, Su Yan took out the Fierce God badge. The crowd was overjoyed. The badge was preserved, and he even went in for a level up. Su Yan had gambled right. There should be more than this, right? Yi Yinzhou's eyes were full of anticipation, and the hearts of the other few people also lifted up. Meeting the gazes of several people, Su Yan nodded. Boo! Shasta! Spreading the dragon wings on his back, like a god on earth. Several of the assembly presidents stared in disbelief. Chapter 60, Battle Power Ranking Update. Great Xiao's first assassin. Spreading his wings on his back, Su Yan rose into the air like a god. Several assembly presidents froze throughout. They had seen flying saint beasts. They had seen flying skills, but they really hadn't seen Su Yan's kind of direct wing growth. And, it's dragon wing. My goodness. Yi Yinzhou was filled with astonishment. This really refreshes my cognition. Brother Su Yan's pair of dragon wings are even more domineering than old Yu's red sky dragon fathers. Ling Xuewei raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration. AI. Lei Qi sighed and muttered. I should have known I'd go in. Too envious. Yu Yuting smiled at his words. Let's not talk about what the outcome will be if you go in. First of all, you won't even choose to go in. Su Yan. This kid's boldness is really something to be reckoned with. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Su Yan above the sky, Yu Ting laughed freely, completely forgetting that he was the one who had stopped Su Yan from going in the most before. After the show, Su Yan landed in front of the crowd and bared his 2 rows of small white teeth in a hefty smile. What the hell is going on here? Yi Yanzhou asked anxiously. This is it. Su Yan lit up the vault of heaven. At that moment, several assembly presidents were filled with awe. Red mythic grade equipment. Lei Qi was shocked. It actually exists? Just like what Lei Qi had marveled at. The red mythic grade equipment had always been just a legend. In the legend it overrides the orange epic equipment. And I don't know where this legend actually comes from. Anyway, the real thing is that no one has ever seen it. Not only Lei Qi, but all the assembly presidents including Yu Ting had this reaction. The legend had shown into reality. The full attributes are guaranteed to add 800 points, doubles damage to the air, can fly, has skills, and is still a set. The more Yi Yanzhou looked at it, the more uptight he became. It's worthy of being mythic grade. This is definitely the #1 godly suit in Disya, perhaps the #1 in the world, together with that fierce god badge. Even if its full attribute bonus is 100 less, it's still exaggerated enough. Just by adding these two together, Su Yan's various attributes have gone up by more than 1,000. These data really let Yi Yanzhou incomparable shock. The whole attribute skyrocketed more than 1,000. To know that there are a lot of professionals to the end of life of the day individual attributes cannot reach 1,000. How much battle power is it now? Yu Yuting asked impatiently. He was most concerned about Su Yan's growth. 69 stars. Su Yan said back. Level 35. Battle 69 stars. Even though everyone knew that Su Yan was exaggerating, and knew that the red equipment bonus was exaggerating, when the exact numbers were really in front of them, they still felt incomparably shocked. Moreover, they all knew that Su Yan's battlestar rating didn't represent his true strength, and all those exaggerated skills of his didn't count. Also, he's able to summon shadows, and his battle power is doubled. So even putting aside skills, it could now be said that Su Yan's battle power was 138 stars. My brother is now officially surpassing me. Ling Shuawei shrugged her fragrant shoulders. I'm 68 stars, or because I dipped into my brother's light to change into that war god sword. Hey, let me take a look if you say so. Saying that, Ling Shuawei opened the Great Summer Battle ranking. The first was Yu Ting. The second was the Battle God Palace's Criminal Lai. The third Lei Qi. The fourth was the Battle God Palace's Vice President. And the fifth was one of the Dragon Descent's Elders. Sixth was level 89 Yi Yanzhou. When he rose to level 90 and completed the third turn, his ranking would rise directly to 4th place. Ling Shuawei, on the other hand, was currently ranked 7th, or 8th to be precise, as her current position should go to Su Yan. Chapter 60, Battle Power Ranking Update. Great Xia's First Assassin. I feel that by the time Brother Su Yan reaches level 60 and completes his second turn, I'm afraid that you won't be able to keep your position. Lao Yu. Ling Shuawei wasn't exaggerating, as the bonuses that came with the second turn were enormous, coupled with Su Yan's foundation and the subsequent growth gains. I can't wait to give up my position at the top of this battle list. Yu Ting said seriously. Me being squeezed out will prove that Disya has another strong person. To be honest, one day I won't even be able to get into the top 10 would be a true blessing for Disya. Su Yan. Yu Ting put one hand on Su Yan's shoulder, his eyes full of relief. I look forward to the day you reach the top of the list. He's already #1 in the career list. Yi Yanzhou added. Su Yan had only just noticed that he was now the #1 assassin in Disya, and was even the #1 in terms of battle power in terms of break. Currently the assassin profession list battle strength first is the Dragon Descent Guild of an Underworld Blade Ghost Kill. 78 level battle strength 45 stars. Basically a world of difference. If Su Yan were to de-hide his rank and battle power right now, it would definitely cause a national sensation. The most crucial thing was that Su Yan's profession was automatically hidden. Anyone could only see that it was an assassin. A normal assassin who hadn't even switched professions. This was even more frightening. Can't be separated from all of you. My treat for the evening. Su Yan said sincerely. If it wasn't for these few presidents, he really wouldn't be able to get these. And he didn't know how many years it would take for the next time the tickets for this ancient land were put together. And Su Yan also knew that the so-called support of the Pouring Nation was much more than that. It was evening when they left the ancient land and went out. Su Yan also did not go back on his word. In Shilan City's best restaurant banquet for the 4 major presidents. In fact, no one is poor this meal to eat. The important thing is to be happy, is to celebrate for Su Yan. In between meals, Yu Ting also recounted about that mythic grade equipment. He had only combined what he had heard, and what was in the historical sources of Daxia. After all, there was no exact record of this matter. The dragons of the 4 seasons were divided into 4 dragons of spring, summer, fall, and winter. And the Yinglong that Su Yan had killed was also the summertime dragon. The other three are the Kuei Long in spring, the Candle Dragon in fall, and the Sagittarius in winter. If we go by the set labeled on Su Yan's piece of vault equipment, then those other three pieces should be on the remaining three dragons. As for where the three dragons were, Yu Yuting wouldn't have much of a clue, but it wasn't a complete lack of clues. If this pattern of the ancient lands was anything to go by, he thought there was another rare copy that might have a chance as well, but that copy is a warband copy and has a hard level to ball. You have to be level 50 or above to enter. Then again, Yu Yuting felt that the ancient land was like a magic box. Once it was opened, it unleashed the power of the ancient gods, and the relevant copies would definitely appear. It was just a matter of time. The piece of dragon scale jade pendant that Su Yan obtained in the end was also the best supporting evidence. In short, right now Yu Yuting was full of hope for Su Yan's future, and for the future of the Grand Xia. That night, Su Yan officially moved away from the Dragonborn and arrived at the newest shelter, the Dawn Guild. Ling Shuawei had given up her own lounge to Su Yan, but it was only for a temporary day. Ling Shuawei had gone to pack up her mansion, and tomorrow Su Yan would officially move in. Yu Yuting was also looking for a house for Su Yan, because Shilan City had a relatively large population, and the upscale residential areas had long been saturated, so he could only wait. Anyway, before the house materialized, Su Yan went to stay at Ling Shuawei's house first. S-ranked characters are very picky, alright. After Ling Shuawei left, Su Yan didn't stay honestly. Looking at the night color, he unfolded his dragon wings and flew out. Chapter 61, Bloodstain Zero Package. Is Daxia not a place for you to act wildly? The white moon was in the sky, and Su Yan soared in the night. Where to? To gamble. Of course. How can this pile of materials be enough to strengthen it twice now? Anyway, Su Yan thought that he was bursting with luck today, and it was only natural that this luck should be put to good use. Of course, after all the fun and games, Su Yan does not dare to joke with the Vault of Heaven. If it fails to be strengthened and destroyed, it will never fly again. In contrast to the phantom magic blade to be able to continue to wrestle. Of course, but also perhaps Jing Hui, this genius blacksmith, and what surprises. Just as Su Yan was pondering which equipment to strengthen, several flashing dots suddenly appeared on the map of the Phantom Soul Sense. Su Yan frowned. He was quite familiar with this color of glitter. It was the sign of an exotic professional, or a spy. Nia Fujiwara. Nationality, Sakura. Rank, 73. Occupation, Shinto priest. Battle evaluation, 56 stars. Besides this woman, there were two other men. The level 69 Underblade Ghost Slayer, and the level 82 Black Knight. What's even more striking is that these two men and one woman are in the grove at the moment. Hiss. Even if you don't harvest them, you have to go over there with a critical eye to see what's going on. This is Daxia. We can't let you little cherry blossoms tarnish the environment. Whoosh, the dragon wings shook as Su Yan changed course. MS. Keiko, please come back with us. The leader of the group has been in a hurry for the past 2 days. The black warrior bowed respectfully. This Keiko-sama he was talking about was Fujiwara Mia, a genius professional of the Sakura country. She was also the daughter of Fujiwara Hiroki, the leader of the second organization of the Sakura country. The reason why this scene had appeared at this moment was because of Su Yan in the end, but in reality, she hadn't come to look for Su Yan, but to look for Ling Shuawei. The reason for this was because of that world copy, where Su Yan had caused a multinational sensation on behalf of Grand Xia. While most people thought that Daxia had produced one or a few super powerhouses, Fujiwara Mia had a different opinion, insisting that it was Ling Shuawei who had fought her way down. And she also thinks that if she participates she will definitely be able to exceed the quota as well. Only at the time she missed it perfectly inside another fixed world copy. As for the conviction that it was Ling Shuawei, it was also very simple. It was just jealousy. Last year's national war on Sakura Nation had been a support throughout because of the agreement with the Lighthouse Nation, and Fujiwara Mia hadn't gotten much of a chance to show off. And the one from Daxia, Ling Shuawei, who was similar to her age, became famous in one battle and made the world remember the name of Daxia's goddess. That left Fujiwara Mia a little too much to take in. She was very confident that her strength wasn't weaker than Ling Shuawei's, and she had gone to Rain City to train this year. It was chartered by the Lighthouse, and she was naturally a bit stronger. That's why after that world copy she came running to Daxia, not because she wanted to be very dogmatic and go find Ling Shuawei to do some kind of competition. Rather, she was looking for a chance to directly kill Ling Shuawei. For one thing, show the world who the real goddess of genius is. Secondly, Ling Shuawei is gone, is also a further weakening of the national power of the Great Summer, which is certainly a very good thing both in the national war and in Sakura's subsequent plans. But he didn't expect that before he could figure out where Ling Shuawei was, he was first found by the people sent by his father. Say no more. Fujiwara Miya's gaze was tough. I won't go back until I kill Ling Shuawei. I'm doing this for Ozakura, and my father has no authority to stop me. Chapter 61, Bloodstain Zero Package. Is Daxia not a place for you to act wildly? The Black Warrior sank his breath. Miss, Ling Shuawei is one of the 5 great presidents of the Great Summer. She is bound to be protected by layers of protection on a regular basis. Killing her isn't a simple matter. This needs to be considered in the long run. And if you, my lady, were to fail in your assassination, this might put the entire Sakura in a passive position. If you were captured or killed, that would also be a great loss to our country. That's what the group leader wanted me to tell you. There are many ways to provoke someone, and Fujiwara Miya's father apparently used the most straightforward one. Apparently he doesn't know his daughter's character that well. Captured? Killed? Fujiwara Yumiba frowned. Is that how it seems to you that I would end up? You go back and tell team leader Fujiwara that I'll bring Ling Shuawei's corpse back with me. Hearing this, the Black Warrior is also speechless. Good talk is not persuade. Well, I'll stay and accompany you on your mission. Black Knight actually didn't want to, but there was no way. No need. Fujiwara Miya refused without thinking. You two leave quickly. It's easy to be exposed with a lot of people. The past 2 days have not been too peaceful in Daxia. I believe Ling Shuawei is close to appearing. I will be the first to go back and resume my duties when I have completed my mission. With that said, Fujiwara Miya turned around and left. She had great faith in her own strength, and in the fact that Sakura would soon surpass Daxia, and that perhaps what she was doing was a crucial step. Ms. Keiko, don't. The Black Warrior's words ended abruptly in mid-sentence. Outside of Fujiwara Miya, it was him who had given up on persuasion, including that Stygian Blade Ghost Killer who was standing on the sidelines. And that's not really the case, because behind the Black Warrior was none other than Su Yen. When Su Yen flew to the vicinity of the use of the Void Shadow, directly lurked next to the 3 people, listening to the enemy. Of course, to face listening. I didn't hear too much, but I probably knew that this cherry blossom was a second generation, and had come a long way to kill Ling Shuawei. The 2 men, on the other hand, had come to persuade her to return to her home country, and in the end the 2 sides hadn't talked too much. Su Yen will help them. All stay. The family should be neat and tidy. That level 82 Black Warrior wasn't too weak, and Su Yen also set him as the first kill target, purposely using Abyssal Verdict, plus Stygian Abyssal Hunt, plus Soulbreaker Vector, this zeroing package. There were no surprises in the outcome, and the time to strike was the time for Vader to be buried. Knock! The Black Warrior crumpled to the ground like a puppet with broken strings. At this time, that underworld Blade Ghost Slayer also realized that something was wrong. It's not like he hasn't finished his sentence. He's dead, isn't he? However, before he could react, Su Yen had already arrived behind him. Click! Bloodthirsty Scythe Kill, 1/ clears the life value. In that fleeting second or two, only one of the 3 people who had just been talking together remained. That one was still completely unaware of this, and she was even thinking about how she was going to blast Ling Shuawei when the time came. How Sakura nationals would worship her then, and even those at the top of the Lighthouse Kingdom would look at her differently. The name of goddess should also belong to her. Miya Fujiwara, at 28 years old, level 73, 56-star battle power, and Sakura country's hidden profession of Shingeki Dojo master. Fujiwara Miya honestly had a certain amount of cocky capital, but trying to be cocky in Daxia is clearly not enough. Even Ling Shuawei surpassed her by 12 stars in terms of pure battle power, not to mention that the opponent she was about to face was Su Yen. Chapter 62, Formal God vs. Fierce God, Despair and Fear. Just with you guys you wanna come to Daxia and kill people? A voice ghosted into Fujiwara Miya's ears, clear and calm, as if it was right by her ears. Fujiwara Miya was at least a genius of Sakura, and her first reaction was not one of ignorant surprise, but of striking out in a smooth manner. Unfortunately, the chill of the phantom blade had already pressed into her body. In the next instant, she could only watch as a blood-colored lotus blossomed at her feet. Ka. Su Yen didn't give Fujiwara Miya any chance to react, and swung out several slashes at superfast speeds, each of which was so powerful that it caused Fujiwara Miya's life value to disappear within 2 seconds. For those 2 seconds, Fujiwara Miya's eyes were filled with nothing but terror, and she even felt like there were thousands of troops behind her. As the last trace of blood died down, Fujiwara Miya's body was dissipating steeply. Su Yan's eyes instantly tightened, knowing that it was impossible for a person to dissipate unless they possessed a resurrection mechanism. Boom! A blazing fire suddenly burst out from where Su Yan was standing. Just as Su Yan had guessed, Fujiwara Miya was revived, and her body was flickering with light. It should be the short invincibility time that she brought with her after revival. However, Su Yan was not surprised. After all, he had several resurrection mechanisms on him. I'm not surprised. A blaze of fire exploded. Fujiwara Miya holding a handful of imperial coins full of panic to perceive the surroundings, where there are thousands of soldiers and horses, even a person she did not see, but she did hear the words herself, and did die once, and the unknown made her shudder. Who is it? Fujiwara Miya shouted to bolster her courage while laying down a demon trapping formation at her feet, and at the same time greeting 4 evil spirits to surround herself. The defense was pretty airtight. At least it didn't seem to her that it would backfire the way it just did. Her demon trapping formation could forcefully bind any person or monster that stepped into it. However, click, the 2 evil spirits guarding behind her suddenly died violently. She didn't sense anyone, much less see any skills, and the demon trapping formation didn't respond in the slightest, as the fear continued to double. Fujiwara Miya didn't dare to have a moment's delay, planting a defense-type charm on her body in the first instant. Before the spell light could finish flashing, it was shattered by a single blow. At the same time, the life value she had just recovered was steeply missing another chunk. Fujiwara Miya panicked. If that defense spell had been released a little slower, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Up until now she hadn't even known what was going on and could only keep her head above water. She had never encountered, or even heard of, a fight like this before. When it came down to it, she could only throw her weight around and use her biggest killing move, the Style God Guardian. This skill also basically cleared her mana after using it. With the wave of the Imperial coin, 4 rays of light flashed around Fujiwara Miya, and when the rays dispersed, a giant green snake, a purple demonic scorpion, a white fox, and a large silver bird appeared. 12 style gods, you have nowhere to hide. Fear caused Fujiwara Miya to let out a roar, both bracing and shocking. She so wanted a response now to prove that it was indeed a human fighting her. However, the only thing that responded to her was pain and ache. Click. Fujiwara Miya stared in disbelief. With 4 gods guarding her side, she actually received another blow, and she felt utterly dominated. Not dominated by fear, but truly dominated from body to spirit. Captive soul seal. Su Yen lowered his hand, and the void phantom time ended just in time as he slowly appeared behind Fujiwara Miya. Those 4 gods were also only able to follow due to Fujiwara Miya's spirit being dominated. That meant that all 4 of them could now be used at will by Su Yen. Who the hell are you? Fujiwara Miya spoke without any emotion. After being dominated, she is just a walking corpse with a mind. Chapter 62, Formal God vs. Fierce God. Despair and Fear. Su Yen circled around to her and lit up his real body with a bashful smile. Of course it's your master. Every one of us in Dacia is the owner of your little cherry blossoms. After saying that, Su Yen made her kneel respectfully in front of him. At this point Fujiwara Miya wanted to cry. The most humiliating thing was that she couldn't even die if she wanted to. She was now regretting coming to Dacia. She didn't expect Dacia to have this kind of strong person, so strong that she could tease her. A genius. At will. But alas, it was too late. By the way, you just shouted something about 12 gods. Why did just 4 come out? This point Su Yen was indeed quite curious. The shouting was so aggressive that for a moment Su Yen even thought there were 8 more ambushing in the void. I can only summon 4 of them with my ability. Fujiwara Miya did answer truthfully, but we have someone in Sakura who can summon all 12 gods. And if you run into him you'll die for sure. Ha! Su Yen was disdainful. Then I'll let you die today as well. Don't daydream about it when you get to the netherworld. Your kind is trash with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yen used soul-devouring twin guards and summoned Taodayan Legend, 2 ferocious gods of enormous size, perfectly illustrating what it meant to be ferocious. In terms of appearance alone, those 4 Sakura-style gods had already lost. With a wave of Su Yan's hand, the 2 fierce gods walked up to the 4 style gods and devoured them alive with astonishing damage and destructive power. Yes, the 4 gods couldn't fight back, but one only had to look to know that even if they could they would at best delay that outcome slightly. Although Fujiwara Miya's eyes were hollow at this point, her desperation and extreme fear could still be seen as well. The 4 style gods she was so proud of were unexpectedly unbeatable in front of these 2 ferocious beasts. What was even more terrifying was this Dacia man in front of her. He could be stealthy. No, it should be more than just stealthy. His damage was violently high, and he could also be hard controlled. And he could even summon these 2 ferocious creatures. What kind of professional is he? Is there really a professional who can do all of this at the same time? Know what kind of goods you are, right? Su Yen sneered. Who the hell are you? Fujiwara Miya might still be holding on to a glimmer of hope for life, as she tried to bring information about the person in front of her back to Sakura. A dead man has no need to know that much, Su Yen replied in a cold voice, and as the words fell, Fujiwara Miya's blood bar returned to 0. This time she didn't dissipate, but fell to her knees in place. Her career, to which she belonged, had officially ended. Taotai and Blockhead consciously recycled the 3 corpses, and Su Yen unfolded his dragon wings to continue flying to Yunhai City. Meanwhile, there was a change in the list of fixed world copies, trial illusion. This list was the one that the entire Sakura nation paid the most attention to, as it was the only one they could hold on a global scale. The first and second place finishers were all from their countries as well. However, at that moment, Fujiwara Mie, who was in second place, suddenly disappeared, and in her place was Criminal Lie from Dacia. It is important to realize that there will only be one reason for removal from the leaderboards, and that is death. For a moment, the cherry blossoms vibrated. Chapter 63, Cherry Blossom Darkness. The Great Summers only is about to come out. The second organization of Sakura, Shin Sakura Yambu, group leader Hiroki Fujiwara lost his voice. He had lost not only his daughter, but also the most capable general by his side, the level 82 Black Knight who had eaten Suyan's bloodstain zeroing package. Dacia. I must go to Dacia to avenge Keiko. I'm going to kill my enemy with my own hands. I'm going to make the whole of Dacia give Keiko a burial. The leader of the group was full of scorn and hissed, and the people below naturally did not dare to breathe. This news tonight was devastating for the entire Shinzakura Yanwu. The deaths of Fujiwara Keiko and Black Knight will have a direct impact on their organization's position in Sakura. Don't look at the fact that these two were untouchable in front of Suyen, but they were both resounding figures in Sakura. Especially Fujiwara Keiko. After furthering her training in Rain City, she came back and rushed to the second place inside the Trial Illusion. This is a world copy. A great honor. It's also a symbol of strength. In the next few years Shin Sakura Yambu might even make a run at the #1 organization in Sakura. But all this conception went up in smoke with the death of Keiko Fujiwara, coupled with the fact that the Black Warrior was also gone. Just the piece of battle power alone, Kamasakura Yinwu, had dropped straight to 4th place. In the midst of this grief and indignation, Kamasakura Yambu welcomes a big name. He was Takuya Kuroha, who had overpowered the #1 ranked professional in the world in the Trial Illusion. At the same time, Takuya Kuroha is also the deputy head of the No.1 organization in Sakura Country, Amaterasu Division. In his 30s he had become a head-level figure in the Sakura Country. Stop yelling. Takuya Kuroha silenced Hiroki Fujiwara with a single word. I feel bad that Keiko died, but we can't be impulsive. It's not the right time to declare complete war with Dacia. Fujiwara Hiroki nodded his head in grief and indignation. Not that he was obedient, but he didn't dare to disobey. But Fujiwara Hiroki raised his eyes and swept Kuroha's expression, seeing that he was relatively calm, before he dared to continue. But is it necessary to hold back like this? Takuya Kuroha smiled in a high and cold manner. You take your men to the Dacia border to make some noise and make them return Keiko's body. Let's take this opportunity to kill some of the Dacia professionals at the border to vent their anger. From Keiko and their bodies I may be able to unlock the secrets of Dacia. Hearing this, Fujiwara Hirakiba was in a state of realization. Takuya Kuroha's profession is that of a shikigami painter, and he is said to have a skill that communicates with the undead, which simply means that he can make the dead speak. Now it seems that this skill doesn't seem to be legendary. Thank you, Lord Kuroha. Fujiwara Hiroki kneeled. I will definitely bring back Keiko's body, and when you do, please tell me who Keiko's murderer is. 2. Takuya Kuroha didn't reply again and turned to leave. There weren't many people who could kill Keiko Fujiwara in his opinion, and even if he was surrounded by a small group, Keiko had what it took to stay alive. Not to mention the fact that she had Darth Vader with her, and that enemy would have to be quite an exaggeration to do that. That's why Takuya Kuroha thinks there's a high probability that this thing was done by the same person or team as the previous copy of that world. The War of Nations is imminent, and the truth about Dacia must be unraveled as soon as possible. Chapter 63, Cherry Blossom Darkness. The Great Summers only is about to come out. Yunhai City. Faced with another late-night visit from Su Yen, Chenghui was both surprised and relieved, and even shed tears. Yanko and the others said UGA. I knew it wouldn't. I knew you just got stronger. This kind of talk in Yunhai City is also expected by Su Yen, but it doesn't matter at all. He casually cancelled the point to hide on a ranking rumor will not break. It's just not necessary right now. Of course. Su Yen laughed. You've strengthened my epic weapons up. How could I be willing to die? Well, have you made any progress in the last few days? Chenghui laughed nervously and nodded. Progress is definitely there. It's just that it's definitely not comparable to you. Let me tell you Yenzi. I've comprehended a new skill now. Do you realize how much of a stretch that is? How exaggerated? Su Yan asked tentatively. 100% reinforcement success? Chenghui. So it can't be compared to you. It's not that dramatic, but it's absolutely unique. I can enchant equipment. Enchantment? Su Yan was surprised. Holy. I remembered that my mentor said at the time that professionals with the ability to possess enchantments were a rare existence. I didn't realize that you kid is a hare. Chang Hui. Ahem. It could also be horns. Right. As Su Yan had said. In this world, a professional who could possess the ability to enchant was a rare breed. Not only are there a shortage of abilities, the materials needed for enchanting are globally rare. Therefore, in order to complete the enchantment of equipment, you need to have both a rare enchantment ability and a few enchantment materials. As far as Su Yan knew, this ability had been vacant in Disya for decades. You didn't foolishly show off in that blacksmith store of yours, did you? After the surprise, Su Yan asked cautiously. Any country wasn't ironclad, and once a professional with a special skill like enchantment was exposed, it would be easy for something to happen. Take Yunhai City for example. If Xiao Wei were to still be alive, if he were to learn that Cheng Hui possessed the ability to possess magic, then he would definitely close the news, and then control Cheng Hui to only provide him alone with the service of possessing magic. Even if there were no materials on hand, that talent had to be retained first, and handing it over would be providing others with the opportunity to become stronger. Materials are something that you can eventually get if you're willing to spend the money, even if they're rare. And enchanting a piece of equipment once to improve the strength of the equipment cannot be bought by any amount of money. No. I know how serious this is, and I was going to just screw you. Only then did Su Yan put his heart down, and then he took out a bunch of materials. See if there's any in here that can be used for enchanting. Cheng Hui stared in disbelief. Almost every material on the table was a rare material. They're all treasures. Ah, Yanko. But enchanting is based on the equipment. Each piece of equipment requires different materials. Just show me which one you want to get. Will the failed enchantment equipment be destroyed? Su Yan asked. Cheng Hui shook his head and laughed. It won't be, as long as there are enough materials. Enchanting is 100% successful. Either that or how does it seem like the enchanting skill is so precious? It's done then. Saying so, Su Yan took out the Vault of Heaven. Cheng Hui, is what it needs in this pile of materials? It's all popped out of one copy. Mythic level. Cheng Hui straight away felt like his head was about to explode. I didn't think I'd see a red-lettered divine armor in my lifetime. Cheng Hui held the Vault of Heaven like a treasure to check it out and suddenly called out. Asterisk. It needs ancient bloodline and dragon soul to enchant it. And you have both. Su Yan also clenched his fists in excitement as he sniffed. Then let's make it whole. The first enchanted divine costume of Great Xia is about to be born. Chapter 64, Enchanted Words, Lawgiver Nemesis. Equipment enhancement is pretty transparent. It's all about taking the base attributes of that equipment and boosting them. But unlike enchantments, which have no specific category, enchantments simply grant equipment random words. And the higher the level and quality of the equipment, the better the enchanted words will be. So Cheng Hui dared to guarantee that this Vault's enchantment word wouldn't be bad by any means. He also didn't expect that he would be able to attach the best of the best on his first enchantment. He saw Cheng Hui draw a picture on a piece of paper to the dome of the sky, and in no time at all, he drew an extremely complicated magic formation. And then, he put the materials and equipment together into the magic array. And as he chanted the skill, the materials gradually coalesced into magical energy, which was injected into the equipment little by little. Under Cheng Hui's careful modulation, the dome of the sky glowed softly, and the process took about 10 minutes. The moment the materials were fully integrated into the equipment, the magic array suddenly emitted a dazzling light, and then the firmament was enveloped by a wave of magical energy that was visible to the naked eye. It's done! Cheng Hui exclaimed excitedly. Quickly look at the enchantment words. The two men fixed their eyes on a new phrase under the many attributes of the vault. Enchanted phrase, when attacked by an elemental attack, the attacker suffers 70% damage backlash whether hit or not. After reading it, both of them stared. Yanko, that should be satisfying enough, right? Elemental attacks unconditionally counter damage by 70%. My goodness, it's worthy of being a mythic grade equipment. The corners of Su Yan's mouth were hard to suppress. How could this not be satisfactory? Too satisfied. They say that the Frenchman is a bully. And this phrase is not the Frenchman's nemesis. Wind, fire, water, thunder and poison. Just come on, which I will not give you back 70%. Besides, I have high evasion. There's a good chance you won't be able to hit me. But you're 100% bound to get a backlash. That's if you run into a high offense. Low defense. There's a good chance you'll give me a hit. I'll be fine. And then you'll die. Asterisk. Oftentimes the only thing that can best indicate the state of mind is swearing. Just like Su Yan at this moment. Cursing too hard. Too awesome wheezy. Su Yan directly gave Cheng Hui a necklock. Unable to hide his excitement. As Shang Xing threw the charmed phantom blade onto the table and waved his hand. Chase. Write out the victory. Cheng Hui nodded his head with excitement. I have the same idea. The two of us are too lucky. Even the God of Heaven won't be able to stop us today. Brother, trust me. Get it. The gambler-like look blossomed on Su Yan's face once again. If you don't have it, you don't have it. You have to lose to win the bet. After half a second, a flash was seen around Cheng-Hui. Coward. It's really done. Cheng-Hui was extremely excited as he handed the phantom illusionary blade back to Su-Yen. At this moment, he was like a mad scientist immersed in his own world. Su-Yen took the equipment, and the first and biggest change was that the previous layer of faint purple light became brighter and more eye-catching. Then there are the attributes. Phantom Blade, Epic. Enhanced, +2. Rank, Unranked. Occupation, Assassin. Attack Power, 1800, +800. Strength, +400, +340. Agility, +500, +400. Additional attribute, increase attack speed by 30%. Each attack randomly draws enemy attribute points and converts them into its own bonus for 30 seconds. Chapter 64, Enchanted Words, Lawgiver Nemesis. Special attribute, 70% probability of causing a male enemy to enter various abnormal states when attacking him for 3 seconds. Exclusive skill, fuse with the soul of the phantom demon and enter a 60-second awakened state, in which attack speed is increased by 100%. Attack power is increased by 100%. Burst damage is increased by 100%. Defense is increased by 100%. And evasion is increased by 100%. With a cooldown of 24 hours. The attack power and attribute bonuses attached to reinforcement were fully doubled again. After strengthening too, it was almost enough to catch up with the original value of the Phantom Magic Blade. Theoretically it's equivalent to having two at the same time. It's a pity that there's not enough material again, or else with Su-Yen and Cheng-Hui now both on top. Today this Phantom Fantasy Blade will either be on 3, or destroyed. Which of you is a home? You're simply my Su-Yen's exclusive copy. Su-Yen laughed smoothly. I'll be able to improve once I come here. I can't brush enough. I simply can't brush enough. As Su-Yen had said, a total of 2 visits to Cheng-Hui's house came after awakening his profession, totaling an increase of 800 attack power, 340 strength attributes, 400 agility attributes, as well as a rather perverted attachment lexicon. How many people go to the Transmigration Shrine and don't even reach that rise in effect? Ha ha ha. Then brush often. Cheng-Hui carefully put away all the remaining materials. The materials you give me every time can also accelerate my growth. These, especially this time, are rare and extremely rare materials. I'm going to get stronger again too. When you come back next time we'll get a big one. Must get it. Su-Yen put his equipment on and took another small leap. Early the next morning, Ling Shuawei directly lifted Su-Yen's comforter. Either that or it's good to say that the imperial sister, first of all, would not be so shy, but instead make Su-Yen a little shy. That proportionate holding was pretty much spot on. Get up, brother. Ling Shuawei's self-contained imperial voice was extremely seductive, especially in the morning. Sister, why did you barge into my room? Su-Yen had a face of getting a bargain. He was on the verge of drilling his sister's arms. If this was spread out, it was estimated that the men who wanted to kill him could circle the earth. Humph, Ling Shuawei guffawed, her fingertips tracing across Su-Yen's chest. This is my lounge, oh, and you're all set to stay in my room tonight, brother. Su-Yen, I love it. Alright, come on, pack up and let's go to Dragonborn. Ling Shuawei handed her clothes to Su-Yen and started packing up her bed in the process. There's still a team copy to fight today. Old Yu has quite a lot of state affairs to deal with every day. Let's not make him wait too long though. Su-Yen nodded. Well, it just so happens that I have a little something to turn in as well. What the hell? 4 million. Su-Yen hooked up the corner of his mouth. It might be more than that. Oh yeah, it's Lao Yu who gave it to me. Ling Shuawei, you didn't catch a spy, did you? And caught 4? Ling Shui was indeed surprised. After all, in the past 2 days we were hardly separated. Where did Su-Yen catch it? And actually caught 4 of them? Has Dasha had so many guests in the past few days? Seeing Su-Yen nod his head, Ling Shuawei was suddenly dazed. Su-Yen, however, had that exaggerated perception skill, and it didn't seem unusual for someone who knew the ancient land like the back of his hand to detect spies. Did you sneak out to catch it last night? Ling Shuawei frowned. Su-Yen shook his head. Fly out bright and early, alright. Oh yeah, sis. This spy is coming for you specifically. The kind that won't stop until he kills you. Ha? Me? Ling Shuawei was surprised. Shouldn't the spies be rushing towards you? Su-Yen. Right now. Chapter 65. I'll calm this mess. I'll kill these people. Now the countries definitely didn't know Su-Yen as a person. But they knew that that world copy was definitely not the work of a few great elders. After all, we had all fought so many times, and more or less understood each other. So countries both to investigate the world copy of this mysterious event will not start with a few big assembly president. It's the mysterious Su-Yen they're checking out. So Ling Shuawei's idea was right. But where there were spies now, the odds were that they were coming for Su-Yen. What's this about a guy who won't stop until he kills himself? After all these years, there is no suggestion that any country would send a few spies to assassinate the core people of another country, because it's just not possible. It's the core just because it's powerful enough that it can't be set up by a few spies. This specific reason Su Yan is not too clear. He also only heard Fujiwara Miya said must bring Ling Shuawei's body back. Why bring her also did not say ah. But mentioning this name Ling Shuawei did know it. Trial Illusion, S newest top 2. Ah. Sakura Nation dominating the top 1 and 2. That's not a small piece of news in the international arena. But sadly it's only been glorious for a few days. And the second on the list, Miya Fujiwara, has now been removed from the list. The corpse, which isn't in Yu Yuting's office. Fujiwara Miya. Yu Yuting was also surprised. She was not only one of the strongest players in the overwhelming world copy, she was also an important combatant of the Sakura Kingdom and had a not-so-low personal status. Such a character actually barged into Disya, and even let Su Yan get killed. This black warrior is Hayato Sato, Ling Shuawei said. People from our guild met him last year at the National War. He's very strong. It seems like he's a core member of the Sakura second organization. Killing those two would be considered a heavy blow to Sakura's power. Yu Yuting nodded. Well, these two are definitely both core members of this year's National War. How could Sakura allow them to break into Dasha alone? Su Yan, you say they are there to kill Xiaoling? Normally speaking, spies and the core of the country is not connected. After all, this is deep behind the enemy's backwork. The core of the war will not be easy to risk. Otherwise it is a major loss of national strength. Well, sure, these two even persuaded this woman. Couldn't persuade her. She had to kill my sister Ling. That's definitely something I disagree with. Right out of the gate. Su Yan hemmed and hawed, selling a good deal and still finding a reasonable way to say it. I still have to thank my brother for saving my life. Ling Shuawei smiled with a seemingly deeper meaning with her brows. Su Yan worshipped his hand. It's fine, sister. Just take it as a credit against the food and lodging expenses. After saying that, he looked at Yu Yuting and rubbed his hands together. That, old President Yu Ah. These three are in a group, and the other one is here alone, making 4 in all from the Sakura country. Do you see this account as a little closure? Also this Fujiwara Miya and this Sato Hayato are so hardcore, so doesn't that price have to go up as well? After 2 seconds of silence, Yu Yuting suddenly smiled. To be honest, Su Yan made him quite helpless, both disobedient and bold. All 3 spies are hard and daring, but Su Yan succeeded, and did so with such disdain, completely not putting the Sakura Kingdom's powerhouses in his eyes. This is not exactly the kind of young hero that Dasha is looking forward to. This is what the future of Dasha should look like. 6 million gold coins. Yu Yuting didn't preach, but directly tapped the nail. Deal. Su Yan was overjoyed. Money was bound to be an essential and important item in the harvest. Su Yan was still preparing to top the wealth list. Now the first on the wealth list was Shin Yunza. The Shin family was a big clan like the Yi family. It was just that the family didn't produce a talent like Yi Yinzhou. As he was talking, there was a knock on the door of his room. Members of the Dragonborn have reported urgently that the eastern border is being attacked by a large group of Sakura professionals. They said that they were negotiating over Fujiwara Miya. Even if she had already been killed, they still wanted the body back. They said negotiation on their mouths, but their hands weren't polite. They greeted them with all kinds of killing strokes, and several Daxia occupiers had already died on the border. And they're still going strong right now. Obviously this is pressuring for that so-called negotiation, yes. Chapter 65, I'll calm this mess. I'll kill these people. Bang! Yu Yuting angrily slapped the table. This negotiation technique is quite similar to the acting style of the Lighthouse Kingdom. Sakura is now a dog in the fight. Is it thinking that I, Daxia, will be afraid? Now Cherry Blossom is nothing more than to seize the national war in the imminent period. The countries will not move the sword, so as not to cause losses in advance. And then there is that they are now backed by the powerful Lighthouse. Feel hardened. Feel that Daxia also have to weigh up. Yu Yuting was not a warmonger, but he was definitely not someone who could hold his tongue either. The prestige of the country is especially at stake. At this point, Sakura underestimated him. In front of the national prestige, Yu Yuting could give up everything. Dragonborn, prepare for battle. Yu Yuting waved his big hand and his aura was all over the place. He's going to lead the Dragonborn himself to flatten this little group of Sakura. This was also the first time Su Yan had seen another side of Yu Yuting. This outwardly stalwart but actually delicate uncle. At this moment when the country's prestige was being intruded upon, there was a blazing fire in his eyes. This is the hegemony of the nation. Lao Yu. Su Yan stood up, also rarely serious. You're the representative of Disya. You going in person is like Disya has no one. I'll calm this mess. I'll kill these people. As soon as the words were said, Ling Shuawei also put away her usual casualness and echoed with a murderous look in her eyes. I'll accompany my brother. We will definitely let them know that those who violate our great Xia will be executed. Yu Ting looked at the two young men in front of him, his eyes flickering. That old heart burned a few more points. Good. Yu Ting summoned the red sky dragon Zune to the window with a wave of his hand. You guys ride Dragonzord over there to relieve the siege first, and the Dragonborn members will rush over as fast as they can for support. Let them pay in blood. Su Yan smiled indifferently. The two of us are enough. After saying that, he and Ling Shuawei rode the red sky dragon Zune through the clouds together. President, these bodies? The Dragonborn member asked. Yu Ting stared out the window. His words resolute, clear them all. He believed that Su Yan and Ling Shuawei would not fail. This Fujiwara Mia's corpse is of course impossible to hand back. It was true that Daxia hadn't been doing so well in the past few years, but it hadn't been reduced to letting Sakura come in and make no sense. What's more, this time is different from the past. This way Daxia must be established, and to continue to stand afterward. Regarding Su Yan's protection policy for this S-ranked character, Yu Ting had a new idea at this moment. East Border. There were more than 200 Sakura professionals, led by Fujiwara Hiroki. This wasn't just an internal member of their Kamasakura Yanbu anymore. It was a joint operation of several organizations. Yu Ting hadn't guessed wrongly. Their negotiation was to apply pressure and put Daxia in a passive position. At the same time, it was also Hiroki Fujiwara's way of venting his personal anger at the loss of his daughter. Listen to me, you people of Daxia, hand over Fujiwara Mie, we'll take the body even if it's dead, or all of you will be buried with her. Chapter 66, Forging the Frontier with Bones, Defending the Nation with Lives. With over 200 people in the Great War Corps, that's 100% well configured. Front row, middle row, and back row, they worked together in an orderly manner, and the professionals guarding the borders couldn't hold them back at all. Especially Fujiwara Hiroki, who was an archer by birth, was shooting smoke with all the buffs. This was definitely the largest battle on the Daxia border in the last 10 years. Captain, they're attacking too hard. We've already lost 12 brothers. Captain, when will the reinforcements arrive? We can't hold out much longer. Captain, Little Chen is under siege. Guarding the borderline of this generation was a small warband of 60 men from Daxia. Captain Gung Hao, a level 72 flame berserker. At this point his blood bar was already below half, and replenishing simply wasn't as fast as dropping. When he heard that 12 brothers had died, those already scarlet eyes became even more bloodshot. Having guarded the border for nearly 10 years, he treated every brother here as family. Dog Sakura, you must be made to pay in blood. Brothers' reinforcements will arrive soon. The Sakura people must not be allowed to take half a step into the country's borders. Protect the nation's honor with your bodies. Fight to the death. After shouting, Gung Hao swung his double axes and rushed towards Xiao Chen's encirclement alone. Kill. Bang bang. Gung Hao whirled out a few fiery flames, and with the sound of explosions, he threw Xiao Chen out. Then, 1 against 10. He wasn't some hidden professional, and even the top 200 of the battle power ranking didn't have his name. But at this moment, Gung Hao was the berserker god of slaying that was a one-man war. He's not great, but he's not afraid to die. Team leader Fujiwara, these Chinese seem to have gone crazy, and we've lost a dozen samurai on our side. Whoosh! Fujiwara Hiroki stored up his strength and shot an arrow of light, directly piercing through an already bloodied Daxia professional. Don't think twice about it, just keep hitting me if you haven't retrieved Keiko's body. So what if they're crazy? They're just delaying death. Kill all of these people. I don't believe that Daxia will still be indifferent. Fujiwara Hiroki knew very well in his heart that if he didn't bring Fujiwara Mia's body back on this trip, then he wouldn't be able to have the name of team leader in the future. And God Sakura Yenwu would also cease to exist. In public and in private, he had to succeed this time. It was unlikely that over 200 people would make too many waves, but he believed that he would still have no problem forcing Daxia to hand over its people. Concentrate fire. Fujiwara Hiroki suddenly yelled. Kill that flaming berserker first. He should be the captain. And he's the one who killed the most of my clan. Boom boom. In a single moment, all sorts of long-range skills rained down from the sky, pushing straight at Gung Hao. Gung Hao Sheng resisted the first arriving ice skill and slashed an enemy in front of him the moment he was about to be frozen. At the same time, entering the freezing state with a residual blood, looking at the impending rain of skills in front of him, he smiled calmly. Killing 7, trying his best. Captain. The two Dawn Knights rushed to Gung Hao's side, setting up their shields in their hands and releasing a round of shields. Boom boom boom, the shield swayed in the rain of skills, and the two Knights of the Dawn's blood strips were shrinking rapidly, a life shield that they had put up at the cost of their life values. The moment the shield broke was the moment they fell. Go! Gung Hao shouted with red eyes, a line of bloody tears quickly crossing his face. The two Knights of the Dawn were silent, their eyes determined and not giving an inch as they guarded the team spirit in what they thought was the right way. It is also forging the frontier with bones and guarding the national prestige with life. Life and death in this moment has long been put aside. Only the national prestige will always exist. Die fighting. I don't know who pulled a hoarse voice and shouted. It wasn't a group gain skill, but it made these dozens of dasha professionals raise their heads and pull up their status. Death to all of you. Fujiwara Hiroki shot out a ray of lightning, his strike necessitating Gung Hao's life. Chapter 66, Forging the Frontier with Bones, Defending the Nation with Lives. Just at the moment when this arrow of lightning and the last wave of skills was about to smash into Gung Hao and the others, buzz, a radiant holy shield appeared steeply, causing all of those skills to vanish into thin air. Holy Shield Guardian. This is President Ling's skill. President Ling has personally come to provide support. As the crowd shouted, Ling Shuewei descended from the sky, just like an angel. It's the murderous angel of punishment. Ling Shuewei unleashed the blades of divine wrath, still in the air, and in an instant, countless sword blades fell like rain, aiming straight at the Sakura mage group. Meanwhile, Su Yen had already used Abyssal Verdict to instantly move behind the originator, Fujiwara Hiroki. The Blood Strike to Zero package came as promised. Ka! Fujiwara Hiroki, who had been shouting with abandon in the previous second, had both of his eyes glaring suddenly and frighteningly. Ran. He had no more thoughts in the next moment. Their leader is dead. Dasea's side didn't understand the situation at all when they saw that Sakura Archer who had been attacking swiftly fall down abruptly. As soon as the shouts fell, a huge blood-colored lotus blossomed in the crowd of cherry blossoms immediately afterwards, and those crazy outputters were frozen as if they were immobilized, greeting the blood scythe that roamed the sky in a dense and impenetrable manner. At that range, it's like the Grim Reaper reaping life, and whether you want it or not, you have to die. Ka 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 ka. Under Su Yan's furious attack, the cherry blossom professionists were simply powerless to resist, and a large portion of them were killed in seconds with just a single slash. In less than a second, all of the nearly 50 Sakura professionals around Su Yan's life values went to zero. In a moment, all kneeled. Dasha's side simply looked dumbfounded. Up until now they didn't even know what was happening. Where is anyone? President Ling is here, but she's attacking the other direction, and this side is obviously much more violent than President Ling's side. First he took the admiral's head straight away. Then in a second's time 40 or 50 men were gone again. What kind of attack power is this? What horrible skill is this? They've seen the top 5 presidents fight. No one is like this. Sakura's side, as the directly victimized party, has even panicked. Although Ling Shuewei was fierce, at least they could see it. But over here they didn't see anyone at all. They just saw their own people constantly dying. It was as if an invisible killing god had descended and was abusing them indiscriminately in their camp. Anyone could be next. And the next one could be right this minute. Click, 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 click. The 200-strong Sakura battle group plummeted by as much as half a few seconds after Su Yan and Ling Shuewei arrived on the battlefield. This killing speed was comparable to devouring. It made the Sakura professionals tremble. And with their leader, Fujiwara Hiroki, gone, none of them knew who to order. Run, run. The rout was a split second away. They completely lacked the pride and spirit of the Dasea warriors, and only wanted to live at this moment. As the first person left the formation, the sense of defeat and flight spread rapidly, and the remaining dozens of people turned and fled. Gung Hao and the others followed the murderous Ling Shuewei straight after the fleeing army, and in front of the fleeing army, a level 35 Dasha assassin crossed his sword. Chapter 67, Who is the one who crosses the sword? Only I, the great summer assassin. Assassin? The fleeing troops were in a trance when they saw the scene in front of them. Although they can't see Su Yan's level, they can see his profession. Assassin. Even if you are a level 90 assassin, can you block us dozens of people? The point is that at level 30, the job title wouldn't be assassin, so the kid in front of him wouldn't be more than level 30 at most. What kind of setup is this in Dasha? Ling Shuewei can understand. What the hell is this little assassin? Is he here to get himself killed? Just kill the assassin. There were people in the crowd constantly shouting, and no one took Su Yan in front of them seriously at all. Whoosh! A fireball descended from the sky, landing directly on Su Yan. Amidst the contemptuous gazes of all the fleeing troops, Su Yan did not move an inch. How scared silly this is. It's not bad to kill another Dasha at the end. Bang! The fireball crashed and exploded in a cascade of sparks. With a howl, the Sakura professional who launched the fireball was filled with horror as his blood bar was reduced by half out of nowhere. And he had also entered the scorch state. Shouldn't that be the effect of your own skill? Looking ahead again, amidst the smoke, that Dasea assassin was unharmed. What the hell? Got away with it. Keep fighting. The fleeing army threw out quite a few skills in their heads this time, and they stared at the assassin, not believing that he would be able to get away with dodging it this time. But the next moment, The assassins suddenly disappeared as they watched. Before the skill could fall, I heard someone in the formation suddenly yell, "He's here!" At this moment, Suyen had already reached the center of this wave of fleeing troops, and in the midst of the consternation of all the Sakura people, he waved the phantom illusion blade in his hand, and the lurid blood-colored lotus blossomed once again, and it was only until then that the Sakura people came to a sudden realization. This little assassin turned out to be the Reaper. Meanwhile, Gung-Hao and the others chasing after him also shouted, "It's appeared! It's that blood lotus! That was the skill that instantly harvested dozens of Sakura dogs just now. Who is this powerful man? President Ling?" Gung-Hao asked with eyes full of excitement. Ling Shuawei smiled faintly and slowed her pace first. "There's no need to rush after them. Everyone, the Sakura people are all gone." As the words fell, all of the Sakura runaways in front of them crumpled. There was only one person left in the entire formation who was putting away his butcher's knife. Assassin? Gung-Hao was shocked. No one could believe that this was the work of an untransformed assassin. His name is Su Yen, the #1 assassin of Great Xia. Ling Shuawei's words were full of appreciation. Calm the chaos and kill the enemy. Su Yen honored his words. His and Ling Shuawei's arrival instantly reversed the situation. The 200-strong Sakura battle group had been completely annihilated, and 2/3 of those who died at Su Yan's hands. It took even less than 2 minutes. The Sakura people all died in horror. They realized at the moment of death that they shouldn't have angered the great summer lion. But it was too late. Blood debts can only be paid in blood. Brother Su Yen, thank you. Gung-Hao stretched out a large, blood-stained hand with sincerity in his eyes. Su Yen did not mind holding the bloody hand. Gung-Hao and others in the last scene of the bloody battle Su Yen vividly remembered. These hands are to protect the gate of Daxia, but also behind him this gang of brothers' faith and trust. Chapter 67. Who is the one who crosses the sword? Only I. The great summer assassin. Gung-Hao was not the strongest fighter, but the most reliable. You should still have ideas next, right? Ling Shuawei looked towards Su Yen. At this moment, her state was still cold. The moment she arrived at the battlefield she was no longer some imperial sister, but a female god of war of the Grand Xia who put the enemy in fear. In her opinion again, Su Yen would definitely not want to end it like this, and neither did she. Would your sister like to visit the borders of Sakura with me? Su Yen smiled blandly. Killing these people was a relief, a deterrent to the enemy, and not a blood debt. The so-called blood debt is paid in blood, and that is bound to be doubled. It's not impossible. Ling Shuawei and Su Yen reached a soul tacit understanding. With a wave of his hand, the Red Sky Dragon Father flew in. Dispose of all the corpses and give our fallen brothers a generous burial. Ling Shuawei left these words for Gung-Hao, and then rushed into the clouds with Su Yen riding the Dragon Zune. Gung-Hao took a deep bow with a group of brothers, and it was all in the air. Brothers, do you see? Your vengeance. Daxia will make the enemy pay back twice as much. Gung-Hao muttered, a droplet of water blooming on the ground. Not knowing if it was sweat or tears, the Red Sky Dragon Father quickly rushed to the Sakura border. 54 people. Su Yen said, then I'll have Shadow go down here. Soon they were flying to the next border point. 58 people. I'm going down, sister. Ling Shuawei nodded. Their battle plan was simple. The two of them plus Su Yan's shadow simultaneously annihilated the enemy from the 3 border points closest to Daxia. Total annihilation. Make Sakura pay back twice. You have to fight stealthily, Ling Shuawei reminded. It said that Sakura has a professional who can communicate with the undead, so don't expose yourself just yet. Got it. Saying that, Su Yen flew down and used his spiritual power to control the shadows, and an invisible and silent massacre officially began. On the other hand, Ling Shuawei was directly airborne after arriving at the place. She wouldn't have to do anything to hide it. She was just going to tell Sakura straight up that she was here to fight back on behalf of Daxia. You assault 1 border point in Daxia. We'll bloody 3 of you. Who cleared the other 2 points? You can imagine for yourselves. Don't you like to investigate? Keep sending people to Daxia to investigate. We'll kill everyone that comes. Sword light exploded as Ling Shuawei went on a killing spree at the border point. At the 3 border points, Su Yen, Ling Shuawei, and Shadow, totaling 171 Sakura professionals. None of them survived. Counting the previous kills, Su Yen and Ling Shuawei had killed a total of over 400 people in this battle. In one fell swoop, the 2 countries suffered the largest number of casualties outside of a non-national war. They used this battle to tell Sakura and the world that those who violate Daxia will be executed. Dragonborn Guild. When Su Yen and Ling Shuawei returned, Lei Qi and Yi Yanzhou also arrived. This battle was beautifully fought. A painful fight. Lei Qi hooked his arm around Su Yan's shoulders, wiped out all 200 multi-Sakura dogs. Too bad I'm not around in the morning, or I'd be going with you guys. And when I'm done, I'm going to pluck 2 more Sakura strongholds. Let them know the consequences of provoking Daxia. Lei Qi said this no one believe. Reckless, do not do this is not normal. Tough on you too. Yu Yuting looked at the two of them with relief. This battle was indeed a beautiful one, and it raised the prestige of our Daxia nation. Su Yan poked Lei Qi at his side with his elbow. Brother Lei, if we really go and pull out Sakura's border point, is this excessive? Lei Qi immediately grinned and shook his head. What's too much? Is that they are to blame for their own well? Old Yu say is not it. Pull 2 or less. At least pull 3. Yu Ting also smiled, raising his eyebrows and revitalizing the country's prestige. His heart was also free now, to the extent that it's not impossible. The words, Su Yan's small teeth were bared. That's fine. We really plucked 3. Lei Qi. Cool. Yi Yanzhou, sure enough. Yu Ting? Chapter 68, Su Yan's new pronoun. SSSS level threat. Hindsight and landing are two completely different concepts. It's like getting into a fight and thinking that you should have just killed the other guy. But it's not the same thing if you really did it. Yu Ting is now so. He did not expect this, put the horse after the thing Su Yan really give landed. Really slaughtered all 3 border points of the Sakura country. Hiss. Young people do act too recklessly, but really with vigor. Yu Ting's expression turned sharply. From the surprise just changed to firm. What do you care about the consequences or not? Weak countries have no diplomacy. Have been bullied to the doorsteps of the family should also establish the prestige. This will not happen again. It was this phrase again that would not be repeated. Only this time there was no helplessness in Yu Ting's voice, and even the corners of his mouth still had the slightest hint of a smile hanging on them. Don't worry Lao Yu. Ling Shuawei took over with a smile. Brother Su Yan is stealthy to do the job. Cherry Blossom, even if there really is someone who can communicate with the undead, will only make this mystery deeper. Ling Shuawei knew that Yu Ting was a conservative, and just as he had always advocated, he absolutely could not allow Su Yan to expose the slightest bit of information, even if it was in the country. But to his surprise, Yu Ting's thought process suddenly changed. He smiled faintly, his eyes showing a sharp edge. Speaking of which, I happen to have a decision to discuss with you. I've decided not to let Su Yan hide anymore. It's necessary for us to let the people of the country know that we have such a young hero in Xia. We must also let the world know that our great Xia is as strong as a cloud. It is not a place where they are allowed to run wild. Since we've established this authority today, we'll establish it to the end. Yu Ting's decision directly caused the several presidents to become excited. The current Daxia really needed to establish its authority. It really needs to let the world know that this lion is just taking a nap, not completely asleep. Don't think any snake or rat can get near a lion's territory. Agree. Too agreeable. Lei Qi was so excited that he almost went up to slap Yu Ting, but he managed to hold back in time. I've long said there's no need to hide around. If someone really wants to harm Su Yan, I'll be the first to him. It's better for us to be cautious than to make our enemies afraid. Yi Yanzhou also nodded. I think there is nothing wrong with old Lei's words. Instead of us being careful, we should let others fear us. Our world status has been lowered quite a bit in the past few years. In these few years, Xia did have a bit of a downward spiral. To put it bluntly, the rising stars were a bit less, and there were a bit more wasteful second generation like Xiao Tianyu. This is also a situation that is hard to avoid in the late stages of a great nation. Too much meritocracy, too many sons of merit, a lot of good resources are used on the waste, the natural river, coupled with the fact that they could not capture Rain City for years. The 5 major guilds are also very difficult to have a big promotion. Let's say Yi Yanzhou. If there is going to be a Rain City, he would have already completed the 3rd turn. On the contrary, the Lighthouse Nation had developed so much in the past few years that Rain City had almost become their home. They had also joined forces with a number of countries to specifically target Grand Xia, which was a major reason for the building's successive failures, because there is not one opponent, but 4. When it comes to the national war, Daxia becomes a target. To be honest, with or without Su Yan, Yu Ting was ready to die in battle this year. He would take his life to help Daxia take Rainy City. This is the current international situation, and Daxia is too passive. I also support O. Ling Shuawei smiled warmly. Our Broken Dawn Guild can protect Su Yan 24 hours a day, and I'll try to follow him around every day as well. After saying that, Ling Shuawei looked towards Su Yan. That mature and beautiful pretty face actually slightly scarlet at this time, unable to tell the 10,000 kinds of flavor. Looking at Su Yan, his muscles filled up a bit for a moment. Yu Ting nodded. What do you think, Su Yan? Su Yan smiled indifferently. I can Anyway, whoever comes over to send money, I'll just accept it as it is. Lao Yu, you don't have to give it away. Su Yan said this plainly, but the meaning was extremely domineering. Come one, I will kill one. This strong self-confidence also made Yu Ting very satisfied. Humph, manage enough. Chapter 68, Su Yan's new pronoun. SSSS level threat. just when the Dacia executives were determined to make a difference. Once again, the Sakura country was in turmoil. The death of Fujiwara Miya hadn't even passed yet. This was another sudden large-scale fall of professionals, the most exaggerated being the second organization, God Sakura Yenwu's near regimentation. That's a huge loss for Sakura Nation. It's the entire second organization. Not only that, but 3 other border points were wiped out. No one survived. Sakura hadn't taken a hit like that in years, especially after climbing up to the Lighthouse Nation and getting their backs hardened. Coupled with the domination of the Trial Illusion list, it made them feel like they had risen up and felt like they were the world's powerhouse. And this kind of blow was really a bit too much to take. Organizations are beyond angry and have cursed the suspect country. Of course it's a curse. It's obvious that this suspect country is quite strong. Angry to angry. Have to think long-term. The second organization are gone. We cannot be gone again. Amaterasu Division. Takuya Kuroha had kept himself and a couple of border corpses locked in his room for nearly 2 hours. So people are waiting for him to come out. Waiting for him to tell everyone the truth of the matter. Of course, Dacia is the first object of suspicion. But they really don't quite believe that this matter is done by Dacia. This is not Dacia's style of action. Where are the Dacia people so violent that at most they would beat Fujiwara Hiroki and the others away? Including the Amaterasu Division's Grand Leader, Rinne Kazama, and Vice Leader, Takuya Kuroha, both thought the same way. Or else they wouldn't have let Hiroki Fujiwara go that far. Team Leader Kuroha has come out. With a shout, the figure of Takuya Kuroha walked over, his face rather grim. Team Leader Takuya Kuroha was the first to bow to Rinne Kazama. Only Rinne Kazama can hold him down in the Sakura country. Tell us the situation. Rinne Kazama snapped. And everyone sat up straight at once. 3 border points were attacked at about the same time. Takuya Kuroha narrated. That means there should be 3 of them. The identity of one of them has already been determined. Ling Shuewei, the president of the Dacia Dawn Breaking Guild. Group leaders. It's actually really Dacia. And it's still that goddess Ling. How dare they? You mean besides Ling Shuewei, the other 2 sides can't be determined yet? Why? Rinne Kazama asked with a frown. Takuya Kuroha sighed and gave an answer that shocked everyone. Because there's no one at all. The sensory images I extracted didn't see anyone. And communicating with their undead likewise at the time they didn't perceive anyone. But they just all died. And they all died in seconds. I think this thing must be connected to that previous copy of the world. Perhaps by the same people. Saying that, Takuya Kuroha took out 3 pieces of paper. The first one was labeled with a picture of Ling Shuewei with an S-rated threat written on it. The other 2 are 2 big question marks. SSS-rated threat in the OP. Chapter 69, Global Ranking. Challengers arrive. It's a SSS-rated threat and there's not even a hint of information. This is absolutely unprecedented. The only thing Takuya Kuroha dared to be sure of was that this SSS-rank threat came from Dacia. And it's not those 5 presidents. As for the cause of death of Fujiwara Hiroki's over 200 people, there was no need to investigate. It was bound to be the work of Ling Shuewei and this mysterious squad as well. Dacia is really bold. To actually dare to kill our people. This is a blatant provocation. That's right. And the means are extremely cruel. Ling Shuewei is truly a devilish woman. Team Leader Kazama. Our organization is willing to go to war. As long as you give the order. We will fight to Dacia. Who cares if it's an S-class threat or an SSS threat? Yeah. Our organization also invites war. We must bring Ling Shuewei's head back to sacrifice to the heavens. To let the great Xia people know that they are only a threat and we are a disaster. After the shock, the group leaders were all excited and shouted with more joy than one another. Until Takuya Kuroha lightly said, "Go now." Everyone closed their mouths at once. As if it was just a big dream just now. Show loyalty no problem. See the real chapter even if. That SSSS level threat in Dacia it. Nothing to find out who dares to go to send death. Humph. Rinne Kazama snorted coldly. Keep trying to find a way to check out this squad. Don't do anything rash until you find out. After all we've done for the lighthouse, it's about time they stepped up. Takuya, keep charging through the trial illusion and keep this world's #1 ranking. It will be our bottom line. Takuya Kuroha nodded. Good. I'll make sure the other countries never catch up with my progress. With a satisfied smile, Toru Kazama raised his hand and waved it. And the 3 threatening lists burned to ashes in no time. Trial illusion. It's kind of the hottest fixed world copy. One is because of the experience in it, and the other is because of the world rankings. This is different from the random world copy. There is no chance in this. It is completely dependent on individual hard power. So this ranking is also an important reference for the total battle power of each country. The reason why Sakura was able to climb up to the Windy Lighthouse country, and the domination of the list of trial illusions is also not unrelated. This is an important sign of moving into a strong country. Like Dacia is also a powerful country, But a big part of why people dare to target it is because in recent years there has been no real war record that can be held up. You can't say we're strong just because there are a lot of us and we have a glorious history. Like this trial illusion. The highest ranking in Dacia is the second place of Criminal Lie, which is still because Fujiwara Miho died. Otherwise it would only be the third. And Interlude has been stuck at wave 59 for a long time, while Takuya Kuroha has reached wave 83 and Miya Fujiwara reached wave 62 before she died. Sakura Nation did manage to break ahead in this area. But, at this moment, the real challenger has arrived. This wave is what the world rankings are based on, and it's the centerpiece of the trial illusion fight. Yu Ting unfolded the leaderboard of the trial illusion realm and told Su Yen about it, having said that establishing authority to the end. Then the first step is to start with the ranking of this world copy. This is also the result of a joint discussion between several presidents, so that Su Yen can both level up and rank up. A complete win-win situation. Before, he was still uneasy about the safety issue, but after this experience in the ancient land, it was completely possible for Su Yen to let go. Jinglai? He's been stuck in the 59 wave for a really long time and can't be counted on. After entering the copy is the place of trial. You can only move within a fixed range. If you go beyond the range you will drop a large amount of life value. Chapter 69, Global Ranking. Challengers arrive. The next step is to face waves and waves of monsters besieging you, and the intensity of the monsters will get higher and higher with each wave, and a boss will be added to each wave of monsters starting from the 10th wave. It was like that all the way up to wave 52, and I'm not sure about the later ones. Why is it not clear? Because Yu Ting has only hit 52 waves so far, and at his age and grade, odds are there's no chance he'll continue on down the line. Su Yen also saw the rankings of a few others. Lei Qi 49 waves, Ling Shuawei 46 waves, and the worst was Yi Yinzhou with only 39 waves. This also had a lot to do with the profession. Yi Yinzhou was not a profession with high single body strength after all, and this trial phantasm is something that only one person can go in and fight. Each profession does not have an absolute advantage in front of this copy. There are just some relative advantages. Interlude was considered the light of Dacia in this. At least he had kept Dacia in the top 3 ranks. This was also the first time that Su Yen noticed Criminal Lie's occupation, Soul Sacrifice Mage. Brother Lei, this chairman criminal is also a mage profession, right? How come he can fight 10 more waves than you? Lei Qi's old face reddened and he said stiffly, I'm just too lazy to fight. This copy is 1 memory point for every 10 waves. I hit 49 waves last time. If I want to challenge again I have to start from 40 waves. I'm the one who hates trouble, know it. This excuse is naturally not very strong. If he could really fight, Yu Ting would have to let him fight even if he pressed him. Still, Ling Shuawei whispered in Su Yan's ear and deciphered. Both of them are mage third turn hidden professions. It's hard to say which one is stronger or weaker. But Criminal Lie has some more advantages in this copy. It's because Interlude belongs to the summoning lineage mage, while Lei is a space lineage mage. Su Yan nodded. This was understood. To put it bluntly, it's just that Interlude can summon his minions, while Lei Qi can only fight alone, which does have a disadvantage in a situation like a monster siege. So by the same token, you have an advantage. We have minions, too. This trial illusion realm can only be entered once a day, and you can force yourself to exit at any time when you feel like you can't handle it. Yu Ting patted Su Yan's shoulder. Go and try it, but remember, don't push it. Flush as much as you can. You'll get a chance every day after that, and put your personal safety first. Understood. I'm just going in today to try it out. No recklessness, no nonsense. Su Yan hemmed and hawed. This smile made Yu Ting's heart stutter, deciding that it would be better not to say these words to Su Yan in the future. He was even more worried after saying that. In the main city of Shilan City, the various secret realm copies were accessible in the halls, but the Dragonborn Guild also had a separate entry space. The first guild. More or less special treatment. Let's go. Su Yan waved his hand to bid farewell to the presidents and entered the trial illusion with a flash. Come on, let's bet on how many waves old brother Su Yan can charge this trip. Lei Qi pumped his fist, more excited than he was to go in there himself. 40. Yi Yinzhou was the first to say. Anyway, I've only played up to 39. I think it's too hard. It's not good to evaluate without having played behind. Ling Shuawei smiled faintly. 50. I have confidence in my brother. Lei Qi frowned, thinking of his own miserable experience. 49. Hema's harder than getting to heaven. A few people laughed. Only Yu Ting did not participate in this bet. His eyes stayed glued to the leaderboard, staring at that first place that seemed out of reach before. Takuya Kuroha. Chapter 70, Slaughter Mode. The higher the difficulty, the greater the advantage. Trial illusion. This trial site was like a corner of hell, and the eye was filled with desolation and despair. The so-called battleground is on a huge lone rock with a radius of 30 meters, and underneath the lone rock is a 10. 000 foot hell. A thick black mist churned and lingered, and mournful cries and hisses loomed in the abyss. The intuitive feeling given to Su Yan was that it was difficult to fight here. First of all, psychologically it was a kind of depression. But the sight visibility is still clear, and there's a copy of the message alert in mid-air. Current wave, 0. Time for next wave, 47 seconds, countdown. This copy is a record point every 10 waves, so you can rest fully after beating 10 waves and the next wave opens manually. However, within 10 waves, there is only 1 minute of adjustment time per wave. The pattern just gets more perverse the further back you go, and there's no reprieve at all. Swish swish Su Yan summoned the 2 ferocious gods Taotai and Legend. Now that the 4 fierce gods were around, the once C-player Mobrath was almost useless, unless one day Su Yan could summon a battle team. The cooldown of Killing Spree had also passed, so Su Yan summoned Shadow as well. An hour of shadow time should be enough to play this copy. According to Yu Ting, the monsters in this copy appeared from all around and actively chased people throughout. That's why Su Yan sat right in the center, letting his 3 minions surround him. As soon as the countdown ended, monsters began to flash non-stop throughout the outer ring of the venue. Raging Boar. Abilities, Charge, Rage, Threat, Corruption. The monsters are not ranked, but it's clear from their forms and abilities that the first few rounds are relatively easy. It's just a really large number. There must be more than 200 of them, at least, in 3 layers. No wonder Ling Shuewei only hit more than 40 layers. To the back of the powerful monsters are also greeted by several hundred per wave that is indeed strong enough. Skills like those with long cooldowns or those with harsh triggers simply can't be used. Su Yan hadn't paid attention to how many waves the highest assassin in this world ranking had lasted before he came in. Estimated 20 or so? This copy really isn't half as friendly to assassins. Su Yan's small battle team all gathered in the middle of the battlefield, and the monsters saved themselves the trouble, directly shrinking the circle and running wildly towards the center point. Both Taotai and Legend had long-range skills and started cleaning up the monsters on their way. Inheriting half of Su Yan's attack power is also quite terrifying. This first wave of monsters is simply not enough to see. The 2 ferocious gods spinning around and fighting. Frozen did not give Shadow a chance to play. In 10 seconds or so, the first wave of berserk boars allowed the 2 fierce gods to clear them all. Su Yanan sat in the center, even thinking about what to eat for dinner. First wave of kills completed. 15,000 experience points gained. Time for next wave, 58 seconds, countdown. 15,000 points of experience. Which wasn't too bad if you were talking about efficiency. But the problem was that Su Yan had just experienced the ancient land, which was filled with tens of thousands of experience for any random monster. It more or less feels almost fun to only give 15,000 for these hundreds combined. But thinking about it, hitting 10 waves would be 150,000. 20 waves would be 300,000 would be okay. And at 50 waves that would be 750,000 experience, which should be almost enough to get to level 37 based on the current progress of the experience bar. It's better than going outside. It's better than going outside to brush the secret realm. The only regret is that this place doesn't explode equipment and gold. The countdown ended and the second wave of monsters arrived as promised. Goblin Predator. Abilities, High Speed, Bludgeoning, Tremor, Harassment. Chapter 70, Slaughter Mode. The higher the difficulty the greater the advantage. Several hundred more goblins swarmed in, and Taotai and Legend were like 2 monstrous beasts entering the little people, and began to unleash an unreasonable slaughter. Meanwhile, several presidents outside the replica were flipping through the leaderboards. There are 2 leaderboards for this trial illusion. One is a leaderboard of the highest waves, and another is a ranking of the fastest time through each wave, which only takes the first place. The rankings show up to the current global high of 83 waves, and each wave is followed by a name of the one who cleared it the fastest. Almost more than half of this list is Takuya Kuroa's name. Leichi to also account for 3. It's been 5 minutes since we went in, right? Leichi stared at the passing time rankings of the previous waves, and Su Yan's name was slow to make the list. In his opinion, with Su Yan's terrifying attack power and that group attack skill with no cooldown time, how could he dominate the list in the first few waves? But now 5 minutes have passed and he's not on anything. Humph, laughed Ling Shuewei. If you look at it that way, he must be letting his summons fight and enjoying his leisure again. AI. Lei Chi sighed. It's also our fault that we forgot to emphasize this passing time ranking with him. How domineering it must be to be all Daxia Su Yan's name. Starting with the first wave and looking all the way up, all the fastest passes were all one person, and it was absolutely mind-blowingly impactful. Lei Chi was quite trusting of Su Yan's strength, but unfortunately, he had underestimated Su Yan's laziness. There's no need to rush. It doesn't matter what's ahead. Yi Yanzhou's gaze was locked on 30 waves. It's only after 30 waves that Su Yan will pull away. The higher the difficulty, the greater Su Yan's advantage. This sentence was contradictory and unbelievable, but this was indeed the Su Yan in Yi Yanzhou's heart. If Su Yan doesn't brush up his speed, then the only way to see his progress is to wait until he hits 40 waves. Anxious lol, Lei Qi tapped his fingers on his arm. He didn't want to see anything but Su Yan's name right now. The highest wave list only shows the top 50 globally, and currently in 50th place is a Woolly Bear Nation pro who has hit exactly 40 waves. Su Yan's first requirement to get on this overall list was to hit 40 waves. Be patient, Yu Yuting said in a deep voice. Safety comes first, and stability is more important than speed. This time Yu Yuting's thoughts coincided with Su Yan's. Su Yan was really stable. It's just that it's not that he finds stability most important, but that he finds it most comfortable. The fifth wave of kills is complete, gaining 27,000 experience points. Time to next wave, 59 seconds, countdown. Su Yan, who was steadily eating and sitting, couldn't help but hook up the corner of his mouth. That experience value isn't set in stone at 15,000 points. Instead, each wave grows by 3,000 points. This fifth wave is already at 27,000 points. By the time you get to 40 or 50 waves by analogy, that's over 100,000 per wave. There are millions of experience to be had from this round of brushing. It's a lot more than I thought it would be before. Swarm of vampire bats. Abilities, bloodsucking, blinding, corrosion, flash. The swarms of bats that covered the sky launched their attacks towards the center point, and in terms of difficulty it seemed to be relatively enhanced with each wave, but it was almost no different for Su Yan. Su Yan rested his cheeks on one hand and waved it. A new wave of carnage continues. Chapter 71, Hegemony List. Monopoly. Who is Su Yan? Ka-ching. The blood sides flying in the sky disappeared into thin air, and nearly 100 monsters perished with them. The shadow withdrew his blade. Intent. The ninth wave of kills is complete, gaining 39,000 experience points. Time to next wave, 59 seconds, countdown. The first 9 waves are completed, which is considered to be past the adaptation benefit period for trial copies, because the bosses are going to be added from wave 10 onwards. The professionals from various countries also started to appear stuck from this 10th wave. Like some ordinary second-turn professionals of level 60 or 70, the 10th wave was considered a small difficult level, and the intensity of the latter was getting higher and higher for them. Of course, in general the equipment is not too bad. Ordinary professionals break into more than 20 or no problem. Just the process is a little more difficult. The countdown ended and the 10th wave of monsters appeared. Sinking Devil. Abilities, High Speed, Evasion, Panic, Hunting. Sinking Devil Commander. Abilities, Tremor, Defense, Armor Break, Flame, Knockback, Inspire. Interspersed among the many sunken demons was a large-sized overlord, which stayed put and patted its stomach one at a time. With each tap the morale of the sinking devils rose a little higher. This was the commander's inspiration skill, and it was what made the beginning of this wave so difficult. With a movement of Su Yan's mind, the shadow released a soul breaker vector that had been fully charged in advance. Ka! The flaunting sinking demon commander was gone in seconds. The other small sunken devils also ushered in a fishy baptism of blood at the same time. Interspersed with the 10th wave of the first boss's monster siege, which was unbeatable in front of Su Yan's small battle group. The passage time is unchanged from before. However, it refreshes the world passage time of the 10th wave. On the list, Lei Qi shouted in surprise. Su Yan is on the list. 10th wave. Ha ha ha, I told you he wouldn't wait that long. Strength won't allow it either. As Lei Qi shouted, the crowd looked towards the leaderboard, but Su Yan's name was high up in the 10th wave. It was also the only Dasha professional in the top 10 waves on the time list. The next goalie in the lineup is Ray K. I underestimated him again. Yi Yanzhou laughed. I thought that it would be after the 30th wave that he would pull away, but I didn't expect it to start from the 10th wave. This also means that the gap Su Yan is pulling away from the others is getting wider and wider. Ling Shuawei nodded her head with eyes full of pride. Yeah, and I don't think brother Su Yan has actually put up a fight until now. Those few summons of his are more than enough to deal with. You'll be the next one to get brushed off. Ray. Lei Qi's smile suddenly froze on his face. He was just looking forward to Su Yan and forgot about himself. Lei Qi is very unicellular. I'll cheer you up if you brush others, but don't brush me. Brother, I'm trying to save some pride too. Okay, don't forget your heart. Yu Yuting patted Lei Qi's shoulder, expecting it to be comforting, but it turned out. Yu Yuting said with anticipation. There may not be any more of us on this time list after today. Yu Yuting hadn't predicted how many waves Su Yan would be able to get to before, but now it was clear in these words that his expectations were higher than anyone else's. Nope. Yi Yanzhou excitedly pointed at the time list. Lei Qi quickly looked over, and sure enough, he was gone. Chapter 71, Hegemony List. Monopoly. Who is Su Yen? The record holder for the 11th wave of the fastest passage on the time list changed to Su Yen. Ha 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 ha. Yu Ting laughed bashfully. Good. Great Su Yen. Play steadily and steadily. Charge down. After a minute or so, under the witness of several people, the 12th wave's fastest passing record was once again changed to Su Yen's name. Next, the 13th wave, the 14th wave, and all the way up to the 19th wave were all refreshed by Su Yen, and the efficiency is extremely high. In addition to that mandatory 1-minute waiting time for each wave, Su Yen through the time used is almost no more than 20 seconds, can be said to be quite exaggerated. That is, there is no specific passing time on this time list, and if there were to be one it would inevitably send shockwaves across the globe. Now all the waves from 10th to 19th on the time list are dominated by Su Yen. What a pain in the ass. This is the first time our Xia has dominated the charts like this. Lei Qi re-engaged himself in the excitement of swiping the list, and Su Yan's name was all he could see. This wasn't just a dominant domination of the list. It was almost time to form an up-and-down confrontation with that Kuroha Takuya of the Sakura country, who ruled the top half of the zone, and Su Yen was ruling the bottom half, and was making an impact on his top half of the zone. Soon someone will have to pay attention. Yi Yanzhou said expectantly. This trial of illusion in each country every day will continue to be challenged by people. Even if they do not rush, rankings will want to break through the waves to get that high amount of experience. Leaderboards are naturally the object of people's attention. The probability that the position of the top of the list cannot be shaken, but the other positions can still take a look at. Their own country can enter a top 10 is also an honor. After all, this is the world ranking. That was why Yi Yanzhou believed that someone would soon notice Xia Su Yen, who was gradually ruling the list and even completing the monopoly. No matter how low profile Su Yen had been before, in a few minutes, he would be famous all over the world. It's actually being noticed right now. Yu Ting smiled faintly and flashed his communicator out. A message appeared in front of everyone's eyes. President, you look at the time list of the trial illusion. 10 to 20 waves. The message came from the vice president of the Dragonborn. And just then, he sent another one. The replica lobby has exploded. Several people could imagine the state of this vice president right now, but a few people were really getting happier the more they thought about it. Isn't that the effect to be desired? Shilan City, Replica Hall. At this moment, no one in the duplicate hall was entering the duplicate, and almost everyone was staring at the Trial of Illusion's pastime leaderboard. This was unintentionally discovered by a professional who found that a Daxia professional named Su Yen had actually monopolized the market wave by wave starting from the 10th wave. He cried out in shock. And then, it was all of them together. Let asterisk. Such words run through the hall. 23 waves now. This Su Yen is still swiping the list. Who the hell is he? Never heard of it before. Looks like an assassin by profession. He hasn't even changed professions? How is this possible? Are there any brothers from the top 5 guilds who have come out to say something? What kind of god is this Su Yen? No matter what, this Su Yen is from our Grand Xia. This is the first time our Grand Xia has monopolized the trial list. Go ahead and charge, brother. Keep charging. 24 waves up, continuing to dominate the charts. Is he really an assassin? There's never been any assassin profession on the list this time. This is completely surreal. Meanwhile, the other 4 presidents also received the news one after another, and for a while it seemed that the entire Shilan city was asking who is Su Yen, and the problem continues to spread outward, to the nation, to the world.